3 years ago, the Earth mutated. The world's flora and fauna began to evolve frantically. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to maintain world peace, humans awakened the ability to control monsters in battle. These awakened individuals are known as monster tamers. The red-haired teacher lecturing at the blackboard is named Murong Chioya. She is the head teacher of class 11 to 3 at Chang'an No. 3 Senior High School. As she lectured, she emphasized to the students the knowledge that would be on the test. The bell rang. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind the students about the Beastbreeder exam tomorrow. Those who are interested can invite their parents to watch. This young man who just turned 18 is named Gao Peng. He is a student at Chang'an No. 3 Senior High School. For the past 18 years, Gao Peng's only dream has been to become a monster tamer. However, recently, Gao Peng has run into some trouble. He often sees strange interfaces in his head, which makes him a little scared. Not knowing this is the overpowered system for a protagonist. Congratulations, host, for binding with the monster evolution system. The system can help the host identify information related to monsters. I hope the host makes good use of this. Gao Peng wondered if he was hallucinating due to the immense academic pressure recently. He thought to himself as he walked up the stairs. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure at the bend. The corner of Gao Peng's mouth twitched as he faced the giant spider crawling on the ceiling. Its 2 eyes were bloodshot as if from lack of sleep. There were stripes on its body. At this moment, the strange interface appeared again. Monster name, Spotted Pattern Spider. Monster level, level 3. Monster quality, normal. Monster attribute, wood type. Monster state, healthy and irritable. Monster weakness, fire. Gao Peng remembered the name. The spotted emblem spider was the pet spider raised by his neighbor, Grandma Chun, and teacher Moron once said this type of spider was quite gentle. Gao Peng was about to walk past it when the gentle spider suddenly leaped and lunged to attack him. Fortunately, his body was quite agile, so he dodged the spider's attack, causing it to free fall to the ground. While the spider hadn't yet reacted, he bolted up the stairs with all his might. Help! Call Grandma Chun and tell her the spider she raised has escaped and is biting people. In the mess created by the spider's free fall, a pair of bloodshot eyes flickered, staring intently at Gao Peng. A mass of pure white spider silk shot out, forming a net aimed straight at Gao Peng. But luckily, he escaped. After running for a while, Gao Peng thought he had shaken it off, but the spider was charging towards him at lightning speed. In a moment of crisis, not knowing what to do, he remembered the interface from before had said this spider's weakness was fire. Luckily, he used traditional cigarettes instead of electronic ones. He immediately pulled a lighter from his pocket and threw it straight at the spider that was frantically chasing him. The flame flared up, causing the spider to tumble backward. It thrashed around in panic and pain, but that flame was still too small for the spider. Very quickly, the fire on the spider's body died out. The spider was enraged. It charged towards Gao Peng with eyes full of killing intent, continuously letting out furious cries. The interface panel suddenly showed a red warning. Gao Peng realized he had just done something stupid. Once again, he turned his back and tried to run upstairs quickly. He was just one more floor away from his home. The Z was at home, so as long as he made it back, he would be safe. Gao Peng just kept running head down. The spider behind was still playing a game of chase with him. The distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. The door was right in front of him. Suddenly, the spider with its wide fangs and 6 legs leaped into the air. Its legs were like swords aimed straight at him. He shouted Z's name loudly. The door to his house was quickly and aggressively flung open. Something huge was stretching out towards the doorway. Gao Peng quickly ducked. That huge thing stretched out and slammed into the spider, sending it flying. Seeing a long, large body moving closer to it, the spider suddenly became frightened. Its cry became more timid, no longer as fierce as before, as if it had seen its natural enemy. A giant centipede appeared behind Gao Peng, making Gao Peng seem more intimidating. He looked at the spider with a provocative gaze, asking if it wanted to play anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the spider was so scared it leaped onto the ceiling and fled from him. Gao Peng didn't bother to chase it. He used his hand to push up his glasses, furrowing his brow to create a cool expression. Z is Gao Peng's beast companion. After forming a contract, He and Dazee could communicate telepathically. At this moment, Dazee suddenly rubbed its head against Gao Peng's shoulder, reverting to its non-combat state. It continuously demanded food as if collecting a debt from him. Monsters are divided into two forms: combat form and non-combat form. In a non-combat state, the monster will shrink its body to reduce energy consumption and can also slowly recover from some minor injuries. Seeing Dazee continuously demanding food because it was hungry, Gao Peng smiled indulgently, patting its head, then went inside to make food. Gao Peng rolled up his sleeves. Holding a knife, he showed off his superb knife skills. He skillfully used a knife to cut the meat into thin slices. Then he tossed a carrot into the air and, with a flurry of cuts, diced it into small pieces. As a result, a nutritious dinner specially made for Dazee was ready. Dazee looked at the bowl of food on the table. Its eyes sparkled. Drool dripped uncontrollably. It rushed to its bowl and devoured the food as if it had been starved for 3 years. Gao Peng looked towards Dazee. The interface panel appeared again with Dazee's information. Monster name: purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Monster level: 7. Monster quality: normal. Monster attribute: type. Poison type. Monster status: healthy. Joyful. Monster weakness: lightning, fire. After checking Dazee's information panel, Gao Peng suddenly realized something. On the attribute panel, a square icon representing the ability to upgrade the pet's quality appeared. How the heck did Dazee's normal quality become elite quality? Monster quality, from low to high, is divided into normal quality, elite quality, and perfect quality. Quality determines a monster's growth limit. The higher the monster's quality, the greater its potential. Gao Peng was delighted. His joy was written all over his face, thinking that if Dazee could upgrade to elite quality, it meant that in the future, it could still be upgraded to perfect quality. A monster with perfect quality could break through the legendary barrier, upgrading to the leader tier. Just thinking about it, Gao Peng couldn't contain his excitement. He hugged Dazee, who was still chewing its food, thinking he could get rich thanks to it. He firmly decided that he would upgrade Dazee to elite quality in the future. Dazee chewed its food blankly, not understanding what Gao Peng had just said. He clicked on the interface, wanting to see Dazee's upgrade requirements. The interface showed 3 types of materials needed to upgrade to elite. First is nourishing grass, a special grass that grows in areas with dense energy. It has a natural attraction to attribute monsters. Quantity required: 10 stalks. Next is lightning-struck wood, a material produced when lightning strikes a tree. It contains both types of lightning attributes. Quantity required: 1 piece. Finally, a lightning-type core. It is produced within the body of a lightning attribute monster. It contains a large amount of lightning energy. Quantity required: 1 piece. Looking at the requirement list, Gao Peng thought it over for a while. The nourishing grass and lightning-struck wood could be bought with a bit of money. The troublesome thing right now was the lightning-type core. Regular 5-element cores already cost 8 credit points, so this lightning-type core would cost at least 10 credit points. That felt a bit expensive. Gao Peng waved his hand and closed the system. After the alliance of the world was established, it regulated the common currencies to be alliance credits and credit points. Credit points are a type of high-end currency based on alliance credits. 10,000 alliance credits can be exchanged for 1 credit point. Gao Peng recalled when his parents had their accident. The state had issued 20 credit points as support funds. Now, Gao Peng's account only had 11 credit points left. Although this number of credit points was barely enough to upgrade Dazee, he feared they wouldn't have any money left to live on afterwards. Dazee finished its bowl of food, crawled over to Gao Peng, and continued to beg for more. Gao Peng helplessly had to remind Dazee that it was a centipede, not a pig. Ignoring his words, Dazee stood up and threw a tantrum, determined to get more food. Gao Peng sighed helplessly and gave Dazee more food. He watched Dazee eat with gusto, but his mind was in a daze. Even though he had the upgrade method, he didn't have the money to buy the materials. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If the method recorded in the system is real, then perhaps he could become a top-tier beast breeder of this era. The upgrade requirements for monsters have always been a secret that beast breeders research. And now that he could see them directly, It meant he could become the best beast breeder. Just at the thought, Gao Peng happily daydreamed about a day when he could have as much money as he wanted. Speaking of beast breeders, Gao Peng remembered that there was a beast breeder exam tomorrow. He quickly opened his phone to check the registration time. There were only 3 seconds left to register. Gao Peng didn't hesitate. With quick hands, he hit the registration button to get it done. The next day, Gao Peng and Dazi were standing at a door, knocking. The door creaked open. A girl, still in a thin, sexy nightgown, opened the door while yawning. This was Tang Tang, Gao Peng's neighbor. The young man Gao Peng saw the scantily clad girl, and his cheeks immediately turned red. He cleared his throat a few times and greeted her. Tang Tang didn't know why he had come looking for her so early in the morning. Gao Peng stammered his reply. Because he was about to participate in the beast breeder exam, he wanted to ask her to take care of Dazi for a few days. Tang Tang nodded in agreement. She told him to go to the exam without worrying. Hearing her reply, his face lit up with joy. After making arrangements for Dazi, Gao Peng waved goodbye to her and hurriedly left. But just a few seconds after Gao Peng left, the girl, Tang Tang, immediately changed her expression. She glanced at Dazi with disgust and judged it to have ordinary qualities. It's not cute either. I don't understand how Gao Peng could have signed a contract with Dazi. Hearing this, Dazi held a grudge. It leaped up, preparing to charge and attack Tang Tang. But just a pat on the head from her made it freeze for 5 whole seconds. If the old man knew, he would surely be furious to death. After entering the house, Tang Tang sat on the chair with her legs crossed, calling the old man. Old man, I have something to tell you. Don't get agitated. Su Peng has signed a monster tamer contract. It's a normal quality purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. The person on the other end of the line immediately flew into a rage, blaming her for not advising Gao Peng. Tang Tang helplessly stood up, walked to the window, and replied to the person on the other end. How could I advise him? This grandson of yours is just like you. On the surface, he seems to not care about anything. But in reality, he's as stubborn as an ox. It turns out Dazi was left to Gao Peng by his parents. Tang Tang twirled a lock of her hair while asking how things were being handled over there. If it were her, she would just kill those who don't listen and replace them with a bunch who do. But she didn't say anything more about this shady affair. She just told Gao Peng's grandpa to rest assured about him. With me here, Gao Peng won't be in any danger. After saying that, she hung up. On the other end of the line, an old man in an elegant suit was standing and looking out the window. After thinking for a moment, he instructed his secretary to tell the laboratory, I'm only giving them 5 months. If they can't work for me, then they don't need to exist anymore. Also, there's the issue with the Qinghai Security Department branch. He needs them to resolve it within 7 months. The secretary, frightened, bowed her head in agreement and went to carry out the tasks he had just assigned. After the secretary left, he took out his phone, stared at the photo on it with an affectionate expression, and said, Su Peng. In 1 year, Grandpa will take care of everything and then come find you. By then, no one will be able to hurt you. Meanwhile, at the Beast Tamer Association's Chang'an City branch, thousands of people were filling the square. Gao Peng stood in one spot, looking around. There were people everywhere. He concluded that being a beast tamer was indeed a highly coveted profession. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. It turned out to be his classmate, Li Zigung. Next to him were Li Zigung's mother and older sister. Li Zigung's mother wondered why he came to watch alone. Gao Peng stammered that he was here to take the exam. His answer surprised all 3 of them. Then, Zhang Hong, Li Zigung's mother, patted him on the shoulder and praised, this is how a young person should be. Then she encouraged him, saying that perhaps the youngest beast tamer would be born today. Gao Peng shyly scratched his head, feeling awkward from the courtesy. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. The youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City? Since when has the bar for becoming a beast tamer become so low? Any cat or dog can just join as they please. The short man, with shoulder-length blonde hair, was accompanied by 2 tall, burly bodyguards. Li Zigung became angry and was about to punch him. Fortunately, his sister stopped him. The blonde-haired man continued to spew scornful and judgmental words. He thought he would discourage Gao Peng, but what he got was Gao Peng's indifferent attitude. If one could become a beast tamer based on lip service, You would surely be a high-level beast tamer by now. Hearing this, the man clenched his fists in anger. He turned to leave, but didn't forget to have the last word with Gao Peng. Zhang Hong recognized his identity. He was the young master of the Wang Corporation, named Wang Shu. He had participated in the Beast Tamer exam 4 times, but failed miserably each time. Just at this moment, the doors of the Beast Tamer Association branch opened. A few security personnel, in uniform, came out with long batons to maintain order. At this time, the chief examiner of the Beast Tamer exam, Feng Xiu, also appeared. He announced that the Beast Tamer exam had officially begun and invited the participating candidates to enter in an orderly manner. After all the candidates had entered, Feng Xiu began to announce the rules of the competition. This competition will be divided into 2 parts, a written exam and a practical exam. The first part is the written exam. The screen will show 3 video clips. The candidate's task is to accurately describe the information about the monster that appears in the video clip. After explaining the rules for this part of the exam, Feng Xiu declared the competition officially started. At this moment, a scene of an ocean area appeared on the screen. On the water's surface, the back of some creature was faintly visible. Then, the camera gradually moved under the water. Appearing before the lens was a massive figure swimming. After the intro, the screen suddenly went black before everyone's eyes. Feng Xiu, standing to the side, raised his hand to look at his watch and announced that after watching the first video, the candidates would have 20 minutes to think and answer. As soon as Feng Xiu finished speaking, the entire hall broke into an uproar. Many candidates panicked because they hadn't had time to observe in the short period and sat there, holding their heads and crying in despair. Feng Xiu couldn't take it anymore. He angrily shouted that anyone who continued to be noisy would be kicked out of the exam hall. Hearing this, the entire hall was suddenly frightened into silence. That Wang Shu grinned slyly, thinking to himself that this year's written exam was the most difficult in recent years. But he was smug because he had already obtained the exam questions beforehand. He suddenly squinted. Glancing at the next table, he noticed Gao Peng wasn't the least bit worried. With a disdainful look, he thought Gao Peng was just faking it. While Wang Shu was busy throwing shade, Gao Peng, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. The system, influenced by his subjective consciousness, provided the information he wanted about the creature shown in the video. Storm whale. Likes gentle music. Likes sunbathing and eating various types of fish and shrimp. Attacks from the dark attribute. Dislikes chaotic sound waves. Gao Peng immediately wrote down the information he saw on the system. Then, the screen continued to show more videos of monsters. The monsters in the video were all newly evolved species, so very few people knew about them. Information about each monster was displayed. Gao Peng's task was simply to copy that information. The third video was of a sickle mantis. Aggressive and belligerent. A carnivorous type monster. Likes to eat various insects. Fears aerial attacks with fire. And so on. The written exam ended. All the exam papers were collected. An hour later, the test results were out. Feng Xiu began to announce the list of people who would proceed to the next round. After reading, he began to comment on the people whose names he had just read. Although the tests had many errors, the results were still valid. Hearing this, Wang Shu turned to Gao Peng and gloated because he didn't hear Gao Peng's name on the list. Gao Peng sat there pondering. He swallowed. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. Could the information from the system be wrong? Just then, Feng Xiu spoke up again. That's right. Which one of you is Gao Peng? Hearing the examiner call his name, he was startled and immediately stood up. He thought something bad was about to happen. Unexpectedly, Feng Xiu suddenly applauded and congratulated him for being the top scorer on the written exam. He praised Gao Peng endlessly. As soon as Feng Xiu finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in a noisy discussion. In the blink of an eye, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Gradually regaining his composure, Gao Peng glanced over at Wang Shu with a smug look. Gao Peng, the contestant with the maximum score. Disappointing for you, isn't it? Wang Shu was so angry he gritted his teeth. Vile words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare say them in front of the examiner. Part 1 of the exam concluded. Feng Xiu led the qualified contestants to the location for the second test. After they stepped through the door, a spacious, brightly lit area appeared before them. At this moment, Feng Xiu began to announce the rules for the practical exam. The practical test is very simple. In the room behind Feng Xiu, there are monsters provided by the association. Within 1 week, contestants who can upgrade the quality of their monster will pass the test, and all materials they consume will be covered by the association. However, if you cannot upgrade the monster's quality, you will have to compensate the association at market price. And more importantly, the materials available for contestants to use are limited. If you exceed the limit by too much, you will be considered to have failed. Then, an examiner named Li Jin entered and invited everyone to draw a room card. Finally, Gao Peng understood why the Beastbreeder certification was one of the hardest to obtain. Drawing a room card randomly like this, you have no idea what kind of monster you'll get. Wang Shu, who was queuing behind, started to give Gao Peng a malicious smile. He was scheming something to humiliate him in front of everyone. It was Gao Peng's turn to draw a room card. As he drew, he prayed he would get a good one. But there was something he didn't know. Inside the foam box, there was a monster. The card he was meant to draw had already been placed there. The examiner watched him draw the card and gave a wicked smile, as if he had planned something. After all the contestants had drawn their cards, Feng Xiu announced the official start of the test. Soon after, Gao Peng arrived at the door of the room he drew, room 10. The person in charge of this room was Zhong Yuan. He came forward to shake hands and introduce himself. Gao Peng swiped the card. As soon as he opened the door, his expression changed to one of shock. Before his eyes was a cage holding a monster. Just looking at it was enough to make one tremble in fear. At that moment, the system displayed the monster's information panel. Monster name, Redwater Ape. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, normal. Monster attribute, with system. Monster status, negative pathological change. Depressed spirit. Weakness, negative attribute. Gao Peng immediately asked Zhong Yuan what was going on. Zhong Yuan avoided his gaze and said that this Redwater Ape had been experimented on too many times. Inside its body, there was a large amount of residual waste energy and conflicting energies. This Redwater Ape was supposed to be discarded, but the association had no other monsters left for Gao Peng to nurture. In Zhong Yuan's memory from a few minutes ago, this plan had been deliberately arranged by examiner Li Jin. He had taken money from that scum Wang Shu, so he had to ensure that Gao Peng couldn't pass this round. Zhong Yuan was powerless. He could only say helplessly that the Redwater Ape had only survived until today, thanks to its own strong will. But the possibility of it being upgraded was now just a dream. It was far beyond the normal difficulty level. If you want to keep your score so you can take the combat test directly next time, I'll help you. Gao Peng thought for a moment, then turned his head to stare at the Crimson Water Ape. Then he rejected Zhong Yuan's offer. Zhong Yuan shrugged, speechless. He could only wish him good luck before leaving the room, leaving Gao Peng alone to face the Crimson Water Ape. After Zhong Yuan left, Gao Peng observed the Crimson Water Ape once more. Its massive arm looked mutated and deformed. Other parts of its body were swollen due to edema. At that moment, the Crimson Water Ape looked helplessly at the person standing before it. Its body trembled. Its eyes were filled with a desperate desire to evolve. But in the past, many people had given up on evolving it, saying that it was truly beyond saving. Thinking of this, the Crimson Water Ape reached out and gripped the iron bars. It roared fiercely with all its might. Its tragic cries echoed continuously throughout the room. It looked at Gao Peng with tears in its eyes. It thought he would leave, but Gao Peng stayed. Right at this moment, a warm hand was placed on its head. Gao Peng gave it a gentle, warm smile. He promised that he would definitely help it evolve. Gao Peng began to check the options for upgrading the Crimson Water Ape. But a system notification appeared, stunning him with the revelation that there were two paths for the Crimson Water Ape's evolution. One was a normal evolution, dispelling the inattribute impurities in its body. Then it would evolve into an elite-grade Crimson Water Ape. The second was a mutated evolution, absorbing the power of the inattribute, completely removing the weaknesses of the Yin type. The probability of evolving into a new creature was very high. The lowest possible grade would be elite. However, the materials required for the normal evolution were very costly. It exceeded the limits set by the competition. After seriously considering the two methods and their materials, Gao Peng finally chose the second option. The system immediately displayed the instructions. For the mutated evolution, it needed half a caddy of Hock Fook grass, taken in 3 doses, for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, it must consume 1 elite-grade undead attribute monster core. Add 3 tails of luminous powder to acidic water, 1 tail of skullcap mushroom, 3 maces of dried corpse herb, and have the crimson water ape soak in it. Gao Peng wrote down the list of required materials and gave it to Zhong Yuan. After reading it, he asked suspiciously because all the materials on the list were toxic. The staff member didn't understand if Gao Peng wanted to nurture the crimson water ape or kill it. Gao Peng answered confidently, "One must fight poison with poison." Then he told the staff member not to worry, because he knew his limits. He then slammed the door shut, leaving Zhong Yuan holding the list with many questions. Zhong Yuan turned and walked away. His attitude immediately changed, cursing that the kid was just a flashy bookworm who only knew how to memorize things. 3 days later, the combat test contestants were eliminated one after another. Some went in with their chests puffed out, but came out on a stretcher carried by others. Some went in with a full head of black hair, but came out without a single strand left. Meanwhile, the crimson water ape had been taking poison for several consecutive days, yet its mental state was getting better and better. Its previous injuries had also almost fully recovered. The undead attribute monster core had also begun to take effect. Now, only the final step remained, having the crimson water ape soak in the acid. But the problem now was that monsters without a blood contract could hardly comprehend complex thoughts. Originally, the monsters provided by the association were not aggressive, but this crimson water ape had been used for experiments many times. It had been tormented no less than 10 times, so it was uncertain whether it would attack or not. Gao Peng thought for a moment. Releasing it now still posed a certain risk, but giving up at the final stage would render all previous efforts useless. Now, he could only trust the crimson water ape. Gao Peng took a deep breath and opened the cage door. Suddenly, a swift figure lunged towards him. He thought the crimson water ape would attack him, but instead, it nuzzled its head against his chest affectionately. Gao Peng gently comforted it, then reached out to pull back the white curtain. Before them was a bathtub filled with a specially prepared green acidic solution. The water in the tub was emitting a black smoke. This was a tub of acid containing all sorts of poisons. He told the crimson water ape to endure soaking in that tub. He guaranteed it would be completely transformed immediately. The quick-witted crimson water ape plucked a tuft of fur from its rear and threw it straight into the tub. Immediately after, the tub emitted a black smoke, terrifying the crimson water ape. It shook its head violently, indicating that it didn't want to soak in the tub. Seeing this, Gao Peng reached out and patted its head to encourage it. He could give it strength, but it had to have courage first. As if empowered, the crimson water ape stood up, cautiously dipped its foot into the tub, and then slowly submerged itself completely. The black smoke grew thicker and thicker, causing the fire alarm to blare. As soon as the fire alarm in room number 10 went off, security personnel ordered nearby staff to handle it quickly to prevent the fire from spreading. That Wang Shu stood to one side, looking smug, thinking his scheme had caused this fine mess. Everyone thought Gao Peng had made a mistake that caused the fire. But when a staff member forcibly kicked the door open, the scene before them startled everyone, because there wasn't a single flame inside the room, only dense black smoke. Gao Peng turned his head and saw everyone standing there, not understanding what was happening. Zhong Yuan pointed out that the fire alarm had gone off, which was why everyone rushed over to check. Gao Peng chuckled. He had been so focused on the crimson water ape that he had forgotten about everything else around him. Only when they saw that nothing was wrong did everyone turn off the alarm and gradually retreat. But this commotion also caught the attention of Chief Examiner Feng Xiu. A staff member quietly explained to him that this was all a strange phenomenon caused by monster breeding. The other examinees ran over to see what was going on. They thought Gao Peng had failed. That Wang Shu looked around, but couldn't see the crimson water ape. He was certain that he had successfully taken down Gao Peng. But at this very moment, the originally calm surface of the water suddenly stirred. A skeletal hand, wrapped in a layer of purple light, reached out. Next, A skeleton emitting a purple glow gradually emerged from the water. Two flames burned within the skull's eye sockets. The onlookers were scared out of their wits, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The skeleton leaped out of the tub under the astonished gazes of the crowd. This monster's appearance was incredibly rare. Its large skeleton had no trace of flesh and blood. Its joints were only connected by red silk-like threads. Everyone was a little startled by this scene. Even Feng Xiu was stunned and bewildered. Gao Peng didn't expect the system to be so useful. It had successfully completed its twisted evolution. The Crimson Water Ape had evolved into a skeletal ape. It had reached level 11 and become an elite-tier monster. Perfect quality. State, weakened but excited. But this was just the first test. In the future, as long as he had enough materials, he could make any monster level up. He started to walk around and assess the skeleton. He discovered the layer of purple gas surrounding it was tangible, and its bones felt like they were made of metal. Li Jin excitedly said that this might be a completely new type of monster. Moreover, it was a rare and precious undead-type monster. Hearing this, Feng Xiu was secretly pleased, as it was true that even within the alliance, undead types were rarely seen. But what interested him wasn't the monster, this new type, but Gao Peng himself, the person who had created this monster. Gao Peng was about to leave, but the skeleton tugged at his sleeve, wearing a pitiful expression, afraid of being abandoned. Gao Peng's tone was gentle. He gently pushed its hand away, saying he had already helped it improve its quality. What else was it not satisfied with? The skeleton just looked at him with pitiful eyes, like a child about to be abandoned. Standing nearby, Li Jin couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile. Successfully evolved monsters were usually given to the association's staff. He hadn't been interested in the previous monsters, so he didn't bother to fight for them. But this time, he was determined to have this monster. At this moment, seeing how attached the monster was to Gao Peng, Feng Xiu decided to give this skeletal ape to him. Hearing this, not only Gao Peng but also Li Jin thought they had misheard. Gao Peng looked at the skeletal ape, then pointed to himself, seeking confirmation from Feng Xiu. Although this is a new monster that has never been recorded, and its various data aren't certain, its appearance clearly shows a successful evolution. So, it's only natural to give it to you. Gao Peng looked at the series of information on the panel and fell into thought. Originally, it was only of normal quality. After evolving to perfect quality, it only needs to break through another 20 levels to become a monster lord. But after looking at the information panel, Gao Peng had a different opinion. The skeletal ape could be said to have already reached the standard of a monster lord. Furthermore, it belonged to the rare undead type. At this moment, Li Jin stepped forward, interrupting everyone's train of thought. He claimed that this was against the rules. According to the association's custom, successfully evolved monsters should be rewarded to the association's staff. Besides, this Crimson Water Ape has undergone 6 experiments. It's not certain this experiment helped it evolve. Before Li Jin could finish, Wang Shu ran over to add fuel to the fire. He argued that Gao Peng was too young to make a nearly dead monster evolve. He was certain that Gao Peng had cheated. Feng Xiu coldly questioned the two, who were singing the same tune, about how Gao Peng had cheated. Although Li Jin couldn't explain clearly, he insisted that Gao Peng had cheated because the challenge was too difficult. The difficulty level exceeded what a primary-level Beastbreeder could handle. He thought that perhaps Gao Peng was lucky enough to know some method, and then went all in. It was a do-or-die gamble, and he luckily managed to cure this monster. Therefore, the current result might not reflect Gao Peng's true skill. Feng Xiu's face was expressionless. If what that Li Jin said was true, should Gao Peng's test results be nullified? At this point, Li Jin no longer hid his true intentions. He suggested not nullifying Gao Peng's results and still giving him the certificate. However, the monster must be handled according to the association's customs. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu burst out laughing. Then he turned to Gao Peng and said it was his own poor management that had caused him to be ridiculed. There are very few skilled beast breeders in Chang'an, which is why frogs in a well like Li Jin don't know how vast the world is. Gao Peng let out a long sigh. He just came to get a certificate, yet he was being pointed at. Just because he was young didn't mean he cheated. Just because Li Jin couldn't do it, doesn't mean he couldn't do it either. If he couldn't be humble, then he would have to be a little arrogant. Gao Peng's previously casual expression turned serious, ready to enlighten fools like Li Jin. The water in Crimson Water Ape's name is only because it lives by the Crimson Water River. It has nothing to do with its attribute. To assume it has a water-type attribute just because its name contains water is hopelessly stupid. Based on its previous conditions, those who experimented on the Crimson Water Ape fed it large amounts of water-type and en-type materials, not knowing that its weakness is the en-type. Gao Peng indirectly mocked Wang Shu, saying that if one doesn't even understand this common knowledge, living a long life is just for show. Although he wasn't named, Wang Shu still felt humiliated. He still insisted that Gao Peng was talking nonsense. The Crimson Water Ape's weakness is the wood type. Standing by, Feng Xiu couldn't listen anymore. Although the Crimson Water Ape shows fear towards the wood type, its true weakness is indeed the en type. And this is one of the knowledge points in the exam. Feng Xiu's words shut Wang Shu's rambling mouth. Gao Peng continued to explain. Because the chaotic energy in the Crimson Water Ape has deeply penetrated its bones and is hard to eliminate completely. So you took an unconventional approach. 3 days ago, the reason you gave it black bamboo grass was to increase its soul power. Then you gave it a large amount of undead-type materials. Finally, you used an undead-type monster core to stimulate it. Gao Peng wasn't afraid to make these things public. But he still wanted to remind everyone not to try this method casually, because the most important things are the order of use and the precise ratio of the materials. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu clapped and walked closer, praising that the younger generation is truly formidable. He said that with Gao Peng's ability, holding only an elementary-level certificate was too unfair to him. He told Gao Peng he would award him an intermediate-level Beastbreeder certificate. As for the advanced-level Beastbreeder certificate, he would have to take the exam at the Yanjing headquarters to get it. But with his ability, that wouldn't be a problem at all. As for the matter of cheating, Feng Xiu coldly turned his head, his admonishing voice questioning who was the real cheater. He looked at Li Jin with a disdainful expression, thinking, did he really think that he, the chairman, knew nothing? Feng Xiu continued to question why this Crimson Water Ape, which was originally a rejected test subject, appeared in today's exam. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yuan raised his hand and accused Li Jin of intentionally adding the Crimson Water Ape to the exam list. And the reason he did so was because he had accepted money from the candidate Wang Shu. And all the evidence was in the monster deployment records. Wang Shu was so scared he nearly wet his pants and collapsed onto the floor. This time, he was really done for. Feng Xiu immediately flew into a rage, with both witness testimony and physical evidence. In his capacity as the chairman of the Chang'an City Beastbreeder Association, he announced that candidate Wang Shu's eligibility for this competition was revoked, and he was banned from participating in the Beastbreeder competition for the next 3 years. As for Chief Examiner Li Jin, he wouldn't be let off either. He was expelled from the Beastbreeder Association and would never be rehired. After handling everything, Feng Xiu politely told Gao Peng that he must have found today's events amusing. He still invited Gao Peng to his office for a cup of tea. More importantly, Feng Xiu also had a small matter that he needed his help with. Standing at the bus stop, Gao Peng opened the certificate to look at it. It would even give him an extra 30 points on his college entrance exam. As Gao Peng got on the bus, he thought that he had made a huge profit this time. Not only did he get an elite quality monster, but he also received an identity token. An hour earlier, inside the office, Feng Xiu talked about wanting to ask Gao Peng to represent Chang'an City in the World Beastbreeder competition. Because in terms of both quantity and quality, Chang'an City's beast breeders were not in a very optimistic position. Therefore, in the past few years, Chang'an City had never achieved good results in other beast breeder competitions. The New World had only changed for 3 years. The World Beast Breeder competition still had no age limit. Regardless of whether they were old, middle-aged, or young, everyone stood at the same starting line. But in terms of growth potential, a talented youth like Gao Peng would certainly have a much greater advantage. After listening to Feng Xiu's long-winded speech, Gao Peng could only wave his hands, intending to refuse Feng Xiu's offer. Seeing his reaction, Feng Xiu deliberately mentioned that the top-ranked contestants could all get prize money. Those in the top 10 could get at least 10,000 credit points. It's true that money can't solve everything, but a lot of money is a different matter. Upon hearing about so much prize money, Gao Peng suddenly shot up, interrupting Feng Xiao. What kind of pressure is this? With great power comes great responsibility. I will go to this competition. Back to the present. While Gao Peng was still thinking, two men in the back seat began to whisper about Adai, the new name of the skeleton following him. The blond man sitting next to them heard this and reached out, intending to take a piece of Adai's bone to see what would happen. But just a moment later, several red silk threads wrapped tightly around his hand. Adai's whole body was emitting a sub-zero cold aura. It suddenly turned its head 180 degrees to look at the blond man. The blond man was so scared he was trembling, but his mouth was tightly bound by the red silk threads. Just as Adai was about to stab his eye with its bone claws, Gao Peng called it back in time, saying, "To raise you and Dazi. Dad can only sell his body now. Dazi already eats a lot. Looking at your figure, you probably don't have a small appetite either. Raising you guys is really tough for Dad." Although he was complaining, Gao Peng was smiling brightly, as if he'd just won the lottery. Full of confidence, he proudly said, "Who can blame me for being not only handsome beyond my years, but also having such high talent?" While he was talking, two people were gossiping again. They were surprised that he could make the monster obey him like that without even signing a contract. The main character is truly different. A moment later, Gao Peng got off at the bus stop near his home. He was about to go find Tang Tang to discuss something when a chill came from behind him. Adai immediately sensed that something was wrong. Worried that Gao Peng would be in trouble, it pushed him aside. Then it gently blocked the surprise attack. Gao Peng clutched his aching back. He stepped forward and told it to rest assured, because the one that just attacked them was Dazi. From now on, we're all family. Seeing the thing standing in front of him, Gao Peng's mouth twitched involuntarily as he stammered Dazi's name. It had only been a few days, but Dazi had gotten noticeably fatter. At this moment, Tang Tang walked over and greeted him. She said that she and Dazi had come to pick him up. Seeing Tang Tang approach, Gao Peng pointed at the fat pig Dazi and stammered, asking what had happened to it. Tang Tang burst out laughing. She asked Gao Peng if he thought Dazi looked stronger and fairer. She said with a proud look that she had fed Dazi a lot of good stuff. Gao Peng's heart was in turmoil when he saw the system panel pop up with a notification that Dazi had excessive nutrition. Adai glanced at Dazi, sizing it up. Compared to a meatball, then its sturdy body is still more favored. Adai was secretly triumphant. Meanwhile, Tang Tang patted Gao Peng on the shoulder and asked how his exam went. Gao Peng shyly touched the back of his neck, saying the exam went okay. "I just casually met a level 6 monster and helped it level up successfully. Then I easily got an intermediate level Beastbreeder certificate. In the end, the chairman of the Beastbreeder Association gave that monster to me," Gao Peng said while pointing towards Adai. After hearing him, Tang Tang was stunned for a few seconds. She couldn't help but be surprised that he took the junior level Beastbreeder exam, but received an intermediate level certificate. Seeing Tang Tang was still doubtful, Gao Peng pulled out the genuine certificate. Tang Tang smiled gently. She told him that his growth rate was truly surprising. There was something she originally planned to tell him after a while, but today is the right time. Do you know why monster tamers have such a high status? Simply put, monster tamers, no matter how strong they are ultimately external objects. The monster tamer's secret art, astral transference. It's a secret art that can transfer all damage sustained by one's body to the body of their monster. However, the range is limited, and only the monster can choose to activate it. But a monster's defense is not something a human can compare to. As the monster levels up, it will gain stronger life force and defense. After Gao Peng finished learning it, he felt he and Dazi were connected by an invisible thread. Gao Peng immediately became suspicious of Tang Tang's identity, as she was able to produce such a secret tome. As he was lost in thought, his eyes fell on Dazi's purple face. It looked just like a purple sweet potato. Seeing Dazi talk back, he called Adai to bring a mirror over. Dazi looked at its reflection in the mirror and turned to stone. It lay motionless on the floor, as if it had nothing left to live for. Gao Peng patted its head and told it to stop playing dead. He demanded that Z exercise and lose fat for the next few days before he would upgrade its quality. Thinking of himself riding a chubby Z to fly in the sky, Gao Peng's hair stood on end. On the second day, at the Chang'an Center, Gao Peng arrived at the meeting spot with Tang Tang. Tang Tang asked him out because she wanted him to join her small monster breeding company. Because some time ago, her partner ran off with the money, so the company is currently short-staffed. But before she could finish, Gao Peng suddenly became suspicious because Tang Tang's company was located in the most prosperous area downtown. The rent certainly wasn't cheap. Tang Tang was startled. She stammered, explaining that because business was good before, she had rented this place. But since the beast breeders left, business has been declining. Seeing her smile awkwardly while stammering her explanation, Gao Peng felt she was a bit strange today, different from usual. After speaking, Tang Tang led him into the building. She introduced the office, which was located on the third floor. As for compensation, the salary would be based on the highest rate in the industry, and Gao Peng would also get a 20% share. While pressing the elevator button, she assured Gao Peng it wouldn't interfere with his studies. He only needed to come once on the weekend, and a beast breeder's work was very light. Gao Peng was a little stressed because this compensation was too high. There were quite a few beast breeders on the market. Casually hiring two wouldn't be a big problem. But Tang Tang thought that not having a beast breeder was a small matter, while a damaged reputation was a big deal. It's better to have none than to choose carelessly. At this point, Gao Peng was already suspicious. First, the powerful monster tamer technique. Then, a shop in a prosperous area located right in the city center. And such generous compensation. Gao Peng suspected this was a trap. But the one setting this trap was Tang Tang. For the past 3 years, he has been an orphan, all alone. If not for Tang Tang's secret help, things would have been really difficult. Thinking of this, he dismissed the thought that Tang Tang would harm him. The overly generous compensation wasn't an issue either, because compared to his actual abilities, it was nothing. He resolved to earn a lot of money for Tang Tang in the future. Then he smiled and said he would follow Tang Tang's arrangements. Hearing this, she looked back and happily agreed to cooperate. But at this moment, Tang Tang's heart was racing as if a storm had just passed, afraid that Gao Peng would notice something was wrong. The two quickly reached the third floor. At this moment, a cute girl quickly walked towards them. Her name was Quan Quan. She wore a gray suit and had shoulder-length bob hair. After Tang Tang introduced them, she hurriedly got into the elevator to go to work. Gao Peng let out a long sigh, thinking that this girl left too many openings when trying to deceive someone. Then, Quan Quan helped Gao Peng enter his information. While working, she gently glanced at Gao Peng. She was a little surprised inside because he looked too young for the position of an intermediate-level beast breeder. She guessed that her love-struck, foolish boss Tang Tang had been deceived by a young man again. In his heart, Gao Peng was thinking that he had to earn a lot of money to repay Tang Tang. The fee standards also had to be reset. He was not like other beast breeders. As long as he did things his way, it seemed all monsters would successfully level up. In that case, the fees couldn't be the same as other beast breeders. Although Gao Peng wasn't greedy for money, charging too little would be disrespectful to the system, and disrespectful to his golden finger. Therefore, he reluctantly decided to take a small loss and charge 3 times the highest price of an intermediate-level beast breeder. At this moment, Quan Quan returned the certificate. She asked Gao Peng again if he was sure he wanted to set the price at 3 times the highest rate for an intermediate-level beast breeder. Since you've never worked at the company, you don't understand that prices aren't set without principle. Having customers is one thing, but if it affects the office's reputation, that's a big deal. Gao Peng's expression immediately turned serious as he asked what she meant. But just then, a man suddenly pushed open the door and interrupted him. He demanded that you show everyone you really have the ability to be worth 3 times the highest market price. His eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward and said eagerly to Gao Peng, "As long as you can heal my monster, I'll pay you 10 times the price." 11. Mr. Ma angrily pointed at Xiao Peng and yelled, 10 times. As long as my beast can be upgraded, I'll pay you 10 times the price. 10 times. Beside them, Huan Huan stammered, trying to ease the tension. She said, "Sir, please calm down." Xiao Peng calmly faced Mr. Ma and replied, "That won't be necessary." He smiled, holding up 3 fingers. This is also my first time taking a business order. Consider yourself a VIP client. 3 times the price will do. Mr. Ma's face darkened as he asked incredulously. So you're very confident you can cure my beast? Chow Peng smiled, held up his palm, and said calmly, "Where is your beast? I have to examine it first before I can give you a definite answer." Mr. Ma picked up a green box. Turning to Chow Peng, he said angrily, "He'll trust you this once, you little devil." After speaking, he took a small, injured creature from the box, which was trembling in his palm. Seeing the creature, Huan couldn't help but feel sorry for it. Chow Peng stood behind, observing the condition of the creature. The creature had purple fur, with spreading red streaks on its body, and it was still trembling in his palm. Mr. Ma said impatiently, "Can you do it or not?" The system appeared, showing Chow Peng information about the creature. Purple lightning mouse. Status, mutational conflict. Level, 19. Monster tier, elite. Quality, excellent. Attribute, lightning. Status, lightly injured, suffering. Weakness, mud system. Reading the information on the system, Chow Peng's eyes widened. Wait, this is... The system screen turned red, displaying a warning message. Danger. Mutational conflict detected. Please handle immediately. Chow Peng immediately asked Mr. Ma, "What did you feed it to make it turn out like this?" Mr. Ma was startled and couldn't speak for a moment. After a moment, his face darkened, and he said with embarrassment, "I fed it a blood jade branch. I originally wanted it to evolve." Mr. Ma raised his hand holding the purple lightning mouse and pleaded with Chow Peng. "Can you cure it? Can you? I'm begging you." Chow Peng placed a hand on his chin, thinking seriously. Actually, this purple lightning mouse is already in the process of evolving. It's just that the blood and lightning system powers are conflicting. That's what caused the current result. The system appeared. Mutational evolution. Take 10-year-old shadow fruit. 11 red maple tree hearts. 1 liang of lightning gold leaf. Grind them on a grinding stone, and then cook them into a soup. Add 1 blood-type monster's crystal core to the soup. It must be of the elite tier. Chow Peng said. Therefore, I must use the plan provided by the system to turn the conflict into a mutual supplement. Then this purple lightning mouse can complete its evolution. Chow Peng turned his head and said to Huan, 5 shadow fruits, 1 red maple tree heart, lightning gold leaf, and 1 blood-type monster's crystal core. After hearing this, Huan replied urgently. He turned around, glanced at Mr. Ma, and reminded him, "You know the rules of beast breeders, right? We provide the plan. We can also help you cover the cost of materials first. But you have to pay the fee yourself." Mr. Ma immediately said, "No problem." Chow Peng gently looked at the trembling purple lightning mouse and said, "Little treasure, don't worry. I'm here. It would be difficult for you to fail your evolution." The door to the room closed. Chow Peng had put on all the necessary equipment. He wore gloves and stood under the light. Huan and Mr. Ma couldn't help but shiver at the sight and asked, Is this method certain to upgrade my purple lightning mouse?" "Mr. Chow Peng, are you sure?" Chow Peng held a knife in his hand. His other hand held the purple lightning mouse steady as he replied with a casual smile. "Is there a problem?" Huan and Mr. Ma said in alarm, "What do you think?" Chow Peng directly dropped the purple lightning mouse into the pot of soup. Seeing this, Mr. Ma rushed over to stop him, saying, "Don't." Standing behind, Huan looked helpless, holding a calculator and pressing buttons while saying, "How much will we have to compensate for this?" The purple lightning mouse, thrown into the soup, floated up and was spun around dizzily by the ladle. Chow Peng even showed goodwill by scooping up a spoonful of soup, putting on a dangerous expression, and saying, "Want a sip of mouse soup? It nourishes the yin and strengthens the yang." Mr. Ma held his head in his hands in agony. Chow Peng opened the pot's lid, smiled, and said, "Don't be so nervous. I was just joking to lighten the mood." "Mr. Ma, look. The purple lightning mouse is already floating on the surface with a clear look of enjoyment." Chow Peng explained, "This isn't a struggle, but a medicated soup formulated for your beast. Stirring it just promotes the absorption of the medicinal properties." Chow Peng's eyes gleamed as his face darkened. He closed the lid and said, "Heaven is about to bestow a great mission upon this mouse. It needs to be cooked a couple more times. Let's do it for another 10 minutes. That's better." Mr. Ma looked at Xiao Peng's malicious face and thought to himself, I must stay calm. I must stay calm. In all of Chang'an City, there are only 2 high-level beast breeders. They are both major figures with very high status. It's basically impossible to get an appointment with them. Mr. Ma thought with wide eyes. Right now, we can only let Gao Peng give it a try. At least he's an intermediate-level beast breeder. But if something really happens, it's not like I don't have a backup plan. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Ma anxiously said to Gao Peng, Is it done yet, Teacher Gao Peng? Hasn't it been cooking for a bit too long? Gao Peng reassured him, Don't worry, it should be done soon. Gao Peng looked at the pot of soup as he finished speaking. It's here. A noise came from inside the pot, causing the lid to rattle. Mr. Ma stood to the side, dazed and confused. A loud explosion erupted, sending the lid flying amidst a cloud of white smoke. Within the smoke, the purple electric mouse gradually appeared, curled up inside the pot. The mouse's eyes suddenly shot open, glowing with light. The purple electric mouse shot out of the smoke, knocking the pot over, then zipped past, sending the keyboard and documents flying everywhere. Finally, it landed on the table. Seeing this, Mr. Ma excitedly said, It's a success. My tamed beast has successfully evolved. But Huan wasn't happy at all. She clutched her head in distress and said, Oh God, the treatment room. The system displayed an image of the purple mouse with a red streak on its fur, showing new information. Name, Purple Electric Blood Mouse. Level, 20. Quality, perfect. Attributes, lightning, blood. Gao Peng said happily. Sir, you've hit the jackpot. This is a dual attribute, perfect quality beast. With a little more training, it can evolve into a leader-tier tamed beast. Mr. Ma cradled the purple electric blood mouse in his hands, looking at it joyfully, and said, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I never expected you could really make my tamed beast evolve. Thank you so much, Mr. Gao Peng. Gao Peng looked pleased. He presented the bill to Mr. Ma and said cheerfully, No need for thanks. You pay, I provide the service. That's right. This includes the damages to my office plus the consultation fee. Please settle the payment for everything together later. Mr. Ma said without hesitation. No problem. Gao Peng turned to Huan, handed her the invoice, and instructed her, Please use this order form. Later, deliver the materials to my house and deduct the cost from my salary. Huan replied. Mr. Ma, with admiration in his sparkling eyes, held the purple electric blood mouse and said to Gao Peng, Mr. Gao Peng, I'd also like you to take a look at my other tamed beast. Is your schedule for tomorrow available? Gao Peng said awkwardly, Well. Mr. Ma quickly held up 3 fingers and said emphatically, Mr. Gao Peng, money is not an issue. Triple the price. I can pay it. Before Mr. Ma could finish, Gao Peng raised his hand to refuse, saying, It's not about that. I have school tomorrow. I don't have time. Mr. Ma said in disbelief, School? With your level of skill, you still need to study? Is it a training course from the association, or are you a direct disciple of some grandmaster? Gao Peng calmly picked up his coat and said, What are you thinking? He slung his white coat over his shoulder, bag in hand, and turned at the door to say, 3 years of standard high school education. All right, I have to go home and do my homework. Huan and Mr. Ma's jaws dropped in disbelief. Mr. Ma said, Are all high school students this terrifying nowadays? Huan said, A few days ago, Sister Tang Tang bought this office at a high price and dissolved the entire Thursday due. She also told me to keep it a secret and trick Gao Peng. I thought it was just some rich person playing around. Turns out, it was a great master honing his skills. Elsewhere, a hand was holding a monster core. The quality of this monster core isn't bad. Tang Tang sat on a chair with her legs crossed, observing with her phantom dragon lizard, which was holding a wine glass. Tang Tang raised the arm holding the monster core. Bring that thing over to me. To me. The phantom dragon lizard glanced over. Sunlight streamed through the window frame. The invisible phantom dragon lizard clung to the wall outside the window, watching Daz's movements. The phantom dragon lizard dropped the monster core through the window. The monster core fell and rolled in front of Daz. Daz curiously peeked its head out from under the chair. It crawled out and stared at the monster core in front of it. Adai wondered from behind. Without hesitation, Daz crawled over and ate the monster core. As the Z started chewing the monster core, its expression changed from joy to disgust. Then the Z suddenly jolted, making Adai worry. Outside, Gao Peng was walking with 2 bags of vegetables in his hands, saying, 15 kilograms of blood spirit needle mushrooms. That's enough for Adai to eat for a month. Adai is already at perfect quality now. If it evolves again, it will reach epic quality. An epic quality monster. I've only ever heard about them in books and on TV. I should still supplement Adai's nutrition for a while first. It's better to only think about further evolution after that. Gao Peng's expression suddenly changed. Showing his worry, he said, as for Z, I can't rush things either. To evolve it, I need a lightning attribute monster core that's above level 10. That kind of thing is very hard to find. Gao Peng said with a heavy heart. And even if I do find one, I probably won't be able to afford it. Gao Peng suddenly noticed something was wrong in his room and said, I think it's Adai. His face darkened. He thought anxiously, something's not right. Something must have happened at home. Without hesitation, he dropped the 2 bags of vegetables and ran quickly to his room. Chao Peng rushed, his feet nimble as he flew up the stairs. He hurriedly ran and reached for the door to his room. Chao Peng slammed the door open and shouted loudly, Adai. In front of him, the Z was lying on its back on the floor, foaming at the mouth, with Adai standing by and watching. The system chimed, and a line of text appeared. Purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Evolving. Quality, normal. Level, 8. It has absorbed a large amount of flesh, blood, and the monster core of a thunder diamond centipede. Because they both belong to the centipede family. At the same time, the evolutionary path of the purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede is advancing. Chao Peng stared at the system information, his eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, evolving? The core of a thunder diamond centipede? Chao Peng knelt down, looking at the trembling Z in front of him, and placed a hand on it. How could it have eaten something so precious? Who? He glanced towards the door and said, Sister Tang Tang. Tang Tang, holding the bags, walked out looking flustered and said, Ahem, ahem. Chao Peng looked at Tang Tang and asked, Sister Tang Tang, this core, did you feed it to the Z? Chao Peng started to lose his composure, standing in front of Tang Tang and saying, you could have at least told me first. Tang Tang, at a loss for words, could only say, ha. Tang Tang tried to maintain her composure, holding up the bags in her hand and saying, I came to bring you your things. But in her heart, Tang Tang was actually thinking, if I had told you beforehand, you definitely wouldn't have taken it. Tang Tang put the 2 bags down and said, look at you. You just dropped your things halfway and left them. She quickly ran towards the door, waving cheerfully and saying, really? You've only been earning money for a few days. And you're already being so wasteful. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Tang quickly left Chao Peng's room and said, all right, get some rest. I won't bother you anymore. Leaving Chao Peng standing frozen in place, unable to say anything but stutter, that, Tang, Sister Tang. Helpless, Chao Peng could only say, there's a type of need. Called Sister Tang Tang thinks you need it. Chao Peng turned and lightly tapped the still dizzy Z on the head, scolding, you glutton. From now on, don't just eat whatever you see, got it? He sat down cross-legged, propped his chin in his hand, and looked dejectedly at the system panel, saying, but I can't just leave the Z like this. Is there a way to help it complete its upgrade quickly? Chao Peng hastily took out everything he had on him, like screws, several bottles of potions, and a tree branch, saying, this won't work. Not this one. This one won't work either. His gaze stopped on a branch with a purple flower. He said happily, found it. I just need to grind this intermediate-grade purple poison flower into a medicine and feed it to the Z. That should help it evolve. Without delay, Chao Peng quickly went to the kitchen, used a grinder, and started preparing the medicine. He took the freshly made cup of medicine, poured it into Z's mouth, and said, quick, drink up. Drink it. Z's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant red light. It floated up, surrounded by a golden light. The entire room was filled with golden light, causing the window panes to shatter. From within the smoke, the image of a long horn and a large, golden body gradually became clear. Z's new form became more distinct. It appeared powerfully before Chao Peng. The system displayed information about Z's new form. Purple-backed thunder centipede. Level 9 Quality Elite. Attribute Lightning type. Perfect quality upgrade. Requires silver leaf grass ground into powder and water, consumed continuously for 1 week, and a chieftain level lightning type monster core. Chow Peng read the information and said with a smile, "It's finally over. I didn't expect Dazi to reach the elite tier so easily. This truly is a happy occasion." A moment later, Dazi collapsed onto the floor, to Adai's surprise and Chow Peng's helplessness. Chow Peng. Dazi lay exhausted on the floor. Adai approached out of concern, but Chow Peng, with his hands on his hips, smiled casually and comforted Adai. Dazi bullies you like that on a normal day, yet you still care about it so much. Don't worry. It's just exhausted. Chow Peng turned and handed a bowl of tofu to Adai, saying, "Compared to your appearance, you're too kind-hearted. Here, I bought this especially for you today. Eat up." Adai looked at the bowl of tofu with confusion and picked up a piece. Adai started to put the piece of tofu in its mouth. But the piece of tofu passed through Adai's body, turned black, and fell out of its stomach. Chow Peng handed the bowl back to Adai while holding a broom, reassuringly saying, "Good boy. Keep eating." Chow Peng looked at Adai with a bright smile and said, "You just completed an upgrade. It's better to stabilize for a bit. Wait until I find the most suitable materials. Then I'll let you upgrade. You will definitely become an incredibly powerful familiar." Not long after, Dazi had fully recovered. It was cheerful and full of vitality. Dazi looked towards the sofa and saw Chow Peng leaning against it, exhausted with his head down. Behind him, Adai was leaning against the back of the chair. Dazi laughed and came up with a bold idea. It picked up a pink towel in its mouth and happily walked slowly towards Chow Peng. Tang Tang hid behind the door, peeking in. Question. The calm before the storm. She looked at the three of them, Adai, Dazi, and Chow Peng, who were hugging each other, although Chow Peng's face showed some annoyance at being hugged by Dazi. Looking at the warm scene, Tang Tang said, "Chow Peng, you need to grow up quickly." 13. A wonderful morning at school. In the room, a silver-haired man angrily slammed the table and said, "Baldy, I absolutely do not agree. How can they let monsters into the school?" The man's eyes widened. He waved. "The students in the school are still just kids. They haven't had any professional training. Didn't the higher-ups consider the personal safety of the children?" The brown-haired man sitting opposite clasped his hands together. In an era of peace, they are still children at this age. But in ancient times, they would already be carrying weapons to protect their country at this age. The silver-haired man asked in surprise. "The situation now? Has it already become this tense?" The brown-haired man said with an uneasy expression, not daring to look straight ahead. "Many worlds are researching new technologies. But the speed." The evolution charts of two cats living in two different environments gradually appeared. From a harmless cat, it gradually evolved to adapt to the environment, becoming larger and more aggressive. The brown-haired man said, "It's still too slow. If this continues, one day our science and technology will no longer be a threat to them. By then, it will truly be too late." Old principal. Cut to the classroom. Gao Peng stood at his desk, as everyone's gazes were fixed on him. It made him feel apprehensive. Tan Xianjin, sitting at the desk in front, turned around and said, "Gao Peng, did you really pass the intermediate Beastbreeder exam?" Gao Peng admitted it, but asked strangely, "How did you know?" Tan Xianjin held up a paper, pointing his finger at the Chang'an Daily newspaper. Chang'an City's youngest beast breeder breaks the youngest record of the Chang'an City Beast Breeder Association. With his eyes shining brightly, Tan Xianjin said, "You're in the news." Everyone in the class started to surround Gao Peng, showering him with praise. "Isn't that right, Gao Peng? You're a celebrity now." "That's right. You've really brought honor to our class. But it's been terrible for Li Zigong." "Huh. I heard his mom was also at the exam center. As soon as she got home, she started telling Li Zigong to get ready for a beating. It was the death of him." Tan Xianjin rubbed his hands together with an embarrassed expression, stood before Gao Peng, and said, Classmate Gao Peng, actually, I have a small favor to ask you." Without even asking, Gao Peng immediately raised his hand to refuse, saying, "Then let's not talk about it." This almost made Tan Xianjin turn to stone on the spot. Gao Peng glanced at Tan Xianjin and said, "You said it's a small favor. If you say it out loud, Won't it just turn from you being awkward alone into the two of us being awkward? How is that worth it? Tan Xianjin was so angered by Gao Peng that he grimaced and clenched his fists. But since when had the large figure of Murong Qiuya appeared behind Tan Xianjin? Murong Qiuya hit Tan Xianjin on the head and angrily said, "What are you all gathering for? What are you doing? Get back to your seats for me. I have an announcement to make." The other students, scared, ran back to their seats, not forgetting to remind each other. Run, run. Why? The head teacher is angry. Murong Qiuya cleared her throat. Ahem. He'll now announce something. She began to stand seriously on the podium, looking down and speaking. From now on, all schools worldwide will undergo an urgent reform. 11th grade will add a new subject, monster taming. At the same time, a special track will be added. On the classroom TV, a live negotiation was being broadcast, showing two high-level leaders shaking hands. This is a project jointly managed by the Alliance Ministry of Education and the Alliance Military. Students with outstanding achievements in the monster tamer specialty can be directly admitted to prestigious universities or military academies. The whole class was shocked after hearing the latest news from the live broadcast on TV. And that's not all. Military instructors will arrive very soon. Starting this afternoon, students who become specialty students must begin training. All students who wish to become specialty students should come to me to register after class. The whole class started to feel bewildered. A reform? So suddenly? Did something happen? That's right. And it's a big project with the military. Is it because of the situation outside the city? I heard the situation is very tense. Gao Peng remained calm. Suddenly, someone called him. Classmate Gao Peng. He turned his head and asked. Murong Qiuya looked at Gao Peng and pointed outside, saying, "Come outside for a bit. I have something to tell you." Gao Peng complied. When the two were in the hallway, Murong Qiuya stood before him with her hands on her hips and began to speak. "You did very well this time. Directly passing the intermediate level Beastbreeder qualification. Intermediate. The principal even specially praised you during the meeting. Tomorrow, students from number 7 middle school will come. The school hopes that you and Tui, a new student at our school, will give a speech." Gao Peng smiled awkwardly, raising both hands to refuse, saying, "Teacher Murong, let's forget about the speech. That kind of thing is too unsuitable for me." Gao Peng suddenly brightened up, standing before Murong Qiuya excitedly, and said, "Actually, I want to sign up for the monster tamer specialty." Teacher Murong asked, confused, "Why the sudden decision?" She frowned and said, "The monster tamer specialty is indeed a very good path. But for you, it doesn't have much meaning. Besides," she was in the middle of speaking when she was interrupted by a beep, beep sound. The sound of a horn caught her attention. Teacher Murong looked out the window. Tanks were moving in a neat line into the school. She said, "Your academic performance is very good. Just perform as usual, and with the extra points from the intermediate Beastbreeder certificate. Getting into any famous school in the Huaxiao region will be no problem for you. You can even try for famous overseas schools." She looked down and saw a soldier controlling a beast with a commander behind him giving orders. "Hold it tight. We'll need it this afternoon." The soldier replied, "Yes, sir. If you really want to become a combat monster tamer, you could also use your academic scores to get into a university and then enroll in a related major. There's no need to rush like this." Gao Feng clenched his fists, looked out the window, and said seriously, "Teacher Murong, thank you for being so considerate of me. Becoming a monster tamer after entering a military academy is indeed a more stable path." He frowned and continued, "But that's too slow. I want to learn more through practical combat training, to grow and become strong quickly." Gao Feng squinted, smiled lightly, and said comfortingly to the teacher, "Besides, I can take both types of exams at the same time, right? I won't miss any opportunity. Don't worry, teacher." After hearing this, Teacher Murong could only give a wry, helpless smile at Gao Feng and said, "This kid." She turned around, pointed up at the sky, and said, "Forget it. Since you have your own ideas, I won't stop you. I just hope you can think it through carefully." Gao Feng quickly bowed to show his sincerity and said, "Thank you, teacher." At noon, on the school campus, crowds of people bustled back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Gao Feng was walking behind a group of people. Everyone around turned their gazes towards them and said, "Are these people going to the selection?" "That's right. They look so confident." "Impressive. Good luck, seniors." Gao Feng turned his head and suddenly saw Tan Qiantian waving from the crowd, shouting, "Hey, Gao Feng. Did you also sign up for the Monster Tamer Specialty Program?" Gao Feng said in confusion, "Tan Qiantian?" Tan Qiantian squeezed through the crowd, annoying the people around him, and looked at Gao Feng happily, saying, "Aren't you a monster tamer? And your grades are so good." Gao Feng didn't bother to look. He asked casually, "Your grades aren't bad either. Why did you sign up too?" Tan Qiantian's eyes sparkled as he said with an innocent smile, "It's all for my childhood dream. My favorite cartoon back then was Divine Pet Master. The divine pets in it were super cool. I want to become the strongest male monster tamer. How could I miss this opportunity?" Gao Feng asked, "What if the strongest monster tamer is a man? Do you want to become his man too?" Tan Qiantian looked flustered, raised his hands, and quickly explained, Hey, no. The strongest I'm talking about is an adjective, not a noun." Gao Feng, walking ahead, said coldly, "Got it. Hurry up and follow. The field is just ahead." Everyone gathered in a group on the basketball court. Some people looked at the vehicles parked next to the court and couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow. It's the latest model of armored transport vehicle. This is my first time seeing one in person. They're so serious, it's a bit scary. I feel the same way." The teacher gestured as 10 large men approached and said, "First Lieutenant." 10. Gao Feng just silently stood with one hand in his pocket, observing. But next to him, Tan Qiantian folded his arms behind his head, pouted, and said, "So this is our instructor? He doesn't look that strong or special." The first lieutenant's eyes suddenly narrowed, a hint of red light appearing in them, revealing a dangerous look. The moment he saw that gaze, Tan Qiantian, standing beside him, turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Crap. Gao Feng, on the other hand, frowned cautiously. He thought, such a strong killing intent. This first lieutenant is no simple character. On the platform, the first lieutenant continued to speak. "First, I'll commend you all. Compared to those who didn't dare to come, you all are very. You don't really think you've already become monster tamers, do you?" Killing intent erupted from the first lieutenant like a blazing fire. Combined with his intimidating gaze, he said, "Without a resolute mind, without an iron will, when you encounter a truly wild monster, you'll just wet your pants. Your legs will turn to noodles. You won't even be able to run." Those words quickly provoked the students below. They angrily retorted, "He's looking down on us too much. Yeah, what's the big deal about a monster tamer? Acting like we've never seen one before." The first lieutenant sneered and said, "Not convinced, are you?" He gestured with his hand. 2 soldiers were leading a large and ferocious white wolf over. The first lieutenant said, "Then let me give you a demonstration." The first lieutenant, with his imposing appearance, a solid physique, and an incredibly powerful aura, stood at attention before the students. Along with his tamed beast, the silver moon wolf. It was a wolf with blue and white fur. Its gaze was extremely intelligent. The first lieutenant gave an order to an instructor. He immediately saluted and shouted, "Yes, sir." The subordinate instructor stood at attention. A powerful voice, very loud and clear. "Reporting, sir. Target object, 10 centimeters. 3 armor plates have been set up." The first lieutenant looked down at the silver moon wolf. His gaze was full of pride and trust. Then he whispered to it, "Go." Hearing its master's command, the silver moon wolf immediately shot forward. The silver moon wolf charged towards the armor plates in front. Its speed could be said to be faster than a speeding arrow. The silver moon wolf swung its paws and leaped up. Without much effort, it sent the armor plate flying. Such a sturdy armor plate was quickly split in 2 by its claws. The students witnessing this scene were all dumbfounded in astonishment. Some were so scared they broke out in a cold sweat. Gao Peng was just as shocked. He stared intently at the beast, inwardly astonished. Such a thick armor plate, shattered in one blow. The first lieutenant turned back to address everyone. His tone was stern. It seemed more like a warning than just speaking. "Did you all see that clearly? This is the destructive power of a trained beast. The monsters you will face in the future will have this much destructive power, or even more." The first lieutenant stood above. His voice echoed down to the people gathered in the stadium. So, this is your last chance. Anyone who wants to withdraw? Step forward now. At first, only one hesitant foot stepped forward, but one after another. Many footsteps followed, leaving. Gao Peng watched his peers turn their backs and leave, feeling a bit shocked. So many are leaving. It seems quite a few hot-headed people came just to see the excitement. For some reason, the first lieutenant suddenly shouted angrily, "Why are you bowing your heads?" It turned out he was annoyed by the furtive, guilty-looking postures of the young men. A strong and dignified person like the first lieutenant found their cowering appearance unsightly. He couldn't ignore it, so he advised them, "You haven't done anything wrong." Although the first lieutenant seemed cold and fierce on the outside, he was very understanding, and also considerate. He smiled, bidding farewell to the departing students, and gave them some heartfelt advice. Study hard. Studying is also a very good path to take. You are not deserters. You've just made a rational decision. Then he ended with a slightly rude but humorous sentence. Now scram and go study. Then the first lieutenant looked at those who remained. The gentle and soft gaze from before had vanished. In its place was a look that seemed to want to devour everyone. His voice was also fiercer. But you are different. You have chosen to stay. From now on, if anyone gives up, then you will be true deserters. And I don't hope to see any deserters. Understood? The remaining people didn't dare to speak loudly. They mumbled, "Understood." But this hesitant attitude, this timidity, the first lieutenant did not like it. So he ordered again, a bit louder, "I can't hear you." Immediately, all the students on the field shouted in unison, very loudly, contrary to the boiling atmosphere from before. The atmosphere outside was still very peaceful. After a few hours at the academy, Gao Peng arrived home. As soon as he entered, he plopped face down on the couch with a thud, sighing, "I'm dead tired." Gao Peng let out a weary sigh. Although I was mentally prepared, I didn't expect the situation to be more serious than I thought. Suddenly, seeing Gao Peng return, the cute beasts slowly approached. They whined coquettishly, "We're hungry." Even though he was exhausted, he still had to feed them. Gao Peng sighed. Azar. Gao Peng went to the refrigerator. He was still thinking about the headmaster's words. According to Headmaster Chen today, within a month, 1,200 students from various schools across the city had enrolled. Gao Peng was inwardly dismayed. This elimination rate is too high. Opens. Gao Peng saw the empty cabinet drawer. He exclaimed. Gao Peng looked left and right. He acted like he wanted to lift the whole cabinet and shake it. He asked in bewilderment, "Where are the snow pine needles? Where are the snow pine needles I filled this with?" Gao Peng stared blankly at the single pine needle left in his hand. He muttered, "Just one." Gao Peng rushed out to interrogate the beasts. "What's going on?" The feisty Daisy immediately pointed at Adai and chirped. He ate it. Gao Peng was speechless. Looking at the gentle Adai, he didn't dare to speak harshly. He just exclaimed in dismay, "Adai?" Gao Peng slowly showed a gentle smile. "Next time you want to eat a little more, just tell me." "Got it." Seeing Gao Peng so angry just now, Adai was afraid he was still angry with it. So it was embarrassed and faced the wall, looking extremely pitiful. Gao Peng was a little surprised to see this. "I really didn't give you the wrong name. You're really silly." Gao Peng returned to his chair and studied the system. He read intently. According to the display, Adai needed to absorb 600 caddies of snow pine needles. To complete the first stage's goal, Gao Peng looked at his phone screen, which displayed, "Order placed successfully. 30 caddies of snow pine needles. 10 caddies of thunderflower fruit. 1 caddy of snow pine needles costs 1,000 alliance credits. Eating 15 caddies a day would only cost 15,000 credit points. This is still affordable." Gao Peng thought of Adai and was secretly happy. Being able to eat is a good thing. It's beneficial for absorbing more materials. It will also enter the next evolution faster. Adai is still an elite grade monster right now. When it reaches a higher grade, the materials it needs to consume will also be more precious. Some materials will truly be like burning money. Then Gao Peng glanced over at Daisy. And then there's this Daisy. Gao Peng was very happy watching Daisy eat with gusto, but he still had to calculate carefully. To upgrade to perfect quality, Daisy needs to eat 200 caddies of thunderflower fruit. Thunderflower fruit is a bit cheaper than snow pine needles. It only costs 200 alliance credits to buy one caddy. Gao Peng sighed wearily. This scene of a single father raising children exhausted him. Raising a family is really not easy. And so a day passed. The next day, Gao Peng stood in the school. He looked on with astonishment, wondering, has a zoo opened here? The schoolyard was now a chaotic and noisy mess. The students were trying to control their own familiars. Shouts echoed endlessly. Some had to stop two familiars that were about to fight. Xiaohua, come back. Others had to coax a lazy pet lying in a tree. Come down here. Gao Peng's eyes were fixed on a giant pig that was blocking the view and the path. He sighed deeply. The other things were one thing, but this pig is too much. Gao Peng walked over and asked the girl, is this your familiar? It's quite big, huh? Can you ask it to move a bit? The female classmate was startled and let out a gasp. Gao Peng felt a bit awkward as he spoke. Your familiar is blocking the door. The female student was extremely embarrassed and cried out, oh. She recalled how this pig looked when she first bought it. It was tiny, extremely cute and well-behaved. It looked like an adorable baby. Remembering that time, her eyes welled up with tears. She suddenly started confiding. It wasn't like this when I first bought it. Gao Peng was confused and said to himself, she completely misunderstood me. At this moment, an instructor happened to walk over. Seeing them standing there hesitantly, he asked loudly, what's the matter? Gao Peng softly uttered, it's the instructor. The instructor glanced over and immediately understood. The path is blocked by a familiar, huh? So he turned and gave a quiet command, Ian. Take care of it. The silver moon wolf immediately snapped to attention. It glared fiercely at the stubborn pig. From the silver moon wolf's small body, an incredibly terrifying and chilling pressure radiated. Seeing this, the other familiar hastily jumped to its feet. Its whole body trembled violently. It hid behind its master. The instructor smiled. Done with your performance? If the performance is over, let's begin. The students gathered on the grass field. Today, every student had their own familiar. The instructor said loudly, I know some of you will definitely want to sign contracts with multiple familiars later on to form a complete combat team. So today, we will first train your ability to command your familiars. This is fundamental, and also a very important step. The instructor stood with his hands clasped, looking very serious, and lectured. Otherwise, no matter how strong your familiar is, if it doesn't listen to commands, it's useless. Contrary to the instructor's stern attitude, the silver moon wolf was currently sticking its tongue out. A very smug face. The instructor's voice continued to drone on. The little girl who owned the piglet-tamed beast was still embarrassed. Her face was completely flushed. She kept her head down, clutching her skirt. The instructor was still teaching the students. I'm sure everyone has just seen the negative side. Then the instructor knelt down on one knee. He petted the silver moon wolf's head. It immediately nuzzled its head against him affectionately. Then the instructor began today's lecture. To train a tamed beast, you must understand its preferences and habits. Only then can you build a good relationship with it. The instructor took very meticulous and thoughtful care of the moon wolf. He recalled, for example, my silver moon wolf, because I specifically buy the black armored pork that it loves most, and personally feed it, not just feeding it. The instructor also played and had fun with the moon wolf. All the experience he had, the instructor tried his best to pass it on to the students, playing with it every day, sleeping with it. So now, its reliance on me has grown to the point that it willingly follows my commands. The students immediately let out a collective ooh. They were very interested in this new knowledge. Seeing this, the instructor continued his lecture. You previously saw the senior colonel's tamed beast shatter armor plates with its tail. But, in truth, its tail is not an innate strength of the silver moon wolf. It was only through systematic training over time that its tail gradually became stronger, and its speed and accuracy also improved. The instructor raised a finger, explaining enthusiastically. So, aside from its fangs and claws, it now has another method of attack. This is the senior colonel's training method, expanding and developing the diversity of its attacks, increasing its advantages. Then the instructor invited another instructor to the stage. Oldley, demonstrate your silver moon wolf's specialty one more time. Oldley immediately nodded. Oldley was also a veteran instructor, rich with experience. He continued explaining to the students. It's also a silver moon wolf. Different combat monster tamers use different training methods, so they have different paths of development. Everyone, watch closely. Old Lee raised his hand, and threw the stone in his hand. The silver moon wolf instantly dashed forward, chasing the stone Old Lee had just thrown. It quickly caught and crushed the stone in its jaws. This proves that it not only has speed, but its destructive power is also terrifying. Gao Peng and Dazi were also shocked by what they saw. They were completely startled. Gao Peng mentally remarked, "What terrifying bite force." The instructor continued to analyze another new piece of knowledge. The current classification of tamed beasts includes attack types, defense types, support types, healing types, and control types, 5 main categories. There are also tamed beasts that can fulfill multiple roles. Then the instructor gave another example to make it clearer. For example, the green demonic vine. It can be both a defense type and a control type. At the same time, some particularly skilled monster tamers can train it into an attack type. After he finished speaking, the instructor clapped his hands lightly and announced today's assignment. We've given you a demonstration. Now, the training officially begins. I suggest it's best to start with simple materials for now. For example, for bite force training, choose wood first, then gradually increase the hardness. At this moment, ape-like tamed beasts were actively transporting some materials. The instructor was still speaking. As for the source of materials, we have transported a large quantity of training materials here. Everyone has absolutely no need to worry. The instructor pointed to the right and said, after choosing a training direction, you can go register and receive your training materials. Gao Peng thought to himself, hesitating. What does Dazi still need to strengthen? Gao Peng looked at Dazi, still undecided. I've already learned the damage transfer secret technique. I should still prioritize increasing its defensive capabilities. How should I train it to increase its defense? Gao Peng recalled the scene from just a moment ago. Speaking of which, such a small ape could carry such a large crate. It must be a strength type. Wait, that's right. Gao Peng recalled a book he had read and realized. I remember seeing a type of ape monster with very little fur in the studio's files. It's called the violent fist ape. It has a ferocious and extremely aggressive nature, but its defense is very low. Back then, the beast garden was extremely unruly. So, after being born, the tyrant ape was trained by its parents to madly ram its body against trees. At first, it rammed into wooden trees. Before its power, even rocks would be shattered. Gao Peng remembered it vividly. Then it moved on to rocks, cliffs. Over time, the skin, constantly getting injured and healing, would become tougher and tougher. Gao Peng imagined the proud and tyrannical image of the tyrant ape and sighed in admiration. After a tyrant ape matures, its body is not only covered in thick muscle, but also calluses and keratin that gather to form a kind of armor. At this point, they wouldn't fear injury even if they rammed into a mountain cliff. Gao Peng pondered. He brewed a plan. I can totally use this method to train Dazis defense. If that's the case, then I'll choose this training material. After some thought, finally, Gao Peng made his decision. Gao Peng approached Dazi, who was sleeping comfortably on the lawn. He called out to it. Dazi. Hearing Gao Peng's voice, it turned its head to look. He said, Come here, Dazi. I've already chosen a training method for you. But training with this method, you might have to suffer a little. Gao Peng clenched his fist and said to Dazi with determination, Sweating now? Is so you won't bleed later. I'm doing this for your own good. A moment of pain now is much better than a lifetime of pain later. Gao Peng already had a dumbbell in his hand. Ignoring Dazi's panicked state, he still had a bright smile. He comforted it. Be good. He'll be gentle. Seeing Dazi suddenly turn and run, Gao Peng got slightly annoyed. Trying to run, the monster fled. The master chased until he was out of breath. In the morning sunlight, the shadows of the two of them zipped by. It looked adorable and heartwarming. Gao Peng shouted, Stop! This is all for your own good. You have to understand my painstaking efforts. But how could Dazi outrun Gao Peng's long legs? After a while, it was caught. Gao Peng was panting heavily. In the end, Dazi was still caught. Gao Peng was exhausted. He cried out, Oh my God! My arm is about to break from punching. Just like that. The two of them must have trained very hard. Dazi was probably tortured that day. Time passed. A week later, the alarm clock blared in the room. A hand slowly reached out. The ringing stopped. The room became quiet again. Gao Peng was still half asleep. He said groggily, "There's no training today. I can sleep in a little longer this morning." But the rumbling sound from outside made it impossible for Gao Peng to fall back asleep. Gao Peng yelled out, "Stop knocking. They'll make you breakfast right away." It turns out Z was trying to wake Gao Peng up, basically because it was hungry. Gao Peng was still not fully awake. Sleepily, he sluggishly went to make breakfast for the monsters. He sighed, "I'm obviously upgrading you. But why am I the one suffering? It seems I've not only increased my strength and gotten faster, my omelet-making skills have also become more and more proficient." Z and Adai were already sitting beside him, waiting for their food. Z's starving face looked mischievous. Very cute. Adai, on the other hand, still looked sleepy. It held out its hand, waiting for the hot meal. Gao Peng was still letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, Z's extra meals during this period were not in vain. Not only has its physique grown, it has also successfully reached level 10. Monster level 10. Adai was not left behind either. It has also leveled up. Gao Peng had tears in his eyes. This fate of being a father raising children is so hard. Gao Peng cried and complained. Training Z's defense has nearly broken my arm. And Adai is about to eat up all my salary. Trying to raise these two ancestors. It's really so tiring. Suddenly, the phone rang. Adai quickly grabbed it and handed it to Gao Peng. An eager voice came from the phone. "Is this Mr. Gao?" "I'm the director of the Blue Shield Security Company. My name is Lu Sunlin." "Hello, Mr. Lu. I wonder why you're looking for me." Gao Peng was confused. Azure Shield Security Company. Had never had any contact with them. Had never even heard of them. The person on the other end of the line enthusiastically introduced themselves. "Hello, Mr. Gao. On behalf of the Azure Shield Security Company, I'd like to discuss a matter of great benefit to you. I wonder if you have time to meet and talk." The next day, at the soaring Peng monster breeding studio, a petite girl came out to greet Gao Peng. It was Huan Huan. As soon as she saw Gao Peng appear, she quickly greeted him. "Mr. Gao, your guest is already waiting for you in the reception room." Gao Peng answered briskly. Lu Sunlin stood up and greeted him first. "You must be Mr. Gao." Gao Peng replied politely. "Mr. Lu, I presume?" Sunlin spoke again. His attitude was respectful and gentle. "Hello. It's a pleasure. I'm the CEO of the Azure Shield Security Company. My name is Lu Sunlin." The two of them shook hands. Sunlin made his offer. "I've come this time to invite you to be our company's monster consultant." Gao Peng was still confused. "Director Lu, let's sit down and talk." Gao Peng voiced the doubt in his heart. "Why are you looking for me?" "The senior and intermediate beast breeders in Chang'an City aren't limited to just me, are they? I didn't know I was so famous that the CEO of a large security company like Azure Shield would come to my door personally." Sunlin smiled brightly. He replied with a hearty laugh. "Haha, Mr. Gao, you're too modest." Then, Sunlin clearly explained the reason he had called Gao Peng here. Chang'an City does indeed have senior beast breeders, but one is Chairman Chun of the Beast Breeder Association. He wouldn't have time to be a consultant for a small company like ours. Sunlin continued to explain. The other is the old Mr. Jiang Lin, but he's also a full-time monster consultant for the government. Sunlin gestured towards Gao Peng. His attitude was one of utmost respect. As for the other intermediate beast breeders, compared to them, I'd much rather trust a talented young man like you, Mr. Gao. Gao Peng replied, his expression still one of surprise. Then I'll state my requirements first. If you can accept these conditions, we can continue. Otherwise, there's no need to waste each other's time. First, from Monday to Friday, I have to attend class. Except in extremely urgent situations. Don't bother me. Second, I have no problem being a beast breeder consultant. But I will not sign an exclusivity contract. I can only guarantee that I won't work for your competitors. Sunlin didn't even bother to consider it. He didn't hesitate or think twice. Right away, he presented a piece of paper. It seemed to be a contract. I agree. Mr. Gao, please see if this part-time contract we've prepared is suitable. Gao Peng read the contents carefully. As he read, his eyebrows furrowed. This contract isn't quite right. There are no compulsory requirements. The salary is paid annually. An annual salary of 500 Hong Republic credit points. For every one of the Azure Shield Company's tangling ghost demons that successfully evolves, there's a commission of 50 credit points. Never mind any legal loopholes. This is just giving away benefits. Gao Peng put the pen down and signed immediately. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The boss of this company, is he so rich and willful? How could he sign a contract with almost no binding power like this? Outside, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Huan announced, Mr. Gao? Mr. Ma, who had an appointment, has arrived. Sun Lin stood up. He said goodbye to Gao Peng. Since the contract has been signed, I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Gao. Before leaving, Sun Lin still lingered to say a few more words to Gao Peng. Then, I look forward to our future cooperation, Mr. Gao. You're too kind, Director Liu. Gao Peng stepped into the elevator. Ready to leave. Ah, no. It was Sun Lin. He was talking on the phone with someone. His expression held a hidden meaning. His voice had also slowed down. No longer as enthusiastic as before. Uncle, it's me. The contract has been signed. Yes. Mr. Gao chose to sign the part-time contract. Uncle, I don't understand. There are so many intermediate beast breeders in Chang'an City. Why must it? All right. I understand. After the meeting, the two temporarily went to two different places. It's unknown where Chao Peng will go after his meeting with Lu Sunlin. In the treatment room, Chao Peng was looking at the new tamed beast. He asked Mr. Ma, is this the one you mentioned last time? The owner said happily, that's right. The system displayed the information. Monster name, 4 Seasons Begonia Flower Demon. Level, 3. Quality, normal. Attribute, wood type. Status, healthy happy. Weakness, lightning type, fire type. Elite quality upgrade requirement. 100-year essence tree, quantity, 1. Flower spirit dew, quantity, 100 drops. Chao Peng looked at its appearance and guessed. This is a plant-type tamed beast. Chao Peng liked it a lot. He gushed. This flower is very lovely. The edges of its leaves have purple-red patterns and serrations. It also has a light, faint fragrance. You want to evolve this flower demon? Mr. Ma also agreed. But he seemed a bit awkward. Yes. In half a month, Chang'an City is holding a Flower King competition. In preparing to take it to compete for the title of Flower King, Chao Peng was bewildered when he heard this. A Flower King competition? Isn't that a beauty pageant? Chao Peng's face was numb. His expression was incredibly comical. Although plants had mutated wildly, plant-type tamed beasts that could develop intelligence were extremely rare. Because they had healing properties, they were even more sought after than undead-type beasts. And now, he was taking it to a beauty contest. This little guy's luck. It was enough to make people envious. Quan, who was standing beside them, had the same question as Chao Peng. But isn't the Flower King competition usually for girls? Mr. Ma had to admit. I know. It's strange for a man like me to compete for the Flower King title. It must look very strange to others. Mr. Ma slowly reached out his hand. The begonia immediately extended a vine to wrap around it. He said gently, but it's my second tamed beast. Mr. Ma looked at the begonia with an incredibly loving gaze. His voice filled with emotion. I hope I can give it a good start. I believe in myself. My way of thinking isn't wrong. I want it to be happy. Then, Mr. Ma turned to Chao Peng. His attitude was one of complete trust. So, Grandmaster Chao, you must help it evolve. That's the only way ITLL have a better chance of winning. Chao Peng was very surprised, his mouth slightly agape. He didn't expect this Mr. Ma to be so considerate of his tamed beast, not wanting to betray Mr. Ma's trust. Chao Peng smiled. He reassured him, don't worry. Leave it to me. Chao Peng snapped his fingers decisively. Same rules as before. Triple the fee. Quan immediately brought over the card machine. Her eyes sparkled. Please swipe your card. Mr. Ma looked at him dazed. Chao Peng instructed his secretary, Quan. Prepare these materials. 2 100-year-old essence trees. 150 drops of flower spirit dew. 1 spirit flower leaf. 1 chien of golden spirit seeds. 1 gene of malva nuts. 1 singing wind grass. Quan was very quick. Got it. These are all common materials. We have them in stock in the shop. They can be used immediately. Quan's voice rang out. Clearly very excited. Grandmaster Chao, the materials are ready. Chao Peng nodded. Very good, very good. Once Chao Peng had the materials, his attitude changed in a flash. All right, you two can leave now. Don't disturb my work. Seeing Mr. Ma continuously peeking, Quan quickly reminded him. His face turned pale with fear of being scolded. Mr. Ma, please don't peek. It's not good to disturb Mr. Chow. For some reason, Chow Peng gave a wicked smile, looking very much like a rogue. Ha ha. Chow Peng approached the small begonia. His voice was somehow menacing. Be good now. ITLL just hurt a little, then ITLL be over. Don't be afraid. Despite Chow Peng's reassurances, the begonia shrunk its small body. Sweat poured out like rain. Hurry up. Gao Peng gave Haitang an injection. It's in so much pain. It's about to cry. Mr. Ma couldn't bear the heartache and was about to rush over. Luckily, Huan Huan held him back. She shouted in a panic, "Whoa, Mr. Ma, please calm down. This is all for the good of your monster familiar." Gao Peng was done. He informed the two of them. All right, you can come in now. A complete success. Haiding has a new form. Stronger, but still retaining its cuteness. Gao Peng said confidently to the two of them. Learn from this. Have you ever seen a level 4 plant-type monster familiar? Monster name: 4 Seasons Begonia Flower Demon. Level 4. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Wood type. Status: Healthy, happy. Weaknesses: Fire type, Lightning type. Mr. Ma was overjoyed. He cheered, "It's a success." Huan Huan, standing beside him, also exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Mr. Ma ran over and hugged Gao Peng tightly. Grandmaster Gao, thank you so much. Gao Peng was hugged too tightly and hastily said, "Thanks are fine, but keep your hands to yourself." Their laughter echoed in the room. In another space, Mu Taiying was here. She was leaning on her fainted monster familiar, sighing. Failed again, huh? Elsewhere, 3 students were talking amongst themselves. Tell me, why are we risking our lives like this? Even if we pass the test, it doesn't guarantee we'll get into a famous school. That's right. After graduation, won't we still just work a 9-to-5 job? Who knows? By then we might not even be able to be monster tamers. And we won't find a job either. Yeah. But it's not easy to back out now. Don't worry. Anyway, didn't they say they're only recruiting 1,200 people? Why don't we just endure it for a month? After a month, we can go back and take the academic exams. Let's just treat this month as a vacation. Mu Taiying heard them talking. Her face soured. She cursed inwardly. A bunch of fools who think they're smart. No matter what others do. I have to try again. I guess I'll have to find that person. Classmate Gao Peng. School 17. The scene opens to a vast forest. Rolling hills covered in a lush green. Something was moving, causing the blades of grass to rustle. It turned out to be another small female beast. It looked like a small chipmunk. Its big, round eyes were very cute. Its light brown fur was adorned with a few pieces of armor. The cute chipmunk spotted some delicious-looking mushrooms in the distance. Its eyes lit up, and it started drooling. But the naive chipmunk didn't expect it to be a trap. As soon as it arrived, it was snatched. It trembled. It cast a pitiful glance behind it. Whoa. Turns out this little chipmunk wasn't easy to deal with. In an instant, sharp spikes and claws grew out. Spines also grew out of its back. It looked much more powerful and menacing. The small squirrel spun around several times. The silk threads that had been stuck to it were instantly flung off. The threads snapped. The small squirrel reflexively fell straight to the ground. But it didn't land on the ground, instead falling straight into a deep pit nearby. A cloud of dust rose. Below, in a cave, poisonous spiders appeared in droves. They were eyeing their prey, the little chipmunk still stuck in the spider web. Hearing the loud commotion, other poisonous spiders from all over were swarming towards the pit. The scene is about to shift to another place. This time, the main location is Chen's material shop. The person at the counter was asking. Gao Peng answered quickly, "Old Chen. The usual. Give me 30 kilograms of snow pine needles." Old Chen, with a toothpick in his mouth, said to Gao Peng with a grim face, "Boss Gao, the snow pine needles are in serious shortage. There are only 10 kilograms left." Gao Peng exclaimed in surprise, "A shortage? Isn't there a manor outside the city that specializes in supplying snow pine needles? How can there be a shortage?" Old Chen suddenly showed Gao Peng an iPad screen. Don't even mention it. A week ago, a swarm of vicious spiders appeared out of nowhere. They ate all the medicinal herbs in the garden. Now that area has been cordoned off by the military. The screen displayed an urgent headline, Shocking. Super vicious and terrifying giant spiders. Citizen Mr. Zhang describes the most horrifying night. Almost became spider food. A brand new species of spider monster has appeared in Chang'an City's Black Forest. It has now been completely sealed off. The government is warning citizens that entering the Black Forest area is strictly prohibited. Old Chen continued. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. The other monsters in the surrounding mountains have also become its food. I heard that if the manor owner hadn't run fast enough, he might have been eaten too. Another customer walked in, shouting, Boss Chen, do you have any mountain-grade greenwood grass? Boss Chen said loudly, yes. How much do you need? Old Chen turned back to Gao Peng and said, Mr. Gao, we're a bit busy with customers right now. Whatever else you need, we can talk about it later. Gao Peng nodded. A worried and uneasy look flickered in Gao Peng's eyes. Gao Peng recalled the events of the past few days. He sorted through all the details. He felt that something was strange. First, there was the school's cooperation with the military. Then, the security company sought him out. And now, an unknown spider appears. A voice echoed in Gao Peng's mind. Something big is about to happen. The ringing of his phone snapped Gao Peng out of his thoughts. The voice on the phone seemed to be one of Senlin's men. Mr. Gao, have you heard about the newly discovered brutal demon-slaying spider in the Black Forest? Gao Peng mumbled the name to himself. Brutal demon-slaying spider. Gao Peng fell into a state of deep thought. Where is all this headed? At the Azure Shield Security Company, first floor. Senlin rushed out, calling loudly, Mr. Gao. Senlin hurriedly informed Gao Peng. The situation is urgent. No time for pleasantries. Let me brief you on the background information first, Mr. Gao. The situation is extremely dire. Due to large numbers of brutal demon-slaying spiders attacking multiple resource points, the government is now summoning security companies and several private organizations to explore the Black Forest. The goal is to determine the weaknesses and habits of the brutal demon-slaying spider. Senlin continued his speech, explaining to Gao Peng, our company just received the mission today. We will set out in 3 days. However, our company's reserve monsters are not sufficiently prepared, which is why I wanted you to take a look first, Mr. Gao. If we can upgrade a few devil mantises before we set out, our chances of success for this mission will be much greater. Of course, it's alright even if they can't be upgraded. In any case, I've troubled you. Gao Peng spoke up, suggesting, let's check the condition of the devil mantises first. Senlin looked at Gao Peng and pleaded, Mr. Gao, you must do your best. The company places great importance on this opportunity. Previously, the government alliance convened a meeting and passed many regulations to suppress non-governmental factions. Senlin swiped his card. He was still talking. Also, because of the changes in monsters in recent years, it has become more exhausting for the government to deal with them. This meeting has opened up many policies. I'm afraid the direction of the alliance is about to change. Senlin stepped to one side and said to Gao Peng, Mr. Gao, please take a look. In front of Gao Peng, in the room were dozens of mantises standing neatly in rows. All of the company's devil mantises are here. We will also arrange enough people to assist you, Mr. Gao. Senlin was extremely earnest. As he said to Gao Peng, as long as we get results, the remuneration will definitely satisfy you, Mr. Gao. Gao Peng smiled brightly. Rest assured, I definitely won't disappoint Director Liu. Gao Peng walked over and touched the mantises. They were called mantises. His gaze slowly observed them. Another employee came over and casually asked, Director Liu, what is this Mr. Gao doing? They observed Gao Peng from above and commented, ever since he came downstairs, all he's done is look around. Like an old man taking a stroll down the street. I don't really get it. This Mr. Gao doesn't even look 20. Is he any good? Senlin saw his employee rambling and got angry, scolding him. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Otherwise, not even your sister will be able to save you. Senlin thought worriedly. I don't know if he's any good either. Uncle, I've bet my entire future on him. This Gao Peng absolutely has to be as capable as you said. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses. His sharp eyes glinted. First row, the 8th one from the left. 4th row, the 4th one from the right. That biggest one in the 7th row. Gao Peng smiled and said, sorry to trouble you. Keep the 10 mantises I mentioned earlier. Then, Prepare a laboratory along with a low-level species enhancement potion, low-level beast crystal cores, and steel essence powder. Perilla flower leaves. 10 portions. Sunlin was just waiting for this. He quickly ordered his staff. Hurry. Prepare everything according to Mr. Gao's request. He was also shocked. Sunlin kept his eyes glued on Gao Peng. Among nearly 100 familiars, he precisely picked out the 10 strongest ones. No more, no less. This speed, this accuracy rate. He's indeed an intermediate level. No, that's not right. He's even faster than an advanced high-level one. Sunlin broke into a proud and confident smile, praising Gao Peng. And the most terrifying thing is, he's not even 20 years old. Sunlin's staff quickly arranged the materials for Gao Peng, preparing the experiment. Gao Peng also quickly dove into the experiment, running here, running there, constantly busy. It was incredibly tough. Looking at the small green pill, Gao Peng smiled proudly. Whoosh. Tick. Tock. Time passed. Gao Peng's extremely joyous voice rang out, waking Sunlin, who was dozing off in his chair. It worked. Sunlin was startled. He exclaimed, Mr. Gao. Sunlin hurriedly stood up. He walked over to Gao Peng. Quick, look. Let me see. A green light appeared in the laboratory. The mantis from before has become more powerful. From its form to the pressure it emanated, it made others gasp in awe. Sunlin's staff member cheered. It evolved. Whoa. An employee expressed admiration for Sunlin. This is great. Director Liu really has a keen eye. It's even a leader tier 4-winged jade devil mantis. And it's even perfect quality. Sunlin once again looked at Gao Peng with eyes full of admiration and appreciation. This Gao Peng. He's truly unfathomable. I really found a treasure. Gao Peng held a stopwatch and said, Countdown. The purple-backed golden-clawed centipede rushed past like the wind. So fast. The dirt and rocks on the ground flew everywhere. Gao Peng clocked it at 7.47 seconds. 0.4 seconds faster than last time. Gao Peng patted the purple-backed golden-clawed centipede's head. Good centipede. Holding a bag of food in his hand. A very good performance. Here are the bugs you like the most. The purple-backed golden-clawed centipede drooled. Gao Peng suddenly glanced at the people laughing over there. Haha. 2 young men were standing and chatting with a girl. How about we go to that park next time? The girl replied. Gao Peng stood to the side, muttering to himself. Some students have already started fooling around during training time. Gao Peng saw that the instructor only cared about the more hard-working students. As for the pessimistic students who neglect their duties, he doesn't care. The instructor was talking to a female student. Female student. Your understanding isn't bad. Now you need to train your strength. Hearing that, the female student nodded. Thank you, instructor. Gao Peng could only think to himself. That's true. People who can't even persevere through training definitely can't go to a real battlefield. There's no need to waste effort on them. A clear female voice suddenly spoke up. Classmate Gao. Classmate Mu Taiying. Gao Peng asked. You've trained this familiar of yours very well. Gao Peng looked up. He thought with great surprise. Wow. So tall. Gao Peng was stunned as he thought. If she were a boy, she could definitely be called a real man. Gao Peng laughed awkwardly and replied. Haha. Thanks for the compliment. Mu Taiying extended her hand and said. Gao Peng, I came to form a team with you. Gao Peng couldn't believe it and asked again. Again? Me? Why? Mu Taiying said with a slightly sad face. In the later stages of training, we will need to engage in combat. At that time, we will be divided into teams, and our results will be calculated based on the team's performance. The other people's abilities are not good enough. I can't see eye to eye with them. Gao Peng thought happily. Yes, this classmate Mu looks. In reality, she's quite eloquent. Gao Peng asked with a serious tone. Where is your familiar? Mu Taiying smiled, looking a bit worried. This. Mu Taiying put her hands to her mouth like a trumpet. A trumpet. Lianzi. A giant creature ran over from a distance, which took Gao Peng by surprise. Mu Taiying shyly introduces her monster. This is my monster. Lianzi. It's an iron rhinoceros. Gao Peng and his purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede were surprised. It's huge. Mu Taiying stroked Lianzi with one hand and said, but before you consider teaming up with me, student Gao Peng, I have something I need to say first. Lianzi is a bit timid. Mu Taiying remembered the time Lian Zi was startled by a bug. When crossing the road before, it even had to make way for a monster 10 times smaller than it. Mu Taiying clasped her hands and pleaded with Gao Peng. As it is now, it's quite suitable for a defensive role. Perhaps the reason is that its sense of pain is a bit slow. Its tolerance to pain is very high. Gao Peng stroked his chin in thought. Actually, teaming up with Student Mu isn't just because of the system displaying the rhinoceros information. There are quite a few monsters here, but 99% of them are of normal quality. Only a dozen or so monsters have reached elite quality, and only 2 have perfect quality. The Iron Rhinoceros is one of them. Gao Peng laid out a plan. The Z will take the poison attribute offensive route. A monster specializing in defense is a perfect fit for us. It can create more opportunities and space for the Z to attack. It also gives us more tactical options. Mu Taiying thought with a worried expression. Student Gao Peng has been hesitating for so long. As I thought, it's not going to work, is it? Mu Taiying turned her head, reluctant to leave. Lian Zi might really not be suitable for monster combat. This wouldn't be fair to Student Gao. Gao Peng suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Wait a minute, Student Mu. I accept your invitation. Mu Taiying was very surprised. What? Gao Peng extended his hand, signaling his agreement. Its gentle temperament is fine. We can train it later. Besides, I also find interacting with those hot-headed students too tiring. Mu Taiying's face lit up with joy. Mu Taiying grabbed Gao Peng's hand and shook it so excitedly that Gao Peng was lifted off the ground. This is great, Student Gao Peng. Outside the Gray Forest, a joint operation. The supervising instructor. All team captains and invited personnel, please gather in the open area. Captain Song said with his hands on his hips. I didn't expect to meet the renowned Director Liu here. Director Liu chuckled. Indeed. Captain Song, you flatter me. Director Liu said with a sharp expression. According to the latest government intelligence, the brutal weaving demon spider has a clear fear response to fire. Everyone knows your team is the best with the fire element. It seems Captain Song will have to take the lead on this mission. Captain Song replied, You're too kind. Director Liu's ghost mantis is known as the Deep Forest Assassin. I'm afraid you'll complete the mission first. Director Liu and Captain Song stared at each other tensely. The instructor said, I'm glad everyone could make it. I'm sure you all saw the new intelligence materials yesterday. A cave with many glowing red eyes appeared. The brutal weaving demon spiders are hunting a large amount of prey and bringing it back to their nest. It's highly likely this is to provide enough food for the queen. And we all understand. Once their queen gets enough food, it means an even more terrifying swarm of spiders will be born. The instructor clenched his fist. He said with a serious face, Therefore, this mission is I hope everyone can agree to cooperate. Cooperate. Completing the mission is the top priority. As long as the mission can be completed, the rewards will absolutely not be small. The other captains murmured amongst themselves. The military side also is in a difficult position. They're afraid our civilian organizations will fight amongst ourselves over the mission. And by then, the mission won't be completed, and our strength will be nearly depleted. Captain Song said, Director Liu, what do you think? Director Liu replied, No rush. The instructor held the earpiece in his hand and spoke up. It seems none of you have any objections. In that case, the mission begins. Based on our intel, we will provide suppressive fire. Suppress. Relay the order. Sector 3. Fire. The soldiers heard the order and immediately launched the attack. Sector 3. Fire. A rocket flashed brightly like lightning. A hole was blown into a patch of hard ground. Soil and rocks flew everywhere. Director Liu said, You see? After speaking so politely, they still have to flex their muscles to intimidate our ragtag group. This could be considered tough love. Captain Song glanced sideways at Director Liu. Director Liu analyzed. However, the government's approach to this expedition is indeed one they're taking very seriously. Although this artillery fire was meant to shock us, it really did. Because we've weakened a large number of monsters. If we don't get anything out of this mission, it'll be hard to justify. The team leader pointed at Director Liu's group of insects. Just this thing of yours? Is it for real? A commander-rank beast. Each of these organizations has 3 or 4 of them. Director Liu laughed and said, That's because they have trump cards. Unlike us. Really. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, shaking everyone. Everyone. What's that sound? The insect trembled uncontrollably. The instructor checked its condition and reported to Director Liu. Director Liu, the demonic mantis condition is not good. It seems to be very frightened. Director Liu didn't believe it. What? A giant foot suddenly appeared. A colossal monster, shrouded in golden light, approached. My face. Director Liu, standing below, saw it and said fearfully, no way. This halo of light. It's a commander rank monster. The monster's eyes were blazing red and fierce. Director Liu shouted, this is the Lord of the Nine Forest. The commander rank monster stepped forward, opened its huge mouth, and let out a mighty roar. The people below screamed and fled. Run. Don't panic. Get out of the way. Listen to my command. Don't block me. Listen to the command. The instructor saw the chaotic scene, frowned, and clicked his tongue. So useless. A streak of golden light flashed by. From within the light, a dazzling bird appeared. Everyone pointed at the bird and said, it's the Golden God. The army's assassin. We're saved. The Golden God flew above the commander rank monster's head. The monster continuously beat its chest. The Golden God breathed fire at the commander rank monster, forcing it to block with its hands. Block it. The commander rank monster, slightly intimidated, retreated backward. The commander rank monster sat down defeated. The space grew quiet, its growls ceasing. It's scared. The others were helping each other up. Let's go. That was too dangerous. That's great. I thought I was going to die. Director Liu was talking to the instructor. I suggest you all act quickly. Our reinforcements can only go this far. The instructor gave an order to everyone. All personnel, assemble. The Chang'an Guard team is here. The instructor frowned and said, what a ragtag bunch. Our army could have handled this ourselves. Why did we have to let this group intervene? A man with blue hair and glasses spoke up. Although we were one step ahead in discovering the anomaly and seized the opportunity to make many preparations, the world's changes are more drastic than we imagined. The situation is getting more and more serious. To prepare for the future, we must quickly get the civilian organizations involved. Down in the cave, the team leaders were scouting. The team leader commanded his beast to advance and use fire to destroy the spiders. Lu Xiaoyu spoke up. Team leader, if we continue like this, it's too wasteful. Although our beasts can easily kill the elite rank monsters here, but the number of monsters is too great. It won't be long before the energy in our beasts is completely depleted. The team leader gave a command. Adjust the formation. Defense-type beasts in the front. Support-type beasts in the center of the team. Attack-type beasts on the flanks. Melee first. Don't use long-range abilities. Maintain forward momentum. 2 demon spiders spat towards them. Lu Xiaoyu commanded her flower demon to advance. Thornflower. Quickly, use thorn armor. The flower demon cast its spell on the Dark Night Hound, which was covered in spider silk. The team leader was holding a small mouse. It's you. The small mouse leaped up and spat out a flame that incinerated 3 spiders. Lu Xiaoyu said admiringly, it didn't consume much energy, and it defeated 3 spiders in one go. The tactics we trained before are working. The team leader stroked the small mouse and said, good job. Sounds of fighting came from up ahead. Lu Xiaoyu said in a panic, someone got here before us. Sound travels far in a cave. It means we're still some distance from the target. The team leader ran forward. Let's go? The new students responded. Yes, team leader. Below in the cave, a battle was raging. The voice of a commander was arranging the battle formation. The formation is a mess. The left flank's attack is too weak. Reinforce it quickly. They were trying their best to attack the giant spider, but were blocked by its protective shield. Lu Xinlin was commanding everyone below. It doesn't have much attack power left. Don't be fooled by its size. This is just for continuing its lineage. In reality, its combat power is extremely weak compared to others of the same rank. Lu Xinlin, his face covered in sweat, said urgently, everyone, work together to kill this female spider. Afterwards, merit will be distributed based on the damage dealt. If everyone trusts me, Lu Xinlin, I guarantee a fair distribution. Follow my command. The back row, attack its eyes from a distance. The rest of you, continue your attacks. The rookies acknowledged the order in unison. They attacked its eyes. They were surprised. Its eyes also have a protective shield. Damn it. Increase the attack power. Lu Xiaoyu ran over to Captain Song and said, Captain, if the situation continues like this, we must quickly go down and help them. If this is investigated later, the military will deduct our contribution points. The other teams will also ostracize us. Captain Song said with a worried face, that's a good point. You're right. Watching from the sidelines will only lead to negative consequences. We have no choice but to go down now. The female spider's condition isn't right. I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone continued to relentlessly attack the female spider's body. Just then, the female spider's protective shield suddenly shattered. Seeing this, Lu Sunlin shouted loudly. The eye's protective shield is broken. Attack now. The demon mantis heard the command, leaped up, and attacked the female spider. It slashed the female spider's body twice with its claws. The female spider's eyes suddenly emitted a golden light. Seeing this, Captain Song raised his hand to stop the rookies. This is not good. The female spider suddenly let out a massive shriek. Its ear-piercing shriek made everyone clutch their ears in pain. My ears. It hurts. They screamed incessantly. Who the hell said that the female spider had no attack power? Director Lu covered his ears. Lu Senlin's eyes widened. Wait, that is... Lu Senlin continued. A leader's halo. Lu Senlin, sitting on the demon mantis, said, this is a peak leader-level monster that's evolving. And apparently, we've interrupted its evolution process. The group of them ran for their lives. This isn't something we can handle. Sure. 3 people stood outside, discussing. It's been 3 hours already. No one has returned yet. It's not that fast. The mission directive was 5 hours. A shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Quick, look. Someone's coming back. They finished the mission so quickly. The instructor saw it and looked up. The instructor spoke into his earpiece. All troops, on alert. Prepare for battle. Lu Sunlin shouted down from the sky, don't shoot. It's me. Friendly. The demon mantis landed on the ground. Lu Sunlin tumbled to the ground. Cough. Why are you the only one? Where are the others? What happened? Lu Sunlin grabbed the man's lapels and yelled, did your government send us in there to die? What do you mean the female spider has no killing power? That was a female spider upgrading to the Lord level. The instructor walked over and pulled Lu Sunlin away. Calm down. Explain the situation first. Lu Sunlin let go of the man's tie. While we were exploring the cave, we encountered a female spider that was upgrading. Due to the disparity in strength, we could only be slaughtered one-sidedly. To complete the mission, we brought our best beasts. The very best. Now they're all dead in there. And also, I don't know how many of my subordinates managed to escape. Just the compensation and losses incurred are already a huge number. The instructor said with an unchanged expression. So this is the result of your government's research institute study? A female spider with weak combat strength? The people from the research institute just stammered. This? From the forest, a man ran out, clutching his arm. Everyone looked in that direction and said, look, they're back. Someone else has returned. The instructor asked him, where's the spider queen? Did it follow you out? The rookie replied, I don't know. It seems to have chased after someone else. After we got out, we all scattered and ran. The captain and the instructor glanced at each other. People were discussing. Oldly, you're back too? Yeah, I almost died in there. I'm sorry, Captain. I failed to protect Dalu and Ailing. It's good that you made it back. The instructor crossed his arms and said, if we had known this spider queen was upgrading, we absolutely wouldn't have sent just this small group. That's right. The instructor said with a profound expression. If we could bring it back to the military region to be nurtured, it would definitely enhance the military region's strength. Those office cadres only know how to mess things up. The instructor clasped his hands behind his back and said, but it seems this spider queen's evolution has failed. It no longer has any value. We don't need to worry about the rest. One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. The Black and Overlord will absolutely not let it go. The Z ran over from a distance at great speed. Gao Peng patted his head. Well done. Seeing this, that young man scolded his own beast. Look at other people's beasts. The beast refused to accept it and talked back. Humph, humph. Gao Peng patted his head and thought. I can't believe Lu Xinlin encountered 2 Overlord-tier monsters and 1 half-Overlord just by taking on 1 government mission. The environment for hunting in the wild is getting more and more severe. Gao Peng continued to think. The corpse of a common monster is pitifully worthless. The price of an elite-tier monster's corpse is only enough to buy some food for Adai, and I also need to quickly raise Adai and Z to the commander tier. That way, the success rate of hunting in the wild will be higher. Besides, once they've been upgraded, my reputation as a beast breeder should also become well known. At that time, they'll go to Yinqing to take the high-level beast breeder certification exam. 1 main, 1 support. As long as I follow this growth path, I can continuously become stronger. Adai took the opportunity to break through to level 14. Unfortunately, no one completed the monster hunting mission assigned by the association. It also ate all the silver snow pine needles at home. A picture of a skeleton sitting in front of the refrigerator. Adai could only sit in front of the refrigerator every day, staring blankly at the refrigerator. Gao Peng stood watching Dzi play. As for Dzi, after this period of training, it has also reached level 13. At this moment, Mu Taiying walked over to Gao Peng with a notebook. Classmate Gao Peng, this is what I mentioned before. My own summarized training experience for defensive-type beasts. Gao Peng took the notebook and looked at it. Since we've chosen to team up, we must be fully prepared. With this handbook, I can formulate tactics based on classmate Mu's characteristics. It was written in the notebook. For a defensive-type beast, a will of steel is far more important than physical defense. Daily training. Content. Toughness training. Gao Peng smiled and thought, haha. Classmate Mu is really serious. Mu Taiying asked blankly, what's wrong? Gao Peng patted Mu Taiying's shoulder and said, it's nothing. I just suddenly feel that. It hasn't been easy for you either. The loudspeaker suddenly blared. All students, gather in front of the rostrum. Today, there will be no free training for the time being. The instructor said with his hands behind his back, students, the first phase of training ends here. Before the second round begins, I must first announce a list. The instructor smiled and said, Lu Heshou, Jiang Yi, Hu Jiutong. The instructor continued reading the list. Wu Yongwan. Will these students please leave the field? The crowd below shouted in frustration. What? Why am I on it? That's right. On what grounds are you eliminating me? This isn't fair. The instructor's eyes blazed as he looked at the students. Students, do you have an opinion? Your performance over the past few weeks. We instructors have seen it all very clearly. Whether you've been slacking off or not, don't you know in your hearts? Let me remind you, Jiang Yi, was your phone fun to play with? Hu Jiutong covered his face in embarrassment. Hu Jiutong, how could you sleep so comfortably on the training ground? Starting tomorrow, you can go back to your old classroom. The instructor continued. If you're lazy even during the most basic training, then there's no point in continuing the training. The instructor introduced the next training content. The content of the second phase of training is actual combat. If you still treat it with that same lazy attitude, not only will accidents happen, but you might even cause your beasts to lose their lives. The students were shocked and couldn't believe it. Actual combat? 2 students were boasting about their beasts. Are our beasts supposed to fight these monsters? My teddy is the strongest. It can definitely kill these monsters without leaving a single piece of armor intact. Your teddy just looks scary. If it really gets on the field, I'm afraid it'll be scared off in minutes. If you want to fight, you need a beast like my gold-tailed centipede king. The 2 of them shot sharp glances at each other. The 2 bickered endlessly. What gold-tailed centipede king? It's just an ordinary gold-tailed centipede. You crowned it king yourself. What do you mean? I crowned it myself. Can you even be clear about matters concerning beasts? It can definitely evolve into a gold-tailed centipede king. The instructor announces the rules. 5 people to a team. Prepare to start combat training. The new squads will be led by an instructor. Students, please be quick. You 2 split up. Go on. Find other teammates. We're already on your team, Gao Peng. The atmosphere on the field is very lively right now. Shaolin. With us on a team, we'll be absolutely formidable. That's right. It's settled. Gao Peng. We're a team now. Yes, yes. I've wanted to team up with you for a long time. Gao Peng could only laugh awkwardly. Haha. The instructor suddenly appeared, waving. Gao Peng. It's her. The instructor, with her hands behind her back, introduced herself. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhang Renbai. I will be in charge of your group's combat training. Behind Zhang Renbai, a monster with glowing blue eyes appeared. She gave a wicked smile. Well then, who is willing to be the first? A monster with a massive body. Monster name: Bristle Iron Boar. Level 9. Quality: Status: weakly injured. Frightened. The chubby, orange-haired boy and the tall, black-haired boy trembled in fear. Instructor, can we switch to a different monster? Zhang Renbai pointed towards a smaller creature. Then switch to this one. Monster name: Blood-Threaded Demon Dog. Level 10. Quality: Elite. Status: moderately injured. Alert. Gao Peng, looking worried and sweating, thought, this dog doesn't look like much, but it's of elite quality. Its quality is higher than the boar's. It has poison resistance. And it's also injured. If it's provoked and goes berserk, the dog's attack power might be much higher than the boar's. Gao Peng thought decisively. Therefore, I can't let the instructor switch monsters. I still have to pick the weaker one to fight. Gao Peng decisively raised his hand and stepped forward. If no one else will, then he'll be the first to take the challenge. Gao Peng stood with Dazi in front of it. The Bristle Iron Boar. Gao Peng commanded Dazi. Go. Dazi. Dazi's body grew larger. Its whole body emitted a yellow light. The Bristle Iron Boar opened its mouth wide and growled. The Bristle Iron Boar swiped its sharp claws towards Dazi. The Bristle Iron Boar slammed its giant paw down on Dazi. Dazi suddenly appeared on the Bristle Iron Boar's head. Dazi opened its mouth. Its golden eyes flashed. Dazi used its small mandibles to bite the Bristle Iron Boar, causing it to spurt blood. The Bristle Iron Boar roared in pain. The Bristle Iron Boar angrily threw Dazi far away. The Bristle Iron Boar's eyes were blazing red with fury. Seeing this, Dazi trembled in fear. The chubby orange-haired boy and the tall black-haired boy, faces pale and sweating, said, Are we losing? Are we losing? I don't know. Also, don't pull my hair. Gao Peng looked at the scene before him. His expression didn't change as he let out a humph. Looking at Dazi, who was at a disadvantage, the system panel announced, Bristle Iron Boar has been poisoned. Minor injury. Moderate injury. A green liquid dripped from the Bristle Iron Boar's mouth. Dazi had already seized control of the situation. When Dazi bit the Bristle Iron Boar, it injected a green poison into its body. The toxin had already entered the Bristle Iron Boar's body with the attack. The stronger the Bristle Iron Boar's attacks, the faster the poison spread. The Bristle Iron Boar's legs trembled. The Bristle Iron Boar collapsed to the ground. System announcement: heavily injured. Seeing this, the chubby orange-haired boy, the tall black-haired boy, and their two familiars were all dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Just a moment ago, the Bristle Iron Boar clearly had the upper hand. Dazi moved closer to inspect it. The chubby orange-haired boy and the tall black-haired boy still didn't know what was going on. Why did it suddenly collapse? Zhang Renbai watched and said, The Bristle Iron Boar's face is turning green. It's clearly been poisoned. The chubby orange-haired boy asked, It was poison again? Zhang Renbai walked over to Gao Peng. Congratulations. You've passed today's training. This centipede of yours has a very strong poison. Its fighting spirit isn't bad either. However, you should try to have it use its poison less. Otherwise, its combat power will be difficult to improve. Furthermore, once it encounters a poison-immune enemy, it will lose most of its effectiveness. Gao Peng heard the advice and said, Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Gao Peng habitually rewarded Dazi with food. Good job. Zhang Renbai saw this scene and thought, bewildered. This centipede is being raised like a dog. Trong Nen Bok said, The Bristle Iron Pig can still fight. Who's next? The tall, black-haired boy patted his monster's head and said, I think my monster can join the fight. The fat, orange-haired boy standing beside him crossed his arms and said, Who says? You're only good at kicking a dog when it's down. The tall, black-haired boy sneered at the fat, orange-haired boy. You can only kick a dog when it's down. Screw you. The fat, orange-haired boy said angrily. Trong and Bok spoke up, interrupting their argument. Stop with the nonsense. Continue the training. The tall, black-haired boy commanded his monster. Kill the yellow-tailed scorpion king. The yellow-tailed scorpion king advanced on the bristle iron pig, striking at it with its tail. Take its life while it's down. Quick, attack with your poison stinger. Poison it to death for me. The tall, black-haired boy imagined the bristle iron pig dying and laughed out loud. Haha. As expected of the yellow-tailed scorpion king, it easily defeated the bristle iron pig. Just then, he suddenly looked up. The yellow-tailed scorpion king was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. What's going on? What's wrong with my yellow-tailed scorpion king? Chow Bong, standing on the sidelines, said, It's been poisoned. The tall, black-haired boy turned in shock. Poisoned? The yellow-tailed scorpion was poisoned? Muk Thiadon told the tall, black-haired boy. What Student Chow said is probably true. The tall, black-haired boy, not realizing it was the truth, asked, Huh? Muk Thiadon explained to the tall, black-haired boy. Student Chow's monster, and the poison this scorpion has itself, are both left over inside this monster's body. Moreover, it's not true that all poison-type monsters will have poison resistance. The tall, black-haired boy scratched his head. So you're saying it poisoned itself? The fat, orange-haired boy on the sidelines laughed at the tall, black-haired boy. Serves you right. Some yellow-tailed scorpion king. Just die already. The tall, black-haired boy angrily cursed at the fat, orange-haired boy. Damn you. The tall, black-haired boy pointed behind the fat, orange-haired boy. You're still laughing at me? Look at your own beast. The fat, orange-haired boy turned to look. The fat, orange-haired boy turned and saw his monster running towards that huge pile of waste and shouted, Wait. Good heavens, what are you doing? The fat, orange-haired boy tried his best to stop his monster. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Muk Thiadon spoke to Chow Bong, Student Chow. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Meanwhile, the tall, black-haired boy was giving his monster an antidote. Here, drink up. Hurry and drink some antidote. Trongnan Bok put her hand on her forehead. This team is hopeless. Morning in the city. Sunlight glittered through the tall buildings. Adai was standing in front of the refrigerator. It opened the refrigerator door, but saw nothing. Adai closed the refrigerator door. Adai opened the refrigerator door again, and still saw nothing. Chow Bong watched this scene with his arms crossed. Poor Adai. It seems to think that doing so can magically make food appear. So silly it's cute. Daisy was still eating its food. Just then, Chow Bong's phone suddenly rang. Ring ring. The screen lit up. Chow Bong picked up his phone to look. The phone screen showed the number 101. Monster Association. It must be the Silver Snow Pine Needle arriving. Chow Bong answered the phone. An employee's voice came from the phone. Respected customer. Mission number 001348. 721, which you posted on the Monster Association, has been completed. The mission item, according to the scheduled time, is about to arrive at the delivery location. Please be ready to receive it. Chow Bong rushed outside, hastily putting on his shoes. The goods have finally arrived. If it didn't arrive, I would have had to consider a different evolution path for Adai. A robot was carrying Chow Bong's package. He waved and called out, Over here. Inside, a boss and his second-in-command were pointing at Chow Bong. Boss. That's probably the guy who paid a high price for the Silver Snow Pine Needle. The boss said, That's right. We followed the delivery vehicle from the Monster Association's warehouse. There's no mistake. The boss said with an evil smile. Tonight, we're going to make a big score. The third-in-command came out and said to the boss and second-in-command, B-boss. Are we really going to be okay doing this? The boss looked at the third-in-command with anger. So useless. The second-in-command angrily smacked the third-in-command on the head. This world has always been about the strong preying on the weak. As long as we don't get caught, ITL'll be fine. Third brother clutched his head. Stop it. Don't hit me anymore. The boss turned to look at second brother and smiled. Second brother is right. Besides, we're not going to make a move right away. We're just going to tail him. If he's really someone we can't afford to offend, we'll pull out immediately. Second brother said. Well said. That's our boss for you. At night, the three of them were sneaking under the gate of a building. Third brother, hurry up. This is more exciting than stealing. Oh no. Boss. Why is this area so run down? It feels even poorer than the godforsaken place we live in. Is this kid really rich? The boss clenched his fist and said, Isn't that even better? Looks like this kid didn't have any background before. He just struck it rich recently. That makes him an even more suitable target for us. The three of them whispered to each other as they snuck around. I'm going big on this job. Keep your voice down. Why did you hit me again? I wasn't even as loud as the boss. The boss was picking the lock. Third brother and second brother stood guard. Boss, are you done yet? Suddenly, there were footsteps of a woman at the door. At the door, Tang Tang from the opposite room opened her door. She covered her mouth and said, "You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing?" Second brother and third brother turned around and stammered an explanation. Ahem. Excuse me, miss. The keyhole is a bit dark. Can't seem to open it. Yes. It's too dark. Tang Tang turned and stepped inside. The boss touched the door with his hand. Wait. The boss, with a lecherous look, said to Tang Tang, "Miss, we're a little thirsty. Could you let us in for a glass of water?" Tang Tang smiled lightly. Oh. Tang Tang stepped aside. Why not? Come in. The boss and second brother exchanged a sinister smile. Hee hee. The boss said to second brother and third brother, "Aren't you going to thank this young lady?" Second brother said, "Thank you, miss." Boss. Second brother. Third brother. Tang Tang was in the same room with them. Second brother reached out and locked the door. Tang Tang saw this and asked, "What are you doing?" The boss rubbed his hands and said, "It's so late. We're afraid of disturbing the other neighbors." Tang Tang, with a calm face, smiled and said, "Then you can rest assured." Tang Tang said gloomily, "My walls are all made of high-quality soundproofing material. Even if you were to have a rave party, you wouldn't disturb the neighbors." Boss. Second brother. Third brother's face turned dark with fear. Wait. Boss. Behind Tang Tang, a green gecko appeared. Tang Tang's eyes became bewitching. Bright red. That's... The boss and second brother were startled. They trembled, drenched in sweat. The boss pulled out a knife from somewhere. "You bitch." The boss pointed the knife at Tang Tang. "Don't you try to spook me." Tang Tang was a little surprised. Careless. The knife in the boss' hand flew away. Tang Tang's eyes glowed red. His hand was enveloped by something. The boss knelt on the ground, clutching his hand. "My hand." Second brother and third brother were extremely scared and worried. "Boss. It's like a potent poison. Quick, go help the boss. Go." Third brother commanded the venomous hedgehog. As the venomous hedgehog leaped, it was quickly snatched by the chameleon's long tongue. Seeing this, second brother and third brother were stunned and didn't know what to do. "What? Get her." Tang Tang petted her tamed beast. "Iza, why are you eating things you shouldn't?" At that moment, sharp flashes of light suddenly flew towards Tang Tang. The boss clutched his wound with one hand. He shouted, commanding his tamed beast. "Well done, purple lightning rat. You bitch. Let's see you act so arrogant now." One side of Tang Tang's shirt was torn. When he saw Tang Tang's shoulder was completely unscathed, the boss exclaimed in surprise. "Why aren't you injured?" Tang Tang radiated killing intent. Haha. Even if I told you the answer, you wouldn't understand it." Tang Tang looked at them, her eyes glowing red. "But it's all right. They'll teach you personally. We have time." Tang Tang's bewitching smile made the boss, second brother, and third brother terrified. "Don't come here. Come over here. At Gao Peng's house right now." He was crying silently. Outside, there were sounds of wailing. "Miss, I was wrong." Gao Peng thought. Who isn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Seriously. In Tang Tang's house, she was on the phone, while the boss, second brother, and third brother were tied up. "Old sister? Send someone over. I have 3 volunteers. Don't worry, they've all been trained. I guarantee they will persevere in defending the border until the very end." In the morning at school, Daisy, the golden-tailed raccoon dog, and the teddy were all lying on the ground. The chubby, orange-haired guy, the tall, black-haired guy, and Chow Peng were all shocked. Chow Peng thought, it can't even break through the defense. The system panel showed, monster name, mutated water bear, new monster, level, 12, monster grade, elite, quality, normal, status, healthy, lazy, weakness, fire element. Lemon juice will make it dehydrate quickly, causing it to die from dehydration. It will die if chopped into pieces. Trait, cryptobiosis. After entering the cryptobiosis state, the water bear's metabolic system will drop to an extremely low level. It will curl up in place and not move. At the same time, all of its resistances will be greatly enhanced. Xiao Peng said. A water bear? This is the first time I've seen a monster with this attribute, this trait. Xiao Peng glanced at it, thinking, actually, it's about time I considered my third familiar. Should I contract a water bear? Xiao Peng imagined a water bear giving him a thumbs up. After all, water bears have tenacious vitality, even in outer space. Inside nuclear radiation, at -200 degrees, and in all sorts of extreme environments like microwaves. Xiao Peng continued to consider getting a third familiar. After the cataclysm, its vitality was enhanced even further. It has extremely strong resistance to all kinds of abnormal attributes. Xiao Peng thought of Adai and Adai. Although this familiar's self-defense capabilities are immense, it doesn't have anything that can synergize with Adai and Adai. Forget it. It seems I still have to choose a suitable one that is either attack or defense-oriented. Of course, an aerial or a healing-type familiar would be even better. The three of them suddenly heard a loud noise and turned to look. Lian Zi was using its large body to crush its opponent. Mu Taiying stood below, constantly cheering for Lian Zi. Good job, Lian Zi. Seeing Mu Taiying standing so close to the battling familiars, Zhang Renbai found it dangerous and went to stop her. Student Mu, calm down a bit. When large familiars are fighting, you must stay away from the battlefield to avoid any accidents. Xiao Peng glanced at Mu Taiying and thought with a smirk. On the contrary, Lian Zi's timid personality has improved a lot under Student Mu's training. The phone in Xiao Peng's pocket suddenly vibrated. Xiao Peng answered the call. Hello, Mr. Qiao? Do you have any free time today? Hearing the voice, it was Director Lu Sunlin. Xiao Peng replied, what is it? Lu Sunlin said from the other side while driving. I'd like to invite you for a meal. I have a few friends here who would also like to come. I hope you can grace us with your presence. I'd also like to introduce them to you. Xiao Peng thought for a moment. Lu Sunlin's attitude seems a little too flattering. Xiao Peng recalled the incident from a few days ago. But after the last Black Forest incident, their company suffered huge losses. It's natural that they'd want to rope in a powerful beast breeder like me. After a moment of thought, Xiao Peng replied, then let's meet at the school gate after class. In the evening at the school. Xiao Peng sat in Lu Sunlin's car. Sorry to have troubled you. Lu Sunlin replied, no trouble at all. Actually, it was on my way. Haha. My daughter happens to go to your school too. I came to pick her up from school today. Lu Xiaoyu, sitting in the back, leaned forward. This is your third time coming to the school this year. The first time was for the opening ceremony. The cat in Lu Xiaoyu's arms me out. Lu Sunlin glanced at Xiao Peng. Haha. That's right, Mr. Qiao. If you have time, I was wondering if you could take a look at Xiaoyu's familiar for her. Xiao Peng took a glance. Student Liu's familiar. System notification, monster name, mint cat. Level, 12. Quality, normal. Attribute, wood. Weakness, water element. A cat-type familiar, huh? This is a bit rare. Xiao Peng turned around and said, I'm at the studio on Saturdays and Sundays. You can come find me at the studio. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu asked, really? A voice came from inside the car. All right, Xiaoyu. You go home first. Dad and Mr. Qiao have something to do. Lu Xiaoyu replied, I know. Lu Xiaoyu got out of the car and waved goodbye. Then it's a deal, classmate Xiao Peng. Bye. Xiao Peng thought. If he's going to meet friends, why did he have to send his daughter home first? This is getting weirder and weirder. Xiao Peng asked Lu Sunlin. Director Lu, what kind of people are these friends of yours? Lu Sunlin said, Mr. Gao has arrived. Lu Sunlin extended his hand, inviting Gao Peng in. Mr. Gao, please. Lu Sunlin led the way. Gao Peng followed behind. Gao Peng thought, this place is decorated in the style of a mountain and forest landscape. It's probably the work of a master skilled in both southern and northern garden design. Eating here. It seems the friend Director Lu mentioned is not a simple character. Lu Sunlin led Gao Peng to a room full of people. He's here. Mr. Gao. Come. Let me make some introductions, Mr. Gao. Lu Sunlin introduced everyone to Gao Peng one by one. This is Captain Song Zi of the Blazing Fire Squad. Song Zi raised his hand in greeting. Hello. Lu Sunlin continued. This is Captain Jianggu of the Heavenly Star Squad. Jianggu spoke. Old Lu, you made it sound so mysterious before. I didn't expect the person who came would be just a kid. Gao Peng's gaze turned cold as he looked at them and thought, what a coincidence. Everyone sitting here is from a monster-slaying squad. Gao Peng clenched his fist. Moreover, the way these people are looking at me is full of probing and suspicion. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. Lu Xinlin spoke up, interrupting Gao Peng's train of thought. Since everyone is here, let's eat. Jiang Gu, with a fierce expression, spoke up. Wait a moment. The tall and sturdy man looked him up and down, exuding a menacing aura, and said, Mr. Gao's expression isn't very good. Did our arrival seem a bit sudden? Did it displease Mr. Gao? Gao Peng didn't answer, merely thinking. Song Zi walked over with a glass of wine. I say, Captain Jiang, what are you doing scaring a child here? Don't let people say we're bullying a student. I can't afford to lose face like that. Lu Xinlin, sweating and frowning slightly, said, A misunderstanding. It's all my fault for not explaining to Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao didn't know so many friends would be here today. It was my oversight. I hope all you brothers will forgive me. Jiang Gu laughed cheerfully and replied, So that's how it is. We've also heard of Mr. Gao's reputation for a long time. We've always wanted to ask for your guidance. But Mr. Gao is truly hard to get a meeting with. Only today can we consider ourselves to have finally met. Mr. Gao, give us some face. Let's have a drink. The others also offered a toast to Gao Peng. That's right. We should eat and drink. Let's all have a drink with Mr. Gao. Just drinking is no fun. We have this opportunity. We must ask Mr. Gao for more guidance. That's right. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Gao Peng thought. This group seems enthusiastic, but their words are all loaded. They're obviously not here just to eat. Lu Xinlin came over and handed Gao Peng a glass of wine. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. It was my poor arrangement. Gao Peng said nothing, thinking silently. And then there's this Lu Xinlin. Gao Peng looked at the glass of wine Lu Xinlin handed him. The value I've created for him far exceeds the compensation he's paid me. In any case, he's the one who owes me. And now he's pulling this stunt. Gao Peng stared at the glass of wine. Let's see what this feast at Hong Gate is all about. What kind of tricks are they planning to play? The sound of chopsticks being placed on the table broke Gao Peng's train of thought. Jiang Gu looked at Gao Peng and said, Mr. Gao, I, old Jiang, am a crude man. There are some things I just have to say, or I won't feel comfortable. Word on the street is that you're young but possess extraordinary abilities. But this 100% upgrade success rate, Jiang Gu said with a smile, and also getting a special promotion. I wonder if Mr. Gao is really as miraculous as the rumors say. Gao Peng gave a light, non-committal laugh. You flatter me. It's mainly because Instructor Feng favors me. Captain Jiang, if you need anything, you can come to our company for a consultation. Jiang Gu spoke with a hidden meaning in his words. Mr. Gao, saying that makes you sound like a stranger. Jiang Gu, holding his wine glass, glanced down and said, If Mr. Gao is Director Liu's friend, then you're also a friend to us coarse folk. It's only natural for friends to help each other. Why get the company involved? That's too distant. The group's loaded words echoed in Gao Peng's mind. That's right. If we're all eating together, then everyone is a friend. For you to bring up the company, that's just not right of you, little Gao. Little Gao is still young. He doesn't know how things work. We should remind him more often. Isn't he sensible now? Little Gao, I also have some monsters that need your help. How about you free up some time to help out? Gao Peng sweated as he thought. These people, do they take me for a fool? A moment later, everyone was standing in front of the restaurant's entrance. Mr. Gao. Gao Peng looked at the captains and said politely, Captains, I'm just a high school student who hasn't been in this field for long. I'm not very learned. I can't handle such an important task. Lu Xinlin frowned, looked at Gao Peng, and said, Mr. Gao, today was all my fault. Old Lu didn't arrange things well. Wait a moment, I'll drive you. Gao Peng gently refused. No need. Gao Peng held up his phone. The phone screen showed a notification that his ride had been confirmed. I've already booked a car. No need to trouble you. Gao Peng got into the car. The car quickly drove away. The young man with the mushroom cut grumbled. This kid is so tactless. The black-haired young man also said angrily. Forget it. He's just a kid. Don't stoop to his level. Lu Xinlin turned back to look at the captains. Everyone, I've made a fool of myself. I originally had good intentions. But it seems this time, neither side benefited. The captains angrily went back inside. All right. Everyone, Let's go back and continue eating. Director Lu meant well. That's true. We can only say that this Gao Peng is still too young and naive. Suddenly, a hand landed on Lu Senlin's shoulder. Jianggu approached from behind. His eyes were burning red as he spoke to Lu Senlin. Director Lu, this time, I helped you target Gao Peng and sour his relationships with other factions. The favor you did for me in the Blackened Forest is now considered repaid. Lu Senlin smiled and replied to Jianggu. Don't say that, Captain Jiang. We have a life-and-death friendship. We should help each other even more. Hearing this, Jianggu quickly waved his hand. Let's keep things separate. We are not on the same path. As Jianggu walked away, he glanced back. Lu Senlin was smiling and thinking. Gao Peng helped you all so much. Yet to pull him onto your ship, you could even scheme against him, let alone others. What an old fox. Nighttime in the city. The buildings were still lit. In Gao Peng's room, he took off his outer jacket and threw it on the sofa. Dazi crawled over from a distance. Gao Peng picked up the TV remote. Gao Peng turned on the news. Alliance Information News. The Rama Monster Gene Optimization Fluid launched by the Zheilongbang Group has been reported to have serious side effects. In Kuehong, there have been many cases of monsters developing malignant mutation symptoms after using the Rama Monster Gene Optimization Fluid. The TV showed images of moderately injured monsters. Bloodline demonization. The Zheilongbang Group has announced a global recall of the Rama Monster Gene Optimization Fluid. At the same time, customers who have already purchased it can get a full refund at Zheilongbang's specialty stores for free. Gao Peng stared intently at the TV. Many scientists have now pointed out the uncontrollable nature of the gene optimization fluid, urging the public to be active and treat gene optimization products rationally. Gao Peng's phone rang. The phone screen showed Lu Senlin's name. Gao Peng thought, Lu Senlin. Why is he still calling me? Gao Peng answered the phone. Director Lu, what's the matter? Lu Senlin still spoke to Gao Peng with a cheerful laugh. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Gao. Today's events were all my fault. I should have made their identities clear to you beforehand. I also didn't expect them to be so disrespectful today. Gao Peng replied into the phone. It's fine. I'm not so petty as to get angry over something like this. Lu Senlin, holding a wine glass, said to Gao Peng. Mr. Gao, rest assured. They disrespected you. Which means they disrespected me, Lu Senlin. Starting from today, without saying much, Gao Peng immediately ended the call. Gao Peng angrily gritted his teeth. He gripped the phone tightly, thinking to himself, no wonder those people think I'm easy to fool. I can only blame myself for not yet having the strength to stand up to those with ill intentions. Dazi, standing nearby, saw how angry Gao Peng was and felt very worried. Such events didn't discourage Gao Peng. On the contrary, they made him even more determined. Gao Peng looked at the TV and said, for now, I can only play by the rules. Wait until I'm strong enough. The TV screen was showing an image of Han Ling with his monster. The first season of the Sun City King of Rings tournament ended successfully yesterday. The contestants participating in this season's King of Rings tournament came from all over the Sun City, Rong City, and Peng City regions. The crown for the first Sun City King of Rings was won by the 21-year-old genius Beastbreeder, Han Ning. According to sources, Han Ning is also a university student. He is currently a third-year student at Sun City University of Science and Technology. System notification monster name, Starfall Turtle. Level, 39. Tier, Commander. Quality, perfect. Gao Peng was lost in thought, feeling a sense of admiration. 3 years' time, he was able to evolve a tame beast to the Commander tier with perfect quality. This is probably what the top masters in the world are like. But it won't be long for me either. Scene change. At the Fei Bon tamed beast workshop, Adai looked at the object in Gao Peng's hand. Gao Peng put the strange object into a blender and turned it on. Gao Peng poured out a purple liquid that looked very poisonous. Gao Peng offered the liquid to Adai. Adai, time for your medicine. Adai's expression was a bit reluctant. Scene change. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. Lu Xiaoyu, along with her 2 friends and their tame beasts, were chatting excitedly. Xiaoyu, is this that Uncle Gao's workshop you were talking about? Xiaoyu replied, yes. You said that Uncle Gao is the same age as you. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Lu Xiaoyu turned her head back, annoyed. Lu Xiaoyu tickled her friend. All right, you damn Xiaoyu. How dare you mock me? Take this. Zaoya's friend couldn't stop laughing. Haha. All right, stop tickling. I was wrong. Huh. The receptionist warmly welcomed the three of them. Welcome to the Tian Peng workshop. May I ask if you three have an appointment? Zaoya's two friends looked around. Your shop even needs. Is business that good? That's right. I don't see anyone else here. The receptionist said blankly. If you don't have an appointment, we can help you contact the owner to schedule a time. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her chin, thinking. Dad said that. Uncle Gao's beast breeding skill level is very high. He could be called the #1 genius in Chang'an. The only downside is that his fees are very high. Could it be because of that? That there aren't many new customers? The surrounding space suddenly vibrated. Lu Xiaoyu and her friend clutched their chests in discomfort, their faces covered in sweat. What's that sound? It's terrifying. It's making it hard for me to breathe. Adai's bones began to change. Its heart also lit up, gradually transforming. Adai's entire body had undergone a massive change. The system panel displayed information. Monster name: Skeletal Ape. Level: 16. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Undead type. Weakness: Light type. Trait acquired: Blood Thread Heart. Seeing Adai's distinct change, Gao Peng was extremely excited and shouted loudly. It finally succeeded. Suddenly, Gao Peng was startled. This upgrade even granted it a trait. The system panel displayed the trait's information. Trait: Blood Thread Heart. Effect 1, Passive effect. Consumes a certain amount of blood thread and energy to condense a blood thread heart. While the blood thread heart exists, it will comprehensively enhance the skeletal ape's physical attributes. When the blood thread heart is destroyed, the passive effect will disappear. Effect 2. Actively activating the blood thread heart can induce a cardiac resonance. It can be used to control heartbeats. After reading the trait's information, Gao Peng was very excited. This monster trait is pretty amazing. Gao Peng looked at the system, thinking excitedly. With this trait, Adai's combat power will be greatly enhanced. But Gao Peng looked at Adai's large frame and sighed. This appearance isn't very convenient for going out. Gao Peng walked out of the room. He pointed towards the room. Wan, can you find something to cover Adai up a bit? With this appearance, it'll be inconvenient to go out on the street later. When Wan saw Adai's appearance, she was also extremely surprised. Oh, she thought to herself. He's upgraded another tame beast in such a short time. Gao Peng is getting more and more impressive. Lu Xiaoyu called out to Gao Peng. Uncle Gao. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu, Gao Peng thought. I remember her. This is Director Liu's daughter. Gao Peng imagined Director Liu using strings to control his own daughter like a puppet. Could it be because I directly hung up on Lu Songlin that this old fox is a bit unsure of my intentions? So he sent his daughter to probe my attitude. At this moment, Gao Peng suddenly noticed the glowing tamed beast next to her. However, her friend's tamed beast is quite interesting, adapting to a completely new ecological niche. Gao Peng watched the flying tamed beast, using the void as its sea. To think such a special life form exists. Lu Xiaoyu, sweating, said to Gao Peng, Uncle Gao, I'd like to ask you to take a look at my tamed beast. Gao Peng opened his mouth to speak. Oh, it's you. Gao Peng's expression suddenly changed to a smile. You don't have to call me Uncle Gao. You and I are the same age. Calling me that feels a bit strange. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback by Gao Peng's sudden change. Gao Peng held up his hand and said, Same old rules. You should know my fee standards. Payment up front. This mint cat of yours is of normal quality and elite grade. According to my fee standards, that'll be 60 credit points. Thank you for your business. Gao Peng thought to himself, forget it. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu, she probably doesn't know what her foxy father has done. There's no point in bullying a young girl. Gao Peng leaned on his hand and said, Out of respect for your father, he'll cover the cost of the materials needed to upgrade your mint cat's quality. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Gao. Gao Peng looked at her and asked, By the way, where's your familiar? Only then did Lu Xiaoyu frantically look for her familiar. Where's my cat? It was just here a moment ago. Lu Xiaoyu's friend pointed towards her familiar. Your mint cat is hiding in the corner. It must have been frightened. The mint cat was trembling non-stop, staring at Daisy. The mint cat whimpered to Lu Xiaoyu, meow. Its two eyes were glistening, looking very pitiful. Lu Xiaoyu knelt down and hugged the mint cat. There, don't be afraid. Good kitty. The mint cat snuggled against Lu Xiaoyu. Gao Peng saw this and thought, what a lecherous cat. Gao Peng asked, let me ask you something. Where did you guys buy this jellyfish? Lu Xiaoyu's friend replied, Mr. Gao, are you also interested in this type of pet familiar? Gao Peng immediately answered, I've never seen a familiar with this attribute before. I'm a little curious. Lu Xiaoyu's friend smiled and said, actually, this thing can barely be considered a familiar. It's just a small pet. At best, it can be used as a personal wallet. Lu Xiaoyu's friend tried putting a phone into the familiar. It immediately sucked the phone inside. Lu Xiaoyu's friend turned and continued speaking to Gao Peng. Look, it's now stored in the spatial pocket it carries. This flying jellyfish is originally a specialty from Peng City. Recently, a group of merchants has imported quite a few from there. They're currently selling them at the business street of Wutsu Square. Gao Peng's eyes sharpened. My third familiar. I have a lead. Scene change. At Wutsu Square, a crowd of people were hawking flying jellyfish. Come on over, take a look. Absolutely do not miss out. The newest special wallet. A wallet that can fly. The hottest new pet from Peng City. Everyone come and see. The incredibly cute flying jellyfish were floating around. The young girls saw them and loved them. So adorable. A girl uses a trick on her boyfriend to get him to buy a flying jellyfish. I want this little thing. Can I have it? Her boyfriend readily agreed without hesitation. Of course. Gao Peng walked over and asked the seller, Can I take a look at the flying jellyfish? The seller handed one to Gao Peng while talking. Another seller was continuing to introduce them to the customers. Boss, I want one. Boss, I want one too. Give me one as well. The system displayed, Level 1. Quality, normal. Gao Peng smiled and said, No, that's not it. I mean, can I see all the flying jellyfish you have left? I want to pick one myself. The seller led Gao Peng inside. This way. He opened the door. A puff of mist came from inside. Gao Peng stepped inside. Inside were many tanks containing flying jellyfish. The rest are all here. The seller introduced. According to records, the birth of the flying jellyfish was probably during the 7th OS cataclysm, when a swarm of jellyfish happened to be mutated by spatial energy. Over the next few hundred years, they settled in that sea region and proliferated in large numbers. Image of a fish chasing a swarm of flying jellyfish. After that, they were almost eaten to extinction by other monsters. Gao Peng looked up. This is probably the most pathetic space attribute monster. The seller laughed and said, They call it a space attribute, but other than being able to float and having a small dimensional space inside its body, it has practically no attack power. If it weren't for their looks and the fact that they don't taste good, they probably would have gone extinct long ago. Gao Peng stared intently at the swarm of flying jellyfish and thought, So they don't taste good now, huh? The tank was filled with level 1 flying jellyfish. Indeed, the jellyfish inside here weren't much different from the ones outside. Suddenly, Gao Peng was stunned. Wait a minute. This place. In a tank of quiet ones, there is one that's extremely excited. Why does it feel so different from the other jellyfish? The other jellyfish are all floating around quietly. Only this one is incredibly lively. Gao Peng turned to ask the seller, How much is this one? The seller replied, Oh, kid, you've got a good eye. The seller said, The boss says, It's a rare mutant species. A perfect quality king jellyfish, a fast mutating variant. 100 credit points, a bargain for you. Gao Peng laughed and haggled. Hey man, you have to do business with a conscience. They'll give you that it's a mutant. A king jellyfish. That part is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? 50 credit points. The seller didn't say much and agreed. I've met someone who knows their stuff. 50 it is. Consider it making a new friend. Gao Peng took out his phone to transfer the money, thinking. He didn't hesitate at all. It seems that even at 50 credit points, they're still making a profit. The seller told Gao Peng to bring others to buy. Kid, if you have any friends who want to buy a flying jellyfish, bring them to us. They'll give you a discount. Gao Peng thought. He opened with a price of 100 credit points. And you call it a king jellyfish? And you expect me to hope for your discount? It'll be good enough if you don't give me an outrageous price. Gao Peng smiled. I really didn't lose out this time. System notification, monster name, flying jellyfish, level, 4, quality, elite, attribute, space. Likes, sweet fruit juice. Weakness, lightning type, ice type, afraid of fish. When facing these two types of creatures, it will shrink. The seller told Gao Peng to bring others to buy. That face looks a little scared. 2 attributes, space and wind. Elite quality. Our monster taming squad is now complete. Gao Peng looked at the flying jellyfish and said with a smile, "You look like a balloon. How about I call you A-chan?" The flying jellyfish was full of question marks. Scene change. At Gao Peng's house. Daisy was lying on its pillow. The doorknob suddenly turned. Gao Peng's voice was heard. "I'm home." Hearing Gao Peng's voice, Daisy jumped up. In Gao Peng's hand was a cage containing the flying jellyfish. "Daisy, this is the new member of our family." Hearing Gao Peng say that, Daisy froze. Daisy scurried into the room and stood at the door, waving its limbs. Daisy's actions made Gao Peng feel confused. Daisy slammed the door shut. When Gao Peng saw this, he understood. It even learned how to be jealous. Gao Peng emitted a menacing aura, cracking his knuckles. "This ungrateful thing. Watch how I'll deal with you." Gao Peng said softly. "Daisy, I specially bought your favorite dried insect bread. And also dried insects of the poison sword species. Leaves of the starleaf flower." When Daisy heard that, it was startled. Gao Peng continued, leaning close to the door and speaking softly. "Also to upgrade you. I specifically posted a high-priced mission to buy a commander-grade, lightning-type monster core. The price is 301 credit points. 1 credit point higher than the average price. That's enough for a family's living expenses." Hearing this, Daisy drooled and its eyes lit up. Daisy stuck one of its claws out. Daisy opened the door and came out. Gao Peng asked Daisy, "Feeling better? Want to eat?" Daisy drooled and replied, "Yes." Gao Peng dodged back and forth, not letting Daisy get the food bag. "Not so easy. You dare shut the door on me? You're rebelling." Daisy lunged, trying to grab the food bag. Gimme, gimme, mommy." Gao Peng and Daisy continued to play. "All right. You've even learned how to curse at people. Take this, you little rascal." Meanwhile, Adai didn't care about the two of them and was staring intently at A-chan. Gao Peng rubbed his shoulders and walked away. "If I don't hit you for a day, you'll tear the roof off the house." Gao Peng ignored Daisy, who was lying dizzy on the ground. Gao Peng approached A-chan's tank. He channeled energy to his hand. "A-chan's current level isn't high. My spiritual energy should be enough. Then, let's try to form a contract now." Gao Peng placed his hand in front of the tank. Seeing this, A-chan hugged its head in panic. Gao Peng closed his eyes. A-chan's consciousness space is even smaller than Daisy's initial one. It's also weaker. This is troublesome. Moreover, A-chan's consciousness is too unstable. Gao Peng opened the system panel to look. "If I form a contract now, I feel a bit like a bad guy luring a child." Gao Peng stood there, scratching his head. On either side were Adai and Z. "It seems I need to spend more time with A-chan to lower its guard. Affection grows over time." Gao Feng's excited face was slightly flushed. "I've decided. Tomorrow, I'll take little A-chan to school with me to build our bond." Seeing this, Z, standing nearby, pouted, unwilling to accept it. Scene change. The next morning at school. The training area. Mu Taiying, sweating profusely, stammered, "Hi, good morning, classmate Gao Feng." The chubby, orange-haired boy standing beside her was also staring blankly. "This is classmate Gao Feng." Gao Feng walked over with A-chan on his head and greeted everyone. "Hi, classmate Mu." The other students saw Gao Feng like this and started laughing and talking. "He has a hat on his head. It's so ugly, haha." Gao Feng took out a bottle of water from A-chan's space. "Oh, right." Gao Feng handed the water bottle to Mu Taiying. "Want some mineral water? It's chilled." Mu Taiying, stunned, refused. "No thanks. This hat of yours is." Gao Feng smiled and pointed to his head. "A hat? No, it's not. It's a flying jellyfish. A type of monster with spatial abilities." Mu Taiying stroked Lianzi with one hand and said with a smile, "Oh, I've heard of them. But they're a bit timid. Let's put that aside for now. Have you seen the monster for today's training?" Being petted by Mu Taiying, Lianzi was endlessly delighted. The crowd, along with Gao Feng and Mu Taiying, was standing in front of the monster's cage. The notice board displayed the monster's name. Purple Gold Centipede. Gao Feng looked at the monster and said, "Looks like a tough test." Mu Taiying looked at the monster and said to Gao Feng, "So, are you going first again today?" A-chun watched expectantly. The other classmates all agreed, saying, "Yeah." It seems Gao Feng will get the bonus points for volunteering first again today. Can't be helped. Gao Feng's strength gives him a high chance of winning. We can learn from his fighting style to defeat the opponent and get points too. Let's just be content with that. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gao Feng said to Mu Taiying, "Let someone else on the team have a chance. I can't be the one to go first every time. That wouldn't be fair to them." Everyone. Hearing this, they were very surprised and shouted, "What? The boy with glasses and his monster. If classmate Gao is willing to give up the first win slot, Instructor Zhang, I request to be the first to challenge it." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking, "The hen dragon? Besides Dazi, it's the only other elite monster. It's already level 11. Unfortunately, it's only of normal quality, but it's enough to test the purple gold centipede's depth." At this moment, Gao Feng was startled and turned to look at Dazi. "Dazi, do you see that? Pay attention in a bit." "Wait a minute. Where are you looking?" Dazi was drooling from its mouth. Gao Feng tapped Dazi on the head. "All you think about is eating. You. Pay attention and observe the purple gold centipede's habits and attack patterns. I'll let you go up later. What's that shiny thing at the corner of your mouth? Wipe it for me now." Zhang Rinbua held a red flag and shouted the command. "Ready. Begin." The hen dragon stood tall before the purple gold centipede. The hen dragon was surrounded by a layer of red aura, while the purple gold centipede's body was surrounded by a layer of blue aura. The two monsters stared each other down. The purple gold centipede attacked first. It whipped its tail fiercely at the hen dragon's position. The hen dragon quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. Then the hen dragon flew down, using its claws to try and grab the purple gold centipede. The purple gold centipede was no slouch either and used its pincers to clamp down on the hen dragon's claws. With its two legs tightly gripped by the purple gold centipede, the hen dragon struggled non-stop, unable to break free. The boy with glasses, seeing his hen dragon cornered, was shocked. "This is bad," Zhang Rinbua said. "Luckily, this purple gold centipede isn't poisonous. Otherwise, with just that one sting, your monster would have been defeated." The purple gold centipede's stinger pierced the hen dragon's thigh bone. Zhang Rinbua said, "It's also fortunate that your hen dragon is strong enough." The purple gold centipede only used its barb to pierce the muscle. The ring-shaped barb at the back of its tail isn't hard enough. It couldn't inflict greater damage. The hen dragon's eyes glowed red as it glared at the purple gold centipede. The hen dragon used its beak to peck directly down on the purple gold centipede's head, causing its blood to flow endlessly. The mushroom-headed boy with glasses saw this and shouted joyfully, "I won." A-chun grimaced and covered its mouth with its two tentacles. Gao Feng was deep in thought. Not necessarily. The purple gold centipede lay on the ground, taking the hits. Suddenly, a blazing red light flashed in the purple gold centipede's eyes. The purple gold centipede used its pincers to hook the hen dragon's legs and pull forcefully. The hen dragon's legs were splayed, and it cried out loudly in pain. The boy with the glasses and bowl cut screamed in panic. "Dragon mother chicken." The dragon mother chicken's two eggs went splat. The dragon mother chicken looked up to the sky, tears streaming down as it let out a tragic cry. The remaining male students all covered their crotches, trembling in fear. This. A white foot stepped into the enclosure. A monster with eyes radiating a fierce, killing aura approached the dragon mother chicken lying on the ground. Zhang Rinbai said, "All right, stop." The Zijin centipede was startled and broke out in a sweat. The Zijin centipede let go of the dragon mother chicken's two legs. The dragon mother chicken immediately collapsed. The dragon mother chicken ran away quickly, sobbing. The friend with the mushroom-cut glasses ran after it. "Dragon mother chicken, wait up," Zhang Rinbai said with her hands behind her back. "Does anyone else want to challenge the Zijin centipede?" The crowd of students all shook their heads, declining. Zhang Renbei's face darkened as she spoke. Before, every time there was a challenge, it was Gao Peng's purple-backed thunder centipede that was first on the stage. I know some of you were dissatisfied in your hearts, feeling that the instructor was playing favorites. looking down on everyone. Isn't that right? What about now? The whole group of students deferred to each other. No one dared to step up and challenge. Let the student with the good record go. No way. Zhang Renbai then turned her head to look at Gao Peng. Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't say much. He fed Dazi a bug and then gave it an order. Go on. Asun on Gao Peng's head excitedly pointed forward. Dazi entered the iron cage. It stood opposite the Z gene centipede. Dazi lifted its legs off the ground. Dazi stood up. Its towering body overshadowed the Z gene centipede. Mu Taiying walked over to stand next to Gao Peng. Although Dazi is formidable, based on the strength the Z gene centipede has shown, it's not one to be trifled with. Asun frowned. Gao Peng said nothing, only thinking to himself. Classmate Mu isn't wrong. This Z gene centipede is very likely holding back. Gao Peng clenched his slightly trembling fists. Right now, I can only trust in Dazi. The Z gene centipede still initiated the fight first. It swung its tail towards Dazi. Dazi quickly moved its body aside to dodge the Z gene centipede's attack. Mu Taiying enthusiastically cheered for Dazi. Nice. Gao Peng was still watching the match from behind. Asun on Gao Peng's head had fallen into a daze at some point. The Z gene centipede continued to use its tail to attack Dazi. The Z gene centipede's tail hit Dazi's head. Dazi broke into a slight sweat, but quickly regained its composure and slammed its tail down on the Z gene centipede. The Z gene centipede was hit so hard its head spun. Dazi continued to bite the Z gene centipede's body. Dazi violently ripped off a piece of the Z gene centipede's skin, causing it to bleed profusely. The students standing outside shouted excitedly. Awesome! Dazi used its long body to coil around the Z gene centipede. The system panel displayed the status. Status: severely injured. Seeing Dazi perform so well, Gao Peng was very happy. It's stable. Asun on Gao Peng's head was also endlessly joyful. Seeing Dazi win, Mu Taiying's eyes lit up as she exclaimed. As expected of you, Gao Peng. Dazi was in such danger just now. But as its master, your expression didn't change at all. Gao Peng laughed with a straight face. Haha, just a regular day. Everything was within my calculations. Contrary to his words, Gao Peng was sweating profusely inside. Gao Peng thought. Actually, I was so nervous just now that my palms were sweating. Zhang Renbai broke into a nervous sweat and said to Gao Peng, Gao Peng, call your monster back. Inside the iron cage, Dazi was gnawing on the flesh of the Z gene centipede. Zhang Renbai said, monsters that can be used as training partners are not easy to come by. If you let it eat anymore, this one's going to be a goner. Dazi's mouth and face were covered in green fluid, and it was still gnawing on a piece of flesh. The other students trembled when they saw this scene and said, could it be that Dazi isn't fully tamed? This is too savage. Yeah. Is there no danger? When Mu Taiying heard this, she turned and glared at them. Gao Peng put his hand to his mouth and whistled. When Dazi heard the call, its face showed its boredom and reluctance to return. Although it didn't want to return, Dazi still quickly ran towards Gao Peng under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing Dazi run back, Gao Peng quickly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. All you know is to eat indiscriminately. Gao Peng used the handkerchief, along with Asun, to wipe the green fluid from Dazi's face and mouth. What if you get a stomachache from eating it? You also scared these cowards. They're not good, delicious, and nutritious. Everyone around them's faces darkened when they heard this. What does that mean? So arrogant. Yeah. Mu Taiying said a little embarrassedly, Gao Peng, don't take it to heart. They were just a little scared by Dazi. Gao Peng said with an unchanged expression. Right now, we are fighting monsters inside a cage. We have the instructor and Yuan Shualan to protect us. So you still have the mood to pity these monsters. Gao Peng patted Dai's head and glanced at the group. But what if we're in the wilderness, the monster's home turf? During a real battle, will the monsters pity us? We are here to learn how to fight, not on a field trip. With this kind of mindset, it's better to withdraw early. Hearing what Gao Peng said, the group of students angrily retorted. This guy? Suddenly, the sound of applause was heard. Student Gao is not wrong. Zhang Renbai, with one hand in her pocket, pointed at the students with the other. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, they'll announce something important. Your basic training is almost complete. You can now sign up for the practical field training base. Zhang Renbai said with a smile. The training period is 1 week. The school has already approved the leave. After you all go back, you can discuss it with your families. The registration fee is 5 credit points. Everyone started buzzing with excitement. Really? I've waited for so long. We finally get to have a real battle. Sigh. My basic training results weren't ideal. What should I do? Gao Peng frowned. His face slightly red and sweaty, he thought. A practical field training base. They're being quite generous. The students spoke to Zhang Renbai again. Instructor, do we have to pay to sign up for this? That's right, instructor. Shouldn't our training be free? Why do we have to pay? Zhang Renbai put on a bewitching smile that radiated killing intent. You can choose not to go. Or you can go to a private practical field training base. The tall, black-haired student and the one with glasses and a bowl cut voiced their dissatisfaction. They're taking advantage of the situation. A week at a private place costs at least 20 credit points. 20 points is just the entry fee. If you want to use other equipment and materials, you have to pay extra. Hearing the fees, the students felt disheartened. In the end, it's still because we're too poor. If it really doesn't work out, I'll ask my dad for a loan. Zhang Renbai, with that bewitching smile, held out a form. Besides paying the fee, there is another way. And that is to sign a contract with the Alliance. That way, all training fees will be covered by the Alliance. All the soldiers stood at attention in neat rows. Students who sign the contract must enlist for 8 years after graduation. After that, you can choose to be discharged freely. Additionally, if you get into a military academy, the time spent studying at the academy will also count towards these 8 years. Mu Taiying crossed her arms and said, that makes sense. For an ordinary family, 5 credit points, although not entirely unaffordable, is definitely not a small amount. This policy is quite humane. Gao Peng replied. This policy is very clever. It lets us choose for ourselves whether we want to enlist or not. It doesn't seem coercive at all. Gao Peng's face darkened. But whether it's serving 4 years after graduating from a military academy, or serving faithfully as an ordinary soldier for 8 years, in the end, the military is the one who profits. Zhang Renbai continued speaking to the students. Finally, a solemn reminder to all of you. If you register to participate, you must sign a death waiver. The students were all terrified. Will we die then? Zhang Renbai explained to the students. The high school graduation exam, for students specializing in monster taming, is different from other exams. So you must cherish this special training opportunity. Signing the death waiver doesn't necessarily mean you will die. But if your intelligence remains at its current state, the word not might just be removed for you. Hearing this, the students started to laugh. The girl who asked the question also laughed sheepishly and scratched her head. Mu Taiying glanced at Gao Peng. Student Gao, let's team up tomorrow. Gao Peng and Mu Taiying bumped fists. Gao Peng said cheerfully, it would be my honor. Daisy also peeked its head out from behind Gao Peng and smiled with delight. The military vehicles were speeding down the road as fast as the wind. The steel vehicle looked simple but was incredibly powerful. A female student looked out the window. It's so beautiful. The students inside the vehicle were getting rowdy. Shower, quick, look over here. That mountain is so tall. Haha, it really is. That side over there isn't bad either. There are even wild monster pets. The vehicle suddenly hit a rock and jolted upwards. Everyone in the vehicle was shaken. Whoa, good heavens. What the heck was that? The soldier driving turned his head and smirked. My bad. There was a rock on the road I didn't see. Gao Peng sat with his arms crossed in silence. What's with this soldier? He's doing this because he thinks we're too noisy. Gao Peng sighed softly. Gao Peng recalled what happened earlier. This morning before leaving, he knocked on Sister Tang's door, but no one answered. She didn't pick up her phone either. Logically speaking, Sister Tang's strength isn't weak. Nothing bad should have happened to her. As Gao Peng thought about it, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be related to the secret she could never tell me? The vehicle suddenly lurched again, shattering Gao Peng's train of thought and throwing him from his seat. Gao Peng frowned, sweating and gritting his teeth. You've got to be kidding me. This trick again? The others on the truck, covered in bruises, angrily approached the soldier to complain. This is too much. Yeah, you can't just bully people like this. The soldier, sweating slightly, laughed it off. Sorry, Sorry, it wasn't on purpose this time. At the gate of the wilderness training area, 3 military vehicles were parked in front of the gate. We've arrived at your destination. Everyone got off the vehicles and gathered to listen to the instructor's announcement. Bone Valley behind me is your wilderness training base. Every inch of Bone Valley has been cleared out. We've left normal and elite tier monsters. There are absolutely no commander tier monsters. The senior lieutenant held up a watch and explained it to the students. The identity watches issued to you have a positioning system, along with an emergency distress button. Your mission is to survive in here for 1 week. Gaopeng looked thoughtfully at the watch on his wrist. The senior lieutenant continued speaking. You cannot withdraw halfway through the wilderness training. Otherwise, it will be considered as giving up. The senior lieutenant asked sternly. Any other questions? The students, with fearful and sweaty faces. Are there any fixed supply points in the training grounds? The senior lieutenant explained. There are safe houses in the mountain. They are made of special steel materials. Only monsters of commander tier or higher can break through the safe house's defenses. There is also a certain amount of food. The senior lieutenant clasped his hands behind his back and said sternly to the students, therefore, if you really just want to survive for 7 days, it's not impossible. It depends on the choice you make. Move out, you little chicks. The gate to Bone Valley opened, and everyone excitedly stepped inside. Big Dragon, let's follow. Let's go. Let's find a safe house first. This time, we must prove our strength. Mu Taiying looked at Gaopeng. The two communicated with their eyes. The instructor shouted through a megaphone. Pick up the pace. If you're not careful and get eaten by a monster, the positioning system will help us find the monster, and then we will avenge you. The students talked amongst themselves. Let's go. Stop looking. Mu Taiying walked over to Gaopeng. Scholar Gao, what are you looking at? Gaopeng turned and said to Mu Taiying, a sparrow. This type of sparrow likes to gather in humid environments with water. It has an extremely keen sense for rainwater. If it rains somewhere, they will fly to that location. That's why they are called rain sparrows. Mu Taiying smiled lightly, agreeing with Gaopeng. I remember they raise rain sparrows in the city's weather signal tower. The rain sparrow's attack power is very weak, but its speed is extremely fast. The rain sparrow spread its wings and flew high. Gaopeng looked up, following the rain sparrow. As expected, I had to come outside to see things. It's not as boring as the city. The wilderness has such a rich variety of familiars. It's truly a paradise for monsters. Mu Taiying stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Gaopeng with a smile. A scholar is truly a scholar. Everyone else rushed into Bone Valley. Only you, Gaopeng, have started observing the surroundings. Indeed, only with such a mindset can one have such abilities. Gaopeng turned to look at Mu Taiying and quickly denied it. That's not quite right. I just dislike crowds, so I waited here for a bit to let them go first. Hearing Gaopeng say that, Mu Taiying had a bewildered and disbelieving expression. So can we go now? Gaopeng turned and started walking. Let's go. Mu Taiying followed behind cheerfully. Let's move out. Gaopeng's expression slightly furrowed. Did I see it wrong? Just now, it seemed like there was a shadow in the canopy over there. Gaopeng suddenly looked down. On the bed were bottles of water. Packaged food. Seeing these provisions, Gaopeng said, on one bed, there are 5 boxes of compressed biscuits and 10 bottles of spring water. If you ration it, you can basically survive for a week. So the military still considers the students' true strength. Otherwise, when confronting monsters, they'd also have to find their own food. There might actually be some attrition. At this time, Mu Taiying was wearing a full suit of armor. Aren't you changing into protective gear, classmate Gao? Gaopeng didn't understand when he saw this. Seeing Gaopeng's confused look, Mu Taiying warmly replied, deep in the forest, there are some small mosquitoes with fairly strong venom. If you get stung, it'll be uncomfortable. Gaopeng forced a smile and raised his hands in disagreement. No need. I've already bought some herbal medicine. Haha. Gaopeng turned back and coughed a few times. Let's hurry and check the surroundings to see if we can hunt any prey. I don't want to eat compressed biscuits for 7 straight days. Gaopeng only had a single backpack on his shoulders. Now that we have a safe house, we can rely on Lianz's natural physique to quickly clear a path. Even if something happens, we can retreat to the safe room. Hearing this, Mu Taiying's eyes lit up brightly. As expected of classmate Gao, your thinking is indeed thorough. Lianzi relied on its massive body to take the lead and clear the way. Following behind was Daisy, looking around to see if there was any danger. Gao Peng walked in front of Mu Taiying. Let's find a water source around here first. Usually, the area around a water source is a natural hunting ground. Mu Taiying followed behind. Okay. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted towards Mu Taiying. The floral scent in this forest is too strong. There's also a smell of decay. I'm about to faint. Mu Taiying held her head, swaying unsteadily. AI. Gao Peng used his hand to support Mu Taiying, not letting her fall. Mu Taiying, being supported, wanted to say thank you. Before Mu Taiying could finish speaking, Gao Peng placed a finger on his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Gao Peng told Mu Taiying, "Have your Lianzi charge at that tree branch. Use its full strength." Hearing Gao Peng's words, Mu Taiying was surprised and began to think. This tree doesn't look special at all. Why would classmate Gao needlessly have Lianzi ram a tree? Mu Taiying, her head full of thoughts, looked at Gao Peng. But at school, classmate Gao's judgment was always right. Perhaps he's discovered some clue. I should trust him. Mu Taiying touched Lianzi with her hand. Go, Lianzi. After hearing the command, Lianzi's eyes turned red as it prepared to attack. The tree branch suddenly trembled. It can't see me. It can't see me. After preparing, Lianzi charged straight towards the branch with all its might. It used its horn to violently ram straight into the tree branch. A snake appeared from the tree, tears streaming down its face. The snake fell from one branch to another, then continued to fall straight to the ground below. The snake was instantly knocked out. At this moment, Mu Taiying was sweating a little and placed a hand on her heart. Thank you. If you hadn't warned me, I would have fallen for its trick. But, what is this monster? Its camouflage is so good. With his extensive knowledge, Gao Peng explained this type of monster to Mu Taiying. A fake green bamboo snake. It's a type of snake that mimics the green color of tree branches. This snake's meat contains trace amounts of toxins. Monsters can eat it, but humans can't. At this moment, Gao Peng suddenly remembered something. But Daisy and I have a contract. Gao Peng started to imagine. Theoretically, any damage I receive will be transferred to Daisy, and Daisy is immune to poison. Gao Peng then placed a hand on his chin, a sly look on his face. Does that mean I can actually eat it? They say the more venomous the snake, the more delicious its meat. Standing beside him, Daisy's face fell when it heard Gao Peng's words. Suddenly, another sound came from the branches. Gao Peng turned his head to look. After looking for a while and seeing nothing, Gao Peng turned away, stroking his chin and saying, "Strange. Could it be that I misheard?" Behind the large tree trunk, a snake was trembling as it quietly escaped. Suddenly, Mu Taiying on the other side waved and called out to Gao Peng. "Classmate Gao." Mu Taiying said to Gao Peng, "It looks like there's a water source up ahead. A river sparkling with light, with fallen leaves on its surface." Mu Taiying put her hand into the stream. It seems to be clear water. There's no foul smell. When Gao Peng heard clear water, he beamed with joy. Excellent. As long as there's clean water, our chances of successfully lasting these 7 days will increase greatly. A strange green creature suddenly appeared from under the water. It sprayed some kind of liquid onto Gao Peng's leg. The spot on Gao Peng's pants sprayed by the strange creature suddenly started to stink. Gao Peng caught a whiff and his face turned purple. My God! What is this smell? Gao Peng looked at the creature. An information panel appeared. Monster name, green-skinned frog. Level 2. Quality. Likes to spit saliva at other creatures. Weaknesses, lightning type. Earth type. Hates having other creatures spit saliva at it. Gao Peng looked at the frog with an expression of utter contempt and disgust. Is this green-skinned frog insane? It only likes to spit saliva at other creatures. Having someone else spit on it is disgusting. Most importantly, what kind of boring monster would spit back at it? The green-skinned frog continued to spit on Gao Peng's pant leg. Gao Peng couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Stop it. It's better to have less trouble than more. I have to find a way to improve the purification efficiency of this lake." Gao Peng's face darkened as he looked down at the green-skinned frog, saying nothing. The cute green-skinned frog even stuck out its tongue to tease Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't say much. He puckered his lips and spat back at the green-skinned frog. After spitting, Gao Peng proudly struck a pose and adjusted his glasses. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. With my system, why would I worry about a tiny green-skinned frog like you? Mu Taiying. Lianzi. Daisy, who was nearby, looked completely fed up with the scene. Classmate Gao. Seeing Gao Peng like this, the green-skinned frog trembled slightly. The green-skinned frog suddenly burst into tears. From inside the lake, countless croaks were heard and frogs began to jump out nonstop. Mu Taiying turned and said to Gao Peng, "So there are this many frogs in this pond." Gao Peng, however, looked at the lake with his face covered in sweat. Classmate Mu. Behind Mu Taiying, the lake was filled with countless green-skinned frogs. Mu Taiying, still oblivious, asked, "What's wrong?" Your expression suddenly turned very strange. The green-skinned frog suddenly opened its mouth wide. It gathered energy in its mouth, forming a sphere of energy. Gao Peng quickly grabbed Mu Taiying's hand. He took her hand and led her away at a run. Run! Lianzi and Daisy also quickly ran away. The green-skinned frogs relentlessly spat at them. Lianzi, Daisy, Mu Taiying. Gao Peng and the others ran as fast as they could. Mu Taiying panted heavily. Scene change, a moment after escaping. Everyone was tired and panting. Are we safe? We're safe now. Mu Taiying sat leaning against Lianzi. Who would have thought that I'd one day be scared into running away by a bunch of frogs? Gao Peng lay sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Don't underestimate frogs. One or two aren't scary. But in one pond, there are at least thousands of green-skinned frogs. Gao Peng looked battered and bruised. After gathering, Mu Taiying removed it. Lianzi was crying its eyes out. So such a terrifying thing was caused by you. Gao Peng rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's assess the situation." Gao Peng thought about the lake from earlier. Behind the forest to the north is the green-skinned frog lake. Gao Peng then recalled the main gate of the mountain valley. To the west is the direction of the main valley gate. The trees are sparse. We didn't detect any large, dangerous creatures on the way here. Gao Peng then remembered the giant footprint he had seen on the ground. To the south is a dense, lush forest. I found footprints left by a large carnivorous monster. The trees are mostly very thick and sturdy. It's not conducive for Lianzi to move. There's only one direction left, the east. Gao Peng thought of the east. To the east is a small slope. Following it up leads to a rather large grassland. There are signs of it being grazed by herbivores. After hearing Gao Peng's analysis, Mu Taiying agreed. For now, that's all the information we could gather. So what now? Should we expand our range and go further out? Gao Peng thought for a bit, then said, right now? Gao Peng's attitude changed in a flash. His eyes lit up. Let's go cook. Seeing Gao Peng's sudden change in attitude, Mu Taiying was helpless. Only Daisy's eyes lit up as it drooled. Gao Peng crossed his arms and smiled brightly. Relax a little, partner. We've had enough exercise for today. If we're too tense on the first day, we'll get tired out quickly. Mu Taiying was at a loss. Mu Taiying said, then let's hurry up and find something edible. Gao Peng gave a smug smile. No need. Gao Peng held up the green tree snake for Mu Taiying to see. Look, this is the green tree snake from earlier. Mu Taiying's face went blank. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and tossed out several small bottles. And spices. This is mint clove. This is golden thread cardamom. And also black lamb-grass. Mu Taiying stared blankly, wondering where Gao Peng got such spices. When did you collect these? I should be asking. Where did you even store these things? Gao Peng crossed his arms and answered nonchalantly. This is wilderness survival. Of course, you have to be prepared at all times. Hearing Gao Peng's answer, Mu Taiying fell silent, propping her face in her hand. All of Gao Peng and Mu Taiying's actions were being monitored through camera number 17. It wasn't just them. Everyone's actions were being monitored through cameras. In the monitoring room. Show me camera number 13 again. Number 31 has sent a distress signal. Coordinates 173.824. Right now, 3 teams are converging on slope 3A. Safe house number 7 has been found. The instructors are watching them from the observation room. This number 17. Is he the one Zhang Byron mentioned? The contestant with immense potential? That's right. His tame beast and his distinct features match. The instructors were discussing amongst themselves. He could only flee when facing the green-skinned frog. Fleeing is one thing, but he didn't even forget to look for food while running. If you think about it more optimistically, this could also be considered a high survival skill, right? The captain spoke sternly. You're all thinking too simply. Don't forget he's just a student who went through a short training period. The captain voiced his thoughts. Whether it's utilizing the terrain, mastering wilderness survival skills, or having the determination to give up when things are impossible, his performance has already surpassed most of the teams. Keep a close watch on him for me. The soldier replied respectfully. Yes, Captain. Mu Taiying and Gao Peng walked towards their base area. Then I'll have to taste classmate Gao's cooking later. Mu Taiying placed her hand on the door handle. Suddenly, Mu Taiying was startled. Gao Peng, standing behind her, didn't understand what was happening and asked Mu Taiying, "What's wrong?" Mu Taiying turned around with a slightly sad expression and said to Gao Peng, "It seems to be locked from the inside." Mu Taiying stood outside and knocked on the door. "Classmate inside. Open the door." After knocking for a long time, someone inside spoke up. "Nobody's home. Nobody's home. This place is occupied now. You guys go somewhere else." Mu Taiying turned back to look at Gao Peng. Wilderness safe houses really don't have a first-come, first-served rule. It seems we can only blame our bad luck for running into this kind of person, Gao Peng said, with one hand behind his back and the other held out to the side. "It's getting dark. There are only two of us. We can just lay a mat on the ground to sleep." The person inside the room continued to speak without any restraint. "Why are you even bothering with him? Just tell him to get lost. The safe house is so small. Who wants to squeeze in with them? While it's not dark yet, you guys should hurry up and go somewhere else." Mu Taiying was furious that their spot had been taken. Gao Peng quickly held Mu Taiying back by her shoulder. "Classmate Mu, wait a moment." Gao Peng spoke up, intending to stop Mu Taiying, and said to her, "Getting angry at this kind of person isn't worth it. Someone will teach them a lesson." Mu Taiying let out a sigh. "Classmate Gao is right." Mu Taiying caressed Lianzi's enormous body. "Let's go. Lianzi, let's go." Gao Peng didn't leave immediately, but instead turned back towards the safe house door. Seeing Gao Peng's strange action, Mu Taiying asked, "Gao Peng, why are you going back?" In his hand, Gao Peng held an iron chain. Mu Taiying was suddenly startled and said, "This is..." Gao Peng didn't say much and immediately used the chain to lock the door tightly from the outside. Seeing that, Mu Taiying said, "You locked the door from the outside." Gao Peng dusted off his hands. Standing behind him, Mu Taiying was incredibly impressed, covering her mouth with her hand. "Classmate Gao, where did this lock come from?" Gao Peng gave a smirk, his eyes glancing down slightly at Mu Taiying. "I took it from the safe house." Gao Peng remembered the iron chain next to the cabinet door, next to the table. "I think the instructors wanted us to use it to reinforce the door, to increase its safety. When I went out, I just conveniently put it in my bag." After locking the door from the outside, Gao Peng and Mu Taiying left happily. "Let's go." Gao Peng walked in front with Dazi beside him, while Mu Taiying ran along behind. All of Gao Peng and Mu Taiying's actions just now were seen by monitoring device number 17. The instructors present there were all quite surprised by Gao Peng's actions. The instructors laughed loudly, impressed by Gao Peng. "Huh, I'm impressed. This kid is something else." The instructors praised Gao Peng relentlessly. "He's as clever as a monkey." The captain said, "What do you think? This kid has a spark, doesn't he?" A mysterious man stood in the shadows, his eyes glowing blue. Much stronger than ordinary students. The real show is about to begin. Outside, there are monsters everywhere. Can he survive the night? The starry sky was incredibly beautiful. There were a few clouds. Gao Peng walked ahead to lead the way. "Let's go this way. See if we can find another safe house." Mu Taiying followed Gao Peng's words. Gao Peng and Mu Taiying walked in front. Behind them, a dark shadow appeared, emanating a terrifying black aura. From within the bushes, a black leopard with fiery red eyes and sharp teeth was observing the two of them. The outdoors at night is full of dangers and eerie sounds. Mu Taiying's face was sweating, her brow slightly furrowed, her hands empty. "It seems we can only rest outside for one night," Gao Peng said very calmly. "It's not very safe to keep searching ahead." We haven't found any caves nearby either. After observing for a while, Gao Peng pointed to a high branch up there. Look, this branch is perfectly straight. It's 3 to 4 meters off the ground and has a fork just right for us. So, let's use that tree to build a simple shelter. Mu Taiying looked at the tree and felt less afraid. That works. At this moment, Lian Zi was putting all its effort into hitting the tree. Mu Taiying stood beside it, cheering for Lian Zi. Keep going. Knock down a few more branches. After a bit of struggle, Gao Peng and Zi were up in the tree to build the shelter. Gao Peng used large leaves and small branches to secure the corners. Very quickly, Gao Peng had created a cozy and clean shelter. It's done. Mu Taiying let out a few heavy breaths. She was drenched in sweat. It felt like she could finally catch her breath. After resting for a moment, Mu Taiying turned to see Gao Peng already sleeping soundly and thought to herself, isn't student Gao a bit too fast? The Z was no different from Gao Peng. Having latched onto a branch, it quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lian Zi, at the base of the tree, had also fallen asleep at some point. Mu Taiying looked down from above. The Z and Lian Zi are resting too. Mu Taiying took a yellow, star-patterned blanket out of her backpack. Mu Taiying quickly lay down and pulled the blanket over herself. I should get some rest too. In a taller tree, someone was watching Gao Peng and Mu Taiying sleep. They're really carefree. A girl stood in the darkness, looking down at where Gao Peng and Mu Taiying were sleeping. Sleeping outdoors. No fire. And no one's on watch duty. The girl suddenly broke into a smile. Then this is my chance. Suddenly, something hit a branch and bounced off. The girl was startled and quickly dodged aside, thinking, something is coming. From the bushes, a leopard leaped out, its eyes glowing and its face ferocious. Is that a shadow leopard? The girl hid behind a tree, her eyes slightly narrowed at the shadow leopard. Its strength isn't considered high. Based on Little Peng's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. The shadow leopard leaped from branch to branch at a very high speed, heading straight for where Gao Peng and Mu Taiying were sleeping. After a few leaps, it had pinpointed Gao Peng and Mu Taiying's location. Lian Zi, sleeping at the base of the tree, suddenly twitched its leg. Lian Zi detected a strange noise, woke up, and let out a few cries to alert Gao Peng and Mu Taiying. Hearing Lian Zi's cries, Mu Taiying sat up and rubbed her eyes. What's wrong, Lian Zi? Gao Peng quickly shouted. Get down from the tree now? Hearing Gao Peng's words, Mu Taiying quickly scrambled down. Mu Taiying quickly jumped from the tree onto Lian Zi. Mu Taiying sat on Lian Zi's back. Student Gao. What happened? Gao Peng stood firmly in front of Lian Zi. He looked up at the tree in front of them. At this moment, the Z had also assumed a battle stance. On a branch of the opposite tree, a monster with glowing red eyes was staring at the two of them. It must be a phantom type or dark type monster. Mu Taiying leaned down and said to Gao Peng, its form and strength are both unknown. And this darkness is this monster's home turf. Do we run or fight? Gao Peng was silent for a moment. At this moment, Gao Peng's system panel appeared. He looked at the system panel to see the monster's information. The system panel showed that the monster was level 15. Seeing this, Gao Peng thought, a level 15 shadow leopard of normal quality. After a moment of observation, Gao Peng said to Mu Taiying, running would mean showing our backs to the beast. That would only further provoke the monster's ferocity. The monster leaped from the opposite branch and charged straight at Gao Peng and Mu Taiying. The shadow leopard moved at high speed, swiping its sharp claws towards Gao Peng. Seeing the shadow leopard's speed, Gao Peng thought, so fast. Gao Peng reacted quickly and gave a command to Dazi. Dazi. Dazi quickly used its top speed to appear in front of Gao Peng. Dazi stood facing the shadow leopard. Dazi quickly attacked the shadow leopard with its tail. The shadow leopard was no slouch and quickly dodged to the side. The shadow leopard used its speed to instantly appear beside Dazi's body, then struck it, causing sparks to fly. The shadow leopard's speed took Dazi a bit by surprise. The shadow leopard tried to pierce Dazi's body with its claws. Not letting the shadow leopard pierce it, Dazi's eyes flared brightly. After touching Dazi's body, the shadow leopard was electrocuted until it went numb. While the shadow leopard's guard was down, Dazi quickly bit into its body, causing fresh blood to flow non-stop. On the side, Gao Peng clenched his fists, his face happy. Using an electric-type move to paralyze the enemy, thereby reducing the enemy's speed. All that training wasn't for nothing. Even when facing a monster of a higher level, Dazi can also handle it with ease. The shadow leopard then reacted quickly, using its tail to fling Dazi away. The shadow leopard quickly leaped onto a tree trunk, intending to flee. The shadow leopard, after being bitten by Dazi, it leaped onto the tree and moved with great pain. The blood on its back was still flowing non-stop. It struggled to take each breath. Suddenly, in the darkness, two large, glowing red eyes appeared, causing the shadow leopard to freeze and tremble in fear, as if something very dangerous was approaching. The shivering shadow leopard turned its head to look. That's right. On the tree trunk behind it was a giant green python. Its entire body was wrapped around the tree trunk. Its eyes stared intently at the shadow leopard. The python lunged down, opening its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. After seeing this scene, Chao Peng and Dazi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn, this is... The python, with the shadow leopard in its mouth, looked down at Chao Peng, Dazi, Mu Taiying, and Lianzi. Chao Peng ordered everyone to flee quickly. Run. Chao Peng and Mu Taiying quickly fled on Lianzi's back. The python looked down from above at them as they fled. The python paid them no mind. It turned its head away. The python bit down hard on a tree branch. The woman standing on another branch looked at the python. It seems you're not interested in Chao Peng. They'll consider you sensible. Otherwise, fighting you would cause too much of a commotion. It would very likely reveal my whereabouts. After a moment, the woman quickly left at great speed. On observation screen number 17, the instructors saw the python appear and spoke up. Report. An emergency situation has arisen. The instructor turned to look at the lieutenant. Sir, do we need to deal with this mutated giant python? A man spoke up. No need. Instructor Chin spoke up to explain. Giant pythons are actually mild-tempered. They aren't the type to actively attack. For these students, this is a perfect test. If they can't even handle a test of this level, it's better for them to give up on this path early. The lieutenant smiled and said to Instructor Chun, Instructor Chun is right. But tell Team Jean to be ready to provide support at any moment. As soon as someone calls for help, they are to move out immediately. Instructor Chin replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Scene changed to the forest on the second day. Sunlight shone down through the canopy. Mu Taiying was still sleeping soundly, leaning against Lianzi. The light was shining in her eyes, causing Mu Taiying to gradually open her eyes and wake up. When Mu Taiying opened her eyes, she saw Chao Peng standing in front of her with a smile. You're awake. Perfect. We can set off right away. Mu Taiying was still groggy. Set off? Mu Taiying asked Chao Peng blankly. Where are we going? Chao Peng was holding an insect in his hand, feeding it to Dazi. His face was calm as he answered Mu Taiying. To check out yesterday's campsite. We left in too much of a hurry yesterday. There's still a lot of stuff left there. Mu Taiying asked again, a little scared. Yesterday's campsite? But we're not sure if the giant python is still there. Also, we don't know any crucial information like its attack patterns or weaknesses. Going back like this is too dangerous. After hearing Mu Taiying, Chao Peng explained it to her. It's precisely because we haven't gathered any information that we must go back, Chao Peng said while feeding Dazi. The level of understanding about monsters is also a part of a monster tamer's strength. You never know when this information might save your life. A black screen. The rules of survival in our era have changed, Chao Peng said as he walked. If you still want to hide in the safe zone like before, you'll only get weaker and weaker. Hearing Chao Peng say this, Mu Taiying could only follow him in silence. Mu Taiying called from behind. Wait for me, Mu Taiying said as she ran after Chao Peng. You're walking so fast, I can't keep up. If you don't bring me along, and we run into a monster, are you just going to ride to Z and escape? The girls standing in the trees looked towards Chao Peng and Mu Taiying. Z, lead the way. But you really can't carry people. Scene change. Chao Peng and Mu Taiying were climbing over fallen trees. What a disaster. If we hadn't run so fast, our fate wouldn't have been much better than these trees. Suddenly, Chao Peng noticed something sparkling inside a tree trunk. Chao Peng stopped, his face breaking into a slight sweat as he thought. This is... Mu Taiying, not noticing Chao Peng, said. Classmate Chow. Let's go check over there where we were last night. The system panel displayed data about that sparkling thing. Material name, Voidwood Heart. Space-type material. Chow Peng shouted in surprise. It's Voidwood Heart. Voidwood Heart is a critical material for upgrading a sun, but there's absolutely no news of it on the market. It seems like no one even knows this material exists. Chow Peng knelt on the ground. He looked into the tree trunk, thinking, so it's hidden inside this bottle-like tree. Chow Peng recalled the scene of him and Mu Taiying fleeing yesterday. It seems that mutated monster yesterday probably grew so large because it ate this rare material. No wonder it didn't chase us when we ran away yesterday. So it was just protecting its food? Chow Peng quickly grabbed the Voidwood Heart. It seems he'll have to find a chance to specifically gather some Voidwood Hearts later. Chow Peng took the Voidwood Heart and put it in his backpack. But for now, with a sly expression, Gao Peng kept putting heartless wood cores into his backpack, thinking, he'll use this chance during the field training to find some more rare materials. On the third day of field training, Gao Peng found a tree sparkling with crystals. Not stopping there, on the fourth day, Gao Peng found another glowing plant on top of a boulder and ordered Z to climb up and get it. On the fifth day, at night, Gao Peng found sparkling purple crystals under the light of his torch. This continued until the end of the sixth day. Time flew by, and the field training trip was about to end. On the seventh day of the field training, the instructor stood before the students and said, "You are all outstanding students who have passed this training. I am very satisfied." The captain looked at the new recruits and said cheerfully, "The next training session at the Bone Ravine is tentatively scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Students who enrolled this time can participate for free next time. This concludes the first training session. I hope everyone gained something from it. The next 3 days will be a break. After 3 days, classes will resume as normal." Hearing they had a break, the crowd of students cheered excitedly. "Woohoo! Finally, we can rest. Awesome. I have to go home and have a big feast." Mu Taiying and Gao Peng were no exception. "We can finally contact the outside world. I have to call home quickly to let them know I'm safe. I should text Sister Tang too." Gao Peng looked at his phone and was suddenly startled. Wait a minute. On the phone was a picture of insects flying in the air. A locust swarm. At that moment, in the pedestrian street of downtown Chang'an City, everyone was glued to their phones, watching the news, their faces sweating slightly. The large TV was also broadcasting the news. Alliance News. 2105. United in purpose and effort. Overcoming difficulties together. We now broadcast the war situation in the north. On the phone, a female reporter was standing at the front lines, reporting the news. "Dear viewers, my current location is the front line. Today, the Changjiang Military Region's army has stopped the locust swarm outside the front lines." Gao Peng was sitting at home with Adai, the Z, and Ah Chun watching the news. According to the latest research results from President Feng of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association, the TV showed a picture of Association President Feng Xiao and an image of a locust. This species, known as the withered leaf locust monster, is extremely afraid of fire. Based on this weakness, we have successfully implemented containment measures. A swarm of withered leaf locusts flew in the sky. This swarm of withered leaf locusts is estimated to have several billion individuals. As a result, each withered leaf locust is 30 centimeters long. Gao Peng watched the news with an extremely solemn expression. The situation is not good. Gao Peng's phone suddenly rang. The name on the screen was Association President Feng. Gao Peng happily answered the call, which made Ah Chun a bit restless. "Hello, Association President Feng." A voice replied from the phone. "Little Gao, the training is over, right? Have you reached home?" Scene changed to the Association President's office. Association President Feng was sitting and talking on the phone with Gao Peng. "The military has a new batch of hollow-bellied golden cicadas. They want us to upgrade their quality. Do you have time to come to the association tomorrow? There's a reward." After hearing this, Gao Peng was startled. Hollow-bellied golden cicadas? Does the military want to use hollow-bellied golden cicadas to deal with the withered leaf locusts? Association President Feng answered honestly. On the other end of the line, Gao Peng shouted, "What?" The two middle-aged men in Association President Feng's office were also very surprised. How did he know what the military is using? Association President Feng suddenly glanced at the two of them. Association President Feng continued, answering Gao Peng's call. That's right. That is indeed the military's plan. Using firearms to eliminate the withered leaf locusts is too inefficient. We still have to find a solution based on the laws of nature. The two men who had just spoken were now trembling with fear. On the other end of the line, Gao Peng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The laws of nature? Finding the natural predator of the withered leaf locusts? It's a method that is highly feasible. Association President Feng said to Gao Peng with a smile. So, little Gao, are you interested in joining this research project? The payment is negotiable. Gao Peng coughed a few times. Cough. Association President Feng. Since you've put it that way, I won't be polite. Can the payment be exchanged for monster cores? A Lord-tier lightning element monster core will do. Gao Peng was eagerly awaiting the reply on the other end of the line. Association President Feng was silent for a moment, then said, Theoretically, it's not allowed. But for you, little Gao, special circumstances call for special solutions. No problem. See you tomorrow, then. The next day, in the lobby of the large building, Peng, holding his phone, walked into the building's lobby. A voice suddenly called out Gao Peng's name. Little Gao. Association President Feng approached from a distance, warmly welcoming Gao Peng. Peng turned around. Association President Feng. Association President Feng smiled brightly, welcoming Gao Peng. Haha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The two receptionists had curious expressions, wondering about Gao Peng's identity. What's this young man's status? For Association President Feng to come down and greet him personally. Could he be the son of some leader? Chairman Feng gestured and led Gao Peng towards the elevator. The people from the military district delivered the hollow-bellied golden cicada yesterday. Let's go. Gao Peng replied. The elevator displayed B15. Gao Peng looked at Chairman Feng's dark circles. You stayed up all night? Chairman Feng replied to Gao Peng softly. Yes. I was looking at it all night yesterday. Chairman Feng said with a serious face. But I still haven't found any clues. The elevator now showed B55. We're here. The elevator doors started to open. Gao Peng was quite surprised by the size of the room. This place is huge. Chairman Feng gestured to show Gao Peng the way. Welcome, little Gao, to the Beastbreeder Association's experimental base. Chairman Feng introduced it to Gao Peng. Our laboratory is over here. Inside the cage was the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Little Gao, take a look. This is the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Gao Peng stood there looking at the cicada, thinking to himself. The hollow-bellied golden cicada should have evolved from a grasshopper. Its jumping power is incredible. It's a defensive type. A lab technician brought something to Gao Peng. Mr. Gao, please look over here. Gao Peng looked down at the item in the technician's hands. This is... On the tray was a processed yellow leaf. The technician introduced it to Gao Peng. This is a roasted yellow leaf skewer with an anise flavor. It's the hollow-bellied golden cicada's favorite food. You can try feeding it. Instead of feeding the hollow-bellied golden cicada, Gao Peng took a skewer and ate it with great relish, even giving a thumbs up. The aroma is strong, rich but not greasy. The outside is fragrant and crispy, and the inside is fresh. I give this roasted leaf a 10 out of 10. The technician was extremely shocked to see Gao Peng enjoying it. Everyone there, including Chairman Feng, looked at Gao Peng with disdain. Little Gao. The hollow-bellied golden cicada saw him holding its roasted skewer and chirped, jumping up and down. Seeing this, he held out the remaining skewer in front of it. Don't be hasty, I was just testing the flavor for you. Unfortunately, there's a bit too much anise. The flavor is a bit strong. Go on, eat. After speaking, he offered the skewer. The cicada immediately took it with its tongue. Seeing the cicada eat with gusto, he then looked down at the skewer stick and thought, it can eat raw vines. The stomach of a hollow-bellied golden cicada must be very large, otherwise it couldn't digest this. Then he turned to ask Feng Xiu. So, what specific abilities does the military hope to enhance? Feng Xiu immediately replied, its defense and digestive abilities. Of course, increasing its attack power would also be good. Then he pointed to a research board. Come over here and see my previous research results. I discovered that the hollow-bellied golden cicada has a decent compatibility with the fire attribute. After that, I took some epidermis from the hollow-bellied golden cicada. and combined it with fire attribute materials. The experiments then showed that its flesh and blood has the highest compatibility with the fire orchid vine. There was no rejection reaction. It's just that the fire orchid vine's attribute is too mild. I haven't found an effective method yet. Hearing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, there really is an evolution method using the fire orchid vine as a supplementary material. The evolution path is indeed fire type. However, the formula needs some adjustments. After thinking, he turned to Feng Xiao. Chairman Feng, perhaps we can try a different approach. Feng was surprised. What? You already have a new idea in such a short time? Go on. Then Gao Peng confidently explained. For example, let's assume we're preparing a dish. We're using fire orchid vine to marinate the hollow-bellied golden cicada. But the fire orchid vine has a bland flavor. It's very difficult for it to penetrate. At this point, we can consider changing the preparation method. For instance, adding strong spices and cooking it over a high flame. It will penetrate better. Hearing this, Feng Xiao's jaw dropped in confusion. Strong spices? A high flame? Gao Peng replied with a mysterious look. Feng Xiao looked as if he had discovered a new world. Let me think. Red-faced ghost pepper. Gao Peng still had a confident smile on his face. Chairman Feng can give it a try. After thinking it over, Feng Xiao immediately turned and gave an order. Little Zheng, I remember there's a batch of red-faced ghost peppers in the association's warehouse. Go bring them over. The young man who was called nodded. Understood. As he walked, he thought to himself, treating evolution like cooking. This is a bit too much. Is this really the method of our city's youngest beast breeder? Feng Xiao watched him from behind. Although little Zheng has great potential, if the path of a beast breeder is to shine, we need more talented people to participate in expanding this path. Xiao Zheng, I hope you understand this principle soon. Not long after, the young man Xiao Zheng walked in carrying a case of materials. President, I brought the materials. Very good. Feng Xiao opened it and looked at the materials inside. The quality of these is well preserved. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng sneered and glanced sideways at Gao Peng's spot. Of course, I had to choose the best. So that after you fail, this Mr. Gao won't be able to use the quality of the materials as an excuse. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao put the materials into a machine. Then, the materials were slowly ground into a paste. Looking at the color, although the medicinal properties are a bit too strong, but Feng Xiao turned to Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng, get a bit more suha wood. King Ginseng. And Moon-Eyed Angelica. Xiao Zheng immediately nodded. Yes, President. Gao Peng watched and fell into thought. It's still missing other supplementary materials. But giving a hint directly now would seem a bit too intentional. It's better to wait for the experiment results before saying anything. Over here, Feng Xiao had finished preparing the vial of solution. He was delighted. The evolution fluid is finally complete. Then he immediately reached into the cage and injected it directly into the hollow-bellied golden cicada. As soon as the injection was finished, a red energy radiated from the hollow-bellied golden cicada's body. Then it gradually grew stronger. But then it exploded violently, sending everything flying. Feng Xiao turned and ordered Xiao Zheng. It failed. Xiao Zheng, go check the blood. Find the cause of the failure. Xiao Zheng immediately replied. Soon, the cause was found. The cause of the explosion seems to be the absorption of too much fire element, causing an energy conflict and explosion. Within the flesh and blood, a lot of unassimilated fire element residue can be seen. Feng Xiao repeated. Energy conflict. Xiao Zheng added. According to the experience from your previous experiments, if the experiment had a chance of success, it would be possible to find a small amount or a portion of assimilated fire element in the flesh residue. In that case, we would just need to continuously improve the formula and adjust the ratios. Then he turned to look disdainfully at Gao Peng and continued, but an energy conflict proves that these two energies are fundamentally incompatible. This also means that this experiment is a complete failure. Feng Xiao, however, remained calm and replied, it's too early to say that the line of thought is wrong. Continue the experiment. We need more data. Seeing Feng Xiao still so stubborn, Xiao Zheng spoke loudly. But Feng Xiao was unmoved. Stop talking so much. Go get another portion of materials. But the second experiment still failed, and the third one was the same, ending in an explosion. Seeing it fail 3 times, The people around became skeptical. It failed for the third time. There's definitely a problem with the formula. It's just as Xiao Zheng said, the line of thought is wrong. Sigh, little Gao is still too young. He exaggerated a bit. But hearing everyone say this, Gao Peng still wore a confident smile. He spoke to Feng Xiu from behind. President Feng, after trying so many materials, I feel that maybe using only the red-faced demon pepper as the main ingredient isn't working. We could try adding another main ingredient. Hearing this, Feng Xiu was skeptical. 2 main ingredients? This idea is a bit bold. Gao Peng was still confident. Since you've already trusted me, then trust me one more time. Feng Xiu was a bit impatient. What other main ingredient are you planning to use? Gao Peng confidently replied, Carved pattern earth. Carved pattern earth is an earth attribute spiritual item that is rather damp and of in nature. It can allow the hollow-bellied golden cicada to burn food down to protect its internal organs. Then add some magpie's eye wood to supplement the demon pepper. Wood feeds fire. Fire creates earth. Feng Xiu looked at the remaining material fragments from the failure and said, Generation and restriction, huh? It's worth a try? The lab staff immediately prepared the 2 required vials of solution. Meanwhile, Xiao Zheng meticulously examined the sample. After a moment, Xiao Zheng suddenly shouted, Sir, this time the test shows a large amount of fire element has successfully permeated the flesh and blood. Hearing this, Feng Xiu was overjoyed. It's working. This is great. Gao Peng then turned to speak to Feng Xiu. Why don't we conduct a live experiment this time? Because many of the ingredients need to be ingested to have a better effect. Just experimenting on extracted flesh and blood isn't accurate enough. Feng Xiu nodded happily. Then Gao Peng picked up the tube and went to the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Although during the initial experiments, the amount of flesh cut each time wasn't much, and it could recover later. And it was anesthetized beforehand. The holes still look a bit tragic. I should feed it some yellow emperor worms later. Then he inserted the test tube into the hollow-bellied golden cicada. After that, smoke began to rise from its body. Gradually, more and more smoke filled the room. So much smoke. Gao Peng raised his hand to cover his nose. Even while reminding everyone, the ratio has already been deduced. From here on, just keep adding materials over time. Why don't you all go outside first? Despite the smoke, Feng Xiu refused to leave. Cough, cough. No need. I need to be close to observe the reaction. Seeing this, Gao Peng handed the test tube back to Feng Xiu. Then he'll go outside for some fresh air. Feng Xiu agreed. Go on. He went outside to breathe and exclaimed, This ghost pepper is really potent. Then Gao Peng fell into thought. Just now, I acted quite naturally. It won't make others suspect that I already knew the formula. After all, I only provided some suggestions for reference. The actual formula was still derived from Chairman Feng's own experiments. But I still need to be a little more careful. If someone with ill intentions discovers this, it would be big trouble. This is the first time researching the fire-type evolution of the hollow-bellied golden cicada. How could a high school student like me, with no power or influence, have the formula before the experiment? A moment later, the lab door opened and a person came out, coughing. Cough, cough. Running out caught his attention. Gao Peng looked at the smoke and thought to himself, the red mist. It seems like it was a success. Behind that smoke, the hollow-bellied golden cicada had successfully evolved, emitting a huge amount of energy. Little Zheng excitedly ran to Feng Xiu. It's a success. Fire attribute. Earth attribute. A dual attribute. Teacher. We succeeded. Gao Peng saw this and thought. It has the fire attribute, yes. But it's not necessarily a true dual attribute. But in order to put it into use quickly, this was the only way. Then the system gave an introduction. Monster name. Red stream flower cicada. Level, 19. Quality, exquisite. Weakness, water type. Introduction. Evolved from the hollow-bellied golden cicada. To adapt to the evolution, it abandoned its earth attribute, becoming a fire attribute monster. However, its body suffered immense damage during the evolution process. A large amount of muscle was corroded by the fire element, causing its jumping ability to be weakened to varying degrees. Its evolutionary potential has also been weakened. At the northern front line of the Chang'an district, everyone was checking their supplies before the battle. 3 platoons have finished assembling. Pre-checks complete. Hurry up and restock the components. All units, Be advised, the target is approaching Sector A3. Prepare for combat. Through the binoculars, a swarm of withered leaf locusts could be seen approaching. A soldier shouted, "They're here." The swarm of withered leaf locusts dived down to attack. The commander next to him yelled into the radio, "White phosphorus shells. Use white phosphorus shells to attack." Then, from the tanks, fiery projectiles shot towards the swarm of withered leaf locusts. Seeing the withered leaf locusts struggle, a soldier shouted joyfully, "Sir, the white phosphorus shells are very effective." The officer saw this and was also pleased. "Excellent. Keep up this rhythm and attack." But suddenly he saw something. Wait a minute. The withered leaf locusts suddenly started to glow and began to control the sand. The officer shouted, "This is bad. These bugs are trying to control a sandstorm." Then they created a giant sand vortex, knocking away all the projectiles attacking them. The soldier saw this and panicked. "Sir, all of our ammunition is being blocked by the sandstorm." The officer immediately gave an order. "The withered leaf locusts have started controlling the sandstorm. Cease fire with incendiary rounds. I repeat, cease fire with incendiary rounds." The soldier inside heard this and grew anxious. "If we don't use incendiary rounds, what can we do?" Suddenly, a gun was loaded. The soldier next to him was angry, showing no fear. "Behind us are countless civilians. These damn bugs. Killing one breaks even. Killing two means a profit." Suddenly, a red foot stepped out. It turned out to be a swarm of red stream flower cicadas running forward. The red stream flower cicadas arched their bodies and rushed towards the withered leaf locusts. From the bodies of the red stream flower cicadas, red vapor was emitted and spread out. That vapor caused the withered leaf locusts to tremble and lose their ability to fight. Then the sandstorm gradually subsided. The soldiers were surprised. "The sandstorm has stopped. Commander, where did these giant cicadas come from?" The older soldier next to him explained. "What giant cicadas?" "These were developed by a great scholar, specifically researched to deal with the withered leaf locusts." "Stop calling them giant cicadas, sir." At that moment, withered leaf locusts fell from the sky one by one. The swarm of red stream flower cicadas gathered energy in their mouths. Then, one by one, they spat a large blast of energy towards the sky. When that energy hit the withered leaf locusts, they exploded. The rotten wax walls of the withered leaf locusts fell down like rain. The red stream flower cicadas immediately wrapped up the corpses of the withered leaf locusts. Then they put them in their mouths and ate with relish. The soldier next to him saw this, and his jaw dropped in surprise. Just one attack wiped out several hundred of them. The old soldier was overjoyed. "With these red stream flower cicadas, we brothers no longer need to risk our lives to fight these monsters anymore." Then he exclaimed, "The person who researched them is truly amazing." Back in the city, a few old people were talking to each other. "Old Han, your granddaughter also joined that special training." Hearing this, Old Han sighed. "Oh, don't even mention it. She was eliminated on the second day. I told her father to give her a good lecture. So embarrassing." Suddenly, a car sped over from the distance. It stopped in front of the building, and several people stood there, neat and serious. The old folks found it strange. "Who are these two cars looking for?" Old Han immediately said, "This direction leads to the 6th floor. They're probably looking for Gao Peng. Didn't a similar car come to pick him up before?" Hearing Gao Peng's name, the woman in brown next to them said, "Speaking of Gao Peng, I remember once when I was walking my dog in the neighborhood, I saw him bring a skeleton home." Old Han waved his hand dismissively. "What skeleton? Is he trying to scare ghosts or something?" Hearing this, the woman in yellow next to them added, "I saw it too. That skeleton even had flickering ghost flames." Seeing this, Old Han turned to where Grandma Chun was sitting and asked, "Elder Sister Chun, that kid from the Gao family upstairs, have you seen it?" Grandma Chun smiled and replied, "What skeleton?" "That's Gao Peng's tamed beast. It just looks a bit scary. Actually, being with it, it's very protective and caring." Hearing this, the old ladies just harumphed. Then Grandma Chun turned to her spotted shield spider. "Come on, help me thread this." The spider was very obedient and immediately threaded the string for her. Seeing this, Old Han next to her exclaimed, "That kid is really skilled. Why haven't I heard you mention its name?" Grandma Chun stroked the spotted spider's head and replied, "I couldn't come up with a name. The scene changes to outside Gao Peng's door. He exclaimed in surprise. So formal? The soldier handed him a box and said, Comrade Gao Peng, as promised by President Feng, on behalf of the military. A leader-tier lightning-type monster core as payment for the successful research of the red streamflower cicada. Please inspect it. He stammered in reply. Okay. Thank you. Then the soldier said to him cheerfully, I personally requested this delivery mission because I hope to meet the lead researcher on this project. Then the soldier stamped his foot and gave Gao Peng a military salute. Comrade Gao, on behalf of my comrades in arms, I express our sincere gratitude and highest respect. The soldier gave him a warm smile and said, especially on behalf of the comrades who died in this operation. Protecting the motherland is the duty of a soldier. We are not afraid of sacrifice. We only worry that our deaths will not be worthwhile. Hearing these words, Gao Peng thoughtfully watched the soldiers through the window. Then he looked down at his hand and sighed. It seems that while protecting my system, I must also quickly find a way to participate in this new experimental project, to support the front lines. Then he clenched his fist with determination. But the system is just a tool. The urgent matter now is to quickly increase my own strength so I can protect myself, and also have more of a say in the experiment. Suddenly, something surprised him. It turned out Daisy had come to hug him. He exclaimed in surprise, Daisy. Then he bent down, hugged Daisy tightly, and said, You have the conscience to come and comfort me? Then he had an idea. The main ingredient has just arrived. No time like the present. Today, it'll help you improve your quality. After a moment, he brought out a pot of medicine with a dangerous look. Daisy, come on, drink up this bowl of soup. Gao Peng brought the bowl of medicine closer to Daisy. Daisy was confused, with question marks over its head. Daisy took a sniff, and its eyes lit up. It took the bowl with its two pincers and drank. When the bowl fell, its body emitted streams of yellow light. Then, a series of lightning bolts shot out from Daisy's body. A moment later, the lightning bolts disappeared. Daisy's whole body was smoking as if it had been roasted. Adai saw Daisy like this and gasped with worry. It went closer to Daisy and poked it to see how it was doing. Suddenly, it came up with an idea. It went to the fridge and rummaged for something. Then it pulled out 3 cedar leaves for Daisy. Then it went to help Daisy up, intending to feed it. Seeing this, Gao Peng placed a hand on Adai's shoulder and said, Don't bother it. Let Daisy be alone for a while. Hearing this, Adai looked at Gao Peng. It looked at him with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Gao Peng sighed as he looked at his 2 familiars and thought, 2 living treasures. Just great. I can finally settle the contract with A-Sun. After thinking, he turned and called out to A-Sun. A-Sun, come over here. A-Sun pretended not to hear him and flew somewhere else. Gao Peng had no choice but to take out a bottle of juice to lure it. A-Sun, there's delicious fruit juice here. Seeing that, it immediately swooped down towards the bottle. Gao Peng's face darkened a bit. Very well. 1, 2, they're all gluttons. Then he pricked his finger with a needle to draw blood. Then he pressed it onto A-Sun's head while it wasn't paying attention. He closed his eyes to feel A-Sun's consciousness space. When he saw its consciousness space, he thought, A-Sun's consciousness space is still a bit weak. When it saw him, A-Sun's consciousness approached him. Seeing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, It's gotten braver. It's willing to approach me on its own now. A smile appeared on his face. It seems all that delicious food wasn't wasted. Then Gao Peng touched A-Sun's consciousness. Become my companion. When he touched it, a contract appeared. Become my companion. I will give you the power to fear nothing. Despite him saying that, A-Sun bluntly refused. Don't want it. Don't want power. I want fruit juice. Hearing that, Gao Peng was stunned and had to give in to A-Sun's wishes. He'll give you lots of fruit juice. As if waiting for Gao Peng to say this, A-Sun immediately agreed. After a while, the contract was finally completed. The next morning, while Grandma Chun was sound asleep, suddenly, a shadow called out, Showing. Time to wake up for breakfast. Hearing that, she startled awake. Turns out it was the parrot mimicking what her late husband used to say. It continued to speak. Showing. Wake up for breakfast. Showing. Time to wake up for breakfast. She sat up. My good child, so it was you. She looked at the parrot and continued speaking. After the old man passed away. Thankfully, you've always been by my side. Then she thought about the past when her husband was still with her. Ever since our daughter's accident, my spirits have never been very good. It was also hard on the old man. He was clearly suffering himself. Yet he still had to take care of my 3 meals a day, especially breakfast. Every day, he would wake up on time to cook breakfast for me. Then he would wake me up to eat. Then she looked at her husband's portrait. Unfortunately, just when my spirits were getting a little better, and I could take care of him in return, he left. She smiled gently. At that time, I didn't even know how to go on living. I didn't want to live anymore. Thankfully, the words you mimicked gave me the motivation to keep living. Thank you for staying with me like this. It's as if the old man has been waiting for me for a long time. I have to go find him now. Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Xiaoying. She was surprised to see her husband in front of her. Xiaoying, I've come to find you. She was so moved she stammered. Old man. He held out his pinky finger to her. This time, we won't be apart anymore. Okay. She also raised her finger and hooked it with his. We won't be apart anymore. And just like that, her arm went limp. She passed away peacefully with a smile still on her lips. Back in Gao Peng's room, he was still sleeping and snoring. Then, suddenly, Daisy cried out. Pain. Still half asleep, he sat up. Daisy, what's wrong? Daisy cried out even louder, rolling back and forth. Itchy, painful, itchy. Seeing this, Gao Peng panicked. He jumped out of bed and helped Daisy up. Could there be a problem with the evolution? As he was worrying, he saw something. He looked down at Daisy's fangs. The system also displayed a notification. Quality, perfect. Status, teething. Seeing that, he was surprised. Teething? A centipede can teeth? Could it be that after the world's cataclysm, the centipede's genes also mutated? Then he smiled gently and patted Daisy's head. That makes sense. Daisy's current form can no longer be judged by normal standards. Don't be scared. This is the pain of growing up. Experience it. Then he put the Z on the ground and went outside to call Achun. Achun, come here. As soon as he stepped out, Achun happily jumped onto his head. He stood in the middle of the room, thinking about Achun's evolutionary path. Which evolutionary path should I choose? Should I go for support? Or should I cultivate its damage potential? Then he stroked his chin, lost in thought. If I use the hollow wood heart I discovered last time as the main material for its evolution, it will become a dual attribute with spirit jellyfish with healing and spatial abilities. Gao Peng imagined Achun attacking. And if the spatial attribute attacks are enhanced, the damage would be terrifying. But if I give up the direct attack path and turn it into a support type, I just feel a bit unwilling. Then Gao Peng thought of the mountain of gold he would have to spend. But such a cultivation process would definitely require a significant amount of time and energy. If it evolves along the support path, the process will be relatively quick. Finally, due to financial pressure, Gao Peng chose the support path. Forget it. He'll still go with the support path. Evolve it into a wood spirit jellyfish. After I become strong, what kind of monster can I cultivate? What's suitable for the present is the best. The scene shifts to the street outside. Gao Peng stepped onto the street, confused. Huh, why is it like this today? Everyone was murmuring. Oh my God, what is this? Oh, am I seeing things? Then everyone looked up with surprised expressions. Her spirit has manifested. It's Grandma Chin's old companion coming to get her. Quick, look at the sky. It must be old Chin's spirit manifesting. Seeing this, Gao Peng also looked up at the sky, puzzled. In the sky? When he looked up, he was too stunned to speak. The system displayed a notification. Soul Guardian. Level 25. Quality, perfect. Attribute, soul. Description, a soul that has grown powerful due to its obsession while lingering in the mortal world. It has no fixed form. After fulfilling its obsession, it will also return to the underworld. An old man nearby said excitedly, I saw it. They're flying up. The 2 bodies on the air conditioner's metal rack turned into specks of light and flew away. That parrot and that person were clearly dead. A calm person said, Sir, please calm down. As for Gao Peng, he muttered to himself, Did Grandma Chin pass away? Gao Peng seemed to suddenly remember something. That's right. He recalled the day he encountered the spider. I remember Grandma Chin's house also had an ash-striped spider. After its master dies, the familiar is no longer bound. If it chooses to return to nature in the deep mountains and forests, that's fine. I'm just afraid its temperament will change drastically, and it will become highly aggressive, attacking other people. Thinking of this, he immediately ran off to find that stupid spider. I can't let that happen. I have to find it quickly. After running for a while, he arrived in front of Grandma Chen's house, panting heavily. He wiped the sweat from his face and saw the locked door. The door is locked. There's no movement inside either. Where could it be hiding? Maybe. He looked up elsewhere. Based on the habits of an ash-striped spider, it would probably be. Gao Peng looked up at the corner of the wall. Found it. Then he summoned Dazi to battle. Dazi, come quick. When it saw him, it slowly lowered itself. Dazi also crawled over in a flash. It crawled around Gao Peng's body. Dazi's eyes glowed red like lamps. Seeing this, the spotted spider on the wall froze and broke out in a cold sweat. Then it fell from the wall. Gao Peng and Dazi were dumbfounded. How did it fall, just from you scaring it? The spotted spider trembled behind his shadow. Then, the words Grandma Chen once said appeared in its eyes. I'm getting old. I'm going to die soon. So I won't sign a contract with you anymore. It remembered her stroking its head. Also, forgive me for not giving you a name. That way, you can meet a new destiny. At that moment, Gao Peng also stroked its head and said, You must be feeling very sad, right? Then he gave a gentle smile and held out his hand to it. If you're willing, then come home with me. Tall buildings. Many passers-by frowned and said, What's going on? It turned out to be Gao Peng, wearing black glasses, grinning from ear to ear, and walking with a swagger. And several creatures were following behind him. The people around recognized him and Dazi and began to whisper. The Five Venoms cult leader. Gao Peng whispered in his heart. My current monster team is lacking a tank with high health and good defense. Although it's a bit ridiculous to ask you to be a meat shield. Then Gao Peng thought about the evolutionary paths of the spider. But among the evolutionary paths of the ash-colored golden patterned spider, there is one that can evolve into a meat shield. The materials are not hard to find either. Gao Peng thought as he pressed the elevator button. After I sign a contract with this little spider, they'll try my best to strengthen it. That way, I can obtain a large amount of soul power. He continued to think. Plus the soul power from Dazi. And Ashwan. I believe it won't be long before I can sign a contract with Adai. Then his eyes welled up with tears again. I shouldn't have upgraded Adai's quality so early. The single upgrade was great, but the required soul power is too hard to gather. Dazi, seeing Gao Peng like this, was confused. Gao Peng raised his hand to greet the girl in front of him, saying, Good morning, Wan. Seeing him, Wan ran over and said, Good morning, young master. Hearing the girl's form of address, Gao Peng was speechless. Young master? Doesn't this little girl usually call me Grandmaster Gao? Something's not right. Not right. Wan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Gao Peng and said, Young master. It's been such a long time. Gao Peng replied hesitantly, Haha. Haha. It has been a while. Wan furrowed her brows, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. Young master. Recently, quite a few people have come asking for you, and there are even clients who specifically request you. Even when I told them you didn't have time, they still wanted to wait. But you just didn't. Wan, fuming with anger, stomped towards Gao Peng. Seeing this, he quickly tried to appease her, saying, All right. Okay. I have time today. We can take our time. Gao Peng held out a list and tried to say, Please trouble yourself to prepare these materials first. They'll treat you to some milk tea later. Wan was angry but still snatched the paper from his hand. Then she turned and left, leaving only one word behind. Humph. Gao Peng was speechless. Gao Peng let out a sigh of relief. Dazi stood beside him, looking at him with contempt. Humph. Laboratory. Gao Peng used his power. He and the spider in front of him were surrounded by a green energy. He said, Don't be sad. Become my friend. I will give you a warm home. The spider responded. Then, the contract paper was incinerated by a flash of light. Gao Peng happily patted its head and said, All right. We can begin the evolution now. The clock showed midnight exactly. Gao Peng reached out and turned off the alarm. He stared intently at the bubbling chemicals on the table. Then, he added a drop of green liquid into it. Immediately, the green drop turned into a red ruby. Seeing the test tube emit smoke, Gao Peng exclaimed happily, Success. Gao Peng turned to look at the spider and said, "Your body is gray, and you have golden patterns. After evolution, your species will be the gray armored spider. Plus, you, Ashwan, and Adai are all from the A generation. So, we'll call you Aban." Gao Peng took off his mask, smiled brightly, and held the test tube in front of the spider. "Look, this is the evolution potion I prepared for you. You just need to soak in it for a bit, and you can become stronger." Then Gao Peng poured the liquid from the test tube into the basin. The liquid quickly flowed inside. The small spider suddenly transformed and grew larger. Its flesh and bones were remolded. It let out a roar. Gao Peng squeezed one eye shut and thought, "So painful. This is soul transference. It's a portion of the pain Aban is going through." Gao Peng endured the pain, clenching his shirt tightly, and thought, "Hang in there. This pain is the path one must take to become stronger. We can only rely on ourselves to overcome it." One walked in, smiling, and said, "Young master." "Young master?" Gao Peng turned his head and asked. Wan's eyes twinkled like a little mouse's as she smiled and said, "Hee hee. Boss, a client has arrived. You know, the kind of client who looks really cool." Gao Peng took off his glasses, smiled, and said, "Coming right away." But he thought to himself, "There's another mouth to feed at home. I have to make money quickly." Gao Peng took off his lab coat and then saw something that made him wonder. The other party was a blonde man sitting on the sofa. Beside him was a bald bodyguard. Gao Peng used a skill to check the other party's identity and immediately knew who it was. Interesting. A commander-tier monster familiar? Gao Peng placed the coat in Wan's hands and said, "Wan, I'll handle these two gentlemen. You keep an eye on the little spider's evolution process." Gao Peng continued, "See the object in the jar on the table? As soon as it loses its color, pour the white liquid from the test tube inside." Quan smiled and replied, "Oh, okay." The blonde man with glasses approached Gao Peng and said, "That's right. I didn't expect Mr. Gao to know about that little garden of mine. Lu Mao is extremely honored." He thought, "This is also a bit too enthusiastic. My reputation shouldn't be that great." Mr. Lu extended his hand and explained, "Mr. Gao, judging by your expression, you probably don't know yet. Some time ago, I was honored to attend a military celebration banquet. During the banquet, I heard Chairman Feng mention that during the research process for the Red Stream Fire Toad, your contribution was absolutely number one." The bald bodyguard behind him pulled back a curtain, revealing an iron cage and a dark figure. Mr. Lu pointed to the cage and said, "The thing is, I want to strengthen this monster. After thinking it over, I still find Mr. Gao to be the most trustworthy. So I brought it here." After the sheet was pulled off, it revealed a dog with a thorny appearance and many fangs. It had a red gem on its chest and was growling angrily. Gao Peng saw it clearly and exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually a Dark Knight Mastiff." He imagined two Dark Knight Mastiffs standing behind a gate and said, "It's said that all dog-type monsters can evolve into Dark Knight Mastiffs. It's a different kind of evolutionary path for dog-type monsters. The fur of a Dark Knight Mastiff can blend perfectly into the night. It can also absorb a large amount of light. Therefore, it's an assassin in the darkness. It's also the best guard dog for the Dark Knight. Many manors and estates like to raise this type of Dark Knight Mastiff." Mr. Lu said, "I know your rules. For leader-tier monsters, you set the price yourself. Just name your price." Gao Peng glanced at the system panel in front of him and thought, excluding the two strongest and rarest evolution paths, and then excluding another 5 evolution paths with overly rare materials, plus the complicated and time-consuming procedures. That leaves 13 options. Gao Peng glanced at Mr. Lu and said, "Upgrading its quality is definitely not a problem. Besides, I have several good evolution paths to choose from here. After evolving, the degree of strength will also be relatively different." Mr. Lu clenched his fist and said, "I understand. Then let's choose the most expensive one." Gao Peng smiled, held up 5 fingers, and said, "That will be 5,000 credit points." Mr. Lu and his bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat and asked, 5,000? Gao Peng shook the other party's hand, smiled, and said, "Mr. Lu, that's a wise choice. A spider leg smashes things." Hearing the increasingly loud crashing sounds coming from the lab upstairs, Gao Peng asked in confusion, "Aban?" He rushed over and asked, "Quan, What's wrong? She stood there trembling in fear and said, "Oh my God." Before them was a gigantic spider. Quan pointed at it in fear. "Boss, look," Gao Peng asked silently. System notification. Ding. Evolution. Success. Evolution successful. Gray armored spider. Seeing this, Gao Peng said happily, "It succeeded." But he paused to look at the wreckage scattered on the floor. Gao Peng angrily scolded it. "Aban, why did you destroy the equipment in the lab? And you scared Quan like that, huh?" The newly evolved little spider didn't know how to explain itself. It was flustered. He reached out and stroked Aban's head. Gao Peng crouched down a bit and said, "No matter how strong you become in the future, you must learn to control your own strength. Understand?" It made it blush. Aban quickly brought its 2 front legs before its face. It shyly covered its face and agreed with him. But he felt something was strange. So he wondered. Aban tripped over a piece of wood. Immediately after, it fell over and fainted. Seeing such a scene, Gao Peng was dumbfounded, wondering to himself, "Why do all the monsters in my hands have a bit of a dumb attribute? The saying goes, he who touches pitch shall be defiled. Ah, no, it can't be." Gao Peng patted Aban's head and said, "All right, Aban, you go outside for me. Be quiet. Don't mess things up." Aban nodded in obedience. But instead of walking normally like other spiders, Gao Peng's spider walked sideways like a crab, leaving everyone here stunned. Gao Peng thought worriedly, "Why is it walking sideways?" Gao Peng reached over to Quan, helped her up, and said, "My apologies. For that broken tank, please order another one with a larger capacity. Put the cost on my tab. After that, prepare the evolution materials for the Dark Knight Mastiff first. Schedule with the client to start the experiment next week." Gao Peng said with his arms crossed. "Also, hire someone to clean up the lab and put it on my tab. The current equipment is damaged, so we can't continue. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first." Quan stood up, her face darkening as she said, "We have to spend money again." Gao Peng led the group of beasts, thinking as he walked. The number of mouths to feed at home is increasing. It's time to get a bigger house, preferably in the suburbs. It would also be convenient for training or gathering medicinal herbs. I should contact a real estate agent first. Then he turned to look at the little spider and broke out in a cold sweat. Gao Peng tilted his head, thinking in confusion. Did I miscalculate the formula? Did I give it the wrong medicine? Why did it evolve into a crab like this? Gao Peng kicked one of its legs and shouted loudly. "Walk properly. You're a spider, not a crab." Aban didn't understand. Then Gao Peng rubbed his head in frustration and sighed. In front of a store, an employee saw Gao Peng, smiled, and approached him, saying, "Mr. Gao, right? I'm the agent who spoke with you on the phone earlier. You can just call me Xiao Lu." Gao Peng asked her in return, "You mentioned before that we could go see a house today." Xiao Lu guided him, saying, Yes. That's right. We even have a private car to take you there. This way, please. Based on your requirements, a large house with a yard and a basement. A villa in a quiet suburban area. We have just the right place." The agent handed Gao Peng a tablet and said, "Mr. Gao, please take a look at this. These are pictures of the villa." Gao Peng looked at the images on the tablet. On the tablet were photos of that villa. A white villa surrounded by a green forest. Facing the sun. A large front door. A spacious side yard. Airy windows. The female agent said, "Although this villa doesn't have a basement, it has a very large surrounding area that belongs to the property. So you can build a basement yourself?" Gao Peng was quite satisfied, so he asked, "What area is it in?" The female agent said awkwardly. Then she cleared her throat and coughed a few times. "Ahem. It's near the Longxing Lake area. The price is very cheap. Only 2,000 credit points." Then she furtively whispered in his ear, "Although that place is in the suburbs, the management is very lax. Besides the area of the villa itself, there's a large plot of land that's essentially included for free. It's a perfect match for your requirements." Gao Peng said unhurriedly, "Not so fast. I still have a few questions I'd like to ask. These photos are recently updated, correct? But these are from before the cataclysm, aren't they? The vegetation in the background doesn't seem to be mutated at all." His hand pointed to the plants outside the villa. Gao Peng held the tablet out in front of her. The girl said, "You aren't hiding any important information from me, are you?" Xiao Lu nervously tried to cover it up, saying, "How could that be? Just think about it. A standalone pre-cataclysm villa, complete with over a dozen acres of garden, would be impossible to buy in our Chang'an city. Now, it only costs 2,000 credit points. That's a steal. And although that place is remote, there's a road at the foot of the hill. You could buy a car, and getting in and out would be very convenient." The image showed a winding road at the foot of the mountain. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and thought with a sly smile. For others, this might be a problem. But for me, having these guys at home is enough. I might even be able to get them some free extra meals. He thought about those abandoned houses. After all, during the chaotic early stages of the cataclysm, villas like this in the suburbs were either turned into fortresses or directly abandoned. So, as long as this house is about 60% as new as it looks in the photos, they'll be satisfied. Plus, it's safe. Then he let out a sly smile and a creepy chuckle, startling the agent beside him, who asked fearfully, "Mr. Gao?" Xiao Lu said worriedly, "Actually, this price isn't considered expensive. The seller is basically selling at a huge loss." Gao Peng said, "Then let's go take a look." Suddenly, the female agent was surprised. At her feet, Aban, Gao Peng's little red-eyed spider, was also staring at her blankly. Xiao Lu bent down, stared at Gao Peng's spider, and said, "Is this your familiar? What an adorable little crab. You have great taste, sir." Gao Peng, who was getting into the car, heard this and turned back awkwardly to say. Aban was also surprised. He answered worriedly, "That's a spider." The female agent laughed awkwardly. "Oh, huh." Gao Peng immediately noticed someone hiding behind a wall, secretly watching him. Seeing this, Xiao Lu asked, "Mr. Gao? Mr. Gao?" Suddenly, it became strangely quiet behind that statue. Gao Peng turned his head and walked away, saying, "It's nothing. I must have been seeing things. Let's go." The agent didn't understand, but still replied. A shady-looking man stood behind a wall, smiling at the backs of the two people and two beasts standing beside the car. His hollow cheekbones were exposed, highlighting the wickedness in his eyes. He said, "Young Master Gao Peng, so famous recently. I've finally found you." The bus sped down the road. Xiao Lu said, "We're here." Xiao Lu smiled and guided Gao Peng, saying, "Mr. Gao, look. This is the house I told you about." Gao Peng suddenly stopped, stunned, facing a villa where, aside from a few cracks, the entire structure was still intact. It made Gao Peng exclaim in his thoughts. "It looks almost exactly like the photo. It just looks a bit old from the outside." Seeing the sparkling clean kitchen, Gao Peng said, "There's almost no dust in the house. Could it be that the seller periodically has someone come to dust?" Looking at the other rooms, he said, "The furniture is also fully equipped. It's just an old style. There are also some tables and chairs. The floor needs repairs." Gao Peng glanced at the table below and thought, "The furniture in this house is quite expensive. Even though the location is poor, it couldn't possibly sell for only 2,000. How strange." An old man with a beard approached and asked, "You must be Mr. Gao, right?" Gao Peng quickly turned his head to the door and asked, "Who is it?" Xiao Lu knew who the other person was and turned to explain to Gao Peng, "Mr. Gao, this is the owner selling this villa. Boss Lu." Mr. Lu laughed and said, "Haha. I heard that Mr. Gao wanted to see the house, so I made a special trip here." Gao Peng asked warily, "A special trip? Boss Lu, have we met before?" Mr. Lu explained as he walked. "Who in our circle doesn't know the great name of Mr. Gao now? You are Chairman Feng's ace in the hole, the hero behind the last incident." Boss Lu offered a business card and said, "This is my business card. I also do a little business with monsters now. Mr. Gao, if you're interested in cooperating, I can give you a 20% discount." Gao Peng thought, "This Boss Lu is quite the businessman." Boss Lu said, "Mr. Gao, what do you think of my house? It's well maintained, isn't it? I have people come to clean it regularly. If you want to buy it, you just need to spend some money on maintenance, and you can move right in. So convenient." Gao Peng said, "I won't hide it from you, Boss Lu. The price you offered is quite blunt." Gao Peng continued speaking, "But the main problem is here. Even if the location of your house isn't good, it should be worth at least 4,000 credit points." Gao Peng's glasses glinted. 2,000 credit points is really far below the market price. I wonder if you could tell me the reason behind it?" Boss Lu placed his hand on the wooden table and said, "It's like this. Heh. Actually, this house was originally for my parents to spend their retirement in. Boss Liu's face turned sad. He said, my parents were both from the countryside. They weren't used to living in a big city. So I bought this villa in the suburbs for them. He imagined his two elderly parents and said, the two of them toiled their whole lives for me. Now that their son has made a little something of himself. Of course, I had to let them enjoy their good fortune. He recalled the scene from that time. The image of cars in flames, destroyed by rampaging monsters. The sound of people screaming everywhere. He couldn't help but shout loudly. That beast tide destroyed everything. They didn't even get to enjoy it. Not even for a single day. They suffered their whole lives. The image of the two elders in a glass frame, now shattered all over the floor. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. He shouted loudly, this goddamn world. His hand, placed on the table, trembled. Boss Liu tried to suppress his anger and said, I originally intended to keep this house forever as a memento. I heard that Mr. Gao was looking for a house with good living conditions. That's why I entrusted the agent to introduce it to you for 2,000 credit points. You can consider this my investment in you. I'm not young anymore, and my abilities are limited. Whatever I want to do, my heart is willing, but my strength is not. A talented young man like you is the future of Chang'an City. He placed all his hopes on Gao Peng and said, I hope tragedies like this can be avoided in the future. Boss Liu's words made Gao Peng think of his own parents. Gao Peng said, thank you for your trust. Gao Peng immediately sealed the deal. He'll buy this house. The high-rise buildings were lit up against the night sky. Gao Peng brought back a paper box and said, Adai, a Xian, we're home. Seeing that his beasts weren't excited to see him, he said sadly, why so indifferent? Gao Peng smiled and said, you too, come and see. This is the nutritious food I picked out for you. It's much tastier than that Enyang Communication Gold orange juice. The little jellyfish was puzzled. The jellyfish next to it also gave a sidelong glance. All four of them gathered around the dining table. Looking at the steaming hot food on the table, Gao Peng said, hurry up and eat. The house seems to have gotten livelier. Gao Peng turned his head. He saw a familiar black-haired woman leaning against the door. Gao Peng excitedly shouted, Sister Tang Yang. Tang Yang. She said to him, Xiao Peng. Long time no see. She happily walked over to the little centipede. Smiling, she patted its head and said, Daisy has leveled up. Then, Tang Yang pulled open its small mouth. Seeing a set of sharp teeth, she said, wow. Daisy even grew teeth. Although it was very uncomfortable, it tried its best to endure. Unable to save itself, the little centipede cried out and sent a distress signal. Help! Tang Yang paid it no mind and pulled even harder, saying, let me see if they're growing and crooked. Gao Peng pretended not to see Daisy's signal and ignored it. He turned his head away, sending a signal. Endure it. Just bear with it for a moment. His attitude astonished the little centipede. Then, Tang Yang spoke again. Oh right, Xiao Peng. She looked at him and asked, I heard you bought a house. Gao Peng was surprised but still replied, Sister Tang Yang. Your news travels fast. But I still need to hire a company to renovate it a bit. I won't be moving in so soon. Tang Yang's eyes lit up. She rushed over, grabbed Gao Peng's hand, and said, when the time comes, ask me to go with you. There are many things to pay attention to during renovations. You don't have enough real-world experience. Don't get scammed. He said worriedly. Tang Yang waved goodbye and said, then it's settled. I have to go. Gao Peng broke into a sweat and said, I'm suddenly starting to suspect why the house was so cheap. The door closed. Tang Yang smiled and said, done. When the time comes, I can very naturally and conveniently buy the house next to Xiao Peng. They'll still be his neighbor. The sound of the wind whistled through the green leaves. Gao Peng placed his hand on a tree trunk. He and his little beasts hid behind a tree. Gao Peng looked down at the military vehicles below. We've reached the checkpoint. He turned around. Then the violet screen tree forest must not be far. He walked on the leaves. Gao Peng thought to himself as he walked. It would be best to gather all the materials today. I have a 3-day break in total. Today is the last day. If I can't gather enough void cores today, they'll have to wait until next week's break to continue. That would cause too much of a delay. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise. Seeing a blurry black shadow on a branch, he said, this is... He yelled. The first monster I encountered outside the forest perimeter is an elite tier. It's not easy to survive out here. On the branch was a black panther with long fangs. A system notification appeared. Name: Husa Jungle Cat. Level: 13. Quality: normal. Attribute: fat type. The black panther with green eyes growled, its whole body turning red. It quickly lunged. Gao Peng saw it and shouted to his beasts, "Not good. Everyone, be careful." It rushed forward like a flash of lightning. Just as he saw its long claws coming towards him, Adai threw Daisy from its back onto the ground. It swiftly rushed forward to block the jungle cat. It shot out a purple lightning bolt, but unfortunately, the jungle cat managed to dodge it in time. The jungle cat backed away a bit, sensing the danger. Adai began to get angry, its whole body glowing red as it shouted, "Your opponent is me." The jungle cats first stood on end. Just Adai's footsteps sent dust flying everywhere. It quickly ran towards the jungle cat, scaring it out of its wits. The jungle cat used all its strength to run away. Adai refused to let it go. It gathered a red energy in its hand. Then, that red energy tightly wrapped around the jungle cat's leg. Adai seized the opportunity while the jungle cat was restrained. It trembled like a sewer rat and delivered a devastating punch. Seeing Adai's cat-punching stance, the jungle cat's eyes widened in fear. Before it could write a will for its descendants, Adai slammed a punch right into its head. Even the ground beneath its feet couldn't withstand it and cracked. Bright red blood flowed from the jungle cat's body. Gao Peng looked at Adai's large and sturdy back. Adai's current strength, compared to when it was a scarlet flood ape, has increased by more than tenfold. I expected it to be very strong, but not this strong. But suddenly, Adai raised its hands. It sadly stared at its own hands, which Gao Peng found strange. He made a sound and then said, "Still not used to your own strength yet?" Gao Peng smiled like a handsome six-packed man and said, "After all, I haven't let it fight since its evolution. It seems Adai still needs a lot more training." Then he turned, led the group away, and said, "All right, let's go." Adai glanced, remembering a scene from the past. When Gao Peng saw it crying, he gently came over and patted its head. Although it didn't understand what the young man said that day, it knew. Adai smiled. From then on, that young man. Adai watched Gao Peng and Dazi arguing. "All right, Adai only pushed me out of the way in a moment of crisis. Don't be mad anymore. If it hadn't thrown me out of the way, I would have been the one to protect you first. I know. Dazi is the best. Adai is also very good, but it threw me. All right, Adai." Looking at Gao Peng, it joyfully concluded with one sentence. He was its everything. Gao Peng with a chun. Adai and Dazi were walking along the path, saying, "We've been searching for 3 hours. We've basically covered all the areas suitable for the violet peace tree's growth. We finally found it. The violet peace tree has a rough trunk with vines wrapped around its branches," Gao Peng said. "Last time, it was also in a violet peace tree area that we found the green tree snake. Perhaps this type of snake has a special fondness for the violet peace tree." Suddenly, Adai's eyes lit up. It discovered that the vine wrapped around the branch wasn't a vine, but a disguised snake. Adai quickly ran over, reached out, and peeled the snake off, leaving it stunned. Adai looked at it with disdain. With a light squeeze of its hands, it tore the snake in two. Adai took a green-colored gem from inside the snake's body. Adai presented the gem to Gao Peng. He thought, "This is the green tree snake's crystal core." Silly thing. What is a green tree snake's crystal core? It's just a crystal. Today's mission is to find enough hollow heart wood. The flying jellyfish also didn't understand. Gao Peng gave a forced smile. But the crystal core is a token of Adai's affection. I can't not take it. Then, Gao Peng happily pointed at the violet peace tree and said, "Adai, go break these violet peace trees." Adai's expression didn't change as it clenched its fists, gathering purple energy around them. Seeing this, the tree trunk broke out in a fearful sweat. Adai then swung its fist straight into the middle of the trunk, shattering the tree into many pieces. The trunk snapped in two. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Gao Peng beamed and shouted, "Beautiful." Under Gao Peng's enthusiastic encouragement, Adai's spirits soared, and it was filled with excitement. It continuously punched the violet peace trees. While collecting the hollow heart wood, Gao Peng said, "Adai, keep it up. Break a few more." In another part of the forest, 3 men in black coats were walking on a path. The one with blue hair looked around shiftily and asked, "Boss, is this kid really around here?" The bald one called Boss replied, "Their intelligence should be accurate. Let's take a look around." The small rat on the boss' shoulder perked up its ears, listening to something. Immediately after, it pointed in a direction. The scarred-faced man said doubtfully, "Captain, Dowdu has news." So the boss gave Dowdu some food and said, "Dowdu says there's a strange sound over there. Not sure if it's the kid. Let's go check it out." Suddenly, the sound grew louder. The one wearing a red headband said, "This sounds a bit like when I used to practice my punches." The scarred-faced man said, "Practicing punches? Dien, have you practiced yourself, stupid? Who would practice punching in a forest full of monsters?" The boss reminded him, "Tang Shun, don't be careless. We can't afford to miss a single clue. It's rare to get a mission with such a high reward. Did you forget your younger sibling is waiting for their school fees? We have to complete it this time." The boss said, "Let's go see." "Be quiet." The boss furtively hid behind a tree trunk. All 3 of them saw Adai destroying the trees. Its whole body was full of power as it threw punches at the tree trunks. The faces of the entire group darkened. Yuhua said in surprise, "Heavens, this big guy is really impressive. He can break a tree with just one punch." The boss reminded them, "Look, guys." The boss held a picture of Gao Peng and said, "That kid is our target. But what is he looking for in that pile of broken trees?" The man, Yuhua, covered in sweat, said, "Captain, let's go. Those people told us to investigate this kid's familiars. It's enough that we've seen this much. If we get any closer, we'll be discovered." The one named Deng Sun also said, That's right. That's right." Seeing Gao Peng's giant centipede toying with a bug, Su said, "Captain, this familiar is clearly no ordinary creature. The big one next to it probably isn't easy to deal with either. Let's go." The boss put a finger to his lips to signal. The boss said, "You brats, we occasionally get to pick up some scraps. Living our days just picking up corpses like this. Haven't we had enough of that? With our abilities, we can't possibly go deep into that terrifying forest. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, of course we have to try." The boss frowned and said, "There's something off about this kid. A monster tamer causing such a big commotion in the forest for no reason? Could it be just to measure how thick the trees are?" The boss said while watching Gao Peng hold the tree, "If we can find out what valuable thing is inside the tree. What's the most abundant thing in this forest? Trees. Wouldn't that mean we've struck it rich?" The boss gave the order. "Deng Sun, later, you hide in the bushes. Have your familiar attack that person directly. Yuhua, you follow me to deal with that big monster." The 2 subordinates immediately obeyed. The boss laughed smugly. "Let's test the waters first. Perhaps our fortune has arrived. That way, we won't have to live these days of constant fear anymore." The wind rustled through the trees. Seeing Adai and Adai become defensive, Gao Peng asked in confusion, "Adai, Adai, what's wrong?" Gao Peng also realized something was wrong and thought. Gao Peng saw 2 subordinates standing behind a tree and shouted, "Who's there? Come out." To prevent them from attacking Gao Peng, Adai raised its hand to block in front of him. The group thought in fear, "This is bad. We've been discovered." The boss proactively came out to talk. "Haha. Hello, friend." The boss said with a smile, "It's fate that we meet. We just came to see if you needed any help." Yuhua was relieved. Luckily, the boss reacted quickly. Gao Peng remained guarded as he looked at them. Help? He began to assess the familiars behind them. This armored wind chaser and butterfly minion are both familiars skilled at attacking enemies in the forest. Gao Peng quickly realized their intentions. These 2 are definitely not to be trifled with. Adai also quickly noticed something was unusual. It turned around to shield Gao Peng behind it, looking towards the figure behind the tree. Because of that, Gao Peng also noticed. "There's another person." The boss forced a laugh. "Haha, that's my brother. Don't worry. We have no ill intentions." But he sighed internally. "What the hell is this thing? How can its senses be so sharp?" Deng Sun said with a laugh. "Right. I just went to the bathroom. Just got here." His system quickly displayed. Level 18. Elite tier. Perfect quality. Attribute, metal type. Weakness, lightning type. Seeing that status panel, Gao Peng thought, "This is a secret silver mantis. It's probably a rare mutated species. But disease happens to be its counter. So it's not that scary. Gao Peng said coldly. I don't think I need any help. Especially this kind of help. Gao Peng's familiars also became defensive. Their faces filled with anger. The boss said with a laugh. If you don't like us bothering you, little brother, then we'll be on our way. Yuhua was confused. Yuhua shouted. Captain, are we really leaving? The boss said. We've been exposed 2 or 3 times. We've already lost the chance for a sneak attack. If we fail, we'll just make another enemy. He continued. To be able to raise 3 familiars at such a young age. He's either rich or he's powerful. No matter which type, none of them are easy to mess with. He said while staring intently at Gao Feng, Adai, Sun, and Zi. He placed his hand on his chest and said, besides, there's that beast wearing black armor. The aura it emits makes Daodu very uneasy. Seeing his little Daodu trembling in fear, he said, Daodu's intuition has saved me many times. The leader turned his head and left, saying, let's go. This damn world. Who knows what kind of monsters you'll run into. You could lose your life. Let's go. We'll wait for him to leave before coming back. See if we can find any clues. After all, there are so many trees in this forest. We don't necessarily have to fight him for those few trees, Yaohua said. Yes. Understood, Gao Feng thought. If Adai hadn't detected someone in the shadows, they would have attacked me directly. Gao Feng pushed up his glasses and glanced at them. If they had made a move, I would have struck them down without hesitation. 2 hours later, the crushed wood was scattered around. Gao Feng happily held a bag in his hand, smiled, and said, yes, 1 kilogram. This should be enough. Gao Feng waved his hand and called for Zi. Zi, come here. The little centipede, holding a smaller centipede in its mouth, turned its head and looked at him in confusion. Gao Feng grabbed the 2 antennae on Zi's head and said, got it. Thanks to the electric sparks from the 2 antennae, the torch in his hand began to ignite. Then, the torch burned bigger and bigger. He then threw the torch onto the pile of leaves at his feet, ignoring the billowing smoke and flames. Gao Feng turned his back and left, thinking, before the cataclysm, setting a forest fire was a criminal offense. But after the cataclysm, that penalty was removed. After all, post-cataclysm, the vitality and resilience of these plants are far stronger than imagined. A normal fire like this can't possibly start a large forest fire. Gao Feng smiled. Just in time for me to destroy the evidence. Yao Hua stood on the hill, pointed in Gao Feng's direction, and said, Captain, look, that kid is so cunning. Is he afraid we'll come back and find something? The leader said, this kid's vigilance is too high. The leader thought with a bit of fear. Perhaps the kid himself hasn't even realized the viciousness and decisiveness deep in his bones. Yao Hua asked, Captain, are we just going to let this go? The leader said, there's no conflict of interest between us and that kid. If he had been holding some eye-catching treasure just now, perhaps I would have taken the risk and made a move. Then, I would have cleaned up all traces. To put it bluntly, the potential profit wasn't enough to motivate me. There was nothing in it for us. But I've thought it through. Someone else won't think the same way. Then, he called someone and said, hello? Please pass a message to Dr. Jiang. The mission is complete. The surveillance data on the target's beasts has been transferred. A man on the other end of the phone replied, yes. The payment has been sent. A pleasure doing business with you. The man turned to someone sitting in a chair and said, Dr. Jiang, those people seem to be too afraid to make a move. This reconnaissance mission has failed. Dr. Jiang laughed and said, it's fine. Our next plan is already prepared, isn't it? Ji Hantong, your only relative, has been found by me. Gao Feng looked at the scene before him. He couldn't help but frown. Aban's growth rate is too fast. Not only did it level up, but its body is also 2 sizes larger than when I left. He looked at the exaggerated scene in front of him, feeling a bit shocked, but it's eating way too much at once. Before his eyes, the striped-back spotted spider monster had finished over a dozen boxes of food, but showed no signs of stopping. Even Gao Feng and the other 2 monsters standing beside him were speechless. Just then, he noticed something. On the ground, besides the empty food boxes, there were also pieces of shed skin from the monster's body. He casually picked one of them up. The eyes behind his glasses couldn't help but study it curiously. It molted? I thought it would be like in those novels, where a beast shed skin has some miraculous effect. Speaking of which, he looked down at the beast. He chuckled and encouraged it. Keep eating. Go on. It's best if you eat until you're nice and plump. The spider monster seemed to understand its master's intention. It looked back at him with sparkling, proud eyes. It even made a few happy noises. It was clearly a fearsome beast, but now it was like a puppy wagging its tail after being praised by its master. Who would have thought? Before it could be happy for long, it heard Galfeng say, "Wait until you've fattened up. Then we'll have fried spider meat." A simple sentence that was utterly terrifying to it. The beast, which had been acting like a small dog, trembled uncontrollably before its master's dark smile. Aban, considering its own small life, decisively put down the food box. It pitifully backed away from the food boxes. Its teary eyes looked at him like a bullied young wife, making Galfeng sigh helplessly. Telling you to eat a little less is for your own good. Eating too much of this canned food at once will cause toxins to accumulate in the body. But right now, his face darkened. His brows furrowed slightly, contemplating. The void heart has been obtained. The items needed for a Xian's evolution have also been collected. But this time, I can't just casually stew it like a pot of mixed vegetables anymore. Because a Xian's constitution is weak and can't handle the strain. These materials need to be processed in a professional workshop. Soaring Monster Tamer's studio. Outside, the reinforced door was shut tight. No one was allowed inside. At this moment, in front of an electronic screen, the young man's hand pressed on several activation points. The building's previously sealed door began to slowly rise automatically. As he stepped inside, the lights in the room turned on, welcoming the arrival. There wasn't a single person inside. He and his monster stood at the door, looking at the scene inside, and couldn't help but exclaim. Quan Quan went home so early today. That's fine. It's perfect. No one will disturb me. The materials this time are rare. According to the description, it needs to be frozen, incinerated at high temperatures, and treated with strong corrosive acid. Special processing. As he spoke, Gao Peng placed a large, carefully sealed package on the table in front of him. He was in the office building, following all the methods written in the book by himself. First, he carefully put on protective gear and picked up the flamethrower. A blazing red flame with an extremely high temperature erupted powerfully from the nozzle, wanting to incinerate the thing in front of him. Next, he turned the blender on at high power, grinding the ingredients into an eye-catching green liquid. After a while of hard work, Gao Peng happily held a test tube containing a fluorescent liquid in his hand. He laughed loudly, saying proudly, "It's finally done. With such a sweet fragrance, a Xian will definitely like it." And the flying jellyfish next to him, seeing its master, also wiggled its small tentacles in celebration. Without further hesitation, he poured the contents of the test tube into a large water tank. The green color mixed with the clear water. Occasionally, waves of shimmering green smoke rose from the water's surface. Although the color looked a bit questionable, the waves of green smoke were an irresistible temptation for monsters. Just look at the drooling expression of the jellyfish flying towards the scent to know how attractive it was. It even squeaked a few times, implying to him that the substance smelled like human apple juice. Seeing it so happy, Gao Peng burst out laughing. He gestured towards the water tank and said, "Go in and soak for a bit." Once, before he could finish his sentence, the little jellyfish's figure was even faster. It couldn't wait any longer and dashed towards the tank. Watching the monster slowly sink into the glass water tank, its body relaxed and floated uncontrollably inside. He was completely helpless. "I haven't even finished speaking. This is too hasty." Suddenly, he let out a cry, his eyes widening. His red pupils contracted. Inside the large tank, the monster was lying there, its expression one of utter enjoyment. Its relaxed posture looked very punchable, but its body inside the solution was undergoing a change that astonished him. This color isn't right. A Xian is green now. I remember a Xian's favorite place to stay is the top of my head. Thinking of this, his mouth twitched. He looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Imagining that monster jumping on his head, combined with this color, it looks a bit like wearing a green hat. And it's even a glowing green hat. No matter how you look at it, this scene is incredibly weird. He secretly regretted it. In that case, I suddenly feel that choosing the wood spirit jellyfish evolution path might have been a wrong decision. At this point, his inner self began to scream, "Help! I don't like fluorescent green." Then he looked at the flying jellyfish's body, which was completely turning the green color of the solution, and it seemed to be getting fatter too, as he silently considered further. And the materials needed to upgrade to epic quality are also too rare. What the hell is a near-void space-type material? It seems the highest a Xian can reach for now is perfect quality. At this moment, Gaopeng closed his eyes and focused. Around him, a strange blue flame enveloped him. Feeling the flow of power in his body, he had some speculations, but following a Xian's upgrade, my soul intensity has increased quite a bit. I estimate there's still a bit of a gap before I can form a contract with it. But if I just push a little more, it should only take a few days. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a sparkling gaze behind him. A light bulb was rushing over. Sensing something, Gaopeng felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned around, desperately resisting the flying jellyfish. "Don't you come over here." But its tentacles were like super glue, sticking tightly to him and refusing to let go. In the end, the image of a tired man and a beast walking out of the store. Gaopeng's face showed helpless resignation. He let out a sigh, while Asun successfully climbed onto his head, decidedly becoming his green hat. Its face looked as cheerful and bright as the arrival of spring. After taking just a few steps, the phone in his pants pocket started to vibrate. He took out his phone. When he saw the name on the screen, Gaopeng wondered, "This is the repair company that Sister Tang Tang introduced a few days ago. Haven't all the specific procedures already been decided? What could be the matter this late at night?" As soon as he pressed the answer button, the other end immediately spoke up. "Mr. Gao, will you have some time in a bit? We've run into some trouble cleaning up the villa. We need you to come over and take a look in person." Hearing the person on the other end, he immediately asked, "What kind of trouble?" The other party, just waiting for this, spoke at length. "We discovered some mutated plants in the villa. If we don't clear them out, we can't continue with the house repairs. But cleaning them up requires dismantling parts of the structure. So we need you to come to the site and give some instructions." Gaopeng walked leisurely, with one hand in his pocket, and nonchalantly agreed. "All right." He then heard the excited voice on the other end. "That's great, Mr. Gao. All the workers are here right now. Please hurry." Before the other person could finish, he pondered for a second or two, then interrupted. "Wait a minute," he said. His tone carried a hint of danger. "Managerly, you said. All the workers are there now, waiting for me? Am I that important? It's so late. So many people are working overtime for my house. Without overtime pay?" he said, while pointing out the oddities in the man's words, scoffing. But he didn't know that at this moment, on the other end of the line, the man called Managerly, who had chestnut-colored hair, had his arms twisted behind his back, with no way to move or chance to escape. Another man was holding the phone, positioning the call in front of him, and he could only give a wry smile and follow their orders. And when he heard Gaopeng's questioning, he panicked and tried to cover it up. "This is all part of our duty, Mr. Gao. Please hurry and come over." The other end was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, the phone screen lit up, and his voice came through. "All right, they'll be over in a bit." The man, having heard the answer he wanted, quickly pressed the red button to end the call. Jiang Yilong grabbed his head at this moment. His face clearly showed viciousness. He gave a terrifying laugh and looked down to praise him. "Well done, Managerly. Your son gets to eat roasted chicken tonight." Meanwhile, the man held down by the bodyguards knelt with his eyes wide open, a look of terror on his face. On Gaopeng's side, after hanging up with Managerly, he immediately made several other calls, but none went through. Seeing this, he looked at the screen, a little worried. This Managerly's words were very suspicious, but he couldn't get through to Sister Tang Tang's phone. Seeing its master's unusual expression, Asun beside him also peeked over curiously, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it now. Gaopeng had a feeling something was strange, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. He frowned. To be safe, they'll bring Adai and Daisy with me. With that said, he started running, rushing forward, leaving behind the silhouette of a young man. And the flying jellyfish heard its master call. "Asun, let's go." It chirped in support and flew quickly after him. Half an hour later, Manager Li was tied up with his hands behind his back. They forced him to kneel before the person in front of him, giving him no chance to escape. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, a subordinate spoke up and asked, "Doctor, why hasn't that brat arrived yet? Could he have discovered something?" The one who was asked, Dr. Jiang, was holding a glass of red wine. He turned his back, scoffed, "Be patient. It's fine if he's a little late. We still have to meet Ji Hantong's man." To be honest, I didn't want to resort to such crude methods. After all, we're civilized people. As he said this, he raised an eyebrow. He said with a malicious smile, "I never expected that Ji Hantong still had a living grandson. If someone hadn't secretly told me this news, I would have thought that old man was a lonely elder with no family." The subordinate behind him heard this and chimed in. "If the news that Ji Hantong still has a maternal grandson gets out, then there will surely be many people who want to secretly eliminate this threat." Jiang Yilong raised his glass, looking at the glistening red liquid inside. His wine-colored pupils flashed with a faint light. Killing intent emanated from his eyes. He gave a vicious smile. After all, Qi Handong has no relatives. That old man will grow old eventually. But his grandson is still very young. The cataclysm has made people's hearts waver. Today, the Southern Sky Group has grown into a giant. There are many high-level factions. Everyone has their own agenda, he said. This, in turn, frightened his underling. He broke out in a cold sweat. "Doctor, according to you, we're going to eliminate Gao Peng later. But why don't we just act now instead of probing time and time again?" After hearing this, Dr. Jiang lifted his hand. He poured out the glass of red wine. The dark red liquid flowed like a stream of blood. He replied, "Qi Handong went to great lengths to hide and protect his grandson, so he's definitely paying close attention to his safety. He would have arranged for people to protect him in secret. If we act directly, it's easy for things to go wrong. If we alert that old man, it'll be troublesome. Besides, who said I want to kill his grandson? I just want to hold his grandson and negotiate terms with the old man," he said, then turned his back. His gaze was dark. "Do you think we alone are qualified to fight for power within the Southern Sky Group?" As he spoke, the wine glass in his hand fell and shattered. If we kill Qi Handong's only relative, what awaits us is his wrath. In the end, the ones who benefit will be those who are already qualified to vie for that position. Comparing the research facilities, Dr. Jiang gritted his teeth. Compared to the Southern Sky Group's research division, my institute is nothing. There are at least over 30 institutes providing support. Not to mention, besides the research division, there are several other large security divisions. Even if the sole heir of the Southern Sky Group dies, it wouldn't be my turn to take that position. And the security division he just mentioned, they consist of well-trained individuals, ready to use force or schemes to achieve their master's goals. At this point, he raised an eyebrow. Why should I get my hands dirty? Making things chaotic is what benefits me. Besides, if you think about it another way, Gao Peng is the crown prince. It's very likely he will inherit the throne in the future. Even if we are opponents now, the definitions of friends and enemies in this world have never been that simple. As Jiang Yilong spoke, he took out the watch in his hand. He watched each second tick by, calculating. Tonight, after I get what I want and expand my laboratory, it's not certain that he won't accept my allegiance in the future. Having said this, he looked back at Director Li, who was still forced to kneel on the ground. It's almost time. Qi Handong's people should have arrived by now. Hearing the other man speak, he trembled and shouted questioningly, "Wait. You said you wouldn't harm me." Jiang Yilong showed no emotion. He raised a finger. A black and white butterfly, with strange patterns on its wings, spread its wings and flew over, landing on him. He said to the man, "Don't be nervous." But his condescending gaze was more vicious than ever. "I am, after all, a researcher. I'm not like those barbarians." As soon as he spoke, the moth on his hand took flight. It flapped its wings a few times, and specks of pollen drifted down. Director Li inhaled the pollen. His eyes became hazy. His eyelids grew heavy. After a moment, the man fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Yilong showed no trace of pity. "Get some rest. You won't be able to participate in what comes next. It's a shame to be missing a witness to my success tonight." Just as he was feeling smug, from the sky, a gust of wind and dust kicked up. A streak of light tore through the air and shot towards them. The underling cried out, pointing in that direction. "Doctor, look!" But he, too, immediately sensed something was wrong. Something's not right. The two of them looked up at the sky in unison. A massive dragon beast appeared majestically, striking fear into them. "It's him." The old man came himself. At that moment, in the Chang'an military region, atop a high tower, a phoenix with feathers as red as the sun was perched. Its eyes were shut as if in a deep sleep. But suddenly, the divine bird opened its eyes wide. They glowed with light. It stretched its massive wings into the air. The great divine beast's body also straightened up. A golden light enveloped its entire body. Two guards heard the noise from the top of the tower and looked up. They both witnessed the large bird's silhouette emitting a powerful light. One of them cried out, "What's happening? Has the ape in the forest escaped?" But the other guy was more rational. "No. The golden god alarm is in the south. Go check it out, quick." The two of them were about to run. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. "There's no need to check. That person from the Southern Sky Group has arrived in Chang'an." Both of them turned their heads. A middle-aged man in a high-ranking officer's uniform, leaning on a cane, walked over. They spoke up, "Commander." The man's face was stern. He pointed his cane at the two of them. "No need to worry. Just carry on with your patrol as usual." "Yes, sir." Both of them performed a military salute simultaneously, shouting crisply. After the two of them returned to their posts, the commander looked towards the top of the tower. His face darkened, and he sighed. "A storm is coming." Back to Dr. Jiang. He looked fearfully at the man before him, continuously backing away. Despite being at a disadvantage, he didn't forget to open his mouth and threaten, "Chairman, wait. I'm holding Chow Peng's monster." At his words, the newly arrived man showed no concern. He looked down angrily, like a supreme lord looking down upon a lowly commoner at his feet. And behind him, his monster glared at him with a murderous look, wanting to eat the man before it alive. He asked him, "Think carefully before you open your mouth." Around them, the bodyguards Jiang Yilong had brought were bleeding one by one, collapsed on the ground. He looked at the tragic scene before him and couldn't help but swallow. Scared, he said, "Chairman, just now, I was speaking nonsense to save my own life. Please give me a chance to speak." At this moment, the white-haired and bearded man before him wasn't listening to a single word from him. His eyes darkened. He asked coldly, "About little Peng. Who told you?" Realizing the situation was not good, cold sweat dripped down Jiang Yilong's forehead. He was terrified but tried to remain calm. "Hey, take it easy, Chairman. I haven't told anyone else about Chow Peng, but I've set up a program. If I don't deactivate it in time, the program will send Chow Peng's information to all employees of the Southern Sky Group." As he spoke, he thought of the program on his phone containing all of the young man's personal information. Ji Hantong heard him and shot him a cold glare. "If you don't want to talk, then don't. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you." After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Dr. Jiang crawling on the ground, trying to get up and chase him. "Don't go. He'll talk." It was Secretary Liu. He never expected the man before him wouldn't follow the script he had laid out. At this point, he could only plead, "Chairman, I just wanted to ask for a little more funding. I never wanted to harm Chow Peng. As long as I have enough money, I guarantee I will bring many benefits to the Southern Sky Group." But he didn't expect that the man had no patience for his flowery words. He waved his hand dismissively and walked away. "Considering you've made some contributions in your work, I'll grant you a painless death." Hearing him speak, he reached out, wanting to grab the hem of his clothes, but only grasped at air, his mouth still pleading nonstop, "Chairman, Chairman, I was wrong." Suddenly, his voice fell silent. His pupils widened. From within his own reflection, he saw a sharp, cold claw lunging at him. In the quiet night scene of the villa, only a single, tragic scream of pain echoed out. "No." Then immediately, the entire scene fell silent. Jiang Yilong, who was so smug just a moment ago, plotting against Chow Peng, was now a cold corpse. A large bloodstain was on his chest. He died with his head slumped against a rock. The old man had already turned his back. Glancing back to see his limbs had gone cold, he snorted. He cursed, "Fool. I, Ji Hantong, have never yielded to any form of threat. Right at that moment, on his hand, a bracelet flashed with a red signal light. He immediately touched it. A voice came from it. Chairman of the board. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist. His gaze became stern. Investigate Jiang Yilong. He probably set up a program. If you can find the program, destroy it. If you can't destroy it, tell me. Xiao Peng is the crown prince of the Southern Sky Group. This is the truth. At worst, we'll just release this news. After hearing him finish, the person on the other end immediately received the order. Ji Hantong personally handled everything. He leisurely gazed at the sky before him. The night sky was full of sparkling stars, like an endless galaxy. A few clouds drifted by lazily. The beautiful scenery made him watch, unable to look away. I like this simple world. But that beautiful atmosphere was pierced by desperate pleas. Help. Please don't. At this very moment, a woman walked over. She knelt on the ground. She raised her head to look at the tall figure before her and called out respectfully. The chairman glanced at the girl kneeling behind him. You've worked hard during this time, Tang Tang. He called her name. A beautiful woman with gently waved black hair. She had red eyes and soft pink lips. An indifferent smile was always on her face. Hearing him call her name, she stood up and walked behind him. Ji Hantong paid her no mind and turned away, reminiscing. Back then, when I had just returned from abroad, I couldn't completely control the corporation. The corporation's internal affairs were a mess. Combined with the news of his parents' death at the time, I could only go with the flow and send people to clean up the remaining clues, to let him grow up in peace. Now that the situation at the corporation has stabilized, on the contrary, there's no hurry to have Xiao Peng return. This hands-off approach can better temper a person's will, and Xiao Peng's talent has truly exceeded my expectations. After saying that, he walked over to his divine pet and petted its head. Then he said to Tang Tang, the corporation still has matters to attend to. They'll trouble you with the cleanup. The white dragon, feeling the warmth from its master's hand, closed its eyes, its expression one of pure enjoyment. The girl standing beside him was puzzled upon hearing his arrangements. Aren't you going to meet Xiao Peng tonight? But he just smiled gently upon hearing that. Let's wait for a more suitable opportunity. For Xiao Peng, compared to material things that can be obtained any time, a heart as steadfast as iron is more necessary. My child, let me see just how much you can grow. Meanwhile, the person being discussed, Gao Peng, had moved to the villa. Behind him was Aban, with Adai and the flying jellyfish A-Chun beside him. He arrived. He was surprised by the chaotic scene before him. Where are Director Li and the workers? I haven't been able to contact them for a while. What happened? Just then, he noticed deep cracks on the ground. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. This doesn't look like traces of renovation at all. As he said that, he looked closer, unable to stop speculating in his mind. This looks like. Also, just as he was lost in his thoughts, beside him, a slender and graceful figure approached. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, I didn't expect to have underestimated your growth rate. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just right and pleasant to hear. It carried a gentle tone, and as soon as she approached, he whirled around defensively. The girl with the gently waved hair smiled. It's me, Xiao Peng. Seeing that it was Tang Tang, he actually put on an of-course expression. He shrugged a few times. Oh, it's you, Sister Tang Tang. No wonder Adai didn't give a warning. Seeing his provocative posture, she was speechless. Wait a minute. What's with that expression of yours? Why do I feel like there's a hint of disdain? This time, she seriously put her hands on her hips. She pointed a finger at his face and scolded. In this situation, don't let your guard down so easily. How can you be so sure that I'm not an enemy? Seeing her concern, Gao Peng grinned. He pointed at her. All right, Sister Tang Tang. If I have to be suspicious of even you, then there's no one in this world I can trust. Ever since I became an orphan, before he could finish his sentence, she held out her hand, trying to refute him. No, Xiao Peng. You are not an orphan. Your maternal grandfather is still alive. Hearing her words, he suddenly froze. He asked again in disbelief. Grandfather is still alive? Tang Tang looked at him. In her sharp gaze, there was an unreadable glint. She said sincerely, before the cataclysm happened, he was trapped on an island abroad. Trapped on the island with him were a few of his confidants. She then recalled the days before. On an island, besides the large ancient trees and sand, It was surrounded on all four sides by a vast ocean. This island originally had a tropical environment, with countless monsters, surrounded by the vast sea. You could tell how difficult the start was without even thinking. At that time, Gao Peng's grandfather was facing a monster covered in sharp spikes and a hard shell, baring its fangs and claws at the group of people. The situation was extremely tense. Tang Tang recounted, if the city was normal difficulty, then he was on hell-level difficulty. After all, there was no army on the island. Heaven never seals off all paths. Later, your grandfather was fortunate enough to have a fortuitous encounter. After that, he used his great willpower to continue surviving on the island, constantly training his tamed beasts. In the very moment he was surrounded by many iron-skinned monsters. With a ferocious aura, Jihan Dong, even though his clothes were tattered, his completely disheveled appearance couldn't hide his majestic aura. He held power in his hands and displayed his might before those beasts. In the end, all the tamed beasts on the island had to bow their heads to this man. After hearing Tang Tang describe a series of his grandfather's glorious deeds from back then, he only had 2 words in his heart. Impressive. She said to him, your grandfather actually cares a lot about you. So he entrusted me to stay nearby to take care of and protect you. The reason he didn't acknowledge you was because of his own difficulties. Done. Contrary to her worry that he would be resentful and blame his grandfather, Gao Peng showed an excited expression. I understand. It's that classic when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on you trope. His eyes behind his glasses flashed. He said leisurely, that's my grandfather. I understand him. He probably feels it's not safe to be by his side. Keeping me in the dark makes it easier to protect me, and also to test me, hoping I can quickly mature on my own. Seeing that even though he was still young, he was so understanding, and could comprehend his grandfather's feelings, without a trace of resentment. She softly called his name, Xiaopeng. Her voice carried a hint of sympathy, but he was very decisive. Looking into the distance, Sister Tang Tang, he is my only relative. You don't need to worry that he'll misunderstand or resent him for not coming to see me sooner. At this point, he grinned and paced in front of her. So, what are grandfather's tamed beasts? What tier are they? Are they really powerful? Seeing the kid in front of her rambling on endlessly, she was at a loss. To calm his gossipy spirit, she smiled and waved her hand, acting all mysterious. You'll find out later. Meanwhile, Gao Peng, not getting an answer, put on a disdainful face and huffed. As they were chatting happily below, they had no idea that their every move was being watched. Jihan Dong stood on the back of a white dragon in the air. He observed and overheard the entire conversation between the two below. The person shimmered with light. He smiled meaningfully. His gaze held a hint of pride. Xiaopeng, you truly do understand me. So let me wait and see. The night slowly faded away. The first rays of the new day began to awaken. The clouds were painted a brilliant red by the dawn. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, right at the academy, right in front of the schoolyard, students were crowded together. Excuse me. Seeing the packed crowd before him, he walked over in surprise with his spirit beast. What happened? As soon as he entered the crowd, he saw a young man being carried away by medical staff. So exciting this early in the morning? Did he accidentally slip? He wondered. Immediately, a female student came over to explain to him. It wasn't an accident, student Gao Peng. A monster tamer injured someone. The girl then began to explain. I heard there were 2 students who always had conflicts. Later, one of them became a spirit tamer. Then this morning, in front of the school gate, the 2 of them had a conflict. That spirit tamer ordered his tamed beast to attack the other person. It seems he took the guy's life, she said, while describing a scene of someone controlling a large, ferocious beast charging forward. Its sharp claws struck the male student directly, ignoring the panicked people around them. The guy was severely injured and immediately collapsed on the spot. At this moment, 2 other guys saw Ah Chun clinging to his shoulder. The red-haired guy said sarcastically, "Become a spirit monster tamer." That's right. After saying that, he clicked his tongue a few times. The guy next to him also gave him a malicious glance. He whispered, "Stop talking. Be careful, or you'll get beaten up." On the other side, the weak female student stood between the teachers. looking terrified. She was giving her statement. Actually, the student who acted today has always been bullied because of his timid personality while growing up. The person who got beaten up today was the most arrogant one before. He always liked to bully him the most. After this girl finished speaking, the students split into two factions and started arguing. That's right. He used to bully a lot of people just because he was strong. Now someone else is stronger than him. Why can't they bully him back? The other side heard this and argued back. You can't say that. No matter the reason. Using violence is wrong. After hearing him, a few people criticized him. What era are we in now? Still saying violence is wrong? If you're so capable, go reason with the monsters outside the city walls. That person was rendered speechless. He could only get angry. You are just being unreasonable. The noisy debate about the incident just now continued endlessly. But Gao Peng didn't seem to care about them. He decisively left with his monster pet. I wonder what the school and the military's attitude will be. Will they move the training ground out of the school? Outside, the grounds were noisy and bustling. But now, in a private room at the school, the white-haired and bearded principal was furiously slamming his desk. Why are students forbidden from carrying knives in school? Because of their age. Their mentality makes them prone to recklessness. And monster pets are far more dangerous than knives. If they continue to train at school, the safety risks are much greater. It's also unfair to the students who don't have monster pets. The man sitting opposite him, who was being yelled at, could only try to appease him. Principal, please calm down. We didn't want this to happen either. At this point, the old principal finally calmed down. His eyes showed a hint of worry. My apologies. I was rude just now. This has nothing to do with anything else. I'm just thinking about the student's safety. Hearing his explanation, the military lieutenant comforted him. It's all right. I can understand. He got up from his seat. He faced the principal and said, I will consider your suggestion. I will also report it to my superiors. But I can't guarantee what the outcome will be. After speaking, he turned and walked out the door. Before leaving, he glanced back one more time. The eyes under his cap became stern. Because, in truth, right now, there's no truly safe place anymore. All we can do is rely on the law and forced to maintain control. Hearing him say that, the old principal lowered his head even more. His eyes gradually filled with despair. He let out a helpless sigh. Chang'an military region. At the very top of the tower, the golden god was quieter than it was last night. It lay there, enjoying the gentle breeze and the soft sunlight shining down. The man from the principal's office had returned here. He stood at attention, reporting everything that had just happened. Commander, sir, that is the situation. The middle-aged man stood with his back to him. One hand was held behind his back. He gazed into the distance. Hearing his subordinates report, he couldn't help but sigh. Schools are indeed places that should only be for learning. After saying that, he turned his head back. His eyes were a little dark. But that was before. As you know, just last month, there were over 300 monster pet attacks on people in Chang'an City. Furthermore, because of the immense destructive power of monster pets, most of the cases were very serious. And those are just the cases in Chang'an. If you count the entire country, the entire world, then the crime rate in our country, China, is still considered low. Some Western countries are in a much more disastrous state. The police over there are swamped with work, to the point that they have to rely on powerful civilians to maintain law and order. Hearing him speak, the lieutenant gritted his teeth. He bowed his head. Understood, sir. Seeing his heavy mood, the commander smiled. He walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. I can understand how you feel. Don't worry. The government alliance will not let the situation continue to worsen. They will act quickly. Special times call for special measures. Our task is still heavy. When the conversation between the two ended, right on the school field, the students received orders to line up neatly for a lecture. The officer on the stage stood there, his hands placed solemnly behind his back, loudly reprimanding the young men and women present here. That's right. You all think you're so talented. You haven't killed many monsters, but you're great at bullying others. Starting tomorrow, your familiars are not to set foot on school grounds. We will begin construction on the training ground. You will bring all your familiars there. Do you understand? The instructor's loud voice silenced everyone. But near Gao Peng, several students looked at his appearance and burst out laughing. A Xian was currently happily clinging to his head. It was even making noises as if it were singing. And with its fluorescent green body on his head, it looked just like he was wearing a green hat. What was worse was that this thing was shamelessly waving its tentacles when everyone looked at it. With a deadpan expression of having nothing left to lose, he grabbed it, trying to pull the creature off his head. But the flying jellyfish desperately clung to his head with its tentacles, and even fiercely squeaked a few times as if to say, "Not leaving." Warm. At this moment, Gao Ping opened his mouth. His voice was just loud enough for him and it to hear. "I heard that hairy jellyfish soup is delicious." Just one short sentence was enough to scare a Xian out of its wits. It looked as if it were about to die. Afraid of really being turned into soup, it immediately used its ability, creating a spatial black hole, and took out a bottle of juice. The flying jellyfish skillfully brought the bottle, which was as large as its body, to him, putting on a pitiful act. "Ooh, want some fruit juice? Don't drink jellyfish soup." He was speechless at its antics, but the people around them laughed at its cuteness. Even the officer on the stage couldn't hold it in when he witnessed this scene. She tried to suppress her laughter. "Ahem. All right, you students below, settle down." After the reminder, Zhang Renbai returned to her usual dignified demeanor. With her hands clasped behind her back, she said, "There are 2 months left until the college entrance exam. Time waits for no one. The results of your training in these 2 months will have a great impact on your scores. Don't think that good scores are useless. Large corporations, the military, and the government will all value monster tamer students with good scores. They will focus on cultivating those who are exceptionally talented. Both the treatment and development opportunities will far exceed those of ordinary students. All of you, look at the screen. Yesterday, the topics for the first Monster Tamer College entrance exam were released everywhere, all over the world." As the instructor spoke, behind her, the large screen lit up. The words "topics for Monster Tamer students" appeared in large letters on the screen. She continued to explain. According to the document that was sent down, it is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a nationwide exam. You will lead your familiars to challenge monsters. First, you can choose the level and quality of the monster, but the monster species will be randomly assigned. Furthermore, you are not allowed to choose monsters with countering attributes to fight. If the assigned monster's attribute counters your familiar's, you will have 1 chance to change it. Of course, if your familiar can defeat a monster that counters it, you will receive a 10% point bonus. According to the different levels, a normal grade monster is worth 10 points, an elite grade is worth 50 points, and a commander grade is worth 500 points. On top of this base score, a monster of the same level with excellent quality gives a 50% point increase, and perfect quality gives a 100% point increase. She explained the monster grading chart to the students, and also how points would be added and calculated for their future college entrance exam scores. But that wasn't all. The officer continued to add, second, the number of monsters. The number of challenges cannot exceed the number of familiars you yourself possess. For example, if you have 3 familiars, you can only challenge 3 monsters. This is to prevent candidates with high-level familiars from choosing many low-level monsters to boost their scores. The first round is basically the final round for most of you. Only a few candidates with outstanding results will be qualified to participate in the second round. In the second round, you will truly fight in the wild. Furthermore, it will be broadcast live nationwide. The specific rules will be announced immediately after the first round ends. But as long as you can make it to the second round, you can basically get into a top-tier university. As she said this, describing the second round, the participating candidates would lead their familiars into the vast forests out there, leaving the nation's safe zone, to directly face the monsters outside. And those creatures were all incredibly massive, with strange colors. After briefly explaining the second round, Zhang Renbai stood on the podium and smiled. His words seemed more emphatic. As for the third round of the test, they'll tell you more once you get into the second round. I hope you all won't waste time. I believe you all experienced the cataclysm 3 years ago. Please remember that. Achieving the peace we have today was not easy. We must cherish it. After reminding everyone, he kindly added another reminder. Our instructors will also intensify the training during this remaining time. Gao Peng stood among the students, lost in thought. Based on my current strength, Even though I'm only in the 11th grade, I can still participate in the exam. I just need to speed up a Chun's evolution to perfect quality. As he was thinking this, the one he was thinking of was clinging to his shoulder, teary-eyed. Just as he was still deep in thought. On the stage, the instructor was already standing behind a large iron cage. Inside was a giant monster. I had to beg to get this mutated dry leaf locust. Which of you students wants to give it a try? Monster name: mutated dry leaf locust. Mutation: gigantification. Monster quality: elite quality. Monster level: level 10. Normal tier. Looking at the beast locked inside the cage, Gao Peng was considering something. He scratched his chin in thought. After its growth period, Aban has successfully reached level 10. In terms of level and quality, it's not too different from that dry leaf locust. It's a good opponent for practice. Plus, locusts are spiders' natural food. Aban has an even greater advantage. However, he thought. He secretly looked at his group of familiars. Each and every one of them had a pitiful, worried expression. Especially Aban, which looked like a little wife about to cry, all teary-eyed, pushing the centipede in front of it as a shield. Seeing it like this, he looked rather helpless. Why does Aban seem a bit cowardly? It was so fierce when it ambushed me before. Could it be that excessive fear left some after effects? I really need to give it more training. He silently made up his mind. Gao Peng bravely raised his arm. Instructor Zhang, let me go first. He ignored the spider hiding behind his leg. Meanwhile, Zhang Renbai looked at the person and the beast standing there, feeling a bit speechless. Why is there another one? He walked towards Gao Peng and reminded him. Normally, a monster tamer will only focus all their efforts on raising one familiar. They'll wait until that one reaches the commander tier before raising the next one. Only with a familiar can a monster tamer be considered to have self-preservation abilities. Gao Peng, you are an outstanding student that we value. If you want to raise multiple familiars at the same time, it will definitely waste a lot of your energy and time, especially with the exam approaching. Focusing on raising one to the commander tier, and then getting the points for a commander tier monster is the best choice. Hearing the instructor's reminder, he just chuckled. Thank you for the reminder, instructor. I've already prepared a training plan. It won't have any negative impact. But inwardly, he was screaming. Although I know the instructor means well, I really can't explain to him that I have a system that helps me easily upgrade my familiars. After speaking, he turned to his spotted spider and encouraged it. In this pose, Aban indeed looked a lot fatter. Aban, you can do it. Done. No matter what its master said, it still trembled pitifully as it approached the monster in the cage. Aban's giant body reluctantly squeezed into the same space as the dry leaf locust. It stared at the creature clinging upside down to the ceiling of the iron cage, and couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Don't hit me. At this moment, two other students came up beside him. The young man with slicked back black hair spoke first. Why isn't anything happening? Are they going to fight or not? After that, the short-haired girl next to him also suggested, Gao Peng, how about letting my tidy go up instead? But ignoring the two impatient people beside him, he just stared intently into the cage. With his own thoughts, one is too suspicious to dare to attack proactively, while the other is too scared. You could say they're well-matched opponents. Remembering the golden-backed centipede's always ferocious and murderous appearance, and the teary-eyed spotted spider, he couldn't help but make a comparison. Finally understanding what the teachers meant by personality differences. It's the first battle for both of them. But the performances of Dzi and Aban are completely different. Dzi is extremely bloodthirsty. It will proactively attack its prey, while Aban chooses to defend. It wants to escape. If this wasn't a cement floor, it probably would have dug a hole and hidden itself. Thinking of this, Gao Peng's face darkened with a bit of worry. Aban, this is a path you must walk. If you want to become strong, you must fight. And right at this moment, there was movement in the iron cage. The large body of the grasshopper lunged in front of the spider. He was secretly startled. The dry leaf grasshopper couldn't hold back and attacked first. Just as he thought that, its sharp claws clamped down tightly on the spider's body. But Aban felt something touch its back. With a teary-eyed expression, it kicked the grasshopper away and quickly retreated. Watching the grasshopper flying in the air enter a combat state, he became tense as well. Crap. The dry leaf grasshopper wants to fight in the air. This situation will be a huge advantage for it. Only this kind of variant could toss Aban up like that. My previous way of thinking was too rigid. The injured spider exerted itself, spitting out a large amount of silk from its mouth. The strands of silk it released immediately surrounded its opponent, sticking it firmly to the ground. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, he couldn't help but get excited. Excellent. Using spider silk to counter the opponent's attack. Well done, Aban. At this moment, the spider's smaller body fell to the ground with a thud. It watched the larger creature struggling to get up from its spider silk. After seeing the grasshopper struggling inside, it actually trembled and covered its head, hiding behind its own shield, silently praying that this thing wouldn't break free soon. But, contrary to its wishes, the dry leaf grasshopper used all its strength to get up. The thick layer of spider silk on its body also slowly cracked open. Trapped in the spider's webbing, it angrily used its 2 claws to randomly strike the shield. Seeing Aban fall back into a defensive stance, Mutation walked over. Gaopeng, this spider of yours is really strong. It even countered a special mutated attack. Although praised, he didn't feel any joy at this moment. His brows furrowed tightly. He continued to analyze the battle in his mind. Just now was Aban's best chance to attack. But after falling, Aban was too scared and could only defend. It missed this opportunity. Although the dry leaf grasshopper is a mutated type, its attacks couldn't harm Aban at all. This proves that Aban is stronger than it. Inside the cage, the spider was still hiding under its shield, taking one wave of the grasshopper's attacks after another. Just as it was wondering in confusion when this would stop, Gaopeng approached. He encouraged Aban, "Go ahead and punch it." But then, the spider still said weakly, "No, I'm scared." Noticing its mood, he still patiently encouraged Aban, "Don't be afraid. You're much stronger than it. Climb the cage wall and hit it." The spider's heart wavered a little, but it immediately shrank back. "I want fight. Climbing the cage is hard." Seeing this cowardly appearance, he angrily clenched his fists. His words also showed it. "You're a spider. A spider. You're a spider, and you're telling me it's hard? You are truly the most cowardly beast I have ever raised." In the end, Gaopeng relaxed his hand. Somewhat disappointed, he gave up on forcing it. "Fine then. I was being a bit greedy. Training a beast isn't something that can be done in a day or two." Looking at the figure being forced back against the cage wall step by step, he softened. Aban was originally just a defensive beast. In fact, I can't rely on its ability to proactively attack. If it doesn't want to attack, then it'll just train its defense from now on. Thinking of this, he called out, "Come back here." He looked at his beast, telling it to return. He no longer intended for it to fight the grasshopper. "Didn't you say you don't want to fight proactively? Then just come back here." Noticing that his mood had turned sour, his voice was cold, mixed with disappointment and anger. It immediately became frightened, but it felt wronged. "My old master is gone. She doesn't need Aban anymore." It grievously remembered the old woman with the kind, warm face. But she was sleeping forever in a coffin covered with white flowers. And now, it was also certain that from Gaopeng's current expression, he must be extremely angry. It became even sadder. "My new master is not happy. Aban will be abandoned. Aban doesn't want to be abandoned again. Aban is scared." Those thoughts kept haunting its mind. Then, in that very moment, the spider's mood became agitated. It crawled along the cage door and climbed onto the ceiling. Its 6 cold, murderous eyes stared intently at the grasshopper below. It was about to bare its sharp fangs. Aban didn't want to be abandoned. After thinking this, the spotted spider's body fiercely lunged towards the dry leaf grasshopper. It looked like it wanted to bite off its opponent's neck. Just as it got close to that monster, Aban extended its hard, sharp claws. It scratched straight into the grasshopper's large body. Instantly, green blood spurted from the wound. Seeing the spotted spider turn the tables and counterattack, and injure the dry leaf grasshopper, the people below became extremely excited. The black-haired young man who had just impatiently called it boring now chuckled and nudged his shoulder. "This little brat. You're pretty good at hiding your skills." Beside him, Tang was also excited. With just one counterattack, it could seriously injure the mutated creature. I never expected that classmate Gao Peng's familiar could have such a sharp attack. Surrounded by his classmates, he didn't become arrogant. As he stared at his familiar inside the cage, he suddenly felt a little worried. Wait a minute. This state Aban isn't normal. Looking at the spider inside the iron cage, red-eyed and on an unstoppable killing spree, the system's alarm continuously sounded. Warning. Enraged state. Out of control. A red notification panel appeared before Gao Peng. Warning. In this state, all of the familiar's abilities are enhanced. Its desire to fight has soared. Maintaining this state for a long time will cause irreparable damage to the familiar. Seeing the system's electronic panel, he also panicked. Irreparable damage. Right now, Aban was still in an enraged, out-of-control state. It was madly shooting spider silk from its mouth onto its opponent. Its silk shot out, sticking firmly to one of the grasshopper's legs. Taking advantage of the opponent being held down and unable to move, it rushed forward. Its eyes were filled with a dark aura. It raised its claws and struck down. The warm, green blood of the dry leaf grasshopper splattered onto the spider's body. The more blood that splattered, the more frenzied and uncontrollable its state became. It had completely taken on the killing appearance of a wild beast. Just as its claw was about to deliver a fatal blow, a hand quickly reached out. Gao Peng had entered the cage at some point. He grabbed the spider's sharp pincer, not wanting it to continue its frenzy. He smiled and said to it, "All right, Aban." He looked at his familiar, his eyes filled with affection. He praised it. "You performed very well. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. You're amazing." But it seemed the difficult part had just begun. The spotted spider slowly turned its head. Its eyes were still filled with fury and a murderous aura. It opened its mouth, only repeating a few words. "Abandoned. Master is angry. Fight." And beside him, the system's red notification kept appearing. Warning. Enraged state. Out of control. Even though its mental state was extremely unstable, even though the familiar could turn back and hurt its master at any moment, he still smiled patiently. "I won't abandon you. You are my familiar. I am your monster tamer. We are friends. How can friends abandon each other? Come back now. That's enough." His voice was full of comfort. Instantly, the spider returned to its usual appearance. Those fiery eyes suddenly welled up with tears. It asked aggrievedly, "Really?" And the system beside him had switched to a green screen. State. Normal. Instructor Zhang stood with his hands behind his back. He was prepared for the familiar to lose control and hurt Gao Peng. But now, seeing the person and beast happily comforting each other inside. "It's true. Believe me, I won't abandon you." He recalled his appearance from a moment ago, anxiously running up to him. "Instructor, hurry and open the door. Let me in. My familiar's state isn't right. I have to go in and save it." He raised an eyebrow. A bit of praise formed in his heart. Interfering in a familiar's battle is an extremely dangerous act. But student Gao Peng didn't hesitate in the slightest. Perhaps it's this kind of selfless courage that allows his achievements to be so outstanding. Thinking this, he let out a sigh. He began to think of ways to train this person. A talent like this in the world. It would be great if he could join the army. By the time the battle ended, the sun was also beginning to set behind the mountains. The entire school was bathed in the crimson light of dusk. After the battle ended, Aban was on the ground. It had returned to its usual cheerful and cute appearance. It raised its claws and waved them randomly in the air. He couldn't help but laugh at this sight. After a week of training, Aban had finally succeeded in losing weight. Although Aban is no longer afraid of fighting, I still have to find time after hours to ask Instructor Zhang a few things. To devise a fighting style for Aban that drains the enemy's stamina, avoiding brutal direct combat. And during this time, Gao Peng had truly studied very hard under the guidance of Zhang Yai. Returning home after a tiring day of practice, Gao Peng was in comfortable clothes at home. Holding a trash bin, he stood aside watching his tamed beasts happily enjoying the cups of juice in their hands. He couldn't stop laughing, which also made him feel more relaxed. Last time, when Aban lost control, I also came to realize many things. Although the help from the system is immense, if I think having the system means everything will be smooth sailing, they'll suffer a loss sooner or later. Whether it's setting up tactics or grasping and controlling information, I'm still too inexperienced. I should still take it slow. I can't be too hasty. As he thought, he picked up a piece of a monster's shed skin and observed it carefully. Tossing this shell away every time feels like such a waste. I heard that the shed shell can be used as medicine. Or maybe dip it in egg yolk. Sprinkle some breadcrumbs on it and try frying it. Thinking of this, Gao Peng stared at the shed skin in his hand. He laughed sinisterly. What can't be eaten? If it's poisonous, Dazee can handle it. The centipede beside him couldn't read his thoughts. But seeing its master's shady smile, it felt a chill run down its back. And he actually did it. He tossed Aban's scales directly into the pot of soup bubbling on the stove. Gao Peng picked up a cooked piece. Its original dark gray color had now turned into an incredibly tempting golden brown. He looked satisfied as he took a big bite, and even praised his own talent. So delicious. Adding some peanuts would make it absolutely perfect. When the pot of food was fully cooked, he brought a full bowl to his tamed beasts. Aban, Dazee, have a bite of this. The fragrant smell of the food spread throughout the room, making these gluttons drool. Dazee chewed voraciously with its mouth full of food. Its face was full of enjoyment. So delicious. But beside it, the spider, who was usually the most gluttonous, was now staring at the fragrant bowl of food in front of it. It hesitated a little. Why does this dish master made smell so familiar? Gao Peng let his little ones enjoy the food. He hung the apron back on the rack. He thought to himself, if Aban's level has increased, then my soul power must also be stronger than before. Let's try to form a contract with Adai again. Walking up to the giant skeleton, he immediately used his spiritual power to form a tamer's contract with a tamed beast. A stream of green energy enveloped the man and the beast. Adai, are you willing to become my tamed beast? As soon as he spoke, it could feel it inside its body. The great heart was beating relentlessly. Hot blood flowed throughout its entire body. A hidden power was about to break the seal. Feeling the stimulating current from its heart. After a while, Adai happily replied, I agree. Immediately, the contract was completed. The pact turned into nothingness. Seeing that the contract was successfully signed, Gao Peng happily clenched his fists, feeling the change in his body. Success. As expected, my soul power is sufficient. At this, he turned towards the skeleton. He smiled sincerely. Adai, let's help each other out from now on. Seeing his smile, the tamed beast's eyes lit up. The bond between it and him would become incredibly close from now on. On a sloping road, the bus sped along carrying passengers. At the back of the bus, Gao Peng crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back with his eyes closed, asleep. On his face was a tightly fitted sleep mask. It's finally time for the second wilderness survival training. Last time, we wandered around a bit and ran into a terrifying jungle python, which made us have to be on guard all the time for the next few days. But this time, I have Adai and Dazee with me. They'll be able to explore freely then. And at this moment, in the seats up front, a few male students were turned around, chatting with each other. They were talking about the same thing again. They couldn't help but get angry. So the one with pink hair was the first to curse loudly. Son of a bitch. Let me tell you, that soft-shelled turtle from last time better not show its face in front of me. Hearing him say that, the black-haired guy next to him chimed in. That's right. If I see it, I'll tear it to pieces. That animal. Even an animal isn't as crazy as it is. The red-haired person sitting in front of them also gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it. Just because of a few words, we were locked in the house. Luckily, someone unlocked it for us. Otherwise, we might have starved to death in there. Although I didn't intend to eavesdrop on their conversation, your voices were too loud on the bus. It made me, who was resting my eyes at the back of the bus, pull off my blindfold to look. I heard you guys continue to fume. I don't even know who it was. I didn't see that person's face that time. Let me tell you, that bastard, don't let me find out who he is. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make him unable to study at this school anymore. He thought to himself. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Turns out it was these guys. What a coincidence. After traveling a long distance, the bus stopped in an empty clearing near the dense forest. A military vehicle was already waiting there. Inside the truck's cargo bed, a group of monster familiars stood before Adai's giant figure, their jaws agape. They huddled together in fear to one side. "We've arrived." The skeleton stepped out of the vehicle. Its massive, giant-like body quickly strode over to Gaopeng. On its shoulder, Daisy was crawling listlessly. Its long body was conveniently wrapped tightly around Adai's body. He watched his monster familiars approach and silently assessed them. Even though Adai's level isn't high, its epic quality aura alone is enough to suppress the other monster familiars. Not just the monster familiars. Even the other students were startled when they saw its giant figure. They subconsciously backed away, making him have to reach out and call it back. "All right, Adai, tone it down a bit. Let's set off." A group of other male students gritted their teeth after seeing him lead Adai away. They could only curse behind his back. It's just one monster familiar. What's there to be proud of? In the valley, one person and two beasts entered. Adai's giant body was a convenient means of transportation. Not only did it let the centipede wrap around it, it also conveniently carried him on its shoulder. They went deep into the vast forest. Gaopeng looked ahead and explained the situation to the two of them. "This time, I'm not teaming up with classmate Mo, but it's also easier to act alone. Too many people makes things complicated." Adai heard him say that and thought he was scared. It said with great fervor, "Master, he'll protect you." Gaopeng laughed. "This little guy, where did you learn to say things like that?" So Adai replied, "From Armor Boy." It recalled a TV show it had watched. In the movie, someone's monster familiar also said the line, "I will protect you, master." So it copied it. Meanwhile, he was speechless after hearing his familiar. A children's cartoon? The person and beast chatted cheerfully just like that, while the centipede on its shoulder slept soundly, oblivious to the world. Just as they were walking, right in front of them, the shadow of something leaped past. He looked back in surprise. What was that? Looking carefully ahead, through the shadows of the trees, there was a clear lake. The direction it disappeared in seems to be the lake where I encountered the greenskin frogs last time. Gaopeng thought for a moment, then gave an order. "Let's go another way. I don't want to get spat on by a greenskin frog again." "Adai, go that way." The monster familiar received the order and turned in another direction. Just as it was about to carry him away, right in front of them, a giant python head with tough, green scales appeared. It flicked its long tongue out. Its red eyes with long, narrow pupils stared intently at its prey. Seeing its large body slithering towards the lake, Gaopeng, on the skeleton's shoulder, was also alarmed. He ducked lower, to avoid having his head bitten off. The monster familiar was also startled, its jaw dropping. Even Daisy, sleeping on Adai's shoulder, woke with a start. All three of them were startled. It's the giant forest python. He recalled the image of the giant beast staring at him last time with its blood-red eyes. He became a little tense. Encountering this monster twice in a row, it seems this area is its territory. The forest python didn't pay attention to them. It was now slowly approaching the lake. Its long, narrow pupils stared at the trembling frogs surfacing on the water. As soon as its giant head got close, the swarm of frogs immediately fled, but some of the remaining ones were too scared and could only stand frozen on the spot. The difference in quality, level, and natural predator status gave them an instinctive fear of this kind of enemy. To avoid being eaten, the green-skinned frogs could only desperately spit out their saliva, shooting it straight at the enemy, the giant green python in front of them. And from up high, the python glanced at the streams of water hitting its body. It was no different from scratching an itch for it. Although the frog's strength couldn't harm its body, they succeeded in angering this ancestor. Its entire giant body immediately lunged down. The originally calm water surface began to ripple violently. The frogs fled in a panic. Some were swept away by the waves created by the python. A scene of great commotion unfolded before them. Gaopeng lowered his head with a grim expression. His eyes darkened slightly. He didn't even pay any attention to the green-skinned frog's attack. Although this giant forest python was only level 20, its overall strength was no less than that of leader-class monsters above level 20. It could stir up the entire lake with its strength alone. They were hiding behind large tree trunks at this moment. He suddenly noticed a small, round-headed thing nearby. What is that? A tadpole? It watched the frogs that were about to become dinner in the python's belly and was scared to tears. And at that moment, looking in that direction, One could clearly see the school of frogs in the lake desperately fleeing. The other tadpoles also swam forward so fast that they wished they could sprout limbs like the adult frogs. The whole family is running for their lives. What a grand scene. At this moment, the forest python's head shot out of the water, swallowing a frog whole, causing the tadpole on the shore to flee in terror. And Chow Peng, hiding behind a tree, also silently made an assessment. No wonder these tyrannical green-skinned frogs living in this lake haven't destroyed the ecological balance of the surrounding area. It turns out this forest python comes here to plunder every now and then. After wreaking havoc on the green-skinned frogs and eating a few, the giant python slowly slithered out of the water, heading straight for the forest. He stood behind it, watching its figure gradually disappear. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Finished eating, huh? Life isn't easy for anyone, huh? In terms of level, this giant forest python is a few levels lower than Adai. Furthermore, Adai's quality is also superior to it. But to be safe, it's better to avoid direct conflict with this monster. Thinking that, he turned to speak to the familiar beside him. Adai, in a moment, you will. Before he could finish his words, he noticed something was off with the creature. It was staring intently at the bushes over there. And from within the grass, it rustled every now and then. A green-skinned frog and a round, black tadpole poked their heads out. The two of them looked tired, sighing in relief for having luckily escaped the fate of being eaten. They watched their kin crawl back towards the now calm lake. From all around, other frogs also started crawling out from their hiding spots. Suddenly, the frog was quickly seized by a strange force. Before it could even let out a croak, even the tadpole next to it didn't have time to react. Having escaped the fate of being food for the python, it now became food for Chow Peng's group. The torch was lit for roasting. A fragrant aroma filled the air. And at this moment, he was holding a large frog leg in his hand. He took a bite of the crispy meat. His eyes immediately sparkled. He gave it a thumbs up. This firm thigh meat. The fragrant and sweet juices are spurting out too. It even has a faint scent of green grass. No wonder that giant forest python comes to eat so often. So you guys managed this on your own merits. Not only Chow Peng, but his familiars next to him were also happily chewing away at the frog meat in their hands. Just as they were enjoying their frog meat feast, the antennae on Daziz's head twitched with a sensation. He saw his centipede raise its head while chewing food. It glanced around restlessly. He asked, "What is it, Daziz?" Looking in the direction the centipede was staring, Chow Peng immediately spotted a black horse with a mane that emitted a fluorescent green light. It dashed out from behind several large trees. Seeing the creature approach, he was overjoyed. I didn't expect to encounter a black light horse here. He felt that today was definitely an incredibly lucky day. The horse's eyes swept over and stared intently at him and his familiars. The horn on its nose is so cool. Monster name, Black Light Horse. Monster level, level 14. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, dark. Monster weakness, water type. With one look, the horse immediately dashed off in another direction, its speed so fast that only a blurry shadow remained. He also stood up immediately, still holding a half-eaten roasted frog leg in his hand. He wanted to chase after it. High damage output. Its whole body is nimble. It's like a shadow that has come to life. I really want to capture it. Chow Peng immediately imagined the cool scene of himself riding on the back of the black horse. His eyes sparkled brightly. He couldn't stop clicking his tongue in admiration. Besides, riding this kind of familiar would be awesome. But he immediately shook his head and restrained himself. I can't. I have a beast pet now. I have a beast pet now. He gripped the frog leg tightly in his hand. He kept muttering to himself to stay focused. I have to be a proper, good master. Right. He immediately turned and returned to his beast pets. He had only looked away for a moment, looking at the fire in front of him. The big frog leg that was being roasted over it had vanished into thin air. Chow Peng immediately yelled, "Who ate my frog leg?" He snapped his head towards Adai. The innocent skeleton pointed at itself. It used its gaze to prove its innocence. It didn't need it, nor does it need to eat. He turned his head to look at the centipede lying on the ground next to them. It had an uncomfortable expression from being too full. There were still leftover food scraps stuck to its mouth. Being stared at by him, it didn't know what to do. Seeing the state of his two pets, Chao Bong curled his lip in a cold smile. I see. Immediately, he looked at the tall skeleton. He looked at it accusingly. Adai, why did you eat my frog leg? The accused one heard this and quickly tried to clear its name. Master, how could you suspect a skeleton of stealing food? Meanwhile, the centipede on the ground, hearing it wasn't suspected, lifted its head. It looked towards the other one, with a look of fake indignation on its master's behalf, blaming it. It was him. It was him. Seeing its shameless teammate say that, the skeleton grew angry. Its giant arm grabbed the centipede's tail and lifted it up. The angry Adai mercilessly shook its body upside down, shaking it until it became dizzy. The food in its stomach immediately fell out, still covered in incriminating saliva. Seeing the food fall out, the centipede, tormented until it was dizzy, drooled all over the place, which made Chao Bong very satisfied. As expected, only Adai can handle Dai too. Just as he was happily letting his guard down, the skeleton suddenly sensed something. It looked up warily. Before he could react, it moved faster, using its arm to grab Chao Bong. He was a bit surprised to be suddenly grabbed by his beast pet. He saw that it had a slightly panicked expression. Grabbing both the centipede and him, it started running, making him ask worriedly, "What's wrong, Adai?" Looking back at where he had just been standing, Chao Bong was startled and terrified when he saw a python's head lunging forward. Its long, narrow eyes stared viciously at the prey it had missed. You've got to be kidding me. Another sneak attack. Adai ran, carrying Chao Bong and Dai too. Chao Bong thought with a scowl. If Adai hadn't reacted in time just now, Dai too and I would have been buried in that snake's mouth. Looking at the giant snake up there, Chao Bong thought, this is the second time. I didn't even provoke you. For you to come knocking twice in a row. Chao Bong said. Adai. Chao Bong asked angrily. Can you kill it? Adai roared aggressively. It beat its chest with both hands like a gorilla. Then Adai swung up onto a tree branch. Once it had a foothold up high, it looked towards the giant snake. Then it launched itself over with all its might. The green snake didn't know what was happening. Adai quickly fell from high up in the sky. Only then did the snake manage to react. But it was too late to dodge. It took a terrifyingly strong punch from Adai directly to its eye. Blood splattered everywhere. Shards of something flew out with the blood. The snake shrieked in pain and anger. Immediately after, Adai landed another powerful punch under the green snake's chin. It continued to punch the snake's body. The system displayed a lightly injured notification. Adai continuously rained down thunderous blows on the green snake. Chao Bong watched from behind a tree trunk. Adai's combat power had once again given me a huge surprise. Adai gathered purple energy in its fist and punched the opponent hard. Holes appeared all over the snake's body. Bloodstains spread everywhere. Its body was sent flying. The snake's whole body trembled. Blood dripped from its mouth as it glared angrily at Adai. But Adai mercilessly pushed its head down with its hand. The snake's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Right after, Chao Bong received a notification from the system. Instead of the usual green, it had now turned red. Monster name, Invading Giant Python. Status, Berserk. Chao Bong immediately sensed danger and thought, Berserk. Not good. Chao Bong shouted. Adai. Careful, it has a follow-up move. Adai glanced at Chao Bong, but it didn't have time to react. A strong gust of wind blew by. The forest giant python spun around, flinging Adai far away. The surrounding trees were also uprooted by the wind. Fortunately, Adai managed to spin and land steadily on the ground. The scales on the forest giant python's body began to bristle with sharp points. It let out a ferocious roar at Adai. Seeing Adai trembling all over from the hit, Gaopeng quickly asked, Adai, can you still stand? Despite being injured, Adai resolutely raised its hand to stop Gaopeng. He was touched and said, Adai. Immediately after, it placed its hand on the red flame on its chest. Suddenly, it crushed that red orb, causing its power to surge. That red orb was like the heart of the forest giant python, making it feel as if its heart was being squeezed, and it screamed in pain. Gaopeng was also very surprised and thought, what a powerful oppressive feeling. The blood-thread heart. Adai's innate talent after awakening to the epic quality. So this is how it's used. To be able to control the enemy's heart from a distance. Not good. The python is attacking. It's getting desperate. Seeing the forest giant python lunge forward to bite. Instead of being afraid, Adai broke into a smile. Immediately after, the heart was crushed into pieces. The giant snake shuddered violently. Its whole body froze. It fell to the ground with a thud. Its mouth overflowed with blood. Its resentful gaze was fixed on Adai. The image of the powerful, towering Adai would probably be forever etched in that snake's mind, even into its next life. Adai happily celebrated its victory, clenching its fist. The people watching the live broadcast praised. Amazing, the person in the background said. To be able to kill a large mutated forest giant python, even if this beast isn't at the commander tier, it at least has commander tier combat strategies. Send me this teenager's file. The staff member replied. Gaopeng, age 18, gender male, attends Chang'an 3rd Senior High School. Family background is a classified document. Insufficient clearance. The staff member said, Sir, this teenager's file is a bit special. The commander frowned and thought. The training base's C-level clearance is not enough? According to the pre-cataclysm definition, a first-tier city mayor would only have C-level clearance. A provincial governor has B-level clearance. What kind of background does he have? But if he has a security clearance, it seems I can't just recruit him casually. The commander said, Keep a close eye on him. Try not to let anything happen to him. The staff member replied. Gaopeng pointed at the snake's body and said, Dazi, come here. Cut it open. With just one slash, the flesh was torn. Gaopeng thought. After that sound, it wasn't like tough skin. It was more like paper. As soon as he saw clearly inside, Gaopeng was horrified to discover there's such a large vine inside its body. That makes sense. That would explain how such a large forest python could float in the forest canopy, and why falling from such a height didn't create a deep crater in the ground. Dazi pulled out an earth-brown stone and handed it to Gaopeng. It boasted like a child. For you. Gaopeng smiled. Good job. Gaopeng looked at Adai huddled in a corner under a tree and thought. Adai was in a powered-up state because it activated the blood thread heart. Now that the blood thread heart is destroyed, although it can be reborn, with the loss of its passive effect, it looks much weaker. Gaopeng comforted it. The blood thread heart can not only strengthen its host, it also has many other benefits. To be able to utilize this talent to such an extent, it will depend on how I develop and train the new blood thread heart after it's reborn. Dazi didn't care and was chewing and swallowing something. A loud noise was heard. Dazi waved its legs and said, It's the big one. It's that big guy from last time. Gaopeng asked, The big guy? Gaopeng quickly ran and said, It's Mu Taiying and Lianzi. Let's go. Elsewhere, a mechanical two-horned rhinoceros and 4 people lay on the ground. The girl with the ponytail said, Awan, Wei Wei, we need to be careful of our surroundings. Wei Wei said worriedly, Awan, how are you? Wei Wei replied in pain. I twisted my ankle. It hurt so much. A loud noise erupted. An earthworm emerged from the ground. The group thought, Not good. It quickly rushed towards them, shouted in fear, Danger! Lianzi, block it! The rhino quickly rushed forward to block the attack. The girl with the ponytail held out one and said, Wei Wei, let's go now. Wei Wei said. The ground began to shake, splitting apart, creating difficult terrain to move through. The earthworm emerged, roaring. Mu Taiying thought in fear. There's another one. She thought of Lianzi again. Lianzi is being held down by the other one. Looking at a Wen's and Wei Weiss monsters, she thought to herself. A Wen's and Wei Weiss monsters can't stop the enemy at all. We're done for. Just as she was about to give up, Adai flew in from nowhere and punched it. Mu Taiying said, It's Adai. Adai grabbed the earthworm's mouth. Immediately after, he forcefully threw it away. Dazi slipped behind it, generating electricity. It zapped the earthworm, causing it to writhe in pain. Gaopeng came forward and said, Adai, Dazi, help Lian Zi take care of the other one. The two obeyed and ran to the other side to beat these ugly, wriggling worms to death. Gaopeng reached out a hand to greet her. Classmate Mu, are you all right? Mu Taiying said joyfully, I'm fine. You guys arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been a goner this time. Thank you. Gaopeng smiled and said, No need to thank me. We should help each other. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. All trainees, please pay attention. All trainees, please pay attention. This simulated outdoor training in the Bone Valley has now concluded. This simulated outdoor training in the Bone Valley has now concluded. Mu Taiying asked. Something's happened again. Gao Peng said, it seems like. The appearance of these worms is not normal. Perhaps a new monster alert has appeared nearby. But isn't this a common occurrence in our lives? Let's go assemble. The people behind him replied, okay. Only Owen had a mesmerized voice. So handsome. Gao Peng is so handsome. According to the instructor, a new, powerful monster appeared on the desert continent, luring these mandala man-eating worms to our human city base. But fortunately, when asked, Chief Instructor Chun said the government has already researched countermeasures. There are no such things as peaceful times. It's just that someone else is shouldering the burden and moving forward for you. Suddenly, someone blocked their path and said, Gao Peng. A group of shameless people blocked the road. Waving a glowing brick in his hand, he said, looks like we finally found you. Last time, you locked us in the safe house. Now let's have a little chat. Gao Peng said. As expected, they came looking for trouble. We're all 18 years old now. Don't be so hot-headed. It's not good to just fight. You dare to block me with 4 monsters that haven't even reached the elite level? Gao Peng looked at the levels of their 3 monsters with disdain. Level 6. Level 4. Level 9. Gao Peng's face darkened as he thought. I suspect Dazi could take care of all of them by himself. Beside him, Dazi looked at him blankly. He turned and patted Dazi's head, saying, don't be angry. I absolutely did not mean to look down on you. The red-haired guy said angrily, don't worry. We know our limits. We'll just break a few of your bones, that's all. Black Rage Ape, get him for me. A huge gorilla holding an iron pipe. Gao Peng thought, questioning his life choices. They even buy equipment for their monsters? For most monsters, their own bodies are the greatest weapons. No weaker than steel. Their IQ is worrisome. The gorilla roared and charged, wanting to hit Gao Peng, making him sigh in exasperation. Adai, go teach this little monkey a lesson. Adai quickly grabbed the gorilla. Adai's grip on the gorilla's neck was very tight. It was so painful that it couldn't stop trembling. Immediately after, Adai flicked its forehead. The others were also stunned. Adai placed a hand on the gorilla's head, which now had a red, bony lump from the flick. They thought, why does this feel like he's bullying a small child? The more they looked at the gorilla's sobbing face, the more certain they were of this thought. Then, the Black Rage Ape hid behind its master in fear. He said, isn't it embarrassing? A 2.2-meter tall gorilla squatting behind me like a wronged little wife. He frowned and thought, damn it. I didn't expect Gao Peng's monster to be this strong. I thought the instructor only favored him because he was a bootlicker. Xiaomingji. They'll find another chance to deal with him later. He tried to make peace. Sorry, classmate Gao Peng. It was all a misunder. Before he could finish, he saw them leaving. He was stunned. They're gone. He thought. So they never even considered me a threat. The guy behind him spoke up to comfort him. Boss, don't take it to heart. Let's go to the bar tonight to unwind. The boss replied. You guys go ahead. I have something important to do tonight. The other guy replied. Then we'll go first. He took a piece of paper from his pocket and said, a bow. He took a handkerchief to wipe his Black Rage Ape's eyes and said, jealousy and rage are useless. These emotions will only make us waste more time, widening the gap with our enemy. Tonight, we'll do special training together. Let's work hard together and get stronger together. He clenched his fist, smiled, and said to Bao, and then have a proper showdown with Gao Peng. Gao Peng's office. He stood in front of the computer screen and said, let's neutralize the potion. All the data is fine. This time, it should be a success. Then he turned to look at the small spider next to him and said, Aban. It's done. Aban. Wake up. Gao Peng walked over, patted its head, and said, all right. They'll help you become stronger. He pointed to the basin beside them and said, jump in. Then, Aban leaped up to the ceiling and then jumped down, causing the potion in the basin to ripple slightly. Gao Peng felt satisfied, crossed his arms, and said while watching, all right. Next, we just have to wait. The system only provides instructions. I have to handle the materials and the procedure myself. Luckily, right now I just need to brew a big pot. Later, At higher levels, I'll need my monsters to coordinate in refining materials. Fire control, lightning control, ice control, even the temperature. The refinement time must be accurate down to the second. It's a difficult problem. Two shadowy figures outside whispered to each other. Are you sure there's no one else in this office? Don't worry. I've been casing the joint every day for the past few days. By this time, the people in the office have long since gone home. The fat guy in the black hat said, damn. It's specially made military-grade tempered glass. I don't get it. Why are you so set on robbing this office? We might as well go rob a bank. The tall guy replied, a bank? Everyone uses credit points and transfers now. What damn money would a bank have? Offices like this usually store some experimental materials. Any of these materials could sell for hundreds of thousands. He created a water bubble and said, it's done. Get ready to open the door. He summoned water in his hands and said, this time we don't need to worry about fingerprints. You go. The short, fat guy said, yours can just respawn infinitely. But mine is a one-time use. A bee was stuck inside a block of ice. Then he placed it on the door. The tall guy behind him said, once we have money, we can buy any powerful monster. The fat guy replied, stop nagging. I'm almost done setting it up. All right, step back. Careful, the glass might shatter. Then he pressed the red button on it. A stream of red gas flew out, causing the insect inside to tremble and break out of the ice. Immediately after, it blasted a small hole through it. Gao Peng shouted, what's that sound? He went to the computer to check and said, it seems to be coming from outside the door. Let's check the security camera. Seeing the pitch-black screen, he confirmed. The security camera at the stairwell door has a good signal, but I can't see anything. Something must be covering the lens. It seems there's someone with bad intentions outside. I just don't know if they're here to kill or to steal. Gao Peng picked up the phone to call the police. Hello? Police? I want to report a crime. Someone has malicious intentions toward me. The tall guy said, don't waste time. Let's hurry up and loot the place, then bolt. The fat guy said, look, there's some movement over there. It looks like some machinery is running. He looked toward the light inside the door. Laboratory. He shone his light and saw those words, then shouted joyfully. It's a laboratory. There must be a lot of good materials in there. Let's go in and check. He went inside. He shone his flashlight on the basin and asked, what is this? The fat guy said, who cares what it is? It must be very valuable. Smash it first, ask questions later. He took out a centipede. It bit his hand. Immediately, his strength increased and his muscles bulged. The tall guy said. He passed a hammer to the fat guy. Gao Peng, behind the curtain, thought, this is not good. If they destroy the experimental basin now, Aban's evolution might fail. I have to find a way to stall them. Gao Peng stepped out and spoke. He gave them a fright, and they cried out in alarm. Gao Peng said amicably, you must be tired from searching, right? Would you like to sit down for a cup of tea? The two thieves glanced at each other. They were communicating with their eyes. The big thief swung the hammer towards the young man. Tea. They'll feed you this hammer. The skinny thief said, he's dead. The other guy holding the hammer replied with a cold face. If he's not dead, he will be soon. Suddenly, a dark shadow of unknown origin appeared in the darkness. The two thieves were still casually talking to each other. Just for my own amusement. This is the end. Dark evolution successful, shield demon armor spider. A mysterious creature covered with countless eyes. A strange green liquid flowed out from the cracks. The monster's eyes, staring at the two thieves, glowed bright red. Do you hear that strange sound? Don't overthink it. Hurry up and grab the stuff. The two thieves enthusiastically took one thing after another. One of the thieves suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly. What is this? A giant spider with glowing red eyes thrust its pincers towards the two thieves. A long while later, a police car was parked outside the building. Two police officers stood looking at the hole in the wall, puzzled and sweating profusely. The young man holding a walkie-talkie said, we've arrived at the reported location. The main door has been destroyed. A police officer suddenly smelled blood. The stench of blood. This is not good. The two officers quickly ran to find the person who reported the crime. The person who called the police might be in danger. The bald police officer shone his flashlight inside. On the floor, a man lay in a pool of blood, his body covered with countless deep cuts. Mixed with the blood on the floor was a green liquid and a few sharp spines. The two officers turned pale with shock. This is too brutal. Report to the captain immediately. Call the forensics team. There's been a murder here, the man with the bleeding face said. Officers. The two officers immediately drew their guns, pointed them at the man, and shouted, Hands up. Don't move. Put your hands on your head and get down. The man, blinded by the flashlight, covered his eyes with his hand and said, Wait a minute. I'm the one who called the police. Gao Peng, with one side of his head bleeding, raised his hands. Beside him was the gray-spotted spider, Aban. My name is Gao Peng. I'm the victim. You can check my records. Scene changed to the police station at night. The lights were still on inside. The officer slammed his hand on the interrogation table and asked Gao Peng, Why did you kill them? Gao Peng said without fear, I was acting in self-defense. The officer frowned and shouted, Self-defense? Does self-defense involve continuing to attack after the victim is already dead? Gao Peng, with his bandaged head, said, They really did attack first. Haven't you already examined the wound on my forehead? The officer continued to speak. Don't change the subject. Answer my question. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Outside were the chief and Tang Tang. The chief looked at the officer and said, Officer Xia, the expert team has already reviewed the camera footage. Those two victims entered the room to rob it first. Gao Peng was indeed acting in self-defense. All right, you can release him now. After hearing this, Officer Xia had to release him. I understand, Chief. Outside the police station, Gao Peng and Tang Tang were talking as they walked. Sister Tang Tang, your arrival proves that Grandpa knows about this too. It seems that when he heard you were at the police station today, he was very angry and also very worried about you. How's your wound? How about we go to the hospital to get it checked again? Gao Peng didn't want to go to the hospital and declined. Actually, Aban absorbed most of the damage. I only have a minor scratch. Gao Peng smiled and pointed to his head as he spoke. As for this, I hit myself afterwards. Given the situation at the time, otherwise, I might have been directly identified as the perpetrator. Hearing Gao Peng say this, Tang Tang could only smile, walk over, and place a hand on his shoulder. Handled very well, little Peng. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Go home and get some good rest. They'll handle the rest. Scene changed to Gao Peng's house. He was currently sleeping in his bed. A mysterious person, glowing with a green light and holding a knife, approached Gao Peng's bed. Gao Peng wasn't asleep yet. His eyes were still open. He thought, someone's here. The mysterious shadow holding the knife stabbed straight down towards the bed where Gao Peng was lying. Gao Peng quickly jumped out of bed and looked at the mysterious person, speaking. That strange dark figure was none other than the thief from earlier. Seeing that he was still alive, Gao Peng couldn't help but be surprised. It's you. Weren't you already dead? The thief looked at Gao Peng, smiled, and said, I've come back from hell to seek revenge. The thief stabbed relentlessly. He rushed towards Gao Peng, but he easily dodged. Don't think I don't know. When that spider was slaughtering us, you weren't unconscious at all. Why didn't you stop it? You clearly could have told it to use its silk to restrain us and hand us over to the police. Then we wouldn't have died. As he dodged, Gao Peng retorted to the thief, So what? You've already made a move against me. If you want to keep living in this world, you have to learn to be ruthless. From behind Gao Peng, a blood-stained hand rested on his shoulder. Gao Peng glanced over and was startled. The headless, hammer-wielding thief clung tightly to Gao Peng's shoulder and swung his hammer. The hammer stopped right in front of Gao Peng's eyes. Gao Peng suddenly woke up with a start, his face covered in sweat, panting heavily. Gao Peng sat up, lost in thought. To have such a dream again. Am I afraid those two will come back to haunt me? Or is it guilt? It seems my mind isn't as strong as I thought. Gao Peng turned to look at Daisy, Adai, and Asun. And Aban sleeping soundly. He thought to himself, born in strife, die in comfort. For them, I must also challenge myself. Ahead, a glass cage with wooden bars was imprisoning something. A man spoke up. Yesterday, the Alliance government, in conjunction with the Monster Tamer Alliance organized by the world's 12 best monster tamers, will implement strict regulations for all monster tamers. The Monster Association and the Beastbreeder Association will also officially declare that they are joining the Monster Tamer Alliance. becoming the Hunter Division or the Beastbreeder Division. The standard grading system for monsters has also been officially established. Normal grade, elite grade, commander grade, and overlord grade. Period. Everyone can obtain licenses according to their grade. Certifications for various competitions and missions will all grant priority access. The captain stood under the cage and said with a serious face, "This year, the first Monster Tamer student competition will be jointly organized by the Monster Tamer Alliance and the Alliance government. The competition is fast approaching. The training difficulty will be increased. This time, the monster is a bone-wing blue bat, an excellent elite grade. To encourage you all, anyone who can successfully challenge it." A blue, bat-like monster was hanging upside down, sleeping soundly. The captain said, "This bone-wing blue bat will belong to the winner." The information panel displayed data related to the monster. Monster name: bone-wing blue bat. Status: healthy, deep sleep. Level: 20. Grade: elite. Quality: elite. Attribute: undead. Weakness: light wind. Chun Hanjiao and his monster stepped forward and said, "Instructor, I volunteer." The information panel displayed data about Chun Hanjiao's monster. Monster name: Lightning Bear. Adult. Level: 18. Quality: elite. Current quality: evolves upon reaching adulthood. After commander grade, it will degrade to normal grade. Attribute: lightning. Status: healthy, happy. Weakness: consuming a water spirit fruit can cause it to have diarrhea, and its limbs will become weak. The captain looked at Chun Hanjiao. Put on a good show. The students below were buzzing with excitement. It's Chun Hanjiao. That guy had a great stroke of luck during the last field training. He successfully evolved a lightning bear. Its strength is formidable. Gao Peng stood there, thinking. Elite quality. Level 18. This lightning bear is indeed not bad compared to other monsters. The lightning bear stepped into the cage holding the bone-wing blue bat. The lightning bear initiated the fight. It let out a huge roar, its eyes turning bloodshot. The lightning bear's roar had no effect. The bone-wing blue bat continued to sleep soundly. Seeing the bone-wing blue bat still sleeping peacefully despite its loud roar, the lightning bear was a bit stunned, confused about what was happening. The lightning bear suddenly became angry. It roared several times, trying to wake the bone-wing blue bat. The lightning bear couldn't take it anymore and violently swiped its claws toward the bone-wing blue bat. Suddenly, the bone-wing blue bat's eyes snapped open. The bone-wing blue bat had appeared behind the lightning bear at some point. Its incredible speed made the surprised lightning bear break out in a cold sweat. The bone-wing blue bat used a sonic wave to attack the lightning bear, injuring it severely. Standing outside, a terrified and sweating Chun Hanjiao shouted, "This is bad." The captain gave an order. "Get the healing team up here, quickly." Gao Peng observed from a distance, thinking to himself, "The bone-wing blue bat's sonic attack is very powerful. The lightning bear is only 2 levels lower than it. It went down after just one direct hit." Chun Hanjiao watched his severely injured lightning bear with tears in his eyes. "Sob, lightning bear?" The captain looked at the remaining students, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "All right. Is anyone else going to challenge it?" The students didn't dare to look the captain in the eye. They all looked away, passing the opportunity to others. "The weather's not bad today." "Yeah, haha." Seeing how cowardly they were, the captain shot them a glance. The group of students flinched. A young man quickly clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, trembling. "Oof, ouch. My stomach hurts so much." Behind him, a yellow dog with sparkling eyes looked at him, its tongue hanging out. The captain said sternly, "Forget it. I see you all are top students from the Central Academy. During your usual training, weren't you all very impressive? Why are you scared now?" A hand was raised. "Instructor." Gao Peng spoke up. "Then let me go." Adai wore a black cloak to hide its massive body. Everyone around started whispering. It's classmate Gao Peng. His scores have never dropped out of the top 5. "Go for it, Gao." Adai grabbed its cloak and decisively pulled it off, revealing its massive and terrifying body. Adai entered the cage, leaped onto the bars, and slowly approached the bone-wing blue bat. Adai quickly threw a punch towards the bone-wing blue bat, but it was dodged. Although it was dodged, a part of the skeletal blue bat's face was still bleeding. The people watching from the sidelines were endlessly excited. Wow, amazing. Boss. I suddenly feel lucky that he didn't take us seriously. That's right. Although it didn't land a direct hit, it's still a real shame. But just the wind from the punch was enough to injure the skeletal blue bat. It's too strong. That young man turned and said to his tamed beast, Abeo, we have to work hard too. Hearing this, the tamed beast's tears streamed down. I can't learn. I can't learn. The skeletal blue bat uses sonic waves to attack Adai. The people around were still discussing. What a pity. If this tamed beast of student Gao could fly, the situation wouldn't be so awkward. Hearing everyone's discussion, Gao Feng just gave a mysterious smile. Impatient, Gao Feng smiled lightly and looked at Adai. From the beginning, I had already set a plan with Adai. Although Adai can't fly, but in other aspects, it completely surpasses the skeletal blue bat. Just need to fight it and slowly wear down its stamina. At this moment, the skeletal blue bat was starting to get tired. The skeletal blue bat's attack rate was getting lower and lower. Adai clasped its two hands together to form a hammer, smashing straight down on the skeletal blue bat, just waiting for an opportunity. Adai punched the skeletal blue bat, sending it crashing to the ground at high speed. Adai relentlessly hammered its fists into the skeletal blue bat's face. TSK. How tragic. Its nose is bleeding from the beating. This guy isn't so arrogant anymore. A moment ago, it was about to fly up to the sky. Did it really think no one could handle it? Adai stood up, holding the leg of the skeletal blue bat. Student Gao Feng's strength is too great. Gao Feng calmly and cheerfully spoke to the instructor. Instructor, what you said earlier still counts, right? So this skeletal blue bat is mine to deal with, isn't it? The instructor replied. It's up to you how you deal with it. Gao Feng raised his hand and spoke to his classmates. Is anyone interested in this skeletal blue bat? Not 199. Not 299. The price is 500 credit points. If you miss it today, who knows when you'll find another suitable high-level tamed beast. Don't just pass by and miss this chance. Seeing Gao Feng hawking the skeletal blue bat like this, the captain could only watch helplessly. Mu Taiying walked over from a distance. He'll buy it. Sell it to me. Gao Feng looked at Mu Taiying. Are you sure you want this bat? Gao Feng used his analytical ability to tell Mu Taiying. Among flying monsters, the skeletal blue bat's flight altitude isn't high. Its speed isn't fast either. It can only bully monsters that can't fly to get by. If it faces a large avian-type monster, it's done for. Have you thought it through? In terms of flight advantage, it's a bit awkward. The skeletal blue bat got agitated hearing Gao Feng say that. Mu Taiying didn't say much and took out her credit card. All right, stop rambling. You look down on this skeletal blue bat, but we see it as a treasure. I've sent you the credit points. Gao Feng held his phone, and seeing the credit points in his account increase, his eyes sparkled as he laughed happily. So refreshing. I didn't expect classmate Mu to be a little rich lady. Heh. Classmate Mu, I also include after-sales service. If you come to me for an upgrade, they'll give you a discount. The surrounding classmates could only feel helpless seeing that expression on Gao Feng's face. At this time, it was already late afternoon. An image of a truck appeared on the phone screen. Someone was commenting, "Wow, this heavy-duty truck. It has 16 wheels. The large wheels support the rack behind it. Not only is it detachable, but the rack also has a 2-layer reinforced protection. At the same time, the whole thing is silver, with black patterns intersecting. The colors are harmonious. This type of armored vehicle is really domineering." Gao Feng looked at his phone while talking to his gentlest tamed beast. Adai, let's buy this. The Tri-System Black Iron Dragon model. My dream car. The cabin of this vehicle is several times larger than an RV's. The driving experience is excellent. The interior decoration is luxurious. It can fit all of you. Gao Feng clenched his fist, showing his surging determination. Of course, more importantly, its aura is especially suitable for me. Iron-blooded, tough, manly. Just as he was getting excited, a girl appeared. Ahem, ahem. As if signaling to Gao Feng. He was noticed. Gao Feng looked over, bewildered. Gao Feng recognized her as Tang Tang. He put on a smile and greeted her. Haha, Sister Tang. Taking your cat for a walk? This big cat is really beautiful. Tang Tang smiled brightly and said, It's average. It was very dirty when I found it. Its fur hasn't even fully grown. The snot-nosed kid. The cat Tang Tang was holding had a hilarious expression. Its face looked like it was on top of the world. And yet, its name sounded very impressive. Its monster name is Nightshade Black Cat. Level 36, Commander Tier. Perfect quality. Ability, Shadow Force, Level 2. Weakness, cannot eat white leaf catnip. After inhaling it, its limbs become unbalanced, becoming indescribably depressed. It let out a meow as a greeting. Meow? Wow, a perfect quality Commander Tier. None of Sister Tang's familiars are simple. Seeing that Tang Tang was chatting for a bit too long, it meowed impatiently to remind her. Meow? Meow? Tang Tang modestly told Gao Peng, it's fully grown. It's fully grown. It's already fully grown. The black cat suddenly leaped angrily out of Tang Tang's arms. Gao Peng watched the black cat scamper ahead and said in confusion, Sister Tang. Meow needs its dignity too. Tang Tang, afraid Gao Peng would feel awkward, tactfully said, oh. Its temper just isn't very good. Don't mind it. By the way, why haven't you moved into the suburban villa yet? Gao Peng scratched his head and replied. There's been a lot going on recently. I haven't packed my things yet. Tang Tang patted Gao Peng's shoulder as she spoke, encouraging him. You have more and more familiars. The space here is not enough, and it's inconvenient. I know you're reluctant to leave, but this place is your home. You can come back anytime. Gao Peng lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He replied softly, Gao Peng opened his bedroom door. Gao Peng walked over to the bedside table. He picked up a photo, feeling emotional. I have to move out. Didn't you two say I should move out when I grew up? I think I'm grown up now. His hand slowly caressed the two faces he loved. He confided that his new house was a big villa. I earned the money to buy it myself. I can live well in this world on my own now. You two don't have to worry about me anymore. Gao Peng sat down on the floor, leaning his back against the bed frame. He continued to ramble about recent events. Oh right. It seems Grandpa has run into some trouble. After the university entrance exam is over, I'll go help him. After all, he's my only relative. Gao Peng's peaceful night passed just like that. The sadness quickly subsided, welcoming many new beginnings. At the Monster Tamer student examination site, the barricades separating the passers-by were already set up. The instructors gave orders. Unauthorized personnel, please stay clear of the barrier. Endless whispers could be heard. Wow. Whose ride is that? It's huge. The rear cargo door of the container truck opened. A foot slowly stepped down. Gao Peng had arrived. Accompanying him were the familiar faces of his familiars. Just like their master, they were all very excited about the upcoming competition. Only Adai maintained its usual blank, bewildered look. Gao Peng smiled, full of anticipation. The Monster Tamer student exam. This day has finally come. An announcement rang out. All candidates, please enter the site in an orderly manner. Do not push. Before the inspection, please present your examination pass first. Gao Peng stepped forward. He presented his pass to the instructor. Hello, sir. This is my examination pass. Please proceed with your familiar through these two gates for identification. As long as it's a contracted familiar, the machine will show a green light. Then you may enter the examination site. The alarm suddenly turned red. It wasn't for Gao Peng, but for another student. The instructor commanded this student, please go through the check again. The other student didn't understand why this was happening and yelled out. A bear-like familiar with dark red fur was going berserk. It let out terrifying roars. Seeing the familiar running wild, the instructors at the command post. There's an incident at entrance 7. Requesting the squad to quickly dispatch a silver moon wolf for support. The silver moon wolf and its pack immediately appeared, following the order. They charged forward and pounced on the bear. The instructor asked the student who had just been rechecked, Student, please explain. Why did your familiar suddenly go berserk? The silver moon wolf had now successfully subdued the bear familiar. It dealt a fatal bite to the bear, but it only made it give up, not die. The student was afraid of being disqualified and quickly knelt down. He hugged the instructor's leg. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He cried out, I was wrong. This is my father's tamed beast. I snuck it out of the house while my dad was at work. I just want to pass the exam. Please don't disqualify me. The instructor didn't intend to scold or punish him at all. He gently comforted him. Hey, get up. Then, with a serious and sincere attitude. The instructor advised the student with brownish-orange hair. You are a man. Don't kneel so easily. The most important thing for a man is his backbone. He hurriedly smiled brightly. Thank you, instructor. But the instructor wasn't that easygoing. He immediately returned to a stern expression. Don't thank me just yet. Rules are rules. It was announced before the exam that you are not allowed to bring a tame beast that isn't yours. Violators will be disqualified. Come back and participate next year. The student was now helpless. His limbs went limp as two other instructors led him away. But with his last bit of will, he kept begging. I don't want to leave. I want to take the test. The instructor was cold. Drag him out. Gao Peng felt scared just watching. He sighed inwardly. What a fool. How could he have such thoughts in an exam of this level? The instructor looked at his card and said, This is your exam number. Take it. Gao Peng slowly walked forward. The place was already full of contestants. He thought to himself, to pass the exam, I still have to rely on my own strength. Let's go. Gao Peng looked at the exam card in his hand. The more he read, the more surprised he became. A5. Could it be that the exam venues are ranked based on Commander, Elite, and normal tiers for Division? What if someone has a Lord tier tamed beast? Would they get a special S-rank arena? But Gao Peng tried to dismiss the thought. I'm overthinking it. There's absolutely no way anyone at this stage would have a Lord tier tamed beast. Area A has 8 spots. That means there are at least 7 other grade 3 monster tamer students with commander tier tamed beasts. Walking a few more steps, Gao Peng saw a tamed beast in the form of a python. He was very impressed. Level 25. Even higher than Adai. Monster name, Black Labyrinth Sea Serpent. Level 25. Quality, Elite. Gao Peng then shifted his gaze to another tamed beast. He felt that this competition was a real eye-opener. This is the first time I've seen a tiger-type tamed beast in person. This person's identity must be extraordinary. After all, the number of tigers was already rare before the cataclysm. Even though their reproductive ability increased after the cataclysm, the number of tiger-type monsters is still rare. Gao Peng stood on the corridor, looking down. Looks like my guess was right. The B area exam venue is almost all elite tier tamed beasts. The C area exam venue is for normal tier tamed beast battles. But in reality, Adai is only level 20 now, considered an elite tier tamed beast. It just has the battle power of a commander tier. As expected, this world has never lacked geniuses. I feel like a puppy that has wandered into a wolf pack, surrounded by experts with commander tier tamed beasts. How exciting. Gao Peng quietly entered Area A. In Chang'an City. This is the gathering place for the 8 strongest contemporary monster tamer students. In the conference room, high-ranking instructors including lieutenants and captains were discussing. These 8 people are probably the freshest new blood of Chang'an City's younger generation, right? Instructor Chen spoke up. Actually, there are only 6. 2 of them are quite old. One is already 21. The other is also nearly 21. Their tamed beasts probably only advanced to the commander tier recently. They are still a far cry from true geniuses. The captain glanced over and spoke. Who can say for sure when it comes to talent? This thing is too mysterious. I only know that these 8 are rare among the 30,000 plus monster tamer students in Chang'an City. 8 people who can challenge commander tier monsters. Sitting squarely in the middle of the room was the commander. He was also the one presiding over the exam. He slowly began to speak. Everyone, 10 years ago, the nations of our world discovered anomalous signs. Small numbers of mutated monsters began to appear in sparsely populated areas. We originally thought we could control everything, but we still lost. In order not to frighten the public, the textbooks and publicly released data all start from the cataclysm 3 years ago. Then he concluded with a declaration. Therefore, the Monster Tamer student competition must absolutely not have any mishaps. They are the hope for the future. All the instructors spoke in unison. Rest assured, Commander, all military personnel at the examination site have been selected through multiple rounds. Moreover, every detail on the examination ground is monitored by cameras. We are using a one-to-one monitoring method. Each camera is assigned to one person. If a problem occurs in any round, not only will the person who made the mistake be held responsible, but the monitor will also be punished. At this moment, In examination area A, an announcement was made. Contestant number 5, prepare yourself. The iron bars in front immediately opened. What appeared now was a scorpion-type familiar. Monster name, Ice Lake Giant Scorpion. Level 22, Commander Tier. Its attribute is the ice element. The two sides of its waist have no shell. Its defense is weak. Galpung observed, then began to command. Adai, attack both sides of its body. That's its weak point. Once Adai entered combat, its body immediately became agile. It dashed forward with a flash. Adai rushed forward, attacking continuously as per Galpung's instructions. The eyes of that familiar flared with a red light. Extremely dangerous. This familiar's skills were not ordinary at all. It continuously dodged Adai's attacks. Galpung nodded. This Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's reactions are really fast. It leaped into the air. Its posture incredibly powerful. The pressure emanating from its body was in no way inferior to Adai's. It was even many times greater. Galpung started to show signs of worry. He pondered. As expected, the gap in levels can't be easily compensated for. Adai, clench your fist. He commanded again. Quickly, streaks of dark blue light intertwined and shot forward. Adai had successfully activated the monster promotion mode. The familiar reached level 21 and promoted to the commander tier. Galpung celebrated inwardly. He smiled brightly. A temporary breakthrough. But it's still not enough to completely defeat that familiar. Galpung still couldn't feel at ease. But he could only barely maintain the situation. The Ice Lake Giant Scorpion still had the upper hand. In this kind of one-on-one fair arena, even if a monster tamer has multiple familiars, they can't be sent out at the same time. Galpung observed every movement of both familiars. He wasn't in a hurry to use a countermove. Besides, after promoting to the commander tier, monsters gain all sorts of unexpected powers. They also begin to shed their mortal coil. This Ice Lake Giant Scorpion awakened water control. It can control the power of the water attribute within a small range, continuously corroding Adai. What should I do? Suddenly, a glint appeared in his eyes. A system notification appeared. New ability acquired. Galpung mumbled. This is... Galpung began to transmit a signal to Adai with his thoughts. Adai, aside from the important joints reinforced with blood thread, transfer all excess blood thread to your legs. Adai received the information. It affirmed. Immediately, streams of red energy began to gather from all over. Adai successfully obtained a new form. Monster name, Skeletal Dragon Ape. Ability, Sturdy Skeleton, Level 1. Ability, maximizes the hardness of the skeleton, enhancing defensive and offensive power. Galpung smiled proudly. Beautiful. By gathering the blood thread, it can gain a momentary burst of power, combined with the new ability. Even if the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's outer shell were thicker, it couldn't defend against this. Sturdy Skeleton. Although it doesn't sound as cool as elemental abilities like lightning or fire, but combined with Adai's simple and brutal close combat style, it's the most suitable for it. Adai showed no mercy and landed a punch squarely on the giant scorpion. In pain, it used its tail, very flexible, which made Galpung marvel. So heavily injured, and it can still counterattack. Suddenly, Galpung's voice rang out. Catch it. Adai quickly caught it. After catching it, it threw it immediately. No hesitation. In its combat state, it was much more agile and powerful. Galpung could also see this clearly. Adai's condition was better. Adai swung its fist, which had been activated to its maximum power. It dared to punch the giant scorpion's body. Galpung shouted with delight. Hit the weak spot. Checkmate. This round, we've won. Galpung stood beside it and praised it. Well done, Adai. After the fight, it was praised. So its expression softened. It even seemed to be smiling lightly, looking gently at Galpung. Then it walked over and lifted Galpung up. Galpung was surprised by this affectionate gesture. He exclaimed, Hey, Adai. Adai's voice was soft, gentle, and sincere. Thank you, master. Adai looked at Galpung with sparkling eyes, looking incredibly cute, a complete contrast to its fierce appearance. Adai was still expressing its feelings. If it weren't for you, master, I might just be a chimpanzee locked in a cage, counting down the days. Galpung was touched. All right. This victory is also the result of your own efforts. Then Gao Peng pointed towards the other 3 monster familiars. They were jumping up and down with jealousy. So Gao Peng quickly said to Adai, besides, you've been hugging me for so long. Dazi is getting jealous. The sharp-tongued Dazi always bullied Adai. It was growling. Just one hug. Just one hug. It's been 5 already. No longer willing to just stand by and watch. It rushed forward. I want one too. Gao Peng was startled. His face showed weariness at their childishness. But Gao Peng was faster. He quickly blocked Dazi. Gao Peng then noticed the python from before. He looked at it curiously. It was even faster than me. And I don't see any signs of injury on the monster familiar. Then he looked over at the girl who was the master of that monster. This contestant and her monster familiar are not simple. The instructors were still closely watching the developments of the competition, making comments. This group of theirs encountered a commander-grade beast and won with an overwhelming victory. That young lady seems to be from the Jun family, isn't she? An instructor spoke up. Ah, yes. She's Jun Hung's only daughter. I heard her name. I remember now. Her name is Jun Meili. The chief reminded them. Don't speak nonsense. I've met that young lady once. Although her personality is a bit cold, she's not a bad person. The young lattice name is Jun Moi. Another instructor also chimed in. Sigh. I heard that the young lady from the Jun family basically didn't go to school after 12th grade. She just had a dozen or so tutors at home. The rest of the time, she followed the alliance government's external dispatch team to the community districts. I don't know if that's true or not. It's true. This young lady has already become an official member of the Huaxiao alliance government. An official member of the Huaxiao government? Then she must have some real skill. Another person joined the conversation with interest. Ahem. The monster tamer next to her isn't bad either. His monster familiar is an undead type. Undead types are very rare around here. That kid. He's the student I'm in charge of. The captain crossed his arms. He is now the youngest Beastbreeder in Chang'an City. During the Withered Leaf King incident, he contributed quite a lot. The instructors beside him chimed in. No wonder he looks so familiar. So he's the young man that Chairman Feng strongly recommended before. To be able to contribute to the alliance at such a young age. He's a good seed. Not bad, not bad. The kid is quite good. The chief looked at Gao Peng silently. Then he also made a quick comment. That old man has a good grandson. The time for the competition flew by. All right, the monster tamer students in Area A are almost finished. A supervising instructor spoke up. Contestant A3, you have completed the test. You may leave now. Jun Moi replied decisively. At this moment, her face unintentionally turned towards Gao Peng. She was a little surprised. Gao Peng was standing with his arms crossed, praising his familiar. Well done, Dazi. Her face showed that she was taking notice of Gao Peng. She praised him silently. Using an elite-grade monster familiar to defeat a commander-grade one. This A5 is interesting. The announcement sounded again. The third round is about to begin. Contestant A5, please prepare. This new monster's appearance was a bit funny. As soon as it appeared, the system introduced it. Monster name. Withered Leaf Mantis. Level 16. Normal quality. Attribute. Wood type. Weakness. Fire type. Aban's attribute is defense type. This monster is wood type. It perfectly counters Aban. That's a 10% point bonus. Look at the monster's arrogant attitude. So haughty. Gao Peng commented. This monster can imitate human behavior. Its intelligence is quite high. Look at its appearance. Its intelligence is no lower than an 8 or 9-year-old child. Gao Peng considered seriously. Aban's intelligence isn't low either. And it's even 2 quality grades higher than it. It seems this round will be about building confidence for this timid spider, Aban. Tick, tock. The tense moments of battle are about to begin again. The announcer's voice boomed. The match begins. The dry leaf monster stood still, not moving a muscle. Its attitude was a bit disdainful of its opponent. Aban was trembling. Tears were about to well up. Gao Peng encouraged it. Get ready. The dry leaf monster fainted a few times, showing off its skills. Its movements were incredibly swift and nimble. Every flick of its arms and legs was decisive and elegant. Gao Peng felt this wasn't good. He worried silently. Wait a minute. Aban's behavior is giving me a bad feeling. Just as Gao Peng thought, Aban scurried away. The dry leaf monster was stunned. It turns out Aban wasn't afraid of the dry leaf monster. It was actually dancing along with it for fun. Master. Look, it knows how to square dance too. Gao Peng was exasperated with his naive pet. Aban, it's trying to intimidate you. It wants to attack you. Now you fight back. The naive Aban asked one more question to be sure. So it's not playing with me? While it was still trying to grasp how intense the battle would be, the dry leaf monster began to show signs of attack. Suddenly, Aban said something. There's a smell. The dry leaf monster was distracted by Aban again. It paused for a few seconds. Its feet slid across the sand. Then the dry leaf monster spread its wings and flew high. Aban also played along for fun. It hurriedly shot out some spider silk. In the next few seconds, the dry leaf monster was quickly wrapped up in a silk cocoon. Aban foolishly asked Gao Peng, Master, is this monster really this weak? Just a few seconds after its arrogant boast, the dry leaf monster tore the cocoon to shreds. It charged at Aban. It used its muscular arms to fling Aban away. Aban screamed in a panic. It hurts. It hurts. I'm getting mad. I don't feel like dancing anymore. Aban quickly pounced, declaring beforehand, Aban is going to hit you. It does what it says. Very reliable. Aban charged in and beat the dry leaf monster until it spurted green blood. The supervising instructor saw this and was also terrified. This familiar is too bloodthirsty. The instructor had to quickly turn and say, all right, your match is over. Don't stay in the arena. Since the match is over, please exit first. Gao Peng smiled sheepishly. Yes, instructor. At the exam waiting area. The students who had been waiting in line for a long time were a bit tired, sighing. It's been an hour. The first group still hasn't come out. I'm in line for the second round. What about you? Don't even mention it. I'm still in line for the first round. Right now, only that female student from Area A has completed the entire test. She has a military background. Her strength is formidable. Seeing the door open, a candidate shouted, Look, the test completed, main door has opened again. Could it be that another student has finished the test? Gao Peng and his group of naive pets walked out arrogantly amidst the admiring gasps of the other candidates. This is candidate Gao Peng from Area A. It's Area A again. Are all the people from Area A monsters? Look at them. We're still waiting in line here. And they've already finished the test and are going home. This is the difference in strength. Damn it. He's showing off again. They walked past majestically. After a while, they arrived at another place. Suddenly, Gao Peng and A Chun simultaneously grimaced, exclaiming in dismay, Ah, this. Looking at the villa in front of them, its walls covered in hideous cracks. Gao Peng sighed. This is the house I just bought. Did 100 wolves run through here or something? Not only was the outside desolate and dilapidated, the inside wasn't much better. The floor was also full of cracks. Broken belongings were scattered on the floor. It was the same everywhere. Only bad and worse. There wasn't a single corner that looked decent. Gao Peng was more than thunderstruck when he saw this scene. Thoughts raced through his mind. He exclaimed, My new house. My credit score. Noticing a movement from the sofa, Gao Peng glanced over. In the shrillest voice he had ever used, Gao Peng shrieked, The one who destroyed my villa dares to remain at the scene of the crime. Are you getting cocky? Or do you think I, Gao Peng, can't lift my blade? Does Aban, get it for me. Adai didn't need a command. It moved forward first, using its large body to shield Gao Peng. He smiled proudly. Adai is so heartwarming. It knew to stand in front and protect me without my command. Only a Chun was so calm. Always leisurely, just like a pampered youngest sister. But Gao Peng lifted it up at this moment, scolding. This doesn't give me any energy. How many times have I told you? It cried out. Dazi asked Gao Peng, Master, can this be eaten? Gao Peng looked at the bird lying there, wondering, what kind of monster is this? Outside the window, Tang Tang had been waiting there for some time. She signaled to Gao Peng. Heh, little Peng, ah? Gao Peng exclaimed. Sister Tang Tang. So it was you. Tang Tang happily introduced. This is a small pet your grandfather had someone bring over. Congratulations on your new house. If you like it, then keep it. Your grandfather spent quite a bit of effort to get this monster. All right, I still have other things to do. I want stay for dinner. Gao Peng stared wide-eyed. His mouth agape. It couldn't possibly be any wider. as expected of Sister Tang Tang. She said it was to conveniently take care of and protect me. In just a few short days, she built a villa next to my house. It was clearly a vacant lot before, and this is hardly a housewarming gift. It's more like house wrecking. While staring intently at the villa, Gao Peng still didn't forget to pamper Achan, holding a water bottle for it to drink. Then Gao Peng ordered, "Adai, bring that bird over here." Gao Peng carefully observed the still, unconscious bird, a danding crane with only one leg. This type is quite rare. Seeing Adai was being a bit rough, Gao Peng immediately reminded it, "Adai, squeeze it a little lighter first. Don't crush it." Suddenly, that bird opened its eyes. Then it squawked, something like SH. It seemed to be cursing at them. Gao Peng was surprised. "Heavens, you're quite good at pretending. First, I have to break its spirit. Otherwise, won't it flip the heavens in my house later on?" But Gao Peng didn't bother with it much. He stepped forward and said, "Dzi, tonight, let's have roasted crane." And so, the bird started acting again, pretending to faint again. "Go on, keep pretending for me. Let's see what you really are." It turns out this tiny bird has a name that's both elaborate and hard to understand. Monster name: Crimson Flame Poison Fire Crane Juvenile. Level 6. Quality: Epic, current quality. After evolving to Commander tier, it will be downgraded to Perfect quality. After evolving to Lord tier, it will be downgraded to Elite quality. Attribute: Fire type. Trait: Not yet awakened. Evolution requirements: Sky Flame Meteorite, 500 caddies. Tui Yuan Fruit, more than 3. Fire Earth Essence Paste. Epic quality. Reading this, Gao Peng exclaimed, extremely surprised. Grandfather is really generous. Gao Peng's smile gradually turned devious. Although this Crimson Flame Poison Fire Crane currently has the same quality as Adai, but after maturing, it can automatically reach Lord tier. It gets harder to upgrade the further you go. It took Adai a long time to upgrade to Commander tier through battle comprehension and breakthroughs. So, how powerful will this peak Lord tier familiar be in the future? While Gao Peng was still imagining an incredibly bright future, Adai and Dzi were poking the poison fire crane. Gao Peng still had that same wicked smile on his face. He made a grand declaration. "Once you enter my house, you become my familiar. Come, have some small insects first." "That's my little one." Gao Peng looked at the poisonous fire and smiled gently. He softly told it, "What should I name you? Your name has the character Yen, flame, and also Hua, fire. That makes 3 fires. So we'll call you Xiao Yan." It chirped happily. Its sharp beak held tightly onto the worm Gao Peng just gave it. Dzi got jealous again. It slammed itself into a house pillar. Gao Peng placed his hand on Xiao Yan's head. "Let's see if I can form a contract." Gao Peng slowly observed the situation. Perhaps the clarity of the consciousness space is proportional to the monster's intelligence. These specks of light are probably fragments of Xiao Yan's memories. It turns out Xiao Yan also has a painful past. The images that appeared only showed a few peaceful scenes. Gao Peng closed his eyes tightly, empathizing with Xiao Yan. "So you lost your mother too, Xiao Yan? Can you be my friend?" Immediately, the contract was triggered. Xiao Yan's eyes shone brightly. "Then can you help me get revenge?" Gao Peng was very straightforward. "If we sign the contract, then we are family. Your business is my business." Finally, after a few minutes of negotiation, the contract was completed. But strangely, Gao Peng wondered, why am I still in the consciousness space? Images of Dzi and Adai also appeared. Achan and Aban appeared as well. Gao Peng realized it. This is a monster tamer's knowledge. The spiritual circles opened up. A new life-saving skill. Elemental Shield. It consumes the energy within one's familiars and converts it into a protective barrier for oneself. Gao Peng seemed to be temporarily pulled into the space. His eyes rolled back into his head. This skill's rarity probably isn't considered rare. It seems someone in the first round of the exam used this type of ability. So when you get your first Commander tier familiar, your first Lord tier familiar, your first King tier familiar, and so on down the line, all monster tamers will awaken a life-saving ability. So this skill probably appeared when Adai was promoted to Commander tier. Then Gao Peng also discovered that some words suddenly appeared in his consciousness. He wasn't familiar with them, but could understand them completely. Leave the fighting to the familiars. Good monster tamers should hide behind their familiars' butts. Don't drag them down. Strange. The monster tamer profession seems to be a kind of inherited legacy. The bloodline records and passes down memories as the familiars grow stronger. Information is continuously unlocked. Could it be that other places already had monster tamers long ago? Gao Peng crossed his arms, pondering. Forget it. These issues are too far-fetched for me. This life-saving skill is directly engraved into the soul. It's impossible to teach it to others through any method. No wonder when Sister Tang Tang taught me the star-shifting art, she told me not to casually pass it on. An ability that can be freely transferred to others without restriction. If it gets out, it will definitely be coveted by countless people. Gao Peng gradually realized. It seems grandfather's and Sister Tang Tang's strengths are even more terrifying than I imagined. With my current strength, I wonder if I can be of any help to grandfather. In the villa, Gao Peng spent his days peacefully. A truly relaxed young man. Adai, Dazi, and Aban were always wherever Gao Peng was. They played with each other like children. The tiny Xiao Yan, however, looked the most mature. Always leading. Cold. It practiced by sticking its beak deep into tree trunks. Gao Peng looked at Xiao Yan and exclaimed, Aya. The little one's heart is filled with hatred. It's trying so hard now also it can avenge its mother one day. One member is missing. Gao Peng looked around. Where's Ah-chan? Wasn't it just spinning in place dramatically because it was afraid Xiao Yan would eat it? Turns out it was sleeping soundly on the lawn. Sleeping so soundly that it was drooling. Looking at Ah-chan, it's truly relaxed. At ease. Looking at it. Gao Peng said with a laugh. To be able to sleep so soundly. It's really carefree. Gao Peng lay down on the chair again. He continued reading his book, not forgetting to express his gratitude. These days are really comfortable. Ever since grandfather gave me an anonymous credit card. This Beastbreeder profession can just be my hobby. This book written by Association President Feng is really great. The old ginger is always the spiciest. So experienced. Xiao Peng suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. The exam results seem to be out today. A system notification prevented Xiao Peng from viewing the results at the villa. This account is already logged in elsewhere. Login address. Yuzhou Base City, Yubei District, Tiangong Building. Xiao Peng felt an itch. His face fell. My grandfather. As Xiao Peng's grandfather was working, he sneezed. He knew instantly. Which little rascal is thinking of me? Xiao Peng tried another way. Forget it. They'll check the scores first. Xiao Peng's profile appeared. Name, Xiao Peng. Age, 18. Score, 710 points. Total score for 3 rounds is 700 points plus 10. Xiao Peng grinned foolishly. My rank. First place in Chang'an City. Looks like I did pretty well in the exam. Just then, Xiao Peng's phone rang. The screen showed an unknown number. The person on the other end said, Hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Xiao Peng? Xiao Peng replied, Speaking. The other party continued, Hello? You have qualified for the second round of the Monster Tamer Cadet exam. Please arrive at the first round examination site at 9 o'clock on the morning of June 27th. The competition will last for 15 days. You do not need to bring clothes or toiletries. Thank you for your cooperation. Xiao Peng looked in Xiao Yan's direction. Before the competition, I still haven't signed a blood contract with Xiao Yan. According to the rules, Xiao Yan can't participate in the second round. I need to find a place for it during this time. Just then, Tang Tang was out for a run. She passed by Xiao Peng's house, waving with a big, bright smile. Morning, little Peng. This is great. It's Sister Tang Tang. Oh no. This is too much of a coincidence. Xiao Peng was lost in thought. Grandfather knows my score. The competition rules were announced a long time ago. It's easy to deduce that ID needs someone to look after it. It's possible Sister Tang Tang even knew when ID get the call to compete. She must have secretly prepared for this long ago. Tang Tang grinned widely. Well now? The words please help me are practically written all over your face. Xiao Peng smiled brightly. He thought to himself. She really likes to meddle. Then he said aloud, Sister Tang Tang. I need to ask you to take care of my crane for half a month. I was wondering if. Tang Tang was just waiting for this. She puffed out her chest. Why be so formal with me? Just leave it with me. Don't worry. They'll definitely make sure it's fat and healthy for you. Xiao Peng felt a little uneasy. He had a bad feeling. He just felt that those words, fat and healthy, were not just empty words. And so, Xiao Yin was left in Tang Tang's care. As for Chao Peng, he went to take care of business. At that moment, in a certain villa in Chang'an. On what grounds am I second place? I saw it clearly that day. He and I both had 3 monster pets. Both had 1 commander tier and 2 elite tier monsters. On what grounds did they rank me lower than him by 1 level? An older woman was reporting the situation. Young master. He has an elite tier monster pet that is earth attribute. The challenge monster was wood attribute. That gave him exactly 10 bonus points. That young master slammed his fist on the table, showing his anger. The young master's hands trembled with anger. He growled, "Humph, I don't care. I won't let this go." Chao Peng looked at the other waiting contestants and thought, "It's just these few people. Looks like I arrived pretty early." An instructor wearing a small microphone made an announcement. "It seems everyone is here. Greetings, everyone. I am the person in charge of your next round. Please remain silent." That's enough. There are only 8 people in total. Why would these people even bother with a second round? Are they just going to pick the top 10 from these 8 people? The instructor continued to speak. The location for the second round of the exam is the Daeong Mountain Forest Park in Jiangnan Bay City. This competition is not a martial arts tournament, nor is it a one-on-one duel, but rather in a real forest. We will conduct a wilderness survival and combat exercise. Jiangnan Bay City, Daeong Mountain. Why are we suddenly going so far away? The instructor's voice boomed. Daeong Mountain Forest has been searched and inspected by peak-level monster tamers. The possibility of Lord-tier monsters existing has been 100% eliminated. However, no fewer than 500 Commander-tier monsters have been discovered. Among them are also peak Commander-tier monsters. In principle, the government and the Monster Tamer Alliance will do their best to protect your lives. We will also provide you with a signal flare to use in case of emergency. But anyway, it's a primeval forest with at least 500 leader-level monsters. So, participation in the second round is not mandatory. All right, you can make your choice now. Someone spoke up. "Excuse me, instructor. We still feel it's too dangerous. Can we withdraw?" It's fine. It's understandable. It's not shameful. Does anyone else want to withdraw?" Junmoy raised her hand. "This registration doesn't require parental consent. The instructor said so. In other words, it's not needed." He felt a little suspicious. "Your parents are not ordinary parents." Junmoy smiled brightly. "Then I'll sign up. A bit old. I'm just a minor person in charge." The instructor's voice continued to announce steadily. "So in the end, 6 of you will represent our Chang'an base to compete. At that time, there will also be contestants from other city-level bases in the Huaxiao region competing with you." The selected contestants were extremely serious. The instructor concluded with a word of encouragement. "You all must strive a little, perform well, and bring glory to our Chang'an base. So there are other regions we have to compete against." A boy turned to Gao Feng. "Hello. My name is Han Xiao. May I have your name?" Han Xiao had a masculine appearance, with striking purple hair, a sturdy build, but his face was quite gentle. Gao Feng smiled brightly, politely replied, "Gao Feng, a pleasure to meet you." Han Xiao immediately rushed over to shake his hand. His joyful expression was as if he had struck gold. "Gao Feng, you're the number 1 of Chang'an City. I've always wanted to get to know you." Han Xiao put his arm around Gao Feng's shoulder. "The other people here all have powerful backgrounds. If they're not the children of officials, then they're from wealthy families. At least one of their parents is a monster tamer. Only the 2 of us come from ordinary families." Gao Feng gave a wry smile. "Sorry, brother. I don't think I'm from an ordinary family either." Han Xiao spoke enthusiastically. "By the way, have any corporations contacted you?" The day the exam ended, several corporations already approached me to discuss collaborations. Gao Feng hesitated. "I don't think so, actually. It might be that Grandpa or Sister Tang Tang blocked people from other corporations." Han Xiao slapped his back like a close brother. But the slap was so hard it made Gao Feng choke on his saliva. "Don't worry. You're the number 1 of Chang'an City. They're probably all thinking about what price is suitable for you. Don't you worry." Gao Feng was terrified. His grip is really strong. Han Xiao then pointed to his tamed beast. "By the way, let me introduce you to my friend, the angel ant. During an expedition, it accidentally ate something and then mutated. It mutated from a black-armored, ant into an angel ant. The name implies an angel descending to the mortal realm. Monster, golden armored demonic ant, level 21, elite quality. Attribute, melee metal type. Weaknesses, 1, an unarmored joint. 2, hates pungent odors. Gao Feng celebrated inwardly. Han Xiao is quite lucky. It's because the rich get richer through science, while the poor get by on mutations. To raise a leader-level tamed beast purely based on talent is very difficult. Without background and resources, where would you get the spiritual medicine for a tamed beast to grow and evolve quickly? But why does the system display it as golden-armored demonic ant? Gao Feng started to have questions. On what basis does this system name monsters? Many times, names have appeared that have never been mentioned in any book or document. It's as if it has the ability of prophecy. The sound of an airplane whirred outside the window. The instructor announced, "All right, our plane has arrived. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We're departing." The plane has landed. Jiangnan Bay City Airport. A competition can be this grand? They even use military planes for transport. Chatter filled the air. You wouldn't know about this. These are the chosen prodigies, selected from tens of thousands of contestants from the same period. The military region naturally has to protect these geniuses well. Gao Feng discreetly looked around. Are all these people the other contestants? There are quite a few. Almost 200 people. There's a tamed beast of almost every kind. A weary sigh. Hey, a water rock armor tamed beast. This one is rare. Monster, rock vine monster, level 23, normal quality, attribute, rock type, status, healthy, weaknesses, 1, shadow type, 2, afraid of being photographed. Please don't take pictures. When Gao Feng walked over, the 2 instructors guarding outside opened the door for him. A senior instructor stepped out. He had a long scar on his face, connecting from the middle of the forehead, across the eyes, stretching down to the cheeks. His expression was extremely serious. If all the contestants are here, we will now distribute the waiver forms to you. To participate in the second round, you must sign a life and death waiver. This competition will not be held in the safety of the city, even if you have a distress signal. The mortality rate of this competition is absolutely no less than 10%. The school instructor continued to warn the contestants. Don't think I'm joking. This is even considering that your weakest monsters are all leader tier. Think carefully, young people. You must be responsible for your own futures. Gao Peng took the paper from the instructor's hand. Politely, thank you. Gao Peng carefully read the contents of the paper. 1,000 credit points. Even for a large company, that's not a small sum. It seems this time it's truly dangerous. Gao Peng mused. 20. The second round of the competition will use a point accumulation system. A large number of point pillars have been set up in the ocean forest. Destroying point pillars and killing monsters will both earn you points. The competitive pressure this time is not small. The school instructor with the long scar on his face spoke again. Has everyone read the waiver and the rules for the second round? Now, I will announce some information regarding the third round. The top 12 contestants in the point rankings will be eligible to participate in the third round. The third round even transcends the scope of a high school monster tamer competition. It will have its own name, the Alliance's Strongest Young Monster Tamer Tournament. Then he rallied them. His voice was resonant, spirited, powerful. Those who perform well in this competition can directly obtain a title. Even your monsters can be granted a title. Furthermore, the final round of the competition will be broadcast live globally. The images of your monsters fighting will also be shown to the entire world. The contestants were immediately swept up by his speech. A state-recognized title. That's so cool. Gao Peng cursed silently. Naive children. Then Gao Peng turned back to look at his monsters. Indeed, I should think about it a little. What kind of kingly name would be good? After all, there are too many titles that suit me. The helicopter gradually landed at the entrance of the Sun Mountain Forest. All contestants, attention. All contestants, attention. This round of the competition begins now. The voice of the superiors echoed. You have 20 minutes to prepare. At 26 past the hour, you will officially depart. Follow the helicopter's guide lights straight ahead. Arrive at the target location within the specified time. Gao Peng now had a new uniform. He turned to look at his monsters and said, "Let's go." Adai carried Gao Peng and the other monsters all at once. Its majestic body moved as fast as lightning. A different space opened up before their eyes. Gaopeng called out again. Aban. Aban shot out a web that stuck to a tree branch. Adai quickly grabbed onto it and swung up. Gaopeng had a grim look. Damn, he thought. Luckily, I have a mental transmission headset. Otherwise, just this skeleton moving at high speed would have torn me apart. From the other side, a voice was heard. Slow down. Slow down a bit. It was another contestant struggling with his monster. Monster name, Spirit White Pig, level 25, perfect quality, healthy state, disdainful. Why are you going so fast? There's no prize for first place. I told you to slow down a bit. Gaopeng was contemptuous. What an attitude. He muttered a single word. Gaopeng smiled faintly. Normally, the relationship between a monster tamer and their monster is with the tamer as the master. Of course, there are special cases. For example, if the tamer's personality is too weak, and the monster's personality is too dominant. But being disdained by a pig is a bit pathetic. Gaopeng sped away, tossing a sarcastic comment back at the other contestant. Keep it up. Man riding a pig. Keep it up. This contestant still didn't realize the sarcastic tone in Gaopeng's words. Why is he cheering for me? Is this guy crazy? On the screen, images of eagles were soaring. Now, the contestant arriving is from the Yanjing area. He registered a fire-type eagle monster. Tang Tang reassured my Xiaoyan. Don't be anxious. Little Peng will appear soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear image of Gaopeng appeared on the screen. This contestant is from the Chang'an area. He has registered 4 monsters. He's also the #1 top scorer of the Chang'an area. He's a hot contender for the top 12 strongest this time. Tang Tang brought out a tray of delicious grilled fish. Xiaoyan, eat up. You have to eat a lot to become stronger. To keep up with your master's pace. Just as Tang Tang had promised Gaopeng. Indeed, Xiaoyan has gotten much chubbier. Tang Tang watched my Xiaoyan eat with relish and smiled happily. The scene returns to the competition. Nearly an hour has passed now. The pig from before is now in front of Gaopeng. Grr, oink oink. Gaopeng is stunned to see its owner fall off its back. The pig beast's tamer hits the ground hard. His head is ringing. His vision is spinning. That's a really hot-tempered pig. The announcement continues. All right, time's up. Contestants who haven't arrived will be eliminated. The helicopters are always following the contestants closely. The instructors' voices are still broadcasting steadily, mixed with the whirring sound of the helicopter blades. Before you enter the Great Forest, I have a few words for you. New information is constantly being updated. Through the entrance ahead is Sun Mountain. At the edge of the entrance, there are tactical field suitcases. Inside are dry biscuits, canned food and water, along with fast-acting injectable enhancers. To be used in critical situations. They can guarantee your survival for 1 hour. Each person is limited to 1 portion. The scarred chief instructor stands at the edge of the helicopter door, observing the forest below. This time, a total of 197 contestants participated. In the end, 150 people signed the contract. I am very gratified. This ratio has exceeded my imagination. It seems there aren't many cowards among you. Perhaps some of you have wilderness survival experience. Some are experts in wilderness survival, and some have never left the city before. But regardless of which type you are, you all must know, this forest is completely different from what you imagine. My greatest advice to you is to survive. Only by surviving can you hope to get a high score. All right, move out. The TV news program is also broadcasting information about the competition. Hello viewers, welcome to the Competition Express program. Through the positioning devices on each contestant, we can see their current locations. The audience is buzzing with discussion. That's Enwu, the cloud-entering dragon Enwu. Doesn't Enwu dislike participating in these kinds of shows? This person has a significant background. Most experts are quite old. Enwu is one of the few young experts in the imperial capital. He's already made a bit of a name for himself. The host points at the TV screen and reports. We can see that the contestants participating in the competition, in order to get higher scores, are all heading to the center of the forest. The point pillars are basically all set up in the central forest area. Right now, the contestant with the highest score is Junmoi. The person ranked first is a female student. It's a bit unexpected. I wonder what Master Enwu thinks. and Wu also expresses his praise. Not bad. The species of this black python is probably a black calamity water python. Its scales are lustrous. Its body is powerful. Its quality is likely not low. From a combat perspective, this type of black calamity water python often engages in battle. It's quite proficient. It has been raised well. The female MC silently cursed in her head. I asked you to analyze the beast tamer, not to talk about the beast. What is there to say about a big black snake? The audience wants to see the cold, beautiful young lady. But they were live on air. She couldn't just say it bluntly. She could only force a smile. Mr. Enro's analysis is very reasonable. He sounds very professional at a glance. I've long heard that the cloud-entering dragon and Wu has been single for 10,000 years. Meeting him today, his reputation is well-deserved. He has definitely earned his single status. She continued to host. All right, since we've seen the first-place contestant, let's take a look at the unlucky student ranked last. Please look at the big screen, everyone. The TV screen shows a different scene. This contestant is perhaps quite unique. He has chosen an environment at a certain altitude. It seems he might be preparing something. All right, let's ask the director to zoom in for a look. The screen shows Gao Peng and his group. The whole group is very relaxed. Gao Peng is stretched out on a rock, relaxing, completely at ease. The beasts are also calmly resting with their master. Gao Peng had unintentionally put the two hosts in a difficult position. An awkward silence passed. It took a while before she had an idea to continue. This young man can be said to be very carefree. This is just being lazy. What is he preparing for? The third style of salted fish. What about my team leader? The female host's mind was filled with frustration. If you do this, you might not be seen in the next episode. Time kept passing, but he was still lying there leisurely. Gao Peng didn't care about anything, grinning from ear to ear. Lying down like this is so comfortable. After a while of regaining his strength and spirit, Gao Peng stood up and stretched. The outer ring of the forest should be safe now. We should get going. Gao Peng smiled faintly. He said to his beloved pets, let's go. Let's head towards the forest. The forest suddenly became completely dark. That was because Gao Peng's group had gone deep into the Sun Mountain forest. Gao Peng continued to command, Chun, throw away all the silver leaf grass we picked earlier. This green crown full flower is worth one more credit point. We have to be calculating. Be frugal. Adai pointed in another direction. Master. Gao Peng looked in the direction it was pointing. Gao Peng realized. Is this the legendary point pillar? Material name, white earth sandstone. Effect, can be used by earth-type and sand-type creatures. A small amount can strengthen them. Other effects, has a certain attractive effect on monsters. Gao Peng pondered. He started making a plan. Destroying the point pillar will get us points. But, how do we do this? These vines are actually a type of monster recognized by the system. Monster name, single ghost vine. Level 22, commander tier. Normal quality. Attributes, poison type, wood type. Weakness, fire type. This single ghost vine isn't moving at all. It's pretending to be a normal vine. Does it have no intelligence? Such a good actor. Interesting. Since you like acting so much, they'll give you a chance to win a Golden Tamer award right away. Gao Peng snapped his fingers. Dizzy. Light it up. That single ghost vine monster was comforting itself. A hunter with rich experience must learn to be patient. Seeing that there was still no progress, it told itself again. Wait a little longer. An elite hunter must learn to be calm. But it couldn't hold back any longer. The single ghost vine immediately rose up, roaring. I can't take it anymore. It's burning hot. Gao Peng exclaimed, Adai? Adai was rushing forward to control the single ghost vine. But the single ghost vine was not easy to deal with. It coiled around Adai instead. Not only was it resilient, it also had supporting magic. It was shooting beams at Adai. Gao Peng smiled faintly. He was extremely at ease. It seems it usually kills its prey by wrapping them in its vines, then uses its vine leaves like knives to cut the enemy, making the enemy bleed to death. Or it uses its vines to crush the enemy's internal organs and bones. In that case, meeting Adai? You're really unlucky. Gao Peng thought as he watched Adai toying with the single ghost vine. Flying leaves of this level, when faced with Adai's reinforced bones, are no different from scratching an itch. Then Gao Peng commanded Dizzy, and it quickly. It quickly followed the order. Its expression clearly showed it was enjoying this. Its eyes gleamed. In one blast, everything around was hit by its beam of light. Gao Peng crossed his arms. Leisurely. That was surprisingly easy. But it makes sense. Although this is a commander tier monster, it was just upgraded and its quality is normal. Facing a group attack from Adai and Dzi, it truly had no way to fight back. Adai was scolding Dzi. You stole my kill. Dzi retorted sharply. I was helping you break free. Gao Peng pointed over there. All right, Adai. Smash it for me. Adai smashed that pillar to pieces with one punch. A small detector appeared from inside the pillar. Beeping. A notification came from the bracelet on his wrist. Congratulations, contestant, for destroying the point marker. You have received 150 points. Current score is 199 points. Gao Peng excitedly called to his beloved pets. Come lend a hand. There must be a monster core inside this single ghost vine's body. Let's look around for a bit. The battle that just erupted was so intense. I wonder where the monster core was knocked off to. That's all money. Gao Peng heard the announcement. Contestant Zhu Xia has been eliminated. Contestant Zhu Xia has been eliminated. He felt a little uneasy. This is already the fourth contestant to be eliminated. Are the monsters of Sun Mountain this ferocious? Suddenly, his eyes filled with panic as a thought occurred to him. Or could it be a man-made disaster? Click-clack. Tick-tock. The medical staff approached a bleeding insect. They patted it. We're too late. It's over. A staff member asked his colleague. What's wrong with this familiar? The other guy just said, take it back. Then hand it over to the family. Looking at the contestant who was killed by his own familiar, the staff member sighed. It even broke through the specially made protective goggles. Impressive. Gao Peng observed. Looking around, he saw. The smell of smoke is so strong. Was there a battle here? Other contestants came to pick up the leftovers. Monster name, Dominator Giant Scorpion. Level, 21. He fell into deep thought. Although this exam doesn't specify whether contestants can fight each other, if there are no clear rules, it's still best to be cautious. The guy next to him was still naive enough to say, damn. I can't believe you got the point pillar first. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, my king of insects will definitely get it first. The green mountains remain, and the waters flow on. We shall meet again. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, lucky I ran into a fool. Outside, the host said to Enwu. It seems these two contestants didn't get into a conflict. This exam actually doesn't restrict the tamer candidates from fighting each other. Of course, that's not exactly a good thing. Enwu replied with a calm demeanor. This way, it can be more realistic. This isn't an arena. They won't be sent up one by one. The real wilderness is much crueler than this. Bloodier. In the wilderness, murdering someone for their loot is not uncommon. After killing someone, they just toss the body outside. I guarantee by the second day, not even bones will be left. Not every place has surveillance cameras. That is a lawless wasteland with no rules to protect you. To fight over some kind of treasure, a precious monster corpse, or the young of some powerful monster. It's very common for killing intent to arise. Meanwhile, deep in the Sun Mountain forest, Gao Peng looked very relaxed. He observed and said, what is this rotten smell? Besides, it's too quiet around here. Strange. While you guys are digging for materials, pay attention to any strange movements around. Suddenly, strong vibrations came from the surrounding bushes, startling Gao Peng. What's going on? From within those bushes, a small monster appeared. Gao Peng and his group were startled. It was a horned rabbit. What a scare. Just a few seconds later, while the rabbit stood there innocently, it was suddenly struck by a leg resembling that of a giant spider, killing it instantly. Gao Peng was also terrified and backed away. Let's retreat for now. I can't see this monster's attributes just from a single limb. I need to see at least 4/5 of its appearance. Right now, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the open. This isn't the time to act tough. He ran quickly to escape the monster's line of sight. I still lack a long-range attack method. Otherwise, I could at least probe out this monster's appearance. If I could see its attributes and weaknesses, I wouldn't be so passive right now. He ran to the edge of the forest. In front of him was a lake. Gao Peng and his group felt a little more at ease. We're now roughly 40 to 50 meters away. Before he could finish his sentence, the ferocious monster leg from before shot out from the canopy. It pursued them relentlessly. Gao Peng could only tuck his tail and run as fast as he could. Not good. Seeing that the leg was aiming for Gao Peng, Adai quickly rushed out, intending to block it with its own body to prevent it from reaching Gao Peng. But things didn't seem to go as it had planned. The monster lurking in the shadows seemed to sense and anticipate everything. It reacted so quickly that it redirected its legs slightly and stabbed at Gao Peng. Luckily for him, he had a benefactor helping him. Devils following him. Most importantly, he had plot armor from the author. This life was saved because the Z used its skill to transfer the fatal blow from the monster to itself, even though Gao Peng was the one hit. That backlash caused the Z to spit up blood. A large wound appeared on its body. This proved that the monster was truly extraordinary. Seeing this, Gao Peng cried out to Z. It was so heavily injured even after using the elemental shield skill. There was no time for consolation. Adai quickly supported Gao Peng and dashed away. At the same time, he also ordered, Aban, quickly use spider silk. Hearing this, Aban quickly shot out strands of sticky web, making the monster unable to move. From its legs, you could tell it was struggling with all its might to break free. At the same time, Gao Peng didn't delay for a second and hurried. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the observation room of the competition's special operations team, the observers looked through the camera and reported. This dream demon corpse insect can't be kept anymore. It has killed a monster tamer before. It has learned that a monster tamer's defense is weaker compared to their monsters. Therefore, its first attack priority is the monster tamer. Another controller also quickly reported. White Rose is 5 kilometers away from the target location. She might be able to arrive in time to provide backup. Hearing this, the team leader felt a little relieved and replied, that's good. There have already been casualties this time. If more casualties appear, do you think those people are insane? They were the ones who said there's a death quota, and they were the ones who said it's for tempering the student monster tamers. They were also the ones who wanted it to be more realistic. He crossed his arms. His voice was partly sarcastic and partly a dry laugh. Now that someone has actually died, they're more anxious than anyone. The other staff member chuckled and said, Hee, team leader, aren't they always like that? It's not the first time. After saying that, he looked at the observation screen again and said hesitantly, but team leader, isn't this guy a bit too cowardly? Hearing him say that, the team leader looked a little displeased and frowned. This isn't called being cowardly. This is called strategy. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, understanding gains and losses. This is a quality a successful person should have. No one is an undefeated general. If you truly think you are invincible, sooner or later you will lose because of your own arrogance. He chuckled awkwardly. Right. The team leader is right. But after just a brief contact, how did he know he couldn't win? While the two were talking, on the other side, an observer with a worried expression cried out, We're doomed. The monster's information gradually appeared on the system panel. Name, Dreamflame Bamboo Segment Corpse Insect. Level, 35. Quality, Elite. Sturdy body level 2. Wood type, Undead type. Suppressed by Fire type and Metal type. There is a small white dot in the center of its abdomen. Attacking that spot can inflict critical damage. It seemed the spider silk pinning it down earlier didn't harm it at all, nor did it allow Gao Peng to get very far. On the contrary, it backfired, making it even more enraged and ferocious. It roared and chased after Gao Peng, causing the surrounding forest to tremble, causing the smaller nearby monsters to flee in terror. Gao Peng sat on Adai's shoulder. Looking back at the ferocious beast, he was a little terrified. Oh my god. Attacking this kind of weak point would cost me my life. I should just give up and run. The corpse insect gathered power into its long, winding legs, causing a red aura to envelop them. The monster looked 10 times more terrifying. It didn't hesitate to use its leg as a weapon, launching it straight at Gao Peng. Once again, his comrades saved him. Aban used its legs, as hard as steel, to shield Gao Peng. He shouted. His face looked as if it had lost half its life force. Aban. Aban urged him. Master, run. As if ignited by fire. He no longer felt any fear or restraint towards the monster. His eyes now showed determination and were filled with rage. We're not leaving. Today we kill it. It has a small white dot on its abdomen. That's its weak point. Hearing this, Adai roared. as if ready to fight with all its might. Adai gathered power in its palm. The firepower erupted as if it wanted to burn space itself. It was ready to counterattack fiercely to avenge its friends who were injured by this dream corpse. It charged forward, smashing directly into the monster standing there. Gao Peng stood there observing. He was also a bit tense. The attack method of the Dream Flame Bamboo Segment insect is mainly based on its retractable limbs. They are as sharp as long spears and can pierce through things. But facing an opponent that is just a skeleton like Adai is very tricky. Its legs, as sharp as well-honed swords, counterattacked, stabbing into Adai without hesitation. This is not good. Although the Dream Flame Bamboo Segment insect temporarily cannot deal critical damage to Adai, Adai is also entangled by the opponent's limbs. There's no way to create an effective attack distance. Adai quickly used its hand to grab one of the dream corpse's legs. Gao Peng, standing there, seemed to understand what Adai was doing. Adai wasn't entangled. It was afraid that after it dodged, the opponent would attack us from behind. Adai, get away, don't try to endure it. We're at a safe distance now. It's likely suppressed, definitely not a match. Let's see if we can find a weakness in its abdomen first. Suddenly, from somewhere below, Dazi weakly stood up. Dazi, he called out. Don't. It charged at the monster with great force. You can't bully Dazi's friend. In the sky above the Diangshan forest, a red-haired girl was riding a giant eagle, flying somewhere. Before I got there, Gao Peng commanded his tamed beast. Dazi crawled up along the abdomen of the nightmare bamboo segment worm. At this moment, Dazi had climbed onto the bamboo worm and was preparing to spit poison. Unfortunately, the bamboo worm reacted quickly, flinging it off and dealing a critical blow. Gao Peng worriedly called out to Dazi. Seeing Dazi injured, Adai became enraged and used all its strength to break one of the bamboo worm's legs. Dazi. It went berserk, attacking relentlessly. Seeing this, Gao Peng had to call Adai back. He observed the situation, saw that all his tamed beasts were injured, and began to calculate in his mind. No, we can't hold on any longer. Although the nightmare bamboo segment worm's eye was smashed and its face was covered in blood, looking miserable, it wasn't actually seriously injured. Its combat power remained at a very high level. Meanwhile, Aban, Dazi, and Adai have all suffered varying degrees of injury. What should I do? Gao Peng told Dazi. Dazi, try using your lightning discharge to attack that small white spot. Dazi used lightning to attack its entire body, causing the bamboo worm to be electrocuted. Seeing the situation calm down, Gao Peng sighed and thought. It was a bit of a gamble, but it worked. Adai, attract its attention. Dazi, get ready to do it again. At this moment, the girl on the eagle arrived and immediately contacted the command center. I've arrived at the scene. Should I kill the nightmare bamboo segment worm directly or act as the situation dictates? Kill it. Understood. Hearing this command, the eagle released a wave of energy that destroyed the nightmare bamboo segment worm. Gao Peng was stunned by the sight. It turns out that eagle was a level 38 luminous herald eagle. Gao Peng was shocked to see this. It's the military's level 38 luminous herald eagle. The luminous herald eagle swooped down to the worm, grabbed it tightly, and carried it away. Gao Peng, standing below and witnessing this, couldn't quite grasp what was happening. It's gone just like that? Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground and sighed. But it's for the best. If we kept fighting, there might have been casualties. Even a total wipeout. Everyone at the command center also sighed in relief. Phew, luckily White Rose was fast enough. This kid is not bad. If I'm not mistaken, both of his tamed beasts are commander tier. To have 2 commander tier tamed beasts at his age is extremely rare. The team leader came out and said, everyone, but relying on these 2 commander tier tamed beasts to defeat the nightmare bamboo segment worm is still a bit difficult. Seeing this, the coordinator asked in confusion, Team leader, why did you let White Rose kill that monster? According to the initial regulations, we were supposed to wait for the signal flare before we could intervene. The team leader said worriedly, if we waited, people would have died. The higher-ups need to ensure the number of tamer cadets. This was a mistake. It seems that performing well in the arena doesn't mean they'll perform well in actual forest combat. Still too inexperienced. In Diangshan Forest, Gao Peng observed his tamed beasts and thought to himself, the flesh is already starting to grow back? The vitality of tamed beasts is really strong. He looked at Dazi and said, I have to say, the meat is quite soft, like fish meat. At this moment, Dazi noticed Aban acting strangely. Dazi's eyes sparkled as it looked at Aban, saying it wanted to eat. Aban saw this and angrily told it, I treat you as the boss, and you want to eat my leg? Dazi went over to Aban and reasoned, if you eat it, it will grow back really fast. Gao Peng came over and told it, you're injured like this, and you still haven't forgotten about eating. You even want to eat Aban's leg. I really don't know who you take after. Aban saw its craving and reluctantly cried, then said, if you want to eat it, then eat it. At this moment, both Dazi and Aban turned to look at Gao Peng. He looked a little puzzled and then asked, why are you two looking at me? After that, the group left. A while later, an announcement came. Pioneer candidate eliminated. Pioneer candidate eliminated. Gao Peng said, another candidate eliminated. Let's go. We'll find something nutritious for Aban so it can molt and grow a new leg, he said. When night fell, the group found a shelter. Gao Peng told his tamed beasts, another bunch got eliminated today. It seems that to get a high score, you just need to persevere for as long as possible. Actually, the point pillars on the outskirts of the forest aren't few. Right now, everyone is rushing to the center of the forest, so no one is competing with us. The remaining pillars on the outskirts are enough. Your injuries also need rest. We should still be a little careful. For now, let's just use the monsters on the outskirts for practice. Hearing this, Dazi nodded its head repeatedly. Gao Peng pondered for a moment, then continued. This commander tier Earthwind chanting beast is wind and earth attribute. Its body is rich in energy. After eating it and molting one more time, Aban can probably reach level 20. Unfortunately, the time I've spent raising Aban is still a bit short. Although its defense is not bad among its peers, this time, facing a commander tier beast, it was still helpless. He was so engrossed in talking that he didn't notice Aban had already turned into a cocoon. It's formed a cocoon? By tomorrow morning, it should be able to molt successfully. Then Gao Peng crawled into his sleeping bag. He seemed very tired after today. A day that seemed very long. Go to sleep, everyone is tired today. Early in the morning, Aban's shell has a crack. It slowly emerged with a new, completely healthy body. Monster status. Healthy, excited, level 20. Seeing this, Gao Peng was less worried. This is great. Aban has fully recovered. Even its legs have grown longer. He said, now, Aban's level is 20. It's just one step away from commander level. Waiting for Aban to advance to commander level, then he'll have 3 commander level beasts. Besides, Aban specializes in defense and control, which can absolutely cover the team's shortcomings. Gao Peng called his monsters over. Let's go. We'll find a new place to earn points. Then, the 4 of them continued on their way. Wherever they went, if there was anything that needed training, Gao Peng made them train. At this time, they arrived at a riverbank. Seeing a frog on a rock in the middle of the river, Gao Peng thought to himself, oh, why does this frog look so familiar? Monster name, blue-skinned flower frog. Level 8. Quality, normal. Status, healthy, happy. Likes, peace and quiet, happiness. Weaknesses, 1. Lightning attribute. 2. Hates noise. Seeing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, the name is also similar. Isn't it a relative of the green-skinned flower frog? At this moment, the frog jumped ashore and shot something at him. Gao Peng luckily dodged it. Why on earth doesn't the attribute panel show this strange habit of theirs? Could it be that this habit of spitting has evolved into the blue-skinned frog's instinct? At this time, a drone appeared in the sky. The commentator, seeing his image on the screen, said, does everyone remember the main character's salted fish expression? That contestant hasn't been eliminated yet. Let's check his current ranking. They were surprised that salted fish monster tamer has reached 15th place. The analyst began his analysis. This rank isn't low. Right now, there are still 121 contestants in Sun Mountain Forest. This 15th place can be said to be equal to the total points of all the eliminated contestants. To qualify for the 3rd round, you need to be in the top 12. The total leaderboard score is nearly 10 points. He's not without a chance. Hearing that, the female MC could only say aha, as she didn't really understand. She looked a little confused. She stammered a bit before continuing. Then let's hope this contestant can, as Master Chin said, smoothly enter the top 12. Next, let's take a look at the contestants with higher rankings. At this moment, the screen was displaying images of the higher-ranked contestants. We can see that second place is Junmoy. Junmoy has gained another 40 points. It seems that besides finding point sources, most students have chosen to kill to quickly obtain a large number of points. At this moment, the system's clock announced. The competition is over. Point calculation will now cease. All contestants, please proceed to the safe zone for pickup. Gao Peng sighed tiredly. We can finally rest, he thought. These past few days, although I didn't find many point sources, fortunately, thanks to Aban successfully advancing to commander level, it completed the new formation, and we killed quite a few commander-level monsters. Gao Peng stood tall and said heroically, "Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. I've already done my best. No matter the result, I will have no regrets." At this moment, on the announcement board, his rank had risen to 11th place. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in the Jiangnan city base, a voice spoke. "Dad, you told me to try to get into the top 12. The father of the blue-haired, spectacled young man said seriously. "If you can participate in this Alliance Youth Monster Tamer tournament, it will be of great benefit to your future growth." Hearing that, he stood stiffly and replied, "I tried my best." Then he anxiously made excuses for himself. "Dad, it's not like you didn't see my performance. Dad, why don't you pull some strings to get me in?" His father angrily slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, "Nonsense. How can I arrange for you to get into this kind of tournament? Do you really think I'm omnipotent? When will you ever be of some use to me?" He angrily explained to him. "Right now, countless eyes are watching me from the outside. Once I make the slightest slip up, those people will pounce like greedy dogs and divide our power. Forget it, let me think. For the next few days, you better keep a low profile for me. Don't hang out with that worthless group of friends anymore. If I find out again, it'll break your damn legs." Gao Peng stepped out into the real world, eating while looking at his phone. The strongest youth monster tamer tournament will be held in 3 months. It's been postponed. This time, the performance of the student monster tamers was very poor. So the government is giving us 3 months to grow, but the age limit is 20 years and 3 months. What the heck? Is this sloppy rule to prevent people from turning 20 before the tournament due to the delay? At this moment, Han Xiao, who had been waiting for who knows how long, saw his figure and called out, "Gao Peng, I've been looking for you for a long time. Want to have a meal with me? Everyone from Chang'an is getting together." At this moment, a very angry pair was behind them. Han Xiao put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, "Let's have a meal together." Look, even classmate Jun Moy, who never smiles, has agreed. Seeing this, Gao Peng could only give a strained smile and say, "Dude, let go of me first." Walking out of the building, Han Xiao waved to someone ahead. "Let's go. I know an authentic seafood place nearby." Just then, someone walked up to Gao Peng and said, "Mr. Gao, could I have a word with you?" It was Mr. Zhang. Gao Peng ignored him and walked past. This made Mr. Zhang a bit surprised and angry. He stepped in front of Gao Peng, held out a card, and said, "The password is 6 6s. There's 1 million alliance credits in it. Whether we succeed or not, this is compensation for your time." Seeing this, Gao Peng stopped to talk to him. "Is my time really that valuable?" Mr. Zhang pointed to a nearby coffee shop and said, "There's a coffee shop over there." Gao Peng stopped him. "Not so fast. Wait a moment." Behind him, Adai had appeared at some point. He said, "My monster has been timid since it was young. At night, it needs its head patted to fall asleep. It must not be sleepy, so it came to find me." Mr. Zhang was surprised. "This is," he said nervously, "quite cautious, but that's good. When you're out and about, it's always better to be a little careful." Then the two of them went into the coffee shop. Mr. Zhang began, "Actually, I came here this time to make a deal with you, Mr. Gao." Gao Peng asked, puzzled. "Oh, what kind of deal?" Mr. Zhang pushed a card towards him and said, "Someone is willing to offer you a large sum of compensation. They hope you can withdraw from the Alliance's strongest youth monster tamer competition. This compensation is definitely higher than the first place prize for the youth monster tamer competition. To show our sincerity, they'll also reveal some inside information to you, Mr. Gao." According to my sources, a monster tamer in the American region has signed a contract with a monster. That basically makes them the most likely candidate to win the championship. This means that even if you participate in the competition, you basically have no chance of winning first place. Mr. Gao, think about it carefully. Gao Peng, seeing this, explained his own situation. I'm just a poor kid whose parents are gone. What value could I possibly have for you to notice me? To be willing to pay such a high price, it seems your boss really loves his child. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang asked. So shall we talk? Gao Peng drank a mouthful of coffee and then said, sorry, but compared to money, I'd rather have the opportunity to compete on a higher stage. Mr. Zhang, seeing him change his tune like this, got angry. Mr. Gao, what is the meaning of this? I still hope you'll consider it carefully. Don't you love money? This is a huge sum. At this point, Gao Peng stated his intentions directly. That was a bit too subtle, wasn't it? What I mean is, I refuse. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang said, well, that's a real pity. Gao Peng then stood up to leave, waving goodbye. Take your time drinking. It's on me. Angrily, Mr. Zhang took out his phone and called someone. The person on the other end asked him, what did he say? Mr. Zhang stood by the door, watching Gao Peng leave as he spoke. He refused. The kid's got quite a personality. He's not taking the bait. Gao Peng paid no mind and left, talking on the phone with Han Xiao. He'll be right there. You guys go ahead and eat first. Mr. Zhang watched him and thought to himself, I may be easy to talk to, but the person who hired me isn't someone who will reason with you. This kid is still too young. After he experiences a few more hardships, he'll learn how cruel and real the world is. Whatever, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a messenger. Just then, Mr. Zhang suddenly felt something was wrong. There wasn't a single person around him. That's not right. Where did everyone go? There was the sound of iron chains clanking. At the end of the street, someone was leading a monster towards him. Mr. Zhang was surprised. When did they appear? He looked frantically to the other side. On the left, someone else was approaching with ill intent. Mr. Zhang thought nervously. I can't believe they've already resorted to the final card so quickly. What the hell? Who on earth is secretly targeting me? Those people walked up to him and said, Mr. Zhang, don't bother struggling. Your mountain-crushing green leopard has already been subdued. We don't want to accidentally harm you. We hope you will cooperate. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang tried to contact his monster in surprise. I can't connect with it. My green leopard didn't even have a chance to warn me. It seems I'm the one in deep trouble today. The man stepped forward and politely invited him. Someone wants to see you. Please come with us. Mr. Zhang thought to himself. Fine. I'd like to see just who these people are. When he walked back into the shop, someone was already standing there, waiting for him. Mr. Zhang, correct? The girl accompanying the man threw a card, identical to the one Mr. Zhang had given Gao Peng, towards him, and it stuck right into the column next to him. The man turned around. It was none other than the chairman, Gao Peng's maternal grandfather, Ji Handong. He said, sorry to have wasted your precious time. That is a card with 5 million alliance credits. The password is 6 5s. Consider it compensation for your time. I want to know what you said to that good, innocent, and pure child just now. Mr. Zhang knew he couldn't afford to offend this person, so he gave a strained smile and said, Sir, I was just looking to have a chat with him. I wanted to persuade him to withdraw from the Alliance's strongest youth monster tamer competition. He thought to himself, innocent and pure? These people are here for Gao Peng, and their relationship seems quite deep. Damn it, didn't they say that kid had no background? How did he get involved with such rich and powerful people? Hearing this, Chi Hantong approached Mr. Zhang, glared at him, and said, How did that child answer? Mr. Zhang replied, trembling. He refused. He said he didn't want to miss the opportunity to expand his knowledge. He thought to himself, who is he? Who on earth is he? Just then, a thought flashed through Mr. Zhang's mind. Could it be him? The chairman continued to question him. So, what are you planning to do next? I don't want to hear any lies. I believe your younger sister wouldn't want to hear her brother lie either. Otherwise, it would be a bad influence on the child. Just then, from behind, a little girl called out, Brother, to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang turned around, flustered, and said, Xiao Xian, why are you here? Xiao Xian explained. The old master said he could let me see you. You're always so busy with work you never come home. I haven't seen you in a long time. Then the little girl's eyes filled with tears. The old master also told me to play a game with you, to not let you find me. If I could do it, he'd give me 5 ice creams. Brother, you can have all my ice cream. Please don't be angry, okay? I'm just pleading with you. Chi Hantong walked over, gently patted the little girl's head, and said softly, "Why would your brother be angry? You're such an adorable little princess. I need to talk to your brother for a moment. Go inside and eat your ice cream." Seeing this, Mr. Zhang also bent down to comfort his sister. "That's right, I'm not angry. Why would I be angry? Xian, be a good girl." After the little girl went inside, Mr. Zhang angrily shouted at the chairman, "My sister is innocent. She doesn't know anything. Whatever you want to know, sir, he'll tell you everything. I haven't done anything yet. I just talked to Gao Peng." Chi Hantong told him, "That's why you can still stand here and talk to me right now." Then he sat down, calmly ordered someone to bring tea, and said, "How about working for me?" Mr. Zhang was surprised. "You're not going to kill me?" Chi Hantong said while sipping his tea. "People from all walks of life, as long as they are human, have value. Killing is the simplest, but also the most wasteful method. Continue." Mr. Zhang then told him everything. "So that's how it is, Mr. Ji." Chi Hantong said, "The market leader of the Chang'an city base, Han Yuanming? When I got the news that someone was investigating Xiao Peng, I kept wondering what it could be about. I never expected it was for this reason." The girl next to him said, "Chairman Chi, should we eliminate Han Yuanming?" Chi Hantong shook his head and said, "No, leave Han Yuanming for Xiao Peng to deal with personally. This matter started because of him, so it should end by his hand. That way, he'll have a greater sense of accomplishment. But there is one point I quite agree with. Xiao Peng participating in this competition is indeed a waste of time." At this point, he stood up, looked outside, and thought to himself, "It's been 4 years since we last met, hasn't it?" By now, night had fallen. Gao Peng stood in his room, looking down at the city. Who was behind today's incident? He then stopped caring and lay down on the bed. Forget it, they'll think about it tomorrow. Anyway, after being rejected today, the other party will definitely make another move. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gao Peng sat up with a start, thinking, "They're here so soon?" He cautiously approached the door and carefully asked, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside. "It's not good for a young man to be lazing around in bed." Then came the sound of the door being unlocked. The door was pulled open. Gao Peng was surprised. This voice. Chi Hantong walked in, stood before him, and said, "Xiao Peng, it's been a long time." Gao Peng threw himself into the man's arms, shouting joyfully, "Grandpa." Chi Hantong hugged his grandson. He looked him over carefully. "It's been a few years. You've grown quite a bit, kid." He sat down on a chair and praised him. "Grandpa also just watched your competition. Your performance was excellent, both brave and resourceful." He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Actually, it's just because my strength is lacking. I can only put some effort into earning points on the periphery." Old G didn't think so, and said, "Being able to protect yourself is the greatest success. There's nothing to be ashamed of." When grandfather first established the Southern Sky Group, he also had to temporarily make concessions on some matters. But now, grandfather is back. As long as grandfather is here, then absolutely no one who can bully you. Hearing this, Gao Peng was moved and said, "Then about your group now. If there's anything you need or I can help with, I'm very confident when it comes to raising tame beasts." Ji Handong sneered. "Just a few small fry struggling. They can't stir up any trouble. Let's talk about something else. Someone wants to take away your qualification for the competition." Thinking of that man's appearance, he continued, "It's the market leader of Chang'an Bay City, Han Yuanming. I know you've already refused him, but his methods for taking away your qualification aren't limited to just persuasion. He's just being polite first before resorting to force." Gao Peng asked, confused. "The market leader? That's a bit difficult. So what's his plan?" Old G explained in detail. "First, he'll ruin your reputation. He'll find a girl to say she admires you and invite you to a meal. Then, after you have the meal with that girl, something will happen. Afterward, that girl will falsely accuse you of raping her. Then, with a little push, a good kid with no background will find it hard to deny 100 accusations. A rumor repeated by many becomes a fact. I'm afraid you'll never be able to get rid of that label for the rest of your life. I hope you can take revenge yourself. Grandfather will fully support you. Actually, having a motivation to spur you on is also good. Hearing this, Gao Peng nodded lightly. Thank you, grandfather. He'll remember. Old G laughed and teased. Do you mean you'll remember grandfather's words? Or will you remember this person? Hearing this, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly without answering. Hee. Ji Handong's tone became serious. He opened his mouth and said, all right, let's get to business. He looked at his grandson seriously and suggested, I hope you can withdraw from this year's Alliance Youth Monster Tamer Tournament. Hearing this, he agreed without hesitation. He'll contact the organizing committee tomorrow. Seeing him agree so quickly, Old G was surprised and asked again, why? Grandfather came and asked you to give up an opportunity you worked so hard to get. And you're not going to object at all? He answered obediently. If grandfather says so, he must have his reasons. He'll listen to grandfather's reasoning first. Old G pushed himself up from the chair, sighed, and said, you little rascal. Ji Handong walked to the window. Looking outside, he said in a deep voice, you also know, it's only been a little over 3 years since the cataclysm occurred. In reality, the gap between people isn't that large. Thinking of the skyscrapers that were now just piles of rubble, he said faintly, age doesn't give anyone any advantage. Whether you're 30, 40, or 50, everyone is standing on the same starting line. He looked towards his grandson. He asked seriously, Little Peng, why must we be so childish as to compete for the title of strongest youth monster tamer? Wouldn't it be better to just drop the word youth? His eyes widened. He opened his mouth and repeated the 2 words his grandfather emphasized, monster tamer. Strongest. Old G looked out the window and replied, the strongest monster tamer. The era has changed. This is the best era for ambitious people. Although the Alliance currently controls the overall situation, it's only temporary. Sooner or later, a greater conflict will erupt. Gao Peng said in a low voice, Grandfather, you mean? Ji Handong imagined himself standing at the pinnacle of fame. His voice also became excited as he asked, you tell me, when a person commands a tamed beast that can move mountains and fill seas, will he still be content with being ordinary? Satisfied with his current status? A person's ambition always equals their ability. Hearing this, Gao Peng's brows furrowed slightly. His thin lips pressed together as he thought to himself. Suddenly, he didn't dare to imagine that day arriving. What would the future be like? Old G placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder. He said solemnly, so, strive to make yourself stronger. Participating in this competition again is just a waste of time. Men must have a bit of ambition. His lips moved slightly. He finally opened his mouth to ask, Grandfather, I have a question. He looked straight into his grandfather's eyes and asked, when that day comes, will there be powerful experts willing to protect the order? The number of people who want to stand above the order will certainly not be small. Then you became hesitant. Grandfather, so, do you hope to protect the order, or? Ji Handong laughed out loud. He gave an answer that he had never thought of. Silly child. Of course, I'm protecting you. Then he continued. Grandfather knows that making you withdraw from the competition like this has left you feeling uneasy. How about this? 3 months after the competition starts, I will recommend you for a position. You can participate in the competition as a referee. That's a position I can secure for you. You must work hard these 3 months. Hearing this, Gao Feng asked, startled, a referee? His expression suddenly became a little wicked. He thought to himself, participating in this competition is indeed meaningless, but being a referee is very meaningful. He imagined that after the competition started, seeing a contestant suddenly become a referee, those other contestants would surely be very happy. Today was a beautiful day. The sky was a vast expanse of blue. This was the airport terminal in the Chang'an base city. Gao Feng was on the escalator, carrying his suitcase. Behind him were his monsters. At this moment, he thought to himself, I'm finally home. But can a place without family still be considered home? After handling things here, he'll go to Yuzhou right away. He'll still choose Yuzhou University. So, where I go to university doesn't really make a big difference. Even though I can't be with grandfather, I can still be a little closer to him. The phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed continuously. Feng Xiu saw the call connect on his desk phone and got straight to the point. Little Gao, you're back from Jiangnan. Are you free? There's something I need your help with. It's definitely a good thing. Hearing this, he agreed. Director Feng. It just so happens I need to go to the association for something. Feng Xiu sighed and said into the phone, I've already withdrawn from the Beastbreeder Association. The person on the other end heard this and asked in surprise, Director Feng, why did you leave the Beastbreeder Association? Feng Xiu's eyes filled with anger as he thought of those people. He replied in a deep voice, It has become corrupted. It's no longer the Beastbreeder Association I once hoped for. The Beastbreeder Association has completely become a unit under the Monster Tamer Alliance. The Monster Tamer Alliance. Sigh, forget it, let's not talk about that stuff anymore. He glanced around his office and said, I'm working for the military now. There's a big job, are you interested? I can't give you many credit points, but I can pay you with other precious materials. Gao Feng didn't want to beat around the bush and said, Director Feng, just say what you need to say. If it's within my abilities, I'll do my best to help. The person on the other end replied, Then it'll be direct. He thought of the giant worm with iron hooks in its mouth and began to explain. You probably know about the Sadaman man-eating worms brought in from the Dali Desert before, right? A monster hunting squad discovered that within this colony, there is a Sadaman man-eating worm leader that is about to advance to the Lord tier. Gao Feng was shocked and asked, Are you guys preparing to capture this Sadaman man-eating worm that's about to become a Lord tier? Feng Xiu thought about the battle tanks and manpower they had and reassured him, Don't worry. We won't be participating in a Lord tier battle. We're just helping them clear the area when the Sadaman man-eating worm leader advances. Hearing this, Gao Feng looked at his phone and laughed. Haha. He imagined the scene of two Lord tier monsters and couldn't help but think to himself. The Dali Desert already has a Commander tier desert tyrant. Although the Dali Desert's area expanded a bit after the cataclysm, it's definitely not big enough to accommodate two Lord tier monsters. A great battle will surely break out then. It seems the Chang'an military is preparing to reap the benefits. Seeing Aban beside him let out a ha-ha laugh. Gao Feng quickly explained, I wasn't talking about you. He put the phone back to his ear and asked, Why are you looking for me? Doesn't the military have a lot of experts? Hearing this, Feng Xiu covered his mouth and coughed, speaking hesitantly. This plan was proposed by me, but the military leadership doesn't think highly of it. So I can only rely on myself to contact people. But don't worry, there's absolutely no major danger. I have a few military monster tamers on my side too. Besides, if the plan ultimately succeeds, Gao Feng joked, It seems that after you join the military, things aren't going so well, huh? Feng Xiu didn't answer. He just laughed. Haha. He asked again, All right then, when will that big worm advance? The voice on the phone suddenly grew louder, forcing him to hold it away from his ear. So you're saying you agree? Probably in 2 days. Don't worry. Consider this me owing you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just find me. Gao Peng said with a smile. It's such a big event. Of course, I have to go have some fun. Then wait for my notification. He hung up the call and continued walking. He thought to himself, a battle of this level is too far beyond me. Going there is just for fun. If I want to become a true expert, I also need to watch experts fight often to broaden my horizons. He thought of his grandfather's words. The strongest monster tamer, huh? Just then, he saw Sister Tang Tang already waiting and waving. He also waved back. Hearing a familiar cry, he glanced over in surprise. What is this fat penguin? This sound. Everyone followed Feng Xiu to the outskirts of Chang'an, near Clear Mirror Lake. Gao Peng looked at the surrounding scenery, thinking to himself, It's not too far out. This place isn't deep in the forest. It's even considered the outskirts. Feng Xiu led the way, pointed in a direction, and said, It's just ahead. Any further in is the territory of the Black Ash Overlord. The Black Ash Overlord's temper has never been very good. It doesn't dare to provoke that thing. Gao Peng looked at the hidden monster next to Sister Tang and thought in astonishment. Sister Tang has another monster this powerful? A status panel appeared next to it. Monster name: Pale Shadow Dragon Lizard. Level: 39. Quality: Perfect. Abilities: Skin Hardening Level 2. Passive effect: When it is in a static, motionless state, it will perfectly blend into the surrounding environment. Passive effect: The special characteristics of its skin surface allow it to absorb sound. It can also absorb sound waves. When moving, the sound is extremely faint. almost undetectable. He looked at the status panel, then at the monster, and thought, these attributes look a bit scary. I think I understand why Grandpa sent Sister Tang Tang. Looking at the man in gray with a green snake wrapped around his neck, and the boar standing at his feet, he muttered to himself. In contrast, looking at the assistant chairman Feng brought, this person introduced himself as Li Qing earlier. His monsters are a level 24 spiked hide boar and a level 21 green poisonous blood snake. Then he looked towards the man in a brown shirt next to him. Beside him was a red chicken. He thought, and this one is named Chini. His monster is a level 27 beckoning fire finch. They're not on the same level at all. He suddenly frowned, puzzled. Wait a minute. Li Qing. Qin-yi. Chong. A homophone? Feng Xiao, walking ahead, raised his hand to signal a stop and said, here. We can't get any closer. A monster about to break through is at its most sensitive. We absolutely must not provoke it right now. Seeing a pit in front of them, filled with Satama man-eating worms. Gao Peng exclaimed in surprise, this many? Feng Xiao said in a low voice beside him. Actually, in the end, we might not even need to act. These Satama man-eating worms will naturally protect their leader. He looked at Feng Xiao and asked, by the way, is this Black Ash Overlord's name actually Black Ash Overlord? Feng Xiao turned his head and replied, no. It currently occupies the entire Black Ash Forest, so it's called the Black Ash Overlord. After all, not all Overlord tier monsters can have their own territory. He remembered that Desert Tyrant and continued. For example, if that Desert Tyrant could occupy the Great Prophet Desert for long enough, perhaps we could call it the Great Prophet Overlord. Feng Xiao turned his head to remind everyone. Everyone, be careful. The Satama man-eating worm is about to level up. There will definitely be many monsters taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Peng announced, Chairman Feng, we have company. Seeing a giant chicken rushing over. His jaw dropped in surprise as he shouted, whoa, what a big chicken. Seeing this, Feng Xiao laughed smugly, haha, chickens eat worms. This Satama man-eating worm, about to advance to the Overlord tier, is an immense temptation for it. He looked at the chicken jumping on the worms, then turned to him and said, little Gao, look. This golden-feathered steel chicken is relying on species suppression to easily escape the worm's obstruction. The golden-feathered steel chicken continuously stomped on the worms as it advanced. Suddenly, it couldn't see any more worms and looked left and right. Gao Peng also looked left and right repeatedly. He asked in surprise, where are the worms? Where did my huge worms go? Standing nearby, Tang Tang couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Feng Xiao coughed dryly and explained, ahem. Be a little serious. The worms have burrowed underground. The leader of these human flesh depraved worms probably hid underground when it was leveling up. Of course, we couldn't find it. Little Gao, your talent is not bad, but you still don't have enough experience. You still need to learn more. Gao Peng was suffering in silence, only able to think to himself. You're an elite in the beast breeding world. Nothing escapes your notice. If you see through something, how am I supposed to explain it? The corpse-feathered golden rooster over there was still walking around, looking for prey. Suddenly, a worm shot out from underground and latched onto one of its legs. The rooster tried to fly up, but it was held back by the combined force of the worms below. Feng Xiao continued, little Gao, look. Once those worms get the upper hand, this rooster won't be able to fly anymore. Finally, the corpse-feathered golden rooster was pulled down by the swarm of worms, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The man-eating worms took the opportunity to rush forward and devour the rooster. Seeing this, Gao Peng closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. This rooster's combat strength is really not good. Feng Xiao remained calm and said, don't be hasty. This is just the appetizer. Tang Tang suddenly raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Shoo! The ground trembled violently. She said nonchalantly, a big one is coming. A giant spider emerged from the woods. The notification panel appeared. Monster name: Brutal Terror Mother Spider. Pseudo-Lord tier. Level: 40.5. Attribute: Rock. Weakness: Compound Eye. Blood-draining pincer fruit. Platinum Rot Tan. Abilities: Enhanced Silk Blade, Level 2. Hardened Skin, Level 1. Seeing this, Gao Peng muttered uncertainly, these stats. They look a little familiar. A crimson flame suddenly appeared on its body. Wherever the spider went, the worms were sliced in half before it. Gao Peng lowered his gaze, speculating to himself. This mother spider is probably the mother of the brutal terror spider nest that Lu Sunlin and his people were preparing to conquer, isn't it? I remember they failed that conquest. Quite a few people died. But they also interrupted the mother spider's advancement. It can only be considered a flawed Lord tier. Feng Xiu said guiltily indeed. But the military always thought it was killed by the Black Plague Lord. I didn't expect it to still be alive. I didn't think this through. Let's try to stall for time. He asked worriedly. Are you serious? Although this is a flawed Lord tier monster, it still has 1 foot over that threshold. He pondered, relying on just our group. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Tang Tang and her tamed monster. A glimmer of hope ignited. No, wait. It seems like it's not impossible to cause some trouble. Tang Tang looked at Feng Xiu and spoke up. We can make a move, but we want this brutal terror mother spider. Hearing this, he let out a surprised huh? He was still worried, saying, we can only slightly hinder this mother spider. Relying on just the few of us to hunt this brutal terror mother spider is not enough. She turned around. She gave instructions. All right. Little Peng and I will handle it. You guys be on guard in case other monsters interfere. Seeing the phantom dragon lizard, Feng Xiu's confidence grew. He thought, Little Gao's sister has such a rare tamed monster with a hidden attribute. In the military region, anyone lucky enough to have this type of tamed monster would immediately be treated as a priority target for cultivation. This sister is no ordinary person. Gao Peng looked at the person in front of him. Wanting to help, he said, Sister Tang Tang. He'll have Adai help you. Tang Tang didn't refuse, replying, All right, Little Peng. You stand behind me and pay attention to our surroundings. Feng Xiu chimed in. Then we will also. Before he could finish, Tang Tang shot him a look, rejecting him. You guys stay out of the way. He whined in a low voice. You can't be so biased, sis. She didn't answer him. She released the tamed monster in her hands and ordered, Go, Ruan. Looking at it radiating killing intent, she said nonchalantly, Go take out that spider. Seeing Ruan approaching, the mother spider immediately went into attack mode. Ruan quickened its pace. Sharp claws extended from its toes. Its expression was extremely excited. Seeing this, Feng Xiu was impressed. This tame monster's claws are very formidable. Tang Tang threw cold water on his excitement, saying, It's not enough. Looking at the several cuts revealed on the mother spider's body, she continued, The wounds Ruan inflicted are only flesh wounds. No internal organs were injured. A pink tongue shot out and wrapped tightly around the mother spider's leg. It turned out to be the tongue of the phantom dragon tadpole. But the mother spider fought back. The phantom dragon tadpole's tongue was trembling nonstop. The mother spider raised its leg. A glint of light revealed its extreme sharpness. Then it stabbed its leg fiercely into the ground, sending soil and rocks flying everywhere. The tadpole reacted quickly, dodging to the side. It moved in a zigzag pattern to escape the attack. The mother spider continuously shot poisonous silk, chasing closely behind the tadpole. Seeing this, Gao Peng said in a low voice, This can't go on. Although the mother spider can't injure the tadpole, we can't launch an effective attack on the mother spider either. Ah Chun beside him also showed a worried expression. Gao Peng looked at Adai and ordered, Adai, use blood thread heart. Adai pulled back his cloak, revealing the body within. Then he touched the red heart inside with his hand. Attacked by Adai, the mother spider opened its mouth wide, looking extremely angry. Adai looked at the mother spider growing larger before him, seeming a bit horrified. Seeing this, Gao Peng was just as surprised. It lost its effect so quickly? Fighting above its level is still too much of a stretch. Just try to stall for as long as possible. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Gao Peng watched the flying debris with a worried expression, thinking, an earthquake. Could it be? Something shot out from the ground, sending the mother spider flying. Then the creature's mouth, full of sharp teeth, bit off one of the mother spider's legs. Seeing this, Feng Xiu raised his hand in a victory gesture and said happily, The upgrade was a success. Gao Peng's mouth twitched as he smiled inwardly. This is different from that mother spider. An information panel appeared next to the crazily attacking monster. Monster name, Sandworm Lord. Level 41. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Earth type. Weakness, Fire type. Gaopeng assessed. It's a genuine Lord tier. The sandworm looked down from above. Its mouth was wide open, ready to attack at any moment. Fengxiu looked slightly worried. He calculated inwardly. Why must you fight this spider to the death? This spider is a pseudo-lord that failed its evolution, with almost zero potential. You should go find the desert tyrant to deal with it. That way, the military can reap the benefits. Suddenly, the sandworm burrowed into the ground. The mother spider saw this and thought, it burrowed underground? So it wants to run away? Then the mother spider began to frantically dig up the earth, searching for the sandworm. Gaopeng looked at Fengxiu and said with a smile, "This mother spider is angry. On the contrary, it took the opportunity to collapse the tunnel. Looks like we've completely lost track of the big worm." Fengxiu glanced at him and replied, "That's right. It seems our operation this time was a success." Li Qing, who was observing from the front, noticed something and called out, "Old Feng, look. This spider's behavior is very strange." Seeing the mother spider spinning around and around, the ground was covered in worms. He continued, "It's been spinning nonstop from the beginning. It's not driven mad because its food ran away, is it?" Tang Tang watched for a moment, then voiced her thoughts. This mother spider consumed a lot of energy during the fight just now. It might be a little hungry. She told everyone to look at the mother spider's legs and said, "Look, it's deliberately compressing the space for the other worms, gathering them together." Then, the mother spider suddenly opened its mouth and shot out spider silk. The silk accurately wrapped around the pile of worms on the ground. The mother spider used its legs to tightly wrap the silk and the worms inside, then stuffed it into its mouth. Gaopeng touched his stomach, which was rumbling from hunger. He compared in a low voice, "Why does it feel like eating black bean noodles?" Fengxiu's face. Li Qing and Qiner looked at Gaopeng a little strangely. He looked at the three of them and asked in confusion, "What are you guys looking at me for?" Leaving the group behind him who were still discussing, Gaopeng looked at Tang Tang and said, "The mother spider's injuries aren't serious. It seems we have no way to capture it." Tang Tang said with a serious expression, "Don't be hasty. The good part is still to come." The tadpole standing nearby suddenly stopped, raised its head, and roared. Then, as fast as lightning, one of the mother spider's legs was severed. The phantom dragon tadpole that was hidden nearby gradually revealed itself. Right now, it was staring intently at the mother spider. The phantom dragon tadpole opened its mouth wide and spat out a white mist. Then it rushed forward and bit off another of the mother spider's legs. The mother spider roared in pain from the continuous attacks. The mother spider knocked the tadpole away for inflicting a light injury on it. Then it kicked the phantom dragon tadpole away for causing a moderate injury. Seeing this, Gaopeng said worriedly, "This is not good. Sister Tang Tang, the mother spider's combat power is still very strong. We should reconsider our plan." Tang Tang pointed a finger to the sky. She replied calmly, "Xiaopeng, don't worry. This time, it won't be able to run." A pair of giant wings descended from the sky. The wind from those wings sent objects on the ground flying chaotically into the air. Gaopeng looked up. He said in a low voice, "That is." The bird landed. One foot touched the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Its eyes could be seen emitting a golden light. Sharp talons and a faint golden light radiated from its body. Gaopeng said in astonishment, "A Lord-tier monster. It's an avian-type lord." An information panel appeared. Monster name: Blood-Eyed Lake Eagle. Extreme strength. Level 42. Quality: Normal. Status: Healthy. Calm. Abilities: Power of Wind LV 3, Strengthened Stomach LV 2. Attribute: Wind type. Weaknesses: Lightning type. 2, Fire type. Metal type. 4, Dark type. Upgrade to Elite quality. Dark Evolution. Divine Evolution. Bloodline Evolution. Fengxiu looked at everyone and reminded them, "Everyone, be careful. This Lord-tier monster might have also been attracted by the man-eating earthworms. Right now, this half-Lord-tier mother spider is drawing its attention. As long as we don't actively provoke it, we probably won't be in any danger." Seeing the blood-eyed lake eagle lowering its head, someone asked wonderingly, "Why isn't it attacking the mother spider? Instead, it's bowing its head. This doesn't fit the behavior of an avian species." Tang Tang answered. It's observing a moment of silence for these monsters. Hearing this, Feng Xiu let out a low ah. Gao Peng heard this and was confused. He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Wait a minute. Sister Tang Tang, why is it observing a moment of silence?" Hearing this, Tang Tang replied with a strange, sarcastic tone. "Because it's watched too many movies. Something like The Godmother. Or maybe it played too much of that game with the letter A. Angry Birds. But I'm not sure." Li Qing looked at the girl before him as if he understood and said, "No. This Lord Tier monster is yours, isn't it?" Tang Tang chuckled and said, "Haha. When us girls go out, we always need some tricks up our sleeves to protect ourselves." But in her heart, she thought, what kind of self-defense trick is this? Gao Peng closed his eyes and thought, at this point, even if someone told me that Grandpa's monster familiar is a dragon, I wouldn't be very surprised. Looking at the injured mother spider in front of it, the blood-eyed lake eagle still showed no signs of attacking. Tang Tang looked at the bird shaking its head and complained, "This guy still has this bad habit." Hearing this, Gao Peng asked unhurriedly, "What habit?" The group with Feng Xiu beside them perked up their ears to listen. They thought to themselves, "This is a rare Lord-tier monster familiar. We must study its habits." Tang Tang tilted her head slightly, appearing to try hard to recall as she spoke. "It thinks it's a scavenger. It can only eat rotten flesh and cannot kill. So right now, it's adjusting its mentality." Hearing this, Feng Xiu's group felt like they were struck by lightning. They all thought, adjusting its mentality? There's such a thing? Tang Tang looked at the blood-eyed lake eagle, spread her hands and said, "You can't eat this mother spider. It's seriously injured. We're taking it back with us." Hearing that, the bird looked surprised and asked back, "Can't eat it?" Then it flapped its wings continuously. It looked extremely disappointed. Suddenly, the blood-eyed lake eagle shot straight up into the sky. Gao Peng's group below looked up in astonishment. Then it circled in the air. The dazzling golden light from its body gradually radiated out, growing darker in color. The mother spider raised its head. Its whole body trembled as it watched the black shadow slowly descend. The blood-eyed lake eagle landed on the ground. Affected by the aftershock, the mother spider's whole body was thrown into the distance. Blue blood splattered everywhere. Some of the blue blood landed on the bird's face. It licked away the bloodstain with its tongue. The light radiating from its eyes looked incredibly heroic. Feng Xiu was stunned by this scene and said, "This half-lord tier monster was subdued just like that? It seems a bit too easy." Tang Tang's voice rang out. "Sever its leg tendons." Hearing this, the blood-eyed lake eagle stared at its own sharp talons. Then it used its wings to slash repeatedly at the mother spider's legs. Tang Tang said with a smile, "This way, it won't be able to run anymore." Feng Xiu said admiringly, "Little sister, your monster familiar is really strong." "All done." Gao Peng waved at the person in front of him and said, "Association head Feng. We'll be taking this mother spider with us," Feng Xiu replied. The two, Li Qing and Qin and I, also continued, "We're considering our mission complete." Feng Xiu answered, "More or less." The sun gradually set, making way for the darkness. The sparkling light of the stars filled the entire sky. At Gao Peng's villa, the lights had been turned on throughout the house. Gao Peng looked at the two information panels next to the mother spider. Severity of injury, critical. Movement impaired. Monster name, Cruel Terror Mother Spider. Original owner, promotion to Lord Tier. Required materials, complete. Great Earth Rock Heart. 1 caddy of earth water flowing magma. After reading it, he sighed and said, "The quality promotion section only shows one option. This also means it only has one type of promotion option. Perhaps its potential has been greatly damaged. Its evolutionary path is lacking, and I've never heard of these promotion materials before. It seems this mother spider can't be used anymore." He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Sister Tang Tang, do you want this mother spider?" Tang Tang was feeding Xiaoyan. Hearing this, she said dismissively, "What would I want a spider for? It's hideous. If you don't need it, then give it to your grandpa to use as a test subject." Aban, who was standing nearby, had teary eyes. Its whole body trembled, thinking it was being abandoned. Tang Tang patted Aban's head comfortingly. "I wasn't talking about you. Our Aban is the best behaved." Gao Peng gestured invitingly and said, Sister Tang Tang. It's so late. Let's eat together. Tang Tang refused. Next time. I still have to find someone to handle this mother spider. Gao Peng's hand grasped the doorknob. He slowly opened the door. A bright yellow light flashed from inside. Dazi ran out from the room. With a wronged expression, it called, Master. Seeing its appearance, Gao Peng asked worriedly, What's wrong? What's wrong? Dazi circled around Gao Peng's leg, saying sadly, Wanna eat? Eat ribs. He said with a difficult expression. There are no ribs in the house. What can I do? Am I supposed to magically make bones for you? Dazi seemed to have thought of something. Its face lit up with joy. Gao Peng followed the direction Dazi's claw was pointing and said in a low voice, Adai. He cracked a smile. His voice revealed a strange tone. Interesting. Gao Peng pointed at the pot of bubbling broth and said to Adai, Come, come. Adai, get over here. Adai said hesitantly, Is this a delicious meal Master made for me? Adai's voice was full of emotion. Even though I'm just a skeleton. Even though I can't eat anything. But Master hasn't forgotten me. Gao Peng took a sip from the bowl of soup and commented, The taste isn't bad. Besides, this level of heat seems to be nothing to Adai. So this means, from now on, I won't need to buy ingredients for rib soup anymore. He carried the pot of broth towards the group of familiars and called out happily, Come on, drink the rib soup. Over there. Ah-chun was comforting Adai, who was hugging its knees. Gao Peng stood by the window, looking at the full moon in the sky, and thought to himself, A new map is about to be unlocked. Yuzhou is a large base city with skyscrapers packed closely together. It's surrounded by dense forests. Gao Peng was sitting on a plane. A flight attendant came over to remind him, Sir, we are about to arrive in Yuzhou. He looked out the airplane window and said in a low voice, We're here? At Yuzhou Airport. Tang Tang was on the phone. Got it. I understand. You go ahead with your work. Gao Peng looked around and assessed silently. So this is Yuzhou Airport? It doesn't feel any different from Chang'an City. It's just that the sense of technology is stronger. Tang Tang looked at the person in front of her and said, Your grandfather has some business to attend to. He couldn't come to pick you up. But he has made arrangements at the company. We can just go there directly. Hearing this, Gao Peng asked, Did something happen? Tang Tang smiled and said, Just a small matter. Nothing to worry about. A large ship was cutting through the waves, rushing forward. Two people were standing at the bow of the ship. Suddenly, the water's surface began to churn violently. Part of a monster's body was revealed nearby. Jihan Dong stood with his arms crossed over his chest. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked at the monster and said, Is this the thing that's disturbing my reunion with my grandson? The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Its red eyes looked incredibly ferocious. Watching the monster gradually approach, the person next to him said worriedly, Chairman, this place is dangerous. We should leave first. But Ji Handong was not afraid at all. He casually called out, Hurry up. I still have to meet my grandson. A white dragon shot forward like lightning and bit the monster's neck. Red blood splattered everywhere. After the swift battle, the monster slowly breathed its last amidst a white mist. The dragon straightened its body, looking incredibly majestic. The water's surface was indeed its territory. The monster was dead. Blood from its body flowed out, dyeing a large area of the surrounding water red. Looking at the monster's corpse lying there, a continuous stream of orders rang out. Tell the retrieval team to be careful. The body of a monster of this level is a treasure trove. Logistics team, follow up quickly. The alloy hook is ready. Tell the blue monkey team to prepare to enter the water. A brown monkey holding an iron hook prepared to jump into the water. Another monkey had already jumped in. Under the water, the iron hooks were quickly attached to the monster's body. A monkey surfaced. It raised its hand to signal and said, Blue monkey team's task is complete. Begin pulling. An image of two boats pulling the monster was displayed on the screen. A voice rang out, tinged with annoyance. Again, we can only see this. It's a mysterious fog every time. We can't see the real battle inside. Instructor Chun complained while eating watermelon. Our old Master Ji is so mischievous. At the Southern Sky Group, the security guard looked at Tang Tang presenting her card and said with a smile, This way, please. After entering, turn left. There's a rest area for large tamed beasts. She also replied cheerfully. Gao Peng looked at the monster taller than Tang Tang and the information panel next to it. Monster name: Blazing Demon White Spider. Level 34. He whispered in amazement. A leader-tier plant-type monster guarding the door. So rich it's inhumane. Tang Tang gestured with her hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go in first and wait. Treat this place like your own home." "Got it." Gao Peng responded with an okay. The nearby girl in the red dress couldn't help but let out a puff of laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Tang Tang asked, confused, "What are you laughing at?" She waved her hand and explained with a laugh, "Haha. Sorry. A little country bumpkin." The man walking in front urged them on. "Why bother explaining to them? We don't even know where these visitors are from. Let's go. We have to meet someone important today." Seeing their attitude, Gao Peng smiled encouragingly and said, "Sister Tang Tang, how come no one here knows you? Looks like you still have to work harder." Tang Tang coughed twice, ahem. "Haven't I been in Chang'an for the past 2 years without coming back?" She suddenly raised her hand and called out to a nearby man, "Old Han." Secretary Han looked towards Tang Tang. He hesitated and asked, "Is this Little Tang?" The man, who hadn't walked far away yet, heard the conversation and whispered to himself, "Secretary Han knows them." Secretary Han looked at the young man in front of him and said with a friendly smile, "You must be Little Peng, right? It's good that you're here. Chairman Ji is back. He's waiting for you upstairs. He'll take you." Gao Peng replied politely, "Sorry to trouble you." The man heard what Secretary Han said, turned his head to look, and thought in astonishment, "Chairman Ji? There's only one Chairman Ji in the Southern Sky Group." Gao Peng looked at the girl in the red dress and laughed, "Haha." Hearing this, she made a disgruntled sound. Realizing he was mocking her, she stomped her foot angrily and said, "You little brat, you're so rude." The man next to her immediately raised a hand to stop her. Gao Peng said cheerfully, "My greatest virtue is that I don't hold grudges, because I usually get my revenge on the spot." Tang Tang sighed and said, "You're really something." Secretary Han couldn't help but laugh, "Haha. What a personality. Not bad, not bad." The elevator dinged, announcing its arrival. Ji Handong stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at his grandson and said, "Little Peng, you're here." Gao Peng's face lit up with joy as he called out, "Grandpa." Secretary Han spoke up, "Chairman." Then he'll arrange Tang Tang's accommodation first. Ji Handong's voice rang out, "Go on." Gao Peng looked at the person before him and asked, "Grandpa, is there something you want to tell me?" Ji Handong said slowly, "Before you start school, you'll temporarily work at the Southern Sky Group." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Now? Isn't it a bit soon?" Ji Handong said gently, "I'm old now. Something unexpected could happen any day. The Southern Sky Group will have to be handed over to you someday, so you need to learn how to manage it quickly." Gao Peng clutched the straps of the bag on his chest with both hands. He said in a low voice, "Grandpa." Ji Handong coughed twice and ordered, "Ahem. Let's do that. You'll go to the HR department first." He thought to himself, "Isn't this too strict? After all, Xiao Peng is just a high school student." Then he continued, "Even though you're my grandson, you still have to start from the bottom at the company. Go to the HR department for 2 days first. Then he'll find a chance to move you to the experiment department, about setting up a lab for you." Should we temporarily hide your identity?" Gao Peng was surprised to hear this and asked, "Hide my identity? Why?" Ji Handong raised a hand to his mouth to cover his embarrassment and said, "Well, I heard young people like to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger." Gao Peng had a speechless expression on his face. He replied, "That's other people. I don't have such a strange hobby." Ji Handong leaned on his cane and laughed loudly. "Haha. As expected of my Ji Hanwas grandson. You don't have those bad habits." Gao Peng lowered his head, thinking to himself, "Grandpa, have you been reading too many novels?" Secretary Han raised his hand to knock and said, "Chairman Ji, the arrangements have been made." Ji Handong answered. He looked at his grandson and said, "Go on, Xiao Peng. Let Secretary Han introduce you to a different kind of battlefield." Secretary Han took Gao Peng to the business department. He gestured towards the man and introduced, "Xiao Peng. This is Chao Jiang, the minister of our business department." Chao Jiang bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Gao, I was presumptuous this morning." Gao Peng went over to help him up and said, Minister Chow, you're joking. How could you be presumptuous? It was just a small matter. He thought to himself, I just arrived. And a minister-level figure suddenly runs over, bowing and apologizing. This is so majestic. An information panel appeared beside him. Healthy, calm. He thought to himself, to sacrifice some of his pride and conveniently dig such a big pit for me. This Minister Chow is truly a talent. At this moment, Chow Jiang smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Then young Master Gao must have a lot to handle today. I won't bother you any longer. Another day, you must give me the honor of having a meal together. Secretary Han saw that the two of them seemed to know each other. He watched Chow Jiang walk away and asked Xiao Peng, You and this Chow Jiang are? Gao Peng replied, Uncle Han. It really was a small matter. Minister Chow was overreacting a bit. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. He continued, This Minister Chow acted so meekly towards a kid like me in front of everyone. He didn't show a single hint of negative emotion. Is his emotional control that terrifying? Or is he just naturally that frighteningly calm? Secretary Han patted his shoulder and said with a smile, That's something for Xiao Peng to discover on his own. But with Minister Chow putting on a show like that, your work later might be quite frustrating. How about you go to the district of 100 professions to handle recruitment? Gao Peng heard the key phrase and asked again, The district of 100 professions? 2 cars drove in a line. Secretary Han's voice rang out. The district of 100 professions. He looked at Gao Peng and explained. It's considered a relatively underdeveloped economic zone of Yuzhou. He was currently resting his hand on the car door. Hearing that, he asked, How underdeveloped? He looked at the scenery outside. The person next to him spoke up. When the cataclysm happened, quite a few people actually died. After that, the social structure underwent a massive change. This place is mostly comprised of communities that couldn't adapt to the changes. Seeing the dilapidated houses here, he asked, Then why is it called 100 professions? Secretary Han didn't mind explaining further. Because the population waiting for work here comes from all the pre-cataclysm professions. Of course, in the beginning, some people from the district of 100 professions refused to accept this situation. They struggled and worked hard to leave the district of 100 professions. As for the rest, they're all. As he spoke, the car stopped. He said, We're here. Gao Peng looked up at the building in front of him. Secretary Han stood beside him and introduced it. This is the Southern Sky Group's branch in the district of 100 professions. It's also responsible for managing human resources in this area. He turned his head to the side and asked, That is, looking at the people standing and sitting nearby. There were even people sleeping. Secretary Han explained. That is the recruitment hall of 100 Trade City. Inside are all the masters of 100 trades. Gao Peng asked in a surprised voice. Masters of 100 trades? What does that mean? Secretary Han saw Gao Peng looking at him and continued. It's just a joke. Many people here have lost their relatives, or their houses have collapsed, or they're unwilling to sign a blood contract. They think it's a curse from the devil. Most of them are just living day by day, living from one day to the next. He led him inside. Pointing to 2 people, he introduced them. Meet your new colleagues, Xiao Peng. This is Section Chief Wang, sent from the headquarters personnel department. This is Director G of the branch. The man in the suit, Section Chief Wang, bowed slightly and said, Hello, young Master Gao. The woman in white beside him, Director G, also smiled and said, Hello, Director Gao. Gao Peng looked at the man's polite attitude and said, Section Chief Wang, we're all colleagues from now on. It's better if you address me by my title, just like Director G. Section Chief Wang bowed his head slightly again and replied, No problem, whatever you say. Secretary Han returned to the car. Before getting in the car, he turned, waved, and said, Xiao Peng, this place is indeed a bit messy, but management is also relatively relaxed. It's a place that can really train a person. Good luck. Ji Tong has other instructions. They'll be leaving first. Contact me if anything comes up. Gao Peng looked at the person in front of him and said, Let's go, Section Chief Wang. Show me around. Section Chief Wang pointed in one direction, gesturing and saying, All right, young Master Gao. This way, please. Gao Peng remained silent, annoyed that he didn't remember what he had said. Section Chief Wang led Gao Peng to a room. It contained a lot of training equipment. He said, Young Master Gao, What we just saw was the branch's warehouse. And this place is our monster familiar training ground. Gao Peng adjusted his glasses and said, Section Chief Wang. From now on, call me Director Gao. If you get it wrong one time, he'll deduct your salary once. Section Chief Wang quickly agreed. Understood, Director Gao. Seeing him like this, he could only sigh and say, this old fox. He touched a piece of training equipment and asked, does every branch have these things? Section Chief Wang replied, basically, every branch has them. It's just that no one uses them. Who would use this stuff anyway? He looked around, thought about everyone going for outdoor combat training, and continued. The people from the security and guard departments all have more advanced and luxurious training grounds. Besides, they also regularly go into the forests for outdoor combat training. Hearing his explanation, Gao Peng smiled and said, Section Chief Wang, you can go attend to your business first. As for the recruitment in the 100 Trade City District, Section Chief Wang didn't wait for him to finish and interjected, Young Master Gao. Director Gao, rest assured, someone will periodically report all matters, big and small, from below to you. You just need to look at the specific recruitment and personnel deployment results. Normally, nothing will bother you. After speaking, he bowed deeply to him. Then I won't disturb Director Gao any longer. He touched the training equipment that had signs of use. He thought with a pensive expression. Basically, no one uses them? Then where did this wear and tear come from? Gao Peng waved to Xiao Yin in the distance, calling, Xiao Yin, come here. Watching it run over, he thought to himself, Xiao Yin truly is the child of an overlord tier monster. Its growth speed is extremely fast. It's already level 20. Once it breaks through to the commander tier, it will be considered to have formed true combat strength. And it can also directly fill the gap of me not having a flying type monster familiar. He looked at Xiao Yin and asked, can you still fly now? Seeing its sturdy physique, he couldn't help but break into a sweat. But he still took it out to the field. He pointed to some nearby hoops and said, then try flying. Fly through these hoops. I want to see how much agility you have left. Xiao Yin flapped its wings vigorously. Its starting form was excellent. Then it took off and rushed towards the first hoop quickly. Gao Peng praised it generously. Not bad. Its acceleration speed is considered top tier among avian-type monster familiars at this level. However, its body crashed into the pillar below, not the hoop. The impact snapped the pillar in half. Xiao Yin also fell. It fell from above and rolled on the ground. Gao Peng saw Xiao Yan's head spinning and couldn't help but turn his back. His whole body trembled from holding back laughter, but he still couldn't hide the sound that escaped. He patted its head comfortingly. Let's do something simpler first. It's okay. Don't be discouraged. You have to believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. After that, Xiao Yin was indeed able to successfully fly through the rings. Gao Peng shouted encouragement. You can control your turns now. Again, Xiao Yin continuously flew through the rings. His voice rang out, cheering. Again, Xiao Yin flew through the rings in a zigzag pattern with wind-like speed. Gao Peng praised, beautiful. You did it. Xiao Yin is truly amazing. Xiao Yan's entire body suddenly emitted a red light. It raised its head and let out a loud cry. Seeing this, Gao Peng said in surprise. A breakthrough? What is this? Hard training plus its innate talent. Xiao Yin was surrounded by flames emitting an orange-red glow. Feathers flew about. Beside it were two notification panels. Upgrade. Level 21. Looking at Xiao Yin flying happily in the air, Gao Peng, leaning on his crutches, said, I didn't expect the phenomenon caused by Xiao Yin's breakthrough to be this grand. Xiao Yin flew around. Two information panels appeared beside it. Monster name, Fire Crane. Growth phase, growing. Level 21. Quality, perfect. Current quality. After promoting to Lord Tier, it was downgraded to Elite quality. Attribute, Fire. Ability, Fire Control, Level 1. Trait, Fire Feathers. Effect 1, Passive Ability. Firebirds have. They can ride the fire. Greatly increases fire resistance. Effect 2, Active Ability. The feathers can also leave the body, fly towards the enemy, and explode. After exploding, it will ignite the fire elements in the air. Seeing this, Gao Peng thought with confusion. The monster's abilities and traits have all been awakened and unlocked. The first type, the passive effect, is easy to understand. But the second type, the active ability, is a bit harder to grasp. He put his hand on his chin, pondering. It's not that the fire element within the feathers causes the explosion. Instead, it's more like the fire element acts as a spark, causing the fire in the air to explode. The power should be quite impressive. The only unfortunate thing is that using this ability consumes its feathers. He thought of a bald Xiao Yin and couldn't help but sigh internally. If it's used too frequently in a short period. Gao Peng cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Xiao Yin, do you know what model you used to promote? This model will be fixed. Hearing this, Xiao Yin turned its head to look. Its body couldn't help but tremble. He laughed happily and said, haha, just kidding. Then he looked to the side, saw Adai lifting weights, and called out, let's go, Adai. Hearing this, Adai dropped the weights to the ground. Then, the group left this place. In Gao Peng's ear was the sound of Xiao Yin chattering nonstop in anger. Late at night, in the silent atmosphere of the training ground, a rustling sound suddenly came from the base of the brick wall. Then, the base of the brick wall opened. A grimy boy was kneeling there, carefully looking around. Beside him was a small monster with glowing eyes. The boy took out a tool, gave it to the small monster, and said, this time, we'll practice with this. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the boy's body, startling him. He had a terrified expression. A voice sounded out. How long have you been coming here? Seeing a young man and a large monster in front of him, the little boy stuttered. I've been coming for half a year. I'm sorry. I know this isn't right. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Peng interrupted. Let it go this time. But don't come in this way anymore. The boy bowed his head. He said politely, I'm sorry, sir, for using this equipment. And also, thank you. The little boy led his small monster away. Gao Peng remained silent. He was thinking to himself, it seems not everyone who comes here is just trying to get by. Some people, even if they are in hell, will still yearn for the light. He suddenly shouted, stop. The boy's whole body froze. Gao Peng, with his back still to the boy, said, from now on, use the main gate. They'll have someone make an ID card for you. Hearing this, the boy smiled happily. Tears welled up in his eyes. Gao Peng waved and walked away. As he left, he instructed, come tomorrow morning. If anyone stops you, just say that Gao Peng told you to come. Even though the boy knew the other person couldn't see him, he still bowed low and said, thank you. At the training ground, Gao Peng was training with Xiao Yin. Its flaming body soared into the air. Section Chief Wang brought the boy from last night to Gao Peng and said, Director Gao, the boy you mentioned has arrived. The identity card has been made for him. Hearing this, Gao Peng replied. Then, he bent down, looked at the little boy, and asked, what's your name? The boy answered in a small voice. Li Juanzong. He pointed in one direction and said, there's a bathroom over there. Bathe your monster. After that, go train. Li Juanzong said, flattered and surprised, watching the boy and his little monster run off. An information panel appeared. Monster name, Corrupting Blood Rat. Heavy Metal Mutation. Level 4. Status, lightly injured, fatigued. Quality, elite. Attribute, metal. Weakness, light. Section Chief Wang's voice rang out. This kid is pretty lucky to actually find a monster in the sewers. And he can even make the monster obey him. It's a good thing he has this rat. Otherwise, this kid has no parents at such a young age. I don't know how he would have survived. Hearing this, Gao Peng turned his head in surprise and asked, in the sewers? Section Chief Wang talked about the glowing eyes in the sewers. He couldn't help but say, Director Gao, you may not know, but there are quite a few monsters in the sewers of our city of 100 Industries district. They all survive on the city's garbage. Hearing this, Gao Peng wondered, so you just leave them be? Letting them breed freely in the sewers? Section Chief Wang quickly explained. Those monsters used to come to the surface when it all started. But then the monster tamers killed them a few times. And now they all obediently stay underground. He imagined a scene of swarming rats appearing on the streets and couldn't help but shudder. Seeing his reaction, Section Chief Wang continued proudly. We don't know how other base cities handle it. But Yuzhou City has absolutely nothing to worry about. Chairman Ji has a monster in the sewers. It feeds on the monsters down there. Hearing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, interesting. Humans control the light of the city, while monsters occupy the darkness of the city. They rely on the waste produced by humans to survive. This is completely different from the situation in Chang'an City. Li Juanzong returned. He was much cleaner now. The boy said while wiping the monster in his hands. There are a lot of monsters in the sewers. Many people in the city don't dare to go down there. Last time, I was so hungry that I had to go down to find food. I happened to find an injured blood rat. Little blood rat is very agile. It can dodge monsters and help me find food. Gao Peng stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. So you mean this corrupting blood rat is raising you? He looked at the person next to him and asked, Section Chief Wang. The factory has been expanding recently. Isn't the recruitment quota hard to fill? Hearing this, Section Chief Wang laughed and asked, Director Gao, are you saying? Gao Peng looked at Li Juanzong and said, how about coming to our factory? Although you're still young, your base salary will definitely be a bit lower than others. But we provide food and lodging. Also, after work, you can use the training grounds for free. Hearing this, the boy was stunned speechless. After the initial shock passed, the boy exclaimed joyfully, thank you. Seeing this, Gao Peng smiled happily. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This soft heart of mine. In the building. In Gao Peng's dormitory room. The lights were still on. He returned to his room. Seeing Daisy excitedly showing off the mouse on its claw, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The status panel showed the monster's level. Level 25. He thought to himself. Level 25. Didn't I just ask Grandpa to look after it for a bit this morning? What kind of high-grade food did he feed Daisy? Gao Peng thought about Daisy and Aban, his expression slightly grim as he mused. Both Daisy and Aban haven't reached the peak potential of their current species, so their leveling speed during this period should be very high. But this level jump is too exaggerated. Could it be because Grandpa was watching them? He looked up at a chun floating in the air. Its two tentacles were clasped in front of its chest. Seeing it looking like it was doing yoga, he sighed. A chun reached level 20 just by lazing around. But its quality is still only elite, so it can't break through to the commander tier. I remember that after evolving into a wood spirit jellyfish, it gained a wood-type healing attribute. Let's find a lab rat to test it out. Half an hour later, a rat lay stretched out on the floor, looking like it had nothing left to lose. A teardrop still lingered in its eye. A chun's tentacle was still trying to heal it, touching its body. Gao Peng's face darkened as he watched a chun humming happily. He couldn't help but complain. This effect is way too weak. For such a small wound, if your healing was any slower, it would have healed on its own. In the end, you spent half a day on it, only to heal a third of it for them. A xian stirred its tentacles, creating a purple vortex. Then it successfully pulled out a glass of orange juice. It had a blissful expression as it enjoyed the drink. Gao Peng felt as if the spotlight was now shining only on him. He knelt on the ground dejectedly and said, it's hopeless. What kind of user-friendly healing ability is this, anyway? The most important thing is that this guy looks so proud of itself. A xian was still flying back and forth above his head. Although angry, he stubbornly put on a determined expression and said, it must be because its level isn't high enough. I heard that my grandfather has already collected many of the materials I asked for. After I get back, these familiars can be strengthened again. After leveling up, it should be usable. He saw Adai sitting and looking at the distant moonlight. Gao Peng slowly walked over. He got closer and asked with concern, what's wrong, Adai? Adai kept its head raised, looking up at the sky. Its voice was full of emotion. What? Want to go see? Miss her. Miss daughter. Hearing this, Gao Peng's eyes widened in astonishment. He asked with his mouth agape, a daughter? I couldn't tell. So you're a monkey who's already a father. After that, he called his familiars over and decided excitedly, don't worry. Tomorrow, we'll go to your home and take a look. They set off as planned. In the territory of Li Prefecture's Crimson Sand River, a boat was moving along a river with water as red as blood. Gao Peng asked a nearby man, Sir, aren't there any monsters at the bottom of the river? He thought to himself, these boatmen are really audacious. How dare a small boat like this, just over 10 meters long, travel so boldly on the river? Hearing this, the man replied with a friendly smile, of course there are. Why wouldn't there be? He thought of a sparkling golden scale and continued, but don't worry. Underneath each of our boats, we have a scale from the Crimson Carp King. as long as we don't proactively attack those monsters. They won't attack us. He described the scene of everyone sincerely offering gifts to a giant fish called the Crimson Carp King. Then he said in a solemn voice, Lord Crimson Carp King is very kind. You just need to bring it some monsters. And you can receive one of its scales as a reward. Its scales can protect us from monster attacks while navigating the river. Gao Peng's expression became thoughtful. He thought to himself, I've never heard of this kind of arrangement before, but it's understandable. The government alliance can't protect the safety of citizens in its lower-tier regions, to the point where they have to make offerings to a monster. It's really nothing to be proud of. Gao Peng looked at the forest. He thought as he looked, to maintain the safety of a base city, you need at least a lord-tier familiar or monster. Yuzhou and Chang'an are both guarded by humanity's best monster tamers, so they don't need to fear monsters from the surrounding forests invading. But these small base cities can't do that. The uncle from before pointed to the nearby forest and said, Boss, we're here. Arriving at a familiar place, Adai looked left and right. A Xian also used its tentacles to shield itself while looking around. Gao Peng asked, Do you recognize this place? Following its memory, Adai entered the forest. In front of it were two large trees. It recalled the past. Right here, it had lived happily with its fellow crimson apes. Suddenly, from above, a large net was rapidly descending. The crimson ape trapped by the net trembled all over in fear. Seeing its child about to approach, it quickly raised its hand to stop it. Adai bent down to the ground. It fiddled with the ground with its hands as if checking for something. Seeing this, Aban asked curiously, Are these the traces they left behind? Adai said sadly, But these are traces from several months ago. Gao Peng looked at it and comforted it. It's okay. Perhaps they just moved somewhere else. As if thinking of something, Adai turned and looked in a certain direction. Gao Peng couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Seeing Adai dash off, he ordered, Aban, follow it quickly. Adai and the others stood on high ground, watching the crimson apes playing under the waterfall. Gao Peng looked at Adai and thought to himself, This is the first time I've seen Adai so agitated. Outwardly, he pretended to sigh and said, Go take a look. They are your people, after all. Didn't you say you were once the king of this tribe? Adai looked at its own bony hands and said, Not going. Not going. Gao Peng was also affected by Adai's dejected mood. He understood. Is it because you feel you're no longer a living creature? He placed a hand on Adai and encouraged it. It's okay, Adai. Go take a look. We'll hide in the shadows. We won't disturb them. Then Adai moved behind a tree trunk, watching a young redwater ape eating a banana. Adai's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. It choked up and thought to itself, As long as you live happily, that's all that matters. Dad is useless. When you were 3 months old, Dad was taken away. I couldn't shelter you from the wind and rain. Dad loves you. Seeing Adai bowing its head and crying, Gao Peng asked, Aren't you taking your daughter with you? Don't worry. I will give it the best life. He thought to himself, So bones can shed tears too? Hearing Gao Peng say this, Adai shook its head, looked at him, and said, With me. It won't be free. Here. It is free. Then Adai placed its hand on Gao Peng's shoulder. It smiled and said, But being with you, master, I am very happy. Hearing this, he was moved and called its name, Adai. Suddenly, a loud noise came from a nearby tree, frightening the redwater apes. Gao Peng quickly shouted a warning. This is bad. It must be poachers. Hearing him, a flash of anger appeared in Adai's eyes. Then its entire body transformed, revealing a ferocious appearance. 10 minutes earlier, Li Gue's group of shady characters was spread out, looking around. Xiao Wang looked at Li Gu and asked, Li Gu, why do we have to go to the trouble of catching these redwater apes? Redwater apes aren't valuable monsters. Hearing this, Li Gu explained, The tamed beast of young Miss Zhu from the Zhu family has recently taken a liking to eating the hearts of redwater apes. So they are buying redwater ape hearts at a high price. On the market, the price for a redwater ape heart has already tripled. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang looked at each other. Li Gue's words echoed in their minds. The Zhu family. A tripled price. A redwater ape came into view. Li Gu observed and commented. Its fur is smooth and soft, gleaming with a healthy shine. Just looking at it, its heart must be pretty good. We can definitely sell it for a good price. Li Gu closed one eye and aimed. He said in a low voice, a group of monsters that are only normal tier. And this place is in the middle of the far Red River Basin. It's almost impossible to encounter any powerful monsters here. Then he licked the corner of his mouth, smiled, and said, let the hunting game begin. A bullet was fired, but luckily it didn't hit any of them. The group of redwater apes was a little frightened by this. Seeing this, Li Gu clicked his tongue, saying regretfully, a miss. After this job, I have to buy some better weapons. Xiao Wang saw the bushes rustling continuously and shouted loudly, boss, we've got a situation. Li Gu ordered his iron-backed gray wolf. Go check it out. The wolf obeyed and lunged into the bushes. Li Gu looked at his underlings who were still dawdling and ordered, don't just stand there gawking. Pack up. Climb the trees first. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Then, a gray shadow flew out from the bushes. On the ground, the iron-backed gray wolf lay there, its condition unknown. Blood continuously flowed from its mouth. Li Gu looked down from the tree and wondered. The iron-backed gray wolf. It's dead. So quickly? Seeing Adai suddenly appear from the bushes, he said in surprise, since when did this Liyue prefecture have an undead-type monster? And a commander-tier monster at that? Adai looked at the young redwater ape, which had fallen to the ground and was trembling as it stared at it. Nearby, 2 other redwater apes were holding back the mother of the young ape in front of it. Suddenly, the young redwater ape sniffed. It sniffed and caught a familiar scent. Then it looked at Adai, no longer showing the fear it had just moments ago. When Adai reached out to pick it up, it didn't resist. Adai placed it on its back. It also looked excited. Xiao Wang, hiding in the tree, saw this and said worriedly, we're screwed, Li Gu. This undead-type monster and that group of redwater apes are on the same side. Li Gu remained calm and said, we don't have weapons that can damage a commander-tier undead-type monster. This time, we're going to get caught. Don't be rash, just wait for now. Seeing Gao Peng sitting on Aban, he analyzed. This is a monster tamer. His tamed beast is also commander tier. No monster tamer can resist a wild, undead-type monster. We're saved this time. Li Gu called down from the tree. Big brother, save us. Gao Peng crossed his arms in front of his chest. Hearing this, he glanced over. He thought contemptuously, save you? Sorry. Whether to save trash like you or not. I have to think it over carefully. Adai patted the redwater ape's head and said, don't be afraid. Dad will protect you. Gao Peng looked at it and spoke. Adai, he'll watch over it. He said to his tamed beasts. Xiaoyan, Dazi, protect it. Seeing this, Xiao Wang couldn't help but shout. Captain, that monster tamer and that undead-type monster are on the same side. Brotherly glanced over. He covered his mouth with one hand, trying to suppress his curse. Idiot. Don't shout so loud. Looking at Adai approaching, Brotherly shouted inwardly. This is not good. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang hugged the tree and said worriedly, they're heading our way. Adai approached with a menacing aura. With a single move, it broke the tree Brotherly's group was hiding in half. The people in it fell to the ground. Brotherly trembled all over. He felt his side and realized, I think my ribs are broken. Adai walked over. It picked up Xiao Wang with one hand and slung Xiao Li over its shoulder. Seeing this, Brotherly exclaimed in shock. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, they've both been caught. He turned around, intending to flee. He thought to himself, this is bad. I have to run. Gao Peng noticed his intention and gave an order. Aban, spider silk. Then, the spider silk shot out, covering Brotherly's body and making him scream. He looked at the people in front of him and shamelessly began to beg for mercy. Big brother, spare me. I beg you, please spare me. My mother is 70 years old. My father is 72. My younger and older brothers all died during the cataclysm. Now, I'm the only one left in my family. If I die, my parents and my 13-year-old son will all starve to death. We can give you all the crimson water apes we hunted. We are all human. Don't kill us. We'll work like dogs for you. Please, please, spare our lives. Hearing this, Gao Peng asked in surprise. You weren't catching the crimson water apes to make them your monster familiars? Brotherly trembled, saying fearfully, monster familiars? If it weren't for the second miss of the Zhu family's monster familiar liking to eat the hearts of these apes, who would come to such a remote place to hunt these worthless apes? Anger radiated from Gao Peng's entire body. He looked at Brother Li and shouted, "Worthless apes? Haha. So you can just kill the Crimson Water apes as you please? Just to curry favor with some second miss of the Zhu family?" Seeing this, Brother Li stammered in reply, "Yes. They are a major power that ranks high in Liyuan City." At this moment, Xiaoli started to sell out his comrades. He said, "These apes, no. These Crimson Water apes are very gentle and don't actively attack people." Xiao Wang next to him also chimed in, Big brother, it was all Captain Li's idea. Could you let us go first?" Yes. It was Captain Li who said that if we killed all the Crimson Water apes, then the other squads wouldn't be able to make their deliveries, and we could raise the price. Hearing this, Gao Peng said coldly, "So that's how it is." He turned to leave. Before leaving, he instructed, "Adai, you can handle this yourself. We'll wait for you by the riverbank." Seeing the young man leave, Brother Li shouted anxiously, "Kid, don't go." He struggled hard, threatening, "Stinking brat, I'm warning you. Going against the Zhu family will not end well for you. Let me go now. They'll put in a good word for you. Do you hear me?" Meanwhile, Adai walked over to the group of Crimson Water apes. It looked at them and called out, "You all, come here." When all the Crimson Water apes had gathered, it spoke briefly but to the point. "For hatred, take revenge. For grievances, repay them." Hearing this, the faces of the Crimson Water apes suddenly showed excitement and anger. Seeing this, Brother Li trembled even more violently than before. Fear was evident in his eyes. He whimpered weakly, "You people, don't come over here." The boat once again cut through the waves on the Hongsha River. Adai was now carrying his Crimson Water ape daughter on his back, who was sleeping soundly. On its face was a gentle and warm expression of a father. Gao Peng stood at the corner of the boat, calling Jihan Dong. He looked at the image in his hand. His voice was a little troubled. "Grandpa, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. But why am I in such a bad mood?" His grandfather's voice came through, asking, "Hate?" Gao Peng replied weakly, "I don't know." Jihan Dong looked into his eyes and asked seriously, "Then let me ask another question. If you could do it all over again, would you stop your monster familiar?" Hearing this, he fell silent in thought. After a long moment, he replied. Jihan Dong stood up. He said gently, "Then isn't that enough? That kid is just showing off. Maintain your principles. Do what you want to do. Be a little reserved when you're outside. You won't be at a disadvantage. I'd rather others be at a disadvantage than for you to be the one at a disadvantage. As for the remaining red water apes, they'll send people to take them in at Yu province and designate a mountain area for them to live in. After all, as long as the Zhu family has a demand, there will be countless more poachers." Before hanging up, he said, "All right. Grandpa is very busy. Ever since I got you." Gao Peng put the calling device into his pocket and said aloud, "Next, let's go see the goldfish." The uncle standing nearby heard this and corrected him. "It's King Hongli." He reminded him, "Lord King Hongli can understand what we say. Young man, don't misspeak again." Gao Peng drew out his reply, "All right. Understood." After a moment, he pointed towards a bridge in the distance and said, "Ahead is the place where we make offerings to Lord King Hongli. Based on the level and quality of the monster offerings, a different contribution value is determined. Then, the rewards are distributed based on the contribution value." Hearing this, Gao Peng asked in confusion, "So how does King Hongli deliver the goods?" The uncle's expression was a little unnatural as he said, "How can you say deliver the goods?" As the boat approached a rather large whirlpool, a voice called out, "We're here." In front of them was a giant red fish. Its whole body emitted a faint golden light. The information panel appeared. Monster name, Dragon Blood Cinnabar Carp. Hongsha River Overlord. Level, 44. Grade, Overlord. Quality, Perfect. Attribute, Water. Abilities, Water Control LV. 7, Hardiness LV2. Gao Peng was surprised and thought to himself, "An Overlord grade with perfect quality?" Everyone quickly gathered on the bridge. Seeing the giant fish approach, they urged, "It's King Hongli. Quickly, everyone, bring out the offerings." Then, they placed their carefully prepared offerings onto the water's surface one by one. King Hongli controlled a column of water to gather the offerings in one place, then opened its mouth and pushed them in. It closed its eyes, enjoying the offerings. Its fins also waved continuously. It looked extremely pleased. Then it opened its mouth and spat a red bubble into the air. A man pointed at it, recognized it, and shouted, "It's an excellent grade bubble. King Hongli is very satisfied with our offerings." Then, a pile of shiny, sparkling red scales appeared on the ground. Someone spoke up to give instructions. "Everyone, take the scales in the order you presented your offerings. Otherwise, you'll anger King Hongli." Witnessing this scene, Gao Peng said in a low voice, "This is the first time I've seen an old overlord use its ability. This kind of water control ability is really like the Yu Ma from mythology. I really hope I can get a closer look at it again." He thought of something and said cheerfully, "I wonder what kind of overlord my grandpa's familiar is. Wild overlords can't be observed at close range. But I can go play with my own families, right?" In Lusaka, a city in southern Africa, on a wall, a colorful graffiti-style wordbat appeared. With a bang, a large fissure appeared in the ground at the intersection, causing everyone to back away in shock. Immediately, the alarm lights flashed dazzlingly with an extremely urgent sound. Hearing the alarm blaring, everyone in the room became frantic and said, "Where did something big happen again?" Someone's voice replied, "There's a high-energy spatial reaction nearby. The hollow-bellied worms are becoming very agitated. It's very likely that a spatial fissure has appeared." A person giving orders said, "Quickly, dispatch a red-spotted fierce eagle. Bring a hollow-bellied worm to the location to investigate." The man sitting on the back of the red-spotted fierce eagle arrived at the intersection where the incident had just occurred. Looking down from above, he saw a deep blue color in the middle of the road emitting a strange, faint light. Surrounding it, black smoke was gradually spreading, obscuring the view considerably. He said in a low voice, "What the hell?" On the ground, for legs, shaped like horse legs, were slowly getting up. The man had a bad feeling and said to the red-spotted fierce eagle, "Fly a little higher." "I don't know why, but I have a dangerous premonition in my heart." Right after that, his eyes widened in shock. He said, "Not good." A figure that looked like a horse holding a blade lunged forward, cutting both the man and the red-spotted fierce eagle in half. Indeed, the attacker had the lower body and head of a horse, but its upper body, abdomen, and arms were human. Its entire body emanated a demonic black smoke. The creature left with its sharp, blood-stained weapon. The black smoke spread all around in its wake. In a large villa, surrounded by vast blue waters. This is the Jihanwu Villa, the diplomatic villa of Yu Province City. The voice of a news anchor was coming from the screen. A high-energy reaction appeared in Lusaka. A new, active spatial rift has appeared here. Lusaka warmly welcomes monster tamers from all over the world to this location. Hearing this, Gao Peng pointed at the image on the screen and asked Ji Handong, who was reading the news, "Grandpa, shouldn't the appearance of a spatial rift be treated with caution? Why does it feel like the opposite, as if it's some kind of good thing?" Hearing this, old Ji spoke unhurriedly. "Of course, there are dangers. But where is there no danger? Until now, only 3 permanent spatial rifts have ever been discovered by people. Temporary spatial rifts only appeared during the early cataclysm. In the past 2 years, it seems there hasn't been any news of new ones appearing." He looked at his grandson and continued speaking. "So many people feel that their strength has grown. Hearing that a new rift has appeared, they instead see it as an opportunity. A spatial rift represents completely new monsters, and they are monsters from another world. Rare things are always popular. You should understand. This principle is the same everywhere." Then he took out a card and said, "Oh, right. This is the key card for the villa's laboratory. I've collected some of the materials you asked me to gather for you earlier. See if you can use them. But I'm telling you, if you want to cultivate your monsters, you can find the high-level beast breeders in the group. Consulting them would be much better than you fumbling around on your own." Gao Peng lowered his head and spoke shyly. "Thank you, Grandpa." He thought to himself, "Grandpa doesn't know I have a system. That's more reliable than any high-level beast breeder." Ji Handong stood up and said, "All right, let's not talk about this stuff. You just got back. Rest here for a bit, take a few days off." Hearing this, Gao Peng quickly said, "Grandpa, can I see your monster?" Old G started walking away. Hearing that, he turned his head and replied, Bai is in the house. Go find it and play by yourself. At the lakeside backyard, Gao Peng stood by the railing, looking at the vast water surface, and thought to himself, the Bai that Grandpa mentioned is probably the name of that monster. But he searched everywhere in the house and couldn't find it. Then he went to the swimming pool, wearing only a pair of shorts. He was also holding a flow tie. His whole body exuded a vibrant energy as he said, whatever. It's a hot summer. I'd rather just relax and soak in the pool. Daisy stood beside him, thoughtfully holding a towel. Gao Peng's entire body was lying on the float, drifting on the water's surface. He said refreshingly, well, this is so comfortable. Chun was also relaxing next to him. Suddenly, his body was pushed upwards. Even his glasses fell off. He was surprised. What's going on? Why do I feel like? A wave pushed him up. The bodies of both Gao Peng and Chun were suspended in the air. He was still dazed, wondering, I'm flying? Xiaoyan saw the dark shadow under the water reveal a pair of cold, sharp eyes and trembled all over. Gao Peng, being tossed back and forth by the water current, cried for help. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, quick, save me. Xiaoyan flew high into the air. It kept telling itself, don't look down. Don't look down. Ji Handong, standing on high and looking down, spoke up. This is your young master. Don't play too rough. Gao Peng sat on the crest of the water. He looked around and let out a surprised gasp. Xiaoyan flew over, calling out, Master. Gao Peng also replied, Xiaoyan. He reached out and grabbed Xiaoyan's leg tightly. Then Xiaoyan successfully pulled him and landed on the ground. He and Chun turned their heads to look. Both of their faces showed astonishment as they exclaimed, Oh my God. They saw a giant white dragon looking at them majestically. Gao Peng wondered, this is a dragon? A palpable river. The information panel appeared. Monster name, White Flood Dragon. Level, 50. Grade, Lord Tier. Quality, perfect. Attribute, Hui Cloud. Type, water. Status, healthy, acting cute. Abilities, water control LV4. Fog Cloud LV5. Hardscale Armor LV3. Trait, Cloud Summoning. Effect 1, Passive Effect. When in an environment of cloud seas, mist, or any kind of cloud, the flood dragon's sensitivity and speed will be greatly enhanced. Effect 2, Passive Effect. When in an aquatic environment, lake, ocean, river, rainstorm, etc., the flood dragon's scales and claws will become tougher. Its strength will also increase. Note, these effects can stack. Epic quality upgrade requires Pure Blood Evolution, Calamity Evolution, Water Type Evolution. An expression of admiration appeared on Gao Peng's face. It has the bloodline of a dragon. But regardless of level or ability, the White Star Dragon absolutely overwhelms the Dragon Blood Red Sand Carp. He walked closer to the White Dragon, thinking to himself, the traits of both monsters are passive effects. One increases speed and agility. The other one increases the hardness and strength of its scales and claws. So one can imagine that the White Dragon's fighting ability must be extremely terrifying. A wicked expression appeared on his face. He reached out his hand, intending to touch it, whispering to himself, the White Dragon is the highest level familiar I've ever seen. But perhaps because it sees me as one of its own, it has retracted its entire aura. I can't feel any sense of oppression at all. In that case, the White Dragon suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a sharp gaze that made Gao Peng jump. He immediately switched to acting mode. Pretending to stretch, he said, I'm a little sleepy. But in his heart, he cursed, petty. Looks like I can't mess with it for now. He turned to leave, adding, not fun. Let's go home. The White Dragon's paw shot out. It trapped him inside like a toy. Then it retracted its claws and looked away. Gao Peng had a headache. What's with this what can you do to me expression? Gao Peng lost interest. He whispered to himself, I should just go back and upgrade Achan. Dezis and Aban's qualities also dropped a grade because of their promotions. I need to raise them back to perfect quality. In the simple laboratory in the villa, Gao Peng was standing next to a table. On top of it was a bucket of water. He wore a mask and poured a red solution from a test tube into the large bucket of water. As he worked, he said, last time, the reagent was blue. which turned A-chun into a jade green color. But this time the reagent is red. Could A-chun possibly? A-chun, next to him, was calmly drinking water. A-chun's gaze was then drawn to the red solution. Its body slowly sank into the solution. Gao Peng had taken off his mask by now. Standing beside it, he commented, "It's stable, it's stable." He sniffed the air and said, "This smell is quite pleasant. A bit familiar. Like some kind of fruit." Then he snapped his fingers. Green apple. A moment later, A-chun slowly floated up, its whole body emitting a neon light. The water in the bucket also turned from red to green, while Gao Peng, who had turned gray, exclaimed. A-chun floated happily in the air. An information panel appeared. Monster name: Void Jellyfish. Quality: Perfect. Level: 20. Attribute: Space. Weakness: Lightning, Ice, Frost. Seeing this, Gao Peng comforted himself. Alright, fine. At least when the lighting isn't very good. No one can see you. It's fine. The other familiars, hiding behind the door, couldn't help but laugh when they saw A-chun sitting on his head, while he just muttered the last two words in frustration. How strange. Li Juanzong saw the person pulling a tool cart and greeted him. "Hello, boss." Gao Peng smiled and replied, "You're here early." Li Juanzong made a determined gesture and said to the blood ape, "Let's practice one more time." The monster obediently nodded. Seeing this, Gao Peng praised him inwardly. This kid, Juanzong, is the first to arrive at the training ground almost every day, and the last to leave, working so hard and diligently. My effort in helping him wasn't in vain. Gao Peng picked up the equipment. He looked at the familiar beside him and said, "Xiaoyan," just like before. 2 at a time. He threw the equipment high into the air. Xiaoyan immediately spat fire at it. Looking at the burning equipment in the air, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyan's flame power is several times stronger than it was a week ago. The continuous stream is now very easy for it. The training is quite effective." Watching Xiaoyan flying and spitting small flames as if it were playing, he sighed and thought, but, to be honest, training a fire-type familiar in the summer is a form of torture. As he was about to drink some water, a voice called out, "Director Gao." Department Head Wang reported with a smile. "Our recruitment drive has begun. As per your instructions, we have specifically opened up some positions for orphans or children from single-parent families. When you have a moment, please come and inspect our work." Hearing this, Gao Peng waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Nominally, we have a superior-subordinate relationship, but from now on, you'll be spending most of my time training and cultivating my familiars. You can just handle the daily work as you see fit." Section Chief Wang continued to flatter him. Yes, yes. Many colleagues at the company say Director Gao has the heart of a bodhisattva. Before, using children as workers was illegal. But in this day and age, letting these kids do some simple work to earn some food is truly a charitable act. He looked at the happily smiling Li Juanzong and instructed, "Alright, stop trying to make me look good in front of the kids. Keep an eye out for any good prospects. If you find any, let me know. Ability is secondary. Character is the most important thing." He chuckled obsequiously. Yes, yes. Understood. He suddenly heard a commotion. Looking over, he saw a crowd nearby. He turned and asked the person beside him, "What's happening over there?" "I see Supervisor Shui arguing with a man." Section Chief Wang explained. "I heard a monster appeared in the factory. Several workers have gone missing. Their families came looking for them. So right now, the supervisor is negotiating the rescue with Director Jiang from security." Gao Peng looked at the situation and muttered, "It seems the negotiations aren't going very smoothly." He walked towards the crowd. Looking at the man, he asked, "Director Jiang, what's the situation now? Has the monster been found?" Seeing him arrive, Supervisor Shui greeted him, "Director Gao." She explained, "All the workers have been found and sent to the hospital. Their injuries aren't light, but their lives were saved. But the monster..." Director Jiang beside her continued, "Those monsters are very cunning. They've escaped into the sewers." In his mind, he thought contemptuously, who the hell alerted it? These young masters who know nothing but still want to claim credit are the most annoying. Hearing this, Gao Peng asked rapid-fire questions. The sewers? How did the monsters get in from the sewers? Are the factory's underground defense systems broken? Then he gave an order. Then we must deal with this quickly. If more monsters get in through the sewers, it'll be troublesome. Section Chief Wong chimed in. Director Gao, there are no defense systems under the factory. There's only one alloy gate for sewage. Hearing this, he looked at the man in front of him in shock and asked, No defense systems? Director Jiang, what's going on here? Director Jiang's gaze shifted slightly. He said defensively, Well, we thought that with such a strong water current, no monsters would be able to get close. Besides, isn't there an alloy gate? His voice became stern. Do you think we have time to talk about this now? I only know that in a work environment that should have been safe, someone was seriously injured. The factory's progress has also been affected. This is the result. Then he ordered Director Jiang, Take me to the scene to have a look. Supervisor Shui, you stay here and handle the aftermath. Supervisor Shui happily agreed. Yes, sir. Director Gao. Hearing this, Director Jiang snorted coldly in his mind. Anyone can say impressive-sounding words. Director Jiang led him into the factory courtyard. He pointed to a large hole and said, Director Gao, this is where the monster disappeared. Dazi approached the edge of the hole and looked down. Gao Peng also looked down, lost in thought. There definitely aren't any Lord-tier monsters in the sewers. Besides, I remember Grandpa seemed to have a familiar living in the sewers. Any threatening monsters have probably already been cleared out. He took a flashlight, preparing to go down, and said, We'll take a look first. Director Jiang hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment, Director Gao. This is the kind of thing we should handle. Gao Peng looked at the familiar behind him and said, What's your four-winged drunken demon praying mantis going to do down there? That kind of damp, narrow environment isn't its strong suit. It's not conducive for it to fight. Director Jiang was left speechless. He frowned slightly. He had his reasons, but couldn't voice them, thinking to himself, You think I don't know my familiar isn't suited for going down there? If it weren't for that, I would have gone down long ago. You young masters raised in greenhouses just love playing the hero. In the end, aren't we the ones who have to clean up your mess? He looked at his familiar and said, It's fine. I trust my familiar. It can definitely adapt to any environment, right? Hearing this, the four-winged drunken demon praying mantis shook its head repeatedly. Hearing this, Gao Peng spoke slowly, leaving no room for argument. I trust in Director Jiang's capabilities, but there is no all-powerful monster. A wide-open environment is the most suitable place for the four-poison drunken demon wolf to fight. And right now, a major incident has occurred at the factory. Captain Jiang is still needed here to maintain a stable situation. Hearing this, he didn't stop him anymore. Then he continued, Supervisor Gao, you must be careful. Although that monster's level isn't very high, its movements are agile, and it can even climb walls. You have to be careful of what's above you. After going down from here, head directly west. You'll be able to see the alloy gate. He thought to himself, What a thing to say. This young master is not like the previous ones. Gao Peng put on a mask and turned to leave. Aban, Daisy, Xiaoyan. Let's go. You, walk behind and shine the light. The sight of Xiaoyan striding forward proudly made him chuckle and say, You guys, do you think we're out here to play? He shone the light around, observed his surroundings, and concluded. But then again, it seems there's really nothing to be nervous about. Seeing Daisy's excited look, Gao Peng looked at it and asked, What's wrong? Is there something up there? He shone the light in that direction. Seeing a giant cockroach, he exclaimed in surprise, Heavens! Such a big roach. The cockroach suddenly turned around, revealing two legs full of sharp spines. It stuck out its long tongue to attack. Gao Peng shouted, Aban. Aban immediately spat sharp silk threads towards it. The sharp silk threads quickly wrapped around the cockroach's body. Then, Daisy released lightning towards the cockroach. Hit by the combined attack of Gao Peng's two monsters, the cockroach's body was cooked through, emitting a fragrant smell. Aban sniffed the aroma. It whispered, Smells so good. It looked at Gao Peng drooling and said, Master, can I eat it? Can I eat it? Hearing this, he laughed, agreed, and said, Go, go, go. Aban looked at its spoils of war and exclaimed repeatedly, So yummy, so yummy. But just as it tore through the layer of sharp silk, the cockroach suddenly flew up. Aban stared blankly at the cockroach flying high up. Its mouth was still muttering, So yummy. It flew away. Xiaoyan looked at the cockroach and associated it with the object it and Gao Peng used for training. It said happily frisbee, a big frisbee. It habitually spat a precise flame towards it. The charred corpse of the cockroach fell to the ground. Xiaoyan had an extremely proud expression. Gao Peng and Daisy clapped continuously in praise. Well done, well done. After that, the group continued to move. He walked to the control panel. As he operated it, he said, "It seems that the large alloy gate is usually tightly shut. Perhaps it only opens when discharging wastewater. Could those two monsters have swam upstream when the alloy gate opened to discharge water?" As the gate gradually opened, he secretly guessed, "How strange, to be able to withstand such a strong current. I don't know what made these two cockroaches so persistent." When the gate opened, countless red glowing eyes were revealed, staring in this direction. Seeing this, Gao Peng frowned. He thought in astonishment, "Oh my God." Gao Peng shone his light. Seeing the densely packed cockroaches ahead, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this number." The swarm heard the noise and moved in this direction. He whispered inside, "What's that sound?" Then, the cockroaches bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rushing to attack Gao Peng. He quickly gave an order. "Aban, take the lead. Daisy, provide cover from behind. Xiaoyan, breathe fire." Following the order, Xiaoyan took a breath and spat out a huge mouthful of fire, engulfing the cockroaches in the front. Gao Peng observed his surroundings. When he looked in a certain direction, his eyes fixed on something, and he called out. A cockroach with a body larger than the others seemed to be in command. He said quietly, "This fat one is commanding the others. It's probably their leader." The sound from earlier must have been its order to attack. He commanded, "Aban, over here. Attack this leader." Aban hurriedly responded. Aban charged left and right into the swarm of cockroaches, sending them flying everywhere. Then, Aban stared intently at the leader cockroach and its minions, causing them to pause for a moment. As fast as lightning, Aban rushed forward and bit off the leader cockroach's head, causing green blood to splatter everywhere. Gao Peng watched the cockroaches flee in disarray and said in a low voice, "They're finally retreating. It seems the incident at the factory was caused by these oversized insects. With such a large number, just opening the gate slightly would let one or two of them slip in." Suddenly, Aban waved its legs frantically. Its whole body kept squirming nonstop. Seeing this, Gao Peng hurriedly asked, "Aban, what's wrong with you?" Aban stammered in reply, "There's something in my mouth. It's moving." Aban opened its mouth. Inside, a few tufts of hair were stuck to its oral cavity. The information panel appeared. Monster name: Dark Grain Larva. Parasitic life form. Monster level, level 19. Monster quality: Perfect. Monster attribute: Dark. Monster likes: Consuming metal. Monster weakness: Fear of light. Parasitic trait: Sucks the host's blood. The subcutaneous fat can provide nourishment. Helps the host recover spirit and energy. Heals internal injuries. Strengthens the protective ability of the epidermis. He looked closely, sighed, and said, "A parasite? Its true form is a child parasite. Its attributes, quality, and enhancements are all quite good." Suddenly, he rubbed Xiaoyan's head and said gently, "You poor thing. You're so small yet you've had to endure so much." Xiaoyan, being suddenly treated with kindness, was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Then, it understood. It went over to Aban, who was holding its mouth wide open, and pecked out those clumps of fur. Gao Peng directed enthusiastically from the side. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. Right there. There's more on the left." What was spat out included saliva and that clump of fur. Just a moment later, a few pairs of blue eyes appeared on the clump of fur. Looking at Xiaoyan, who had a gloomy face and was vomiting its guts out, Gao Peng coughed and said, "Aban, you're really something else. I can tell just by looking that you don't normally rinse your mouth properly." Behind the group, that clump of fur was observing from a distance. As it tried to escape, Gao Peng's eyes gleamed as if he had already predicted this. He looked at his familiar and said to Z, "In a bit, they'll have to rely on your nose to track down our new friend's home. Follow the child parasite, and we'll be able to find the mother parasite." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. He couldn't help but shout, "What's happening?" Dazi pointed behind him and said, "Boss, there's a really big guy behind us." Xiaoyan also chimed in. But this really big guy doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. Gao Peng turned his head, wondering. No ill intentions? From around the bend, only a pair of blue eyes was visible. The information panel appeared. Monster level. Level 39. But after that, it didn't make a move. A moment later, it left. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. That was a level 39. If we had really fought, we would have been no match for it. How can there be such a powerful monster in the underground waterway? Didn't they say Grandpa's familiar had already cleared this place out? As if realizing something. His face darkened as he said, "Wait a minute. Could this be Grandpa's familiar? I'm screwed. If Grandpa finds out, he'll definitely laugh his head off at me." Gao Peng pondered for a moment, then called out, "Dazi." He looked at Dazi and said, "The scent of that little black thing from before. You remember it, right? My fragile soul has been wounded. I need to be compensated." Hearing this, Dazi didn't know what was going on. A bit of anxiety caused sweat to bead on the back of its head. At this moment, the dark parasite child was still trying to escape. A beam of light shone on it, startling it. Gao Peng walked over holding a flashlight and said, "Found you." Seeing that it wanted to run again, Gao Peng gave an order. "Xiaoyan, stop it." Xiaoyan immediately spat a flame in pursuit. The dark parasite child was still frantic. Dazi also rushed forward to join the attack. The momentum was like a storm. The dark parasite child saw a red rat nearby and immediately began to parasitize it. The parasitized red rat immediately revealed a ferocious expression. It bared its sharp teeth and giant fangs, lunging towards Dazi. Dazi quickly raised its pincers to block. Dazi was thrown back by the recoil. Its body slammed hard against the stone wall. The force was so strong that it caused the wall to crack. The rat smirked and raised its sharp claws. Seeing its arrogant attitude, Gao Peng roared, "Dazi, use your electricity." Suddenly, yellow lightning appeared around Dazi, crackling. The aura was immense. The dark parasite child hastily shot out of the rat's body. Before Dazi could even make a move, the rat had already fled for its life, leaving the dark parasite child all alone on the ground. Dazi rubbed its head, still hurting from the impact. Gao Peng, standing behind it, was speechless. He frowned slightly and said, "It seems this type of parasite mostly lives symbiotically. The dark rabbit can't forcibly command the parasitized monster. But that's fine too. I only need this dark rabbit's ability. I don't need its consciousness." Seeing the dark rabbit trying to escape, Gao Peng and his monsters surrounded it. He laughed. Fighting back is useless. Heh. When the group returned to the surface, Section Chief Wang saw Gao Peng and immediately asked, "Master, how is the situation?" He looked at him and said concisely, "It's been dealt with. Later, have someone repair the corroded parts." Then he turned to the side and said, "Adai, hold this tight. Daisy, you guys go get some rest." The dark rabbit in Adai's hand kept squirming, trying to escape. Suddenly, a part of its body broke free and jumped onto Adai's cheek. Watching it move and crawl all over Adai's face, Gao Peng's expression darkened as he thought, "Why does this damn rabbit feel so stupid? Is it trying to find flesh and blood on a skeleton?" Adai suddenly used his other hand to chop down on his first hand, giving it no time to react. Gao Peng saw the dark rabbit lying limp, not moving at all. Thinking its soul had left its body, he asked, a bit annoyed, "Adai, what are you doing?" Hearing that, Adai replied bluntly, "It was moving around. Annoying. I don't like it." Hearing that, Gao Peng could only think silently. Forget it. You can't tame it by rushing. Then, while reaching into his pocket, he said to the person beside him, Section Chief Wang, "Find a bulletproof glass container. Put it inside." After assigning the task, his phone rang. He looked at the screen and asked, "Grandpa, what's up?" Ji Handong's voice came through. "Xiaopeng, you can come back now." Hearing that, he was a little surprised and asked, "Come back? I just got here not long ago. I haven't even done anything yet." Mr. Ji laughed and said, "Your personal laboratory is finished. Come back and inspect it first." Hearing his grandfather say that, Gao Peng couldn't help but smile and say, "The lab is ready. That's great. I'm leaving right away." Ji Handong led his grandson into the cave behind the lake at the Ji Hanwu villa. Looking around, He felt it exceeded his expectations and couldn't help but praise Grandpa. This is just too good. After hearing this, Mr. G said gently, "This is nothing. Go ahead and touch that beam of light." He walked over to a beam of light. He gently touched it. When his hand made contact with the light beam, it slowly turned red. A soft sound echoed. Seeing the door slowly opening, Gao Peng was surprised and thought to himself, the door opened. This is too high-tech. Looking at the rooms equipped with brand new, modern equipment, he couldn't help but exclaim. Ji Handong looked at his grandson, smiled, and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this lab? If you're not satisfied, we can rebuild it." Hearing this, he clenched his fists. Excitement was written all over his face. He said happily, "I'm satisfied." Mr. G gestured to the two people in front of him. "Come, Xiaopeng. Let me introduce two people to you. These are the only two senior beast breeders in the company, Deng Yimiao, Su Heming." Hearing that, the two introduced themselves one by one. The middle-aged man with glasses said, "Hello, I am Deng Yimiao." The other man with black hair is Su Heming. He looked at Ji Handong and said with some annoyance, "I'm already halfway through this experiment." Mr. G waved his hand generously and said, "The experiment's funding will be increased by 20%. Only then did Su Heming's attitude change. He laughed and said, "Chairman G, you're too kind." Mr. G then pointed at his grandson and said, "This is my grandson, Gao Peng, an intermediate beast breeder." Deng Yimiao praised him upon hearing that. So young and already an intermediate level? Truly talented. Hearing his grandson being praised, Mr. G couldn't hide his joy and laughed. Haha, not at all. Actually, his talent is just average. Everyone, please don't praise him anymore, or this kid will get arrogant. After his moment of pride passed, he turned to Gao Peng and said, "These two gentlemen are here to help you complete your experiments. If there's anything you want to do, please consult with them." Gao Peng looked at Mr. G and said, "Grandpa, first, I want to make a few types of evolution potions." Gao Peng looked at everyone and stated his thoughts. "I previously researched several types of monster evolution inhibitors. They can be used directly as medicine. If we can formulate a drug based on this foundation, it will definitely sell well. Moreover, it can also increase the fame of the Southern Sky Group." Everyone listened attentively as Gao Peng presented his thoughts. Hearing his grandson say this, the chairman laughed excitedly. "Is that so? My grandson is so brilliant. Truly a great genius. I'm so happy. Haha." Seeing his grandfather's expression, Gao Peng's face darkened as he thought, "Grandfather, you really don't know how to act. Your acting skills are even worse than Miss Tang Tang's." Seeing the disbelieving looks on the faces of the two people in front of him, Gao Peng said, "You two are probably scoffing at me for talking nonsense, right? After all, even high-level beast breeders like you two might not necessarily be able to devise drugs to stabilize monster evolution." He crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a confident expression, he thought to himself, "All right then. It seems I'll have to let the experimental results do the talking." Gao Peng walked up to the control panel. His hands moved continuously, operating the computer. A red solution from a specialized apparatus was slowly poured into a test tube. Time gradually passed. He took out a sealed vial containing the red solution. Gao Peng held the test tube up in front of everyone and said confidently, "Grandfather, you two experts. This is the new drug I formulated myself." Then he slowly explained, "I call it the blood crystal butcher. The main ingredients include blood red fruit, gold microbes, and the internal organs of a dark demon spider." His finger touched a button on the control panel. His voice rang out at the same time. "And the test subject is..." He looked at the ape with a horn longer than a finger joint, which was peeling a banana in the specialized room, and said, "A commonly seen ferocious monster. The black ape." Hearing him use a black ape as a test subject, Su Heming asked in confusion, "An ape? Aren't the potions for its two evolution paths already very mature?" Deng Yimiao sighed and said, "Huh. The ingredients young Master Gao just listed are more likely to succeed than the main formula. If this drug can evolve the black ape, then this is a successful improved product." Hearing this, the corner of Gao Peng's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. He thought to himself, "An improvement? For the first experiment, it'll naturally leave a deep impression on you all." He held the control panel from the outside. operating it while speaking, because the experiment is a bit intense. A large amount of anesthetic needs to be sprayed inside. When the anesthetic spray was finished, the ape reacted. A device injected the drug into the black ape's body. Gao Peng continued speaking. After waiting for the black ape to fall into a deep sleep, a machine will be used to inject the drug. Just a moment later, the black ape's body began to change. Wisps of red smoke emitted from its body. Seeing the dense red smoke gradually obscure the ape, someone exclaimed in surprise. This reaction, I've never seen it before. Deng Yimiao pressed against the glass window, trying to observe. He thought to himself, this kind of intense reaction, this sort of conflict. The conflict process itself is worth researching. Even if it fails in the end, we can still create something useful from this drug. This grandson of Chairman JIS is really something. The black ape's eyes were densely filled with blood vessels, emitting a ferocious light. Then, claws emerged from within, wanting to break the cocoon. A moment later, it successfully broke the cocoon. Its horn was much longer after the evolution. Its entire body looked incredibly powerful. A notification panel appeared. Monster name: Blood Crystal Butcher. Special Blood Crystal Evolution. Monster level: 10. Monster quality: Elite quality. Monster attribute: Blood type. Monsters likes: quiet, soft music. Monsters weaknesses: 1. Blood repelling fruit. 2. Leech type creatures. Requirements for promotion to perfect grade. High grade Blood Crystal Evolution. Everyone looked at the Blood Crystal Butcher's appearance and said in disbelief, it evolved? It really evolved. Deng Yimiao looked at his leader and said, it's miraculous, Chairman Ji. I've never seen this kind of evolution before. Hearing this, Ji Handong said with satisfaction, which means, this monster has probably never been discovered before. Deng Yimiao agreed. Currently, there is no such black ape variant in the monster compendium. Mr. Deng then said to Tu Hemming, you brat, hurry up and use the Spirit Dark Brewstone to check it out. Responding to him was Su Hemming's yes. Gao Peng was a young man who wasn't afraid to learn. Hearing the strange term, he looked at Deng Yimiao for guidance and asked, Teacher Deng, what is Spirit Obsidian? Hearing this, he happily explained. It's a naturally mutated type of obsidian. Through processing, it can be used to test the quality of monsters. Looking at the stone that turned from black to green, someone's voice rang out. We have the results. It's green. That's elite quality. Chi Hantong glanced at the remaining test tubes on the table and fell into deep thought. Oh, that one was a success. So what about these 3 tubes? Little Peng really never ceases to amaze me. But if outsiders find out about this talent, he'll face a lot of danger. He suddenly changed his attitude. His expression became extremely serious. It was the imposing air of a leader giving an order. What happened today is a corporate secret. It absolutely must not be leaked to the outside. The voices of the other 2 spoke up one after another. Understood, Chairman Chi. I get it. Then, Mr. Chi turned to his grandson and asked, so, have you named this monster yet? This is the first type of monster you've created. You should give it a name. Hearing this, Gao Peng said with a hesitant tone, give it a name, huh? He turned to look at the huge monster happily eating a banana and decided to say, then let's call it the Blood Essence Gibbon. Gao Peng looked at the 3 test tubes in his hand and said, I'll name these 3 potions, respectively, Earth Potion Type 1, Sanctification Potion Type 1, and Royal Potion. His hands moved nimbly across the screen again. He looked at the black ant in the specialized room, then looked at everyone around and said, this powerful ant has been injected with the Petrification Potion. Next, let's see the results. Lacking ranged attack methods is a common weakness for almost all early-stage monsters. Watching the ant gradually change, its legs slowly turning to stone, he continued. But increasing their agility is too difficult. Here, we need to directly change the bodice structure. Enhancing their defensive power will be much simpler. At this moment, the ant's legs and head had turned to stone. Its eyes were like 2 red jade stones. An information panel appeared. Monster name, Stoneheart Ant Monster level, level 7. Monster quality, elite quality. Monster likes, 1. Sugar water. 2. Tree sap. Monster status, healthy, growing. Gao Peng said calmly. This is the result of the potion. I call this ant the stoneheart ant. Seeing the obsidian had turned green, Su Heming said in astonishment, this is also elite quality. Gao Peng continued to operate the screen. His expression unchanged, he said, it's not over yet. Let's look at the effect of the royal potion. In the specialized room was a bird with sharp teeth. Gao Peng's voice rang out. The mountain wolf sparrow is the most common bird type familiar in the mountain city. It's evolved from the catastrophic evolution of the mountain demon weaver. The wolf sparrow's body isn't large, but its speed is very fast. Moreover, it has an aggressive personality. Its beak is full of sharp teeth. After using the royal potion, it evolves into the mountain monarch sparrow. Its quality increases directly from common to elite. He paused slightly and looked at everyone. He said with a thoughtful expression, however, the royal potion has one small problem, which is, although continued use of the royal potion can allow it to evolve to perfect quality, the difficulty of advancing to the Lord tier will also increase accordingly. Mr. Deng and the other man looked at the green stone before them, thinking with some disbelief. A potion that can reach perfect quality with continued use. Its only drawback is that the difficulty of reaching the Lord tier increases. You call this a drawback? Gao Peng used another test tube to turn a small yellow dog into a brighter yellow dog. Its spirit also seemed better. Gao Peng looked at the test tube in his hand and said, as for this final earth potion, it can turn a golden light hound into a great earth golden light hound. Its quality increases by 1 grade. Its strength and toughness also increase to varying degrees. Shi Hantong placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder and said with a proud laugh, From now on, if you need any materials, just tell your grandpa. Also, just report the results from your experiments in this lab directly to me. No one else in the group needs to know. Gao Peng obediently replied, okay. Mr. Qi turned to look at Mr. Deng and the other man, then said decisively, starting from now, we can prepare to market the blood essence gibbon and the earth potion type 1. After putting them into mass production, sell them externally on a large scale. The royal potion is more valuable, so we won't sell it for now. Deng Yimiao looked at Ji Handong and said, Chairman Ji, then we'll get back to work. After that, the two bowed and turned to leave. On the way, Su Heming said with a look of displeasure, the young people nowadays are truly fearsome. It seems he's no worse than I am now. Deng Yimiao replied calmly, that's right. Perhaps in less than 2 years, he will surpass us. After his display, Gao Peng looked around and fell into thought. Having a laboratory is just a convenient way for me to give all sorts of potions to Grandpa. With the system in hand, the path of researching monster evolution no longer requires slow experimentation. Just staying in an air-conditioned lab is a waste of time. He looked at Mr. G and asked, Grandpa, does the group have any external missions recently? Hearing this, Ji Handong glanced at him and asked, why? Are you interested? Do you want to be a world hunter? Hearing this, Gao Peng smiled and replied, Grandpa, don't you think world hunters are very cool? He thought of their cool demeanor and said, among monster tamers, there's a very special group. They're called world hunters. Every world hunter has their own title. They are the celebrities among monster tamers. They are also a special group, the strongest among monster tamers. He seemed lost in thought, imagining himself standing on a high mountain peak, looking around. He spoke eloquently. Unlike other monster tamers, they venture into deep mountains and great rivers, searching for unknown regions. They are the world's explorers, and also brave wilderness warriors. The army needs to guard the central cities, protecting the people. Nowadays, of the places that humanity has discovered, nearly half is thanks to the efforts of those world hunters. Gao Peng's eyes sparkled as he looked at his grandfather and said, just thinking about it is exciting. Ji Handong couldn't help but laugh at his expression. This kid, you've been like this since you were little. Mr. G didn't refuse his grandson's wish and continued. It's not that you can't go out. It's just that your monsters need some proper training. The fighting styles of these monsters are too sloppy. The true wilderness isn't like the small forests near the central city. Danger is everywhere. Suddenly, one of his eyes turned red again. His leader's aura erupted. He opened his mouth to instruct, therefore, until you have my permission, you are absolutely forbidden from entering the wilderness. Otherwise, they'll break your legs. You can just lie in bed and recover. He didn't dare to defy his grandfather. He secretly calculated in his heart. I have the ability of damage transference. So if you want to break my legs, you'll first have to break the legs of all my monsters. Z, Aban, Chun, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan doesn't need to be included. Mr. G turned and walked away. Before leaving, he said, "Wake up at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Bring your monsters with you. Special training." Gao Peng obediently replied. The next morning, the watch on Mr. J's wrist beeped as the time showed 5:57. Ji Handong pointed at his grandson's shadow and said, "I told you to be here at 6. And you came early. That's quite punctual. Seeing as you're so mindful of the time, I'll reward you with 30 push-ups. Warm up your muscles and bones a bit." Gao Peng felt that he just needed to arrive before the appointed time. Now, hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim. He raised a hand to scratch his head, voicing his confusion. But our human strength can't compare to that of monsters. Besides, with monsters to protect us, we don't need to. Mr. G interrupted his grandson's words. He smiled and asked back, "Don't need to?" Then he turned around. His whole body exuded a sharp aura. He kicked out, snapping a tree trunk in two. Gao Peng looked at the remaining stump on the ground, so large it would take at least 2 people to wrap their arms around it, and thought in amazement. This is too exaggerated. Even a normal-grade monster might not be able to break a tree with one kick. Mr. G turned his head and shouted, "With monsters protecting you, you don't need to train? How naive. Don't say anything else. Do you think you don't need stamina to run away?" He continued, "We are monster tamers. Protecting our own lives is the most important thing. Because as long as you're alive, there's always a chance to make a comeback." Gao Peng looked at his grandpa. Silently, without refuting, he agreed in his heart. Grandpa was right. Grandpa J's tone softened. He glanced over and said, "The feedback power from the familiars is very little. But as long as the familiars tier is high enough, the feedback power we receive will actually increase gradually. So, as the number and tier of familiars increase, a monster tamer's strength will slowly surpass that of an ordinary person." Grandpa G stood as straight as a pine tree. He looked at his grandson and said, "By the way, I only used 30% of my power just now." Gao Peng was stunned and thought to himself, 30%? The group of people in the distance were talking happily. Grandpa G chuckled to himself. Haha, little Peng must be worshipping me right now. The white dragon watched from afar. It knew its master's thoughts too well and said to itself, "You just want to show off in front of your grandson, don't you?" Grandpa G looked at the centipede before him and said, "Dai's ability is the lightning element. Coincidentally, I have a familiar that might be able to help it a little." After speaking, he looked down at the water. Seeing a sharp spire emitting lightning, he called out, "Now, Thunder Conch." A status panel appeared. Monster name, Thunder Conch. Monster level, level 39. Monster quality, epic quality. Monster attribute, lightning, water. Monsters likes, syrup, tree sap. Monster status, healthy, quiet. Monster abilities, lightning control LV3, water control LV2, hard shell LV3. Monster trait, conch nurturing. Effect 1, passive effect. Lightning control ability level +1. Effect 2, active effect. The lightning element ability accumulated in the conch is fully released. Within a certain range, it can summon a disastrous thunderstorm landscape. Materials for promotion to legendary quality. Star Thunder God Stone, X1. Nether Spirit Water, 30 tons. Grandpa G introduced the familiar that was continuously emitting sparks, just as its name suggested. I found Thunder Conch in the sea. Its ability isn't very strong, but it has a very gentle personality. It's more than enough to train Daisy. Hearing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, the familiars he encountered on land and in the water are indeed Grandpa's. At this moment, Daisy, hiding behind him, was trembling nonstop. He looked at Daisy and said, "Go on. Thunder Conch, and you have similar attributes. It's your senior, you know? You have to listen to your senior." Daisy shook its head vigorously, looking extremely unwilling. Gao Peng called out, "Adai." Hearing the call, Adai immediately came to stand beside him. Adai went over, grabbed Daisy's antenna, and lifted it up. Daisy struggled and cried out, Gao Peng. You don't need me anymore, Gao Peng. You've changed. Gao Peng said with a slightly angry expression. You will train properly for me. How can a familiar of I, Gao Peng, be so cowardly? Daisy yelled repeatedly. You're the coward. You're the biggest coward. I learned it from you. He ignored it, looked at his grandpa's familiar, and said amicably, Brother Thunder Conk, this familiar of mine is disobedient. He'll have to entrust its discipline to you. Please, don't get angry with it. The Thunder Conk had a gentle expression and smiled. Grandpa G acted as an interpreter and said, Thunder Conk says it's no problem. Leave it to him. Gao Peng looked at his grandpa and asked, Grandpa, what about Aban? Adai and Xiaoyan? Grandpa G thought for a moment and said, Xiaoyan can train with Daisy too. Although Thunder Conk has lightning and water elements, as they are both elemental types, they have a lot in common. Adai is an undead type. Its main combat style relies on close combat. What role are you planning for Aban to develop into? Gao Peng said, as if he had already prepared for this. Defense and control. Grandpa G stroked his chin, deep in thought. So it's a control type ability user. Then it needs training in control and defense abilities. As Jihamu thought of something, he raised his finger. He summoned the White Dragon and said to it, White Dragon. Next, you will train with Adai and Aban. When Ah Chun saw the White Dragon, its mind went blank. It fell to the ground, still mumbling with its mouth. Such a big fish. Old G gestured with his hand. Well then, let's begin. The White Dragon fiercely swung its tail, sending an unprepared Adai flying 100 meters. Seeing this, Aban immediately emitted a yellow glow and dug a deep hole in the ground. Gao Peng thought Aban was using a new skill and thought expectantly, this light. Aban actually comprehended an earth element ability here. It's creating a cave. Could it be that it wants to use it as a trap? I didn't expect Aban to use this tactic too. Before he could think for long, Aban quickly jumped into the hole to hide. To his astonishment, Aban hadn't been hiding for long before the White Dragon picked it up with its foot and slammed it to the ground, leaving it dazed. After being thrown to the ground, Aban flew into a rage. He grew worried seeing Aban like this and thought to himself, this is bad. Aban is going berserk again. He shouted, we're doomed. It's a lot of trouble when Aban goes crazy. Before he could finish his sentence, Aban was once again sent flying by an arrogant flick from the White Dragon. Adai struggled to push itself up. It mustered all its inner energy to attack, but it was still no match for the White Dragon. The moment it touched him, it was immediately knocked down. It actually managed to land a hit. The White Dragon was surprised that Adai could touch it. Gao Peng's grandfather saw this and burst out laughing. Haha, Aban and Adai still need more training. Gao Peng couldn't believe it, thinking with his mouth agape. Although the level gap is a bit big, this is just too fast. He turned and asked, where are DZ and the others? At this moment, DZ and the Thunder Snail were arguing. DZ said, you're amazing. I'm not as amazing as you. The Thunder Snail said, this is just a technique suitable for your level. As it finished speaking, it unleashed powerful lightning bolts that filled the sky, saying, and this is my level. Seeing this, DZ drooled with admiration. The Thunder Snail encouraged it, saying, actually, it's not as hard as you imagine. For me, controlling lightning is my innate talent. It's like you using dozens of legs to walk. Because this is originally your talent. You just need to master it, and you can do it. But for the little bird next to you, using dozens of legs to walk at the same time is an impossible feat. The Thunder Snail turned to ask Xiaoyan, isn't that right? Xiaoyan, being suddenly dragged into the conversation, said with a mischievous look, what does it have to do with me? You have many legs, who cares? Many legs, but they're still short. Xiaoyan didn't forget to take a few jabs at DZ. After speaking, Xiaoyan blew out a fireball. The Thunder Snail was surprised. You actually created a fireball on your first try? Even I had to try a few times at the beginning to succeed. Yet this little one-legged bird managed to do it on the first try. You have great potential. Praised by the Thunder Snail, Xiaoyan snorted arrogantly a few times. Seeing Xiaoyan's arrogance, DZ felt competitive and annoyed, thinking, what's there to be smug about? Isn't it just about using the power deep within your body? I can do it too. After saying that, Dazi closed its eyes. It mustered all its inner strength. Its body was enveloped in a brilliant purple light. Feeling its own power, Dazi shouted, "Oh, this really is. This is my power." Seeing this, Gao Peng thought he was about to be made proud and happily thought. Then the next step is to take the power inside the body and release it in a stable manner, right? Go for it, Dazi. Dazi shouted loudly, "Come out." Not disappointing his expectations, Dazi released a gas bomb, but this gas was a bit stinky. Gao Peng helplessly fell flat on his face, lying on the ground. He said helplessly, "Forget it. I'm tired." At this moment, Ah Chun was still delirious, talking nonsense. "Big fish. Don't eat me." Scene changed to half a month later. In that same vast courtyard, at this very moment, Adai was training with the white dragon. Adai moved like lightning, dodging the attacks. It quickly grabbed the white dragon's tail, using the momentum to launch itself upwards. It clenched its fist, concentrating all its power, and punched the white dragon hard. Gao Peng stood to one side, encouraging, "Well done." Adai bounced back, landing and creating a crater under its feet, happily raising its hands high as if it had won a great victory. Aban said with a look of regret, "Aye, the fight is over already." At this time, the white dragon spoke to Adai, "Not bad. Your reaction force and speed have both met the standard. Just now, my water control ability had reached the full power of most leader-tier water-type monsters. You can get close to the enemy under such an attack level. This fight is already half over." Saying that, the white dragon turned to glare at Aban and said, "And you? You're just a meat shield anyway. Just taking hits is good enough." Aban, feeling wronged, teared up and whimpered. Gao Peng comforted it, saying, "It's all right. At least you're not afraid of getting hit, right?" A bird appeared in the sky, surrounded by fireballs that it launched straight down into the lake, creating huge explosions. Xiaoyan. After this training session, it can now skillfully control the fire element. The power is not bad. As for Daisy, it seems it still needs more training. Turning to a Xian, it was happily hopping and skipping around. On the other hand, a Xian has finally advanced to the commander tier in this half-month. Its spatial volume has skyrocketed. The spatial volume is now as large as a car trunk. The mobile warehouse idea has finally been realized. Gao Peng thought happily. Grandpa's training objectives are basically complete. Food, medicine, tents. All the essential items for survival in the wild are prepared. So it seems. As he was thinking, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from behind. He turned around and saw his grandfather. "This is for you." "Grandpa, what is this?" He opened it and saw a map and a computer inside, and a compass. His grandfather said, "This map computer is solar-powered and has an electronic map inside. It can also make phone calls, as long as there's a signal. As for how to use the map and compass, I've already taught you. This map is an internal one. The large and small areas near Yuzhou City and the dangerous places are all clearly marked on it. You should look at it more often. You have a flying-type monster. So compared to most monster tamers, you have one less obstacle when exploring. When facing danger, you must learn how to make choices. Grandpa is here. I will always be your backer. Whatever you want to do, rest assured. Go ahead and do it boldly." He was touched, his eyes wide. "Grandpa, I remember your hair was still black before." He replied, "Wait for me to come back." Deep in the forest on the outskirts of Yuzhou. At this moment, Xiaoyan was soaring in the sky to scout the situation, while Gao Peng and the others were checking the map below. "I should be right here now. The red circles on this map are way too dense. Just a quick glance shows no less than 10 of them. These are all territories of Lord-tier monsters. No wonder Grandpa said the wilderness is dangerous. The condition for a band to evolve to epic quality is to swallow an earth spirit heart, and then be buried in black-green soil, and sleep for 72 hours. Then it can evolve into a great earth shield spider. Earth spirit heart. Earth spirit heart." As he said this, he opened the system panel. "I wonder if my soul strength has increased." System panel. Earth spirit heart. Easily grows deep inside caves surrounded by mountains. When I focus my attention on certain materials in the data frame, it can display the living environment of that material. At this moment, a swarm of giant mosquitoes flew over from the distance. Xiaoyan quickly shouted, "Master! Big mosquitoes! There are so many. After saying that, it gathered its power to create fireballs, preparing to attack, but Gao Peng said, "Wait a moment. Xiaoyan, don't attack. Come down here first. As you command." It landed on a branch and asked, "Master, why didn't you let me attack?" "They are off guard," he said. "In the dim light of the deep forest. It's all thick tree trunks. Moreover, the trees are dense and overgrown. You have no idea where other mosquitoes might be hiding. If we get surrounded, then we'll be in trouble. To deal with this kind of monster, we have to use our wits." As he spoke, he reached into a Xian's space and rummaged around. He took out a big bag. At this moment, his and a Xian's faces gradually turned sinister as he said, "This is the super mosquito repellent pouch. It's a mixture of various mosquito-repelling plants like tuberose, purple gold lavender, heavenly candle golden osmanthus, camphor, and golden edge mariah." Aban opened the bag and held it up high while Adai worked hard fanning to spread the scent towards the giant mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan listened to him with a puzzled look. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. When the giant mosquitoes inhaled the scent, the whole swarm dropped to the ground, one after another. Meanwhile, the protagonist group hid behind the bushes to watch, saying joyfully, "Easily controlled. Basic operation. This is just a basic operation. A Xian, Adai, Aban." Hearing this, Daizis and Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Continuing the protagonist's journey, the whole group was now being carried on the massive Adai's shoulder to cross a stream, as Gao Peng said. "Let me see. First, we cross this stream. Then go to the right." Thump. Suddenly, he felt a danger lurking. Rumble. A blue leopard dashed out and pounced on Gao Peng. Monster name, Green Leopard. Monster level, level 26. Monster grade, elite grade. Monster attribute, wind. He thought to himself, so fast. Luckily, Aban blocked it quickly. Otherwise, I would have been attacked. Aban launched itself from Adai's hand. It struck the leopard with a powerful blow, causing it to flee into the forest. Xiaoyan was about to give chase, but was stopped by him. "Xiaoyan, come back here," he thought. "A few of my familiars aren't particularly fast. Aban's strengths only shine at close range. But at a long distance, its power can't reach. Letting Xiaoyan chase it alone is too dangerous." He grumbled in annoyance. "This leopard, don't let me catch you, or it'll definitely skin you alive." Just as he finished speaking, a vine whipped fiercely at him from behind. But luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack. Monster name, Golden-Edged Devil Vine Demon. Monster level, level 29. Commander tier. Monster attribute, Wood type. Monster weakness, 1. Fire type. 2. Lightning type. There's more? This is the second time. It's really bullying me. He exploded in anger and shouted. "If the tiger doesn't roar, you think it's a sick cat?" With that, he ordered Daisy. "Xiaoyan, attack." Daisy and Xiaoyan quickly channeled their internal energy, entered an attack stance, and together unleashed their power, instantly obliterating the monster. "So you like to play dead, huh? Keep playing dead for me. Let's see." He walked over, picked up the monster core, and said, "A monster core from a commander tier plant monster. If I sell this on the market, I can get at least 1,000 credit points." He gave the monster core to Ashwan to store in its space, and said, "Let's find a place to rest and reorganize." After searching for a while, he finally found a cave. This mountain cave blocks the wind. It's good enough to hide in. There's a water source nearby too. Let's stay here. I should mark it on the map. It can serve as a temporary safe point later. As he approached the cave, a small yellow duck came out from inside, quacking. He was surprised. "A duck? That's a strange quack. Shut your beak for a bit. Stop quacking. While my familiars aren't hungry yet. Hurry up and get away from here." He was so annoyed. It can't even get its own sound right. What a disgrace for a duck. He thought to himself. With that intelligence of yours, I really wonder how you've survived until now. Monster name, Terrifying Duck. Mutant. Monster level, level 10. Monster grade, Epic grade. Monster status, Healthy. Fatigued. Monster trait, Passive effect. When attacked, there is a certain effect that causes its body to continuously grow larger for a period of time. At the same time, its strength, defense, and speed also increase. He was surprised. My apologies. To think it's actually epic grade. As he spoke, he turned to leave, ignoring the confused duck, and said, "Forget it. Let's go. Let's try to get there today." This little fool. It's not easy for you to have this body-enlarging ability. In the future, stay away from humans when you see them, to avoid dying one day without knowing why. At this moment, Adai and the others were complaining. "Master, I'm starving. I want to eat duck." Daisy also whined that it was hungry. "Let's eat duck. Eat that duck." Seeing Daisy complain, Aban said, "What are you hungry for? Adai carried you the whole way." Daisy retorted, "You right, Aban. I'm just like you. Just like you." Xiaoyan called, "Master." He replied, "I know." A small figure peeking from behind a large tree suddenly dashed out, quacking. Xiaoyan immediately responded with a chirp. He asked Xiaoyan in surprise, "You can understand it?" Xiaoyan said proudly, "I'm a level 8 master of bird language." He looked dumbfounded. Just then, the silly duck ran quickly towards him, quacking. It's saying, "Big duck, wait for me. Big duck, wait for me. Master, it thinks you're one of its kind now." He thought, could it be because I helped it correct its accent? He turned his back to leave and said, "Don't mind it. Aban, pick up the pace. Otherwise, we'll have to spend the night in this deep forest. It's too dangerous." But the silly duck kept chasing after them from behind, quacking. Quack, quack, meaning stop, stop. He ordered Xiaoyan, make it shut up. Because it was chasing them too fast, the silly duck tripped over its own feet and took a painful fall. It lay on the ground, whimpering. Xiaoyan translated, "This strange duckling doesn't like me either. Everyone dislikes me. Mommy and Daddy don't want me either." Suddenly, he picked it up. Quack, quack. Thank goodness. Big duck, you haven't left yet. Xiaoyan felt sorry for the duckling and said, "Master, this silly duck seems to have been abandoned by its parents. Besides, it's still so young. Are we really going to leave it here?" He turned his face away and said, "Forget it. It's already a lot of trouble. Let's just take it with us." He thought to himself, it's epic grade, after all. It's not a loss. Xiaoyan was happy that they could finally bring the silly duck along. And Adai told the silly duck, "Get on." Daisy also chimed in. "From now on, we'll protect you." Outside Yuzhou City, in the chaotic rock forest. A place with a very high probability of an earth spirit heart appearing. It must be around here. But this hole, Aban, Adai, and Xiaoyan all can't fit. He turned to Daisy, who was lazing on Adai's shoulder, and said, "Daisy, you go in." He stood with his hands in his pockets and said, "You go in and search. See if there's anything with a very dense aura of the earth element. Be careful. Stay safe. If there's a monster inside, come out immediately. Don't force it." Daisy squirmed into the cave and said, "Got it." He looked behind him cautiously and spotted a monster. Monster name, Rock Scorpion. Monster level, level 11. Elite tier. Monster grade, normal grade. Quack, quack. The silly duck saw the monster and quacked twice. He thought, thank goodness. The monsters in this area aren't strong. Adai asked Master, "Should I chase it away?" He said calmly, "No need to worry. Although this scorpion's level is higher than the silly duck's, it's only normal grade. There's no problem." He encouraged the silly duck, whose feathers were ruffled. "Go on. Let me see your combat power when you go all out." 10 minutes later, Xiaoyan yawned and said, "Master, how long are these two going to keep cursing at each other?" Right now, the silly duck and the rock scorpion were passionately cursing each other out in their own languages. Quack, quack, quack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He said helplessly, "Forget it. Adai, hurry up and chase it away." The scorpion saw Adai and ran for its life. He turned to it, questioning its existence, and asked, "I'm still skeptical. How did you survive safely until now?" Quack, quack. Daisy yelled out, "I found it, Master." "Daisy, you're amazing. Take it out." Daisy crawled out with something in its mouth. Small Earth Spirit Heart. Effect. Contains concentrated Earth element power. It also has the ability to allow defense-type monsters to evolve. He held the Earth Spirit Heart in his hand and said, "This one is only the small type. It should be usable, right?" Recalling Aban's evolution requirement, it only said near an Earth Spirit Heart, but there was no specific requirement about its size. The group continued their journey. "Let's go to the place we noted that has black cyan soil." When they arrived at the place with black cyan soil, he had them dig a hole to bury Aban, who was pitifully holding the Earth Spirit Heart in its mouth, and said, "You lie down properly. We'll wait for you." Adai quickly filled the hole back in. He said, "We'll wait here for Aban to wake up. It might be a little while. Master, the owner of this place will return. Everyone, be on your guard." When night had fallen, a huge centipede appeared. Where did this duck come from? It's blocking my entrance. At this moment, the silly duckling was leaning against a tree root, fast asleep, completely unaware of the huge centipede's presence. The centipede suddenly bit the silly duck, waking it up. The silly duck, angry at being bitten, used its power to make itself bigger. It turned to the other centipede and asked, "Why did you bite me?" The rude centipede said nothing and just used its power to attack the silly duck. It caused it to cry in pain, covering its face. "My eyes! My eyes!" The centipede laughed smugly and mockingly. Its smugness didn't last long before its jaw dropped. Because the silly duck was truly angry, it made itself 5 or 6 times bigger than before, making the centipede tremble. Gao Peng heard the commotion and walked out with a sleepy face, asking, "What's wrong? Why is it so noisy outside?" The first thing that caught his eye was a giant silly duck brimming with killing intent. Why did this duck get so big? I finally understand why this silly duck has survived so well. The centipede, terrified upon seeing the duck like this, immediately fled. But it was flattened by a single stomp from the silly duck. He stood behind the silly duck and thought. At first, I thought its demonic power only increased its volume by a fraction. Besides, this type of growth can't be stacked. It's a passive ability. What a waste. But now it seems this is truly a divine skill. As expected, a dumb duck has its own blessings. The dumb duck is also slowly returning to normal. He continued to think. It seems I can try to form a blood contract with this dumb duck. With that thought, he told the dumb duck, "Come here." He used his power to enter the dumb duck's consciousness space. The color of the outer layer of the consciousness space was brilliant. I remember association, head Feng Xiu, said this represents feelings of comfort and joy. Just then, strange things appeared. Wait a minute. In this space, the tree has wings. He was so bewildered, he looked dumbfounded. The flowers have mouths and eyes. This duck looks so goofy. I didn't expect its inner world to be so rich. Incredible. He paused for a moment. He was gradually surrounded by a cold blue color, and he thought, why is it so heavy? At this moment, the space shifted to a scene with 2 large ducks. Is this our child? It's our child. Its eyes are so big. The duck was very startled. But it has 5 toes. It's truly a monster. At that time, the still young dumb duck thought, monster, what does that mean? It sat alone in a corner, watching its siblings eat with relish. The naive little dumb duck thought, everyone is a sibling. They'll give me a bite, right? Who's your sibling? It was driven away by its own siblings. They cruelly scorned it, warning it, don't come here. Monster, stay away from me. The little dumb duck couldn't control its power then and made itself grow larger, causing the other ducks to be terrified. Monster. It's really a monster. One of them ran off crying for its father. Daddy, daddy, this monster is bullying us. The fierce father duck then threw the little dumb duck into a secluded place, saying, a 5-toed monster like you can just stay here and fend for yourself. Although the mother duck couldn't bear it, she couldn't do anything. The dumb duck was feeling sorry for itself and cried out, why did you abandon me? Why do I have 1 extra toe? And why am I called a monster? He stood to one side, observing everything and thinking, no wonder its cry is unusual. No wonder it followed me here after I just called out to it twice. He felt pity for the little dumb duck and thought, it's probably because it was chased away before that this diamond duck has become so sensitive. Wait a minute, if I turn back, it'll probably follow me. After all, no one has ever listened to its story before, and no one has been patient enough to listen to it. He extended his hand in front of it and said, why think so much? Follow me from now on. You can eat as much fish as you want. The dumb duck was moved to tears and thought, this strange big duck. And so, he and the dumb duck successfully formed a contract. He then said, since we've formed a contract, I should give you a name. Seeing that your feathers are all yellow, they'll call you Xiao Huang. The dumb duck tilted its head in confusion. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from underground. Aban emerged from the ground with a tough shell and a body like a praying mantis. Monster name: Great Earth Shield Spider. Monster tier: Level 25. Commander tier: Monster quality: Epic quality. Monster attribute: Earth type. Monster ability: Earth control level 2. Monster status: Healthy, happy. Monster trait: Earth spirit. The Earth spirit heart replaces its original heart, increasing its level of interaction with the element. At the same time, it loses the ability to integrate with other attributes. Effect 1. Passive effect: Earth control ability level +1. Effect 2. Passive effect: The power of the Great Earth protects it. As long as it stands on the ground, it will continuously absorb the power of the Great Earth to form a layer of Earth elemental armor on its boat's surface. The Earth elemental armor is closely related to its Earth control ability. Chao Peng was overjoyed and said, Aban has successfully evolved. It also successfully evolved a monster trait. This mission into the mountains can be considered a successful harvest. Let's go. Let's go home. Scene changed to the Yuzhou villa. Just then, Chao Peng came out of the shower and saw a glass of milk on the table with a note. There's something at the company. Eat breakfast first, then look at the documents. Chao Peng sighed and gave a helpless smile. Grandpa is really worrying too much. I'm not a child anymore. They'll look at the documents first. He opened the folder and saw some photos. The West Sea Lake area. In the water, many large yellow fish were gathered together. A senior scout from the corporation saw a spiritual object glowing at the bottom of the lake, attracting the school of fish. Monster name: Magic Sealing Stone. Yesterday, I just told Grandpa about the material the duck needed to upgrade to diamond quality. This is a great opportunity for me. The Magic Sealing Stone is one of the mandatory items. Its final evolution path is the diamond duck, after all. I must get this Magic Sealing Stone. After it's upgraded, that silly duck will be able to awaken its secondary monster trait. Suddenly, the projector on the table displayed an image of his grandfather, asking him, Have you seen the documents? It's the material you need, right? He replied, Sorry to trouble you, Grandpa. His grandfather continued in a powerful voice. It must be done well. I will send people to get it. You just stay at home and don't worry. I have another meeting. Hanging up now. It's over just like that? Gao Peng didn't even have time to react. He thought, shouldn't it be me and my monsters fighting bravely, going through countless hardships to obtain the treasure? I could have met the young master of another power and inadvertently started a feud. Why is this so different from what I imagined? He let out a sinister smile. But, why does this feel so good? At West Sea Lake, boats were surrounding the area where the Magic Sealing Stone was believed to be. The men in black standing on the boats discussed nervously. Oh, brother, just how many yellow fish are there here? The yellow fish in this West Sea Lake are about to become a disaster. We knew there were a lot of yellow fish in the lake, but we didn't know there were this many. The one-eyed man in black spoke up. For this mission, the Hormone Corporation has offered a price of 300 million alliance coins plus 3 crystal cores for monsters above intermediate grade. Could that be an easy job? Don't worry. With so many squads making a move, we just need to hold out until the end to grab the treasure. Underwater, a water monster was poking its head out. One of the men in black said, How about we turn back? Even if we manage to get the thing at the bottom of the lake, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of West Sea Lake. Not unless we have a flying-type beast. Another man in black pointed forward, trembling, and said, A flying-type beast probably won't work either. Boss, look over there. This is the Yin-Yang Golden Goose King. Those men shouted out, no longer wanting to continue the mission. Whoever wants to earn this money can have it. We're leaving. Scene change. Deep within West Sea Lake, a small, big-headed fish was swimming towards the Magic Sealing Stone, saying, This Magic Sealing Stone feels so miraculous. This must be the fated opportunity Mama talked about, right? I heard Mama became so strong after eating one. It laughed with delight and admiration, saying, All the powerful purple-backed yellow fish in the clan were born from Mama. I also want to give birth to lots and lots of powerful yellow fish like that, as many as Mama gave birth to. At that moment, another large yellow fish appeared and asked. A voice replied, What kind of creature are you? Daring to speak to me like that? Do you believe I'll eat you? The purple-backed yellow fish said, A giant yellow fish. Stay back a bit. This is the territory of us purple-backed yellow fish. Hearing this, the giant yellow fish's eyes turned crimson as it bared its sharp, ferocious teeth. The purple-backed yellow fish thought in a panic, "This is bad. This is the leader of the giant yellow fish. Why did we attract their leader here?" The purple-backed yellow fish immediately blocked the small fish, warning the giant yellow fish leader, "Don't you come over here. Behind us is the most beloved daughter of the purple-backed yellow fish king. If you dare to harm her, our king will be furious." Hearing this, the giant yellow fish leader let out a terrifying laugh and said, "Would a bear fear the revenge of a tiger whose cub it ate?" It laughed as it charged towards the small fish. Because if the tiger had the chance, it wouldn't spare the bear's cub either. The purple-backed yellow fish king killed so many of my giant yellow fish. It's not too much for me to eat her daughter today, is it? What? The panicked purple-backed yellow fish turned to the small fish and said, "Run. We'll buy you some time. Use a water shield to block it." Two purple-backed yellow fish combined their strength to attack the giant yellow fish and hold it back. But their meager strength had no effect on the giant yellow fish. It flexed its bulging muscles and said arrogantly, "You weaklings, your evolution path is wrong. Muscles are everything." It roared while releasing its power, knocking out the purple-backed yellow fish. Taking advantage of the opening, it quickly snatched the magic sealing stone. The Yin-Yang golden-eyed king unleashed a wave of power. It swooped down into the lake, attacking the giant emperor fish that had just taken the magic sealing stone, saying, "Don't even think about running. Hand it over." The giant emperor fish slammed its tail into the Yin-Yang golden-eyed king's leg, breaking it. It seized the opportunity to escape. The golden-eyed king said, "So fast." The bald guy on the boat saw the giant emperor fish escape and shouted an order to the man next to him. "What are you standing there for? Go after it. That fish is running for its life." The other guy continued, "That thing was definitely swallowed by the leader of the giant emperor fish. Don't worry, big brother. We've been keeping an eye on that fish." At this moment, the giant emperor fish leader was hiding among the other giant emperor fish. It opened its mouth and used its tongue to pass the magic sealing stone to another giant emperor fish. It swam over to a long-haired man. Its tongue presented the magic sealing stone. He said to his subordinate, "The target has arrived. Let's get the item and leave quickly." He turned to the red-haired guy, who had his hands clasped behind his head, and said, "And you, number 3, next time you control these monsters, don't be so foolish. Your idiotic words are so embarrassing I could die." The red-haired guy looked indifferent. The group from before was scrambling and saying, "We found the giant emperor fish leader. Damn it. There are too many fish. We can't get through. Don't worry too much. Kill the leader first. Watch out for the Eagle King. You mercenaries, know your place." The long-haired man walked up to the middle-aged man and said, reporting, "We've safely retrieved the item." The middle-aged man said, "Let's go. Let them search."